uncertainty and unparalleled potential, so it did. He leaned closer to the mic, his voice tinged with sincerity. Look, I get it. The world's a mess. Climate change, pandemics, social unrest. But here's the thing, we can change it. We can be the architects of a better tomorrow, and it starts today, in 2023. JJ continued, first, let's talk about empathy. It's easy to get lost in our own problems, but remember, we're all in this together. Reach out, listen, and offer a helping hand. You'd be surprised how far a little kindness can go. He paused, letting the words sink in. You see, Charles Foster Kane had it all: wealth, influence, a massive estate. But in the end, he was searching for something more, something simple. The same can be said for us as a society. We strive for technological advancements, economic growth, but at what cost? JJ leaned back. Now, I'm not saying we should all go out and find our own rosebud, but maybe we should look for what genuinely fulfills us. And no, I'm not talking about fulfilling in the way that double-stuffed pizza crust does, although, let's be honest, that's a close second. The chat room erupted in laughter, pizza emojis flooding the screen. But seriously, JJ continued, as we look toward 2050, let's focus on what really matters. Is it the endless pursuit of material wealth, or is it perhaps the well-being of our planet and the happiness of its inhabitants? He shifted in his seat, and speaking of well-being, can we talk about gluten-free bread for a second? I mean, if I wanted to eat a sponge, I'd go to the ocean, not the bakery. More laughter from the audience, but JJ knew how to bring it back to the heart of the matter. In Citizen Kane, the protagonist realizes too late what truly matters. Let's not make the same mistake. Let's prioritize empathy, sustainability, and genuine happiness as we move toward the future. Because unlike Kane, we still have time to rewrite our story. As the virtual room emptied, JJ felt that today's episode had struck a chord. It was a small step, but each step counted on the road to a better future. The show must go on, he thought, and so must the journey toward a more meaningful existence. JJ Berman sat in his virtual studio, the background now transformed into a Shakespearean stage, complete with heavy velvet curtains and flickering candlelight. A digital skull sat on a table beside him, a nod to the famous "Alas, poor Yorick" scene from Hamlet. Good morrow, Jobin Nation. Today, we venture into the realm of the bard himself, William Shakespeare. All the world's a stage, he wrote, and indeed, we each play our part. But what part shall we play in the unfolding drama of humanity's future? JJ picked up the digital skull. Alas, poor Yorick. He had no say in the future, but we do. To be or not to be sustainable, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune or to take arms against a sea of troubles and, by opposing, end them. The chat room filled with clapping emojis and quotes from various Shakespeare plays. Ah, but let's not forget the lighter side of life, JJ grinned. Why did Hamlet stop going to fast food restaurants? Because he couldn't decide, to eat or not to eat? He paused, letting the weight of the words settle. We have the power to shape our own narrative, to be the heroes in our own epic tale. But unlike the characters in a Shakespearean tragedy, our fate is not sealed. We can rewrite the script, choose a different path. JJ concluded, so, whether you're more of a Romeo or a Juliet, a Macbeth or a Lady Macbeth, remember, the choices we make today echo in the annals of history. Let's make sure it's a story worth telling. He signed off, fare thee well, Jobin Nation. May your days be merry, your nights restful, and your future as bright as a midsummer night's dream. As the virtual room emptied, JJ felt a sense of accomplishment. He had yet to upload this episode, procrastination being his constant companion, but he knew it was a message that needed to be heard. Hey, Jobin Nation. Welcome back. We're still in the Shakespearean universe, but this time, we're taking a stroll through the forest of Arden. You know, where people go to find themselves, fall in love, and speak in clever banter. The chat room buzzed with excitement, emojis of trees and hearts filling the screen. Speaking of love, let's talk about the love we should have for our planet. One touch of nature makes the whole world kin, as the great bard said. So why are we so bad at showing that love? JJ paused for effect, then continued, but first, a joke. Why did Othello stop eating donuts? Because he couldn't trust Yago nuts. Laughter emojis and donut icons flooded the chat. Alright, back to serious matters. If we're going to make it to 2050 and beyond, we need to start acting like the kin Shakespeare talked about. We need to be stewards of the earth, caretakers of our global family. He leaned in closer to the camera. We've got the power to change the narrative, folks. We don't have to be a tragic hero with a fatal flaw that ruins everything. We can be the protagonist who learns, grows, and saves the day. JJ looked at the time. Well, that's it for this episode. I promise to hit that upload button right after we wrap up. No more dilly-dallying. He signed off. Until next time, Jobin Nation. May your life be as poetic as a Shakespearean sonnet and your actions as noble as the best of his heroes. As the virtual room emptied, JJ finally clicked the upload button. There, done. The show must go on, and this time, it actually will. JJ Berman sat in his dimly lit room, a half-empty bottle of cheap whiskey on the table, surrounded by crumpled papers. The atmosphere was a blend of Shakespearean drama and Bukowski's gritty realism. The upload button on his computer screen seemed to mock him. Damn you, upload, he muttered, taking a swig from the bottle. You're like Lady Macbeth, always nagging. He sighed and looked at his Bukowski-inspired virtual background, a seedy bar with neon lights flickering the words "The World of Jobin." Hey, Jobin Nation. Welcome back. We're in a Bukowski bar today, where the beer flows like the ink of a tortured writer. Speaking of torture, let's talk about the existential dread we all feel about the future. The chat room erupted with skull and beer emojis. But first, a joke. What's Hamlet's favorite fast food? To Burger King, or not to Burger King? The chat room laughed, and burger icons filled the screen. Alright, let's cut the crap. We're all worried about the world, right? Climate change, political chaos, you name it. But sitting in a bar, real or virtual, won't solve anything. We've got to act. JJ leaned forward, his eyes intense. Listen, we're not helpless characters in a tragedy or drifters in a Bukowski novel. We're the damn authors. We can write a better ending, but we've got to start now. He paused, letting the words sink in. I know, I've been putting off uploading these episodes. But procrastination is a luxury we can't afford. Not anymore. JJ grabbed the bottle and took another swig, then slammed it down. So here's the deal. I'm hitting that upload button, and you're going to do anything to make the world a little better. Deal? The chat room exploded with thumbs up and heart emojis. Good. Until next time, Jobin Nation. And remember, in the words of Bukowski, you have to die a few times before you can really live. So let's kill our apathy and bring our better selves to life. JJ clicked upload, banishing the digital Lady Macbeth for another day. Show's over, but the work's just beginning, he thought, staring at the empty bottle. Time to write a new chapter. And so, the show went on, one upload closer to a better world. JJ Berman sat at his cluttered desk, the hum of the computer serving as the backdrop to his thoughts. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, and he stared at the blinking cursor on the screen, a familiar feeling of apprehension settling in. It had been a while since he'd uploaded a new episode of The World of Jobin, and the weight of his prolonged hiatus pressed upon him. The world outside continued its relentless march forward, and JJ couldn't help but feel like he was lagging behind. He had embraced the chaos of life and channeled it into their podcast, but now, it felt like he was caught in a whirlwind of his own making, struggling to find his footing. His close friend and fellow team member, Sarah, had noticed the change in him. She had watched as the lines on his face deepened, as the energy that had once fueled their unapologetic storytelling waned. It was a midlife crisis of sorts, a realization that he was no longer the young rebel he once was. At 28, he was still young by most standards, but the weight of adulthood had crept in. As he wrote about this personal struggle, the words flowed from his fingers, each sentence a cathartic release of his inner turmoil. He described the restless nights spent questioning the purpose of it all, the relentless pursuit of authenticity that had become both their strength and their burden. The podcast had always been a reflection of J.J.'s life, and he couldn't deny that the lines between reality and performance had blurred. He had become a character in his own narrative, a rebel with a cause that was sometimes hard to define. Sarah, who had always been the voice of reason, approached him one evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across their cluttered studio. "JJ, you've got to find your way back," she urged, her eyes filled with concern. "The world needs your voice, your unapologetic honesty." JJ nodded, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. "I know, Sarah. I've just been lost, you know. It's like I'm trying to find my way through this maze of life, and I keep hitting dead ends." She placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Remember why we started this, JJ. It was never about fame or fortune. It was about telling our stories, no matter how messy they got." He looked at her, his eyes filled with gratitude. "You're right, Sarah. It's time to get back on track." And so, the next episode of The World of Jobin began to take shape. JJ found solace in the act of creation, in the knowledge that their podcast was not just a platform for storytelling but a lifeline to his own authenticity. As he continued to write, the words became a bridge between his past and his uncertain future. It was a midlife unraveling, a journey of self-discovery that he was determined to embrace. The show would go on, not in spite of his crisis but because of it. Inside the dimly lit confines of J.J. Behrman's podcast studio, a quiet transformation was taking place. The walls, adorned with posters of Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson, watched over the space like silent mentors. The room was steeped in the essence of their literary heroes, and it was here that J.J. sought to find his own voice once more. His fingers danced across the keyboard, crafting sentences that bared his soul. The rhythm of his typing was a familiar melody, a song of vulnerability and authenticity. Each word was a step on the path to self-discovery, a way to navigate the labyrinth of his midlife crisis. Sarah sat across from him, her presence a source of unwavering support. She had seen him at his lowest, and now, she was witnessing his rebirth. Together, they had decided to take a break from recording and focus on the written word, on the raw essence of storytelling that had brought them together in the first place. The World of Jobin podcast had always been a platform for the unfiltered truth, a place where they could lay bare the complexities of life. It was their way of connecting with a world that often felt disconnected, of reaching out to others who, like them, were navigating the maze of existence. As J.J. continued to write, he reflected on the journey that had led him here. It was a path marked by uncertainty and self-doubt, but it was also a journey of resilience. He had come to realize that his midlife crisis was not a sign of weakness but an opportunity for growth, a chance to shed the layers of his former self and emerge as a truer version. The studio's walls seemed to absorb his thoughts, the very essence of Bukowski and Thompson seeping into his prose. It was a tribute to the writers who had inspired him, a nod to their unwavering commitment to truth-telling. As the hours passed and the words flowed, J.J. felt a sense of renewal wash over him. The weight of his crisis began to lift, replaced by a newfound clarity. He wasn't just a 28-year-old grappling with the complexities of life, he was a storyteller with a purpose, a voice that needed to be heard. Sarah looked at him and smiled, her eyes filled with pride. "You found it, JJ. You found your way back." He nodded, a sense of peace settling in. "And this time, I won't let go." Their podcast, The World of Jobin, had weathered the storm, and it was now emerging stronger than ever. The episodes they had written during this hiatus were a testament to their commitment to truth and authenticity. They were not cancelled, they were renewed. As they continued to write, the studio's walls seemed to resonate with the echoes of their words, a chorus of stories waiting to be told. The show would go on, and it would do so with a renewed sense of purpose, guided by the wisdom of the writers who had paved the way. And so, in the heart of their podcast studio, J.J. Berman and Sarah forged ahead, armed with words that would pierce through the noise and reach the hearts of those who listened. It was a journey of self-discovery and renewal, an exploration of the human experience that would continue to unfold with every episode. The art of renewal had become their guiding principle, and they were ready to share it with the world. In the hallowed space of J.J. Berman's podcast studio, time seemed to blur, and the world outside dissolved into insignificance. The studio had become a sanctuary where the written word flowed freely, a testament to the enduring spirit of the world of Jobin. JJ sat at his desk, bathed in the soft glow of a desk lamp, his fingers once again engaged in their familiar dance across the keyboard. The rhythm of his typing was the heartbeat of his persistence. Each keystroke was a declaration of his commitment to the podcast and to himself. Sarah, his unwavering companion on this journey, leaned against the studio's soundproofed wall, a pad of paper in her hand, pen poised to capture the essence of their thoughts. Together, they were a team of resilience, determined to breathe life into every word, every episode. The crisis that had gripped JJ in his 28th year was now but a distant memory, a shadow fading into the recesses of his mind. The relentless pursuit of authenticity had been their guiding star, and it had led them to this moment of profound clarity. The world of Jobin was no longer just a podcast, it had transcended its digital confines. It had become a narrative of life itself, a reflection of the human condition in all its raw beauty and complexity. Their words had the power to heal, to inspire, to provoke thought, and they wielded that power with unwavering dedication. As JJ continued to type, he glanced at Sarah, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. They had weathered the storms of self-doubt, procrastination, and crisis, emerging stronger and more resolute. The world outside might have questioned their path, but they knew the truth: they were writers, storytellers, and their journey was one of endless exploration. In the style of Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson, they embraced the contradictions of life, the pain and the pleasure, the chaos and the order. Their words were imbued with an unapologetic authenticity, and their audience, though small, was fiercely loyal. The clock on the wall ticked away the hours, but within the studio's confines, time was a malleable concept. It bent to their will as they harnessed its flow to create a podcast that transcended the ordinary. The episodes they had written during this period were a testament to their unwavering commitment. Each one was a brush stroke on the canvas of human existence, a stroke of genius that transformed the mundane into the extraordinary. And so, as they sat in J.J. Berman's podcast studio, their fingers and pens weaving tales of life, they knew that their journey was far from over. The show must go on, and they were its stewards, its chroniclers, its voice. For in the heart of their persistence, they had discovered the essence of their craft, the ability to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary, to find meaning in the chaos, and to share it with the world. Their podcast, The World of Jobin, was a testament to the enduring power of words, a reminder that, in the hands of dedicated storytellers, even a 28-year-old's midlife crisis could become a source of inspiration. And so, the show continued, fueled by the relentless pursuit of truth, and within the walls of J.J. Berman's podcast studio, the essence of persistence thrived. Within the hallowed confines of J.J. Behrman's podcast studio, the symphony of creativity played on. The studio had become a haven of artistic endeavor, a realm where the written word held sway over time itself. J.J. sat at his desk, bathed in the soft glow of a desk lamp, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with a practiced grace. Every tap of the keys echoed the relentless pursuit of his craft. Beside him, Sarah, his steadfast partner in this artistic odyssey, scribbled notes in her ever-present pad. The podcast, The World of Jobin, was their canvas, and each episode, a brush stroke in the portrait of their shared vision. Despite the passage of time, they remained dedicated to their craft, producing 2 episodes per day in the style of Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson. It was a grueling pace, one that would have daunted even the most seasoned creators. But JJ and Sarah were fueled by a passion that transcended exhaustion. They were determined to bring their unique perspective to the world, and nothing could deter them. As JJ typed, he couldn't help but reflect on the journey that had brought them here. The midlife crisis that had gripped him at 28 now felt like a distant memory, a rite of passage that had led him to this moment of clarity. He had emerged from that tumultuous period with a renewed sense of purpose, and it showed in every word he wrote. The studio, with its soundproofed walls and dimly lit ambience, had become a sacred space where their thoughts flowed freely. They embraced the chaos and beauty of life, channeling it into their work. Each episode was a testament to their ability to find meaning in the mundane, to capture the essence of existence in all its raw, unfiltered glory. Their audience on YouTube remained small but devoted, drawn to the unapologetic authenticity of their storytelling. In a world inundated with polished content, JJ and Sarah's podcast stood as a beacon of genuine human expression. Time, as always, was their elusive companion. It slipped through their fingers, an ever-escaping entity that refused to be tamed. But within the studio's confines, they carved out their own reality, one where time bent to their creative will. The clock on the wall ticked away, marking the passage of hours, but within their sanctuary, it was a mere suggestion. They wrote and recorded, fueled by a passion that refused to be extinguished. The show had not been cancelled, it had evolved into an ongoing narrative. The show must go on, and in a world teetering between uncertainty and unparalleled potential, so it did. He leaned closer to the mic, his voice tinged with sincerity. Look, I get it. The world's a mess. Climate change, pandemics, social unrest. But here's the thing, we can change it. We can be the architects of a better tomorrow, and it starts today, in 2023. JJ continued, first, let's talk about empathy. It's easy to get lost in our own problems, but remember, we're all in this together. Reach out, listen, and offer a helping hand. You'd be surprised how far a little kindness can go. He paused, letting the words sink in. You see, Charles Foster Kane had it all: wealth, influence, a massive estate. But in the end, he was searching for something more, something simple. The same can be said for us as a society. We strive for technological advancements, economic growth, but at what cost? JJ leaned back. Now, I'm not saying we should all go out and find our own rosebud, but maybe we should look for what genuinely fulfills us. And no, I'm not talking about fulfilling in the way that double-stuffed pizza crust does, although, let's be honest, that's a close second. The chat room erupted in laughter, pizza emojis flooding the screen. But seriously, JJ continued, as we look toward 2050, let's focus on what really matters. Is it the endless pursuit of material wealth, or is it perhaps the well-being of our planet and the happiness of its inhabitants? He shifted in his seat, and speaking of well-being, can we talk about gluten-free bread for a second? I mean, if I wanted to eat a sponge, I'd go to the ocean, not the bakery. More laughter from the audience, but JJ knew how to bring it back to the heart of the matter. In Citizen Kane, the protagonist realizes too late what truly matters. Let's not make the same mistake. Let's prioritize empathy, sustainability, and genuine happiness as we move toward the future. Because unlike Kane, we still have time to rewrite our story. As the virtual room emptied, JJ felt that today's episode had struck a chord. It was a small step, but each step counted on the road to a better future. The show must go on, he thought, and so must the journey toward a more meaningful existence. J.J. Berman sat in his virtual studio, the background now transformed into a Shakespearean stage, complete with heavy velvet curtains and flickering candle light. A digital skull sat on a table beside him, a nod to the famous "Alas, poor Yorick" scene from Hamlet. Good morrow, Jobin Nation. Today, we venture into the realm of the bard himself, William Shakespeare. All the world's a stage, he wrote, and indeed, we each play our part. But what part shall we play in the unfolding drama of humanity's future? JJ picked up the digital skull. Alas, poor Yorick. He had no say in the future, but we do. To be or not to be sustainable, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune or to take arms against a sea of troubles and, by opposing, end them. The chat room filled with clapping emojis and quotes from various Shakespeare plays. Ah, but let's not forget the lighter side of life, JJ grinned. Why did Hamlet stop going to fast food restaurants? Because he couldn't decide, to eat or not to eat? He paused, letting the weight of the words settle. We have the power to shape our own narrative, to be the heroes in our own epic tale. But unlike the characters in a Shakespearean tragedy, our fate is not sealed. We can rewrite the script, choose a different path. JJ concluded, so, whether you're more of a Romeo or a Juliet, a Macbeth or a Lady Macbeth, remember, the choices we make today echo in the annals of history. Let's make sure it's a story worth telling. He signed off, fare thee well, Jobin Nation. May your days be merry, your nights restful, and your future as bright as a midsummer night's dream. As the virtual room emptied, JJ felt a sense of accomplishment. He had yet to upload this episode, procrastination being his constant companion, but he knew it was a message that needed to be heard. Hey, Jobin Nation. Welcome back. We're still in the Shakespearean universe, but this time, we're taking a stroll through the forest of Arden. You know, where people go to find themselves, fall in love, and speak in clever banter. The chat room buzzed with excitement, emojis of trees and hearts filling the screen. Speaking of love, let's talk about the love we should have for our planet. One touch of nature makes the whole world kin, as the great bard said. So why are we so bad at showing that love? JJ paused for effect, then continued, but first, a joke. Why did Othello stop eating donuts? Because he couldn't trust Yago nuts. Laughter emojis and donut icons flooded the chat. Alright, back to serious matters. If we're going to make it to 2050 and beyond, we need to start acting like the kin Shakespeare talked about. We need to be stewards of the earth, caretakers of our global family. He leaned in closer to the camera. We've got the power to change the narrative, folks. We don't have to be a tragic hero with a fatal flaw that ruins everything. We can be the protagonist who learns, grows, and saves the day. JJ looked at the time. Well, that's it for this episode. I promise to hit that upload button right after we wrap up. No more dilly-dallying. He signed off, until next time, Jobin Nation. May your life be as poetic as a Shakespearean sonnet and your actions as noble as the best of his heroes. As the virtual room emptied, JJ finally clicked the upload button. There, done. The show must go on, and this time, it actually will. JJ Berman sat in his dimly lit room, a half-empty bottle of cheap whiskey on the table, surrounded by crumpled papers. The atmosphere was a blend of Shakespearean drama and Bukowski's gritty realism. The upload button on his computer screen seemed to mock him. Damn you, upload, he muttered, taking a swig from the bottle. You're like Lady Macbeth, always nagging. He sighed and looked at his Bukowski-inspired virtual background, a seedy bar with neon lights flickering the words "The World of Jobin." Hey, Jobin Nation. Welcome back. We're in a Bukowski bar today, where the beer flows like the ink of a tortured writer. Speaking of the show must go on, and in a world teetering between uncertainty and unparalleled potential, so it did. He leaned closer to the mic, his voice tinged with sincerity. Look, I get it. The world's a mess. Climate change, pandemics, social unrest. But here's the thing, we can change it. We can be the architects of a better tomorrow, and it starts today, in 2023. JJ continued, first, let's talk about empathy. It's easy to get lost in our own problems, but remember, we're all in this together. Reach out, listen, and offer a helping hand. You'd be surprised how far a little kindness can go. He paused, letting the words sink in. You see, Charles Foster Kane had it all: wealth, influence, a massive estate. But in the end, he was searching for something more, something simple. The same can be said for us as a society. We strive for technological advancements, economic growth, but at what cost? JJ leaned back. Now, I'm not saying we should all go out and find our own rosebud, but maybe we should look for what genuinely fulfills us. And no, I'm not talking about fulfilling in the way that double-stuffed pizza crust does, although, let's be honest, that's a close second. The chat room erupted in laughter, pizza emojis flooding the screen. But seriously, JJ continued, as we look toward 2050, let's focus on what really matters. Is it the endless pursuit of material wealth, or is it perhaps the well-being of our planet and the happiness of its inhabitants? He shifted in his seat, and speaking of well-being, can we talk about gluten-free bread for a second? I mean, if I wanted to eat a sponge, I'd go to the ocean, not the bakery. More laughter from the audience, but JJ knew how to bring it back to the heart of the matter. In Citizen Kane, the protagonist realizes too late what truly matters. Let's not make the same mistake. Let's prioritize empathy, sustainability, and genuine happiness as we move toward the future. Because unlike Kane, we still have time to rewrite our story. As the virtual room emptied, JJ felt that today's episode had struck a chord. It was a small step, but each step counted on the road to a better future. The show must go on, he thought, and so must the journey toward a more meaningful existence. JJ Berman sat in his virtual studio, the background now transformed into a Shakespearean stage, complete with heavy velvet curtains and flickering candlelight. A digital skull sat on a table beside him, a nod to the famous "Alas, poor Yorick" scene from Hamlet. Good morrow, Jobin Nation. Today, we venture into the realm of the bard himself, William Shakespeare. All the world's a stage, he wrote, and indeed, we each play our part. But what part shall we play in the unfolding drama of humanity's future? JJ picked up the digital skull. Alas, poor Yorick. He had no say in the future, but we do. To be or not to be sustainable, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune or to take arms against a sea of troubles and, by opposing, end them. The chat room filled with clapping emojis and quotes from various Shakespeare plays. Ah, but let's not forget the lighter side of life, JJ grinned. Why did Hamlet stop going to fast food restaurants? Because he couldn't decide, to eat or not to eat. He paused, letting the weight of the words settle. We have the power to shape our own narrative, to be the heroes in our own epic tale. But unlike the characters in a Shakespearean tragedy, our fate is not sealed. We can rewrite the script, choose a different path. JJ concluded, so, whether you're more of a Romeo or a Juliet, a Macbeth or a Lady Macbeth, remember, the choices we make today echo in the annals of history. Let's make sure it's a story worth telling. He signed off, fare thee well, Jobin Nation. May your days be merry, your nights restful, and your future as bright as a midsummer night's dream. As the virtual room emptied, JJ felt a sense of accomplishment. He had yet to upload this episode, procrastination being his constant companion, but he knew it was a message that needed to be heard. Hey, Jobin Nation. Welcome back. We're still in the Shakespearean universe, but this time, we're taking a stroll through the forest of Arden. You know, where people go to find themselves, fall in love, and speak in clever banter. The chat room buzzed with excitement, emojis of trees and hearts filling the screen. Speaking of love, let's talk about the love we should have for our planet. One touch of nature makes the whole world kin, as the great bard said. So why are we so bad at showing that love? JJ paused for effect, then continued, but first, a joke. Why did Othello stop eating donuts? Because he couldn't trust Yago nuts. Laughter emojis and donut icons flooded the chat. Alright, back to serious matters. If we're going to make it to 2050 and beyond, we need to start acting like the kin Shakespeare talked about. We need to be stewards of the earth, caretakers of our global family. He leaned in closer to the camera. We've got the power, the show must go on, and in a world teetering between uncertainty and unparalleled potential, so it did. He leaned closer to the mic, his voice tinged with sincerity. Look, I get it. The world's a mess. Climate change, pandemics, social unrest. But here's the thing, we can change it. We can be the architects of a better tomorrow, and it starts today, in 2023. JJ continued, first, let's talk about empathy. It's easy to get lost in our own problems, but remember, we're all in this together. Reach out, listen, and offer a helping hand. You'd be surprised how far a little kindness can go. He paused, letting the words sink in. You see, Charles Foster Kane had it all: wealth, influence, a massive estate. But in the end, he was searching for something more, something simple. The same can be said for us as a society. We strive for technological advancements, economic growth, but at what cost? JJ leaned back. Now, I'm not saying we should all go out and find our own rosebud, but maybe we should look for what genuinely fulfills us. And no, I'm not talking about fulfilling in the way that double-stuffed pizza crust does, although, let's be honest, that's a close second. The chat room erupted in laughter, pizza emojis flooding the screen. But seriously, JJ continued, as we look toward 2050, let's focus on what really matters. Is it the endless pursuit of material wealth, or is it perhaps the well-being of our planet and the happiness of its inhabitants? He shifted in his seat, and speaking of well-being, can we talk about gluten-free bread for a second? I mean, if I wanted to eat a sponge, I'd go to the ocean, not the bakery. More laughter from the audience, but JJ knew how to bring it back to the heart of the matter. In Citizen Kane, the protagonist realizes too late what truly matters. Let's not make the same mistake. Let's prioritize empathy, sustainability, and genuine happiness as we move toward the future. Because unlike Kane, we still have time to rewrite our story. As the virtual room emptied, JJ felt that today's episode had struck a chord. It was a small step, but each step counted on the road to a better future. The show must go on, he thought, and so must the journey toward a more meaningful existence. JJ Berman sat in his virtual studio, the background now transformed into a Shakespearean stage, complete with heavy velvet curtains and flickering candlelight. A digital skull sat on a table beside him, a nod to the famous "Alas, poor Yorick" scene from Hamlet. Good morrow, Jobin Nation. Today, we venture into the realm of the bard himself, William Shakespeare. All the world's a stage, he wrote, and indeed, we each play our part. But what part shall we play in the unfolding drama of humanity's future? JJ picked up the digital skull. Alas, poor Yorick. He had no say in the future, but we do. To be or not to be sustainable, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune or to take arms against a sea of troubles and, by opposing, end them. The chat room filled with clapping emojis and quotes from various Shakespeare plays. Ah, but let's not forget the lighter side of life, JJ grinned. Why did Hamlet stop going to fast food restaurants? Because he couldn't decide, to eat or not to eat? He paused, letting the weight of the words settle. We have the power to shape our own narrative, to be the heroes in our own epic tale. But unlike the characters in a Shakespearean tragedy, our fate is not sealed. We can rewrite the script, choose a different path. JJ concluded, so, whether you're more of a Romeo or a Juliet, a Macbeth, or a Lady Macbeth, remember, the choices we make today echo in the annals of history. Let's make sure it's a story worth telling. He signed off, fare thee well, Jobin Nation. May your days be merry, your nights restful, and your future as bright as a midsummer night's dream. As the virtual room emptied, JJ felt a sense of accomplishment. He had yet to upload this episode, procrastination being his constant companion, but he knew it was a message that needed to be heard. Hey, Jobin Nation. Welcome back. We're still in the Shakespearean universe, but this time, we're taking a stroll through the forest of Arden. You know, where people go to find themselves, fall in love, and speak in clever banter. The chat room buzzed with excitement, emojis of trees and hearts filling the screen. Speaking of love, let's talk about the love we should have for our planet. One touch of nature makes the whole world kin, as the great bard said. So why are we so bad at showing that love? JJ paused for effect, then continued, but first, a joke. Why did Othello stop eating donuts? Because he couldn't trust Yago nuts. Laughter emojis and donut icons flooded the chat. Alright, back to serious matters. If we're going to make it to 2050 and beyond, we need to start acting like the kin Shakespeare talked about. We need to be stewards of the earth, caretakers of our global family. He leaned in closer to the camera. We've got the power to change the narrative, folks. We don't have to be a tragic hero with a fatal flaw that ruins everything. We can be the protagonist who learns, grows, and saves the day. JJ looked at the time. Well, that's it for this episode. I promise to hit that upload button right after we wrap up. No more dilly-dallying. He signed off, until next time, Jobin Nation. May your life be as poetic as a Shakespearean sonnet and your actions as noble as the best of his heroes. As the virtual room emptied, JJ finally clicked the upload button. There, done. The show must go on, and this time, it actually will. JJ Berman sat in his dimly lit room, a half-empty bottle of cheap whiskey on the table, surrounded by crumpled papers. The atmosphere was a blend of Shakespearean drama and Bukowski's gritty realism. The upload button on his computer screen seemed to mock him. Damn you, upload, he muttered, taking a swig from the bottle. You're like Lady Macbeth, always nagging. He sighed and looked at his Bukowski-inspired virtual background, a seedy bar with neon lights flickering the words "The World of Jobin." Hey, Jobin Nation. Welcome back. We're in a Bukowski bar today, where the beer flows like the ink of a tortured writer. Speaking of torture, let's talk about the existential dread we all feel about the future. The chat room erupted with skull and beer emojis. But first, a joke. What's Hamlet's favorite fast food? To Burger King, or not to Burger King? The chat room laughed, and burger icons filled the screen. Alright, let's cut the crap. We're all worried about the world, right? Climate change, political chaos, you name it. But sitting in a bar, real or virtual, won't solve anything. We've got to act. JJ leaned forward, his eyes intense. Listen, we're not helpless characters in a tragedy or drifters in a Bukowski novel. We're the damn authors. We can write a better ending, but we've got to start now. He paused, letting the words sink in. I know, I've been putting off uploading these episodes. But procrastination is a luxury we can't afford. Not anymore. JJ grabbed the bottle and took another swig, then slammed it down. So here's the deal. I'm hitting that upload button, and you're going to do anything to make the world a little better. Deal? The chat room exploded with thumbs up and heart emojis. Good. Until next time, Jobin Nation. And remember, in the words of Bukowski, you have to die a few times before you can really live. So let's kill our apathy and bring our better selves to life. JJ clicked upload, banishing the digital Lady Macbeth for another day. Show's over, but the work's just beginning, he thought, staring at the empty bottle. Time to write a new chapter. And so, the show went on, one upload closer to a better world. JJ Berman sat at his cluttered desk, the hum of the computer serving as the backdrop to his thoughts. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, and he stared at the blinking cursor on the screen, a familiar feeling of apprehension settling in. It had been a while since he'd uploaded a new episode of The World of Jobin, and the weight of his prolonged hiatus pressed upon him. The world outside continued its relentless march forward, and JJ couldn't help but feel like he was lagging behind. He had embraced the chaos of life and channeled it into their podcast, but now, it felt like he was caught in a whirlwind of his own making, struggling to find his footing. His close friend and fellow team member, Sarah, had noticed the change in him. She had watched as the lines on his face deepened, as the energy that had once fueled their unapologetic storytelling waned. It was a midlife crisis of sorts, a realization that he was no longer the young rebel he once was. At 28, he was still young by most standards, but the weight of adulthood had crept in. As he wrote about this personal struggle, the words flowed from his fingers, each sentence a cathartic release of his inner turmoil. He described the restless nights spent questioning the purpose of it all, the relentless pursuit of authenticity that had become both their strength and their burden. The podcast had always been a reflection of J.J.'s life, and he couldn't deny that the lines between reality and performance had blurred. He had become a character in his own narrative, a rebel with a cause that was sometimes hard to define. Sarah, who had always been the voice of reason, approached him one evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across their cluttered studio. JJ, you've got to find your way back, she urged, her eyes filled with concern. The world needs your voice, your unapologetic honesty. JJ nodded, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. I know, Sarah. I've just been lost, you know? It's like I'm trying to find my way through this maze of life, and I keep hitting dead ends. She placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Remember why we started this, JJ? It was never about fame or fortune. It was about telling our stories, no matter how messy they got. He looked at her, his eyes filled with gratitude. You're right, Sarah. It's time to get back on track. And so, the next episode of The World of Jobin began to take shape. JJ found solace in the act of creation, in the knowledge that their podcast was not just a platform for storytelling but a lifeline to his own authenticity. As he continued to write, the words became a bridge between his past and his uncertain future. It was a midlife unraveling, a journey of self-discovery that he was determined to embrace. The show would go on, not in spite of his crisis but because of it. Inside the dimly lit confines of J.J. Berman's podcast studio, a quiet transformation was taking place. The walls, adorned with posters of Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson, watched over the space like silent mentors. The room was steeped in the essence of their literary heroes, and it was here that J.J. sought to find his own voice once more. His fingers danced across the keyboard, crafting sentences that bared his soul. The rhythm of his typing was a familiar melody, a song of vulnerability and authenticity. Each word was a step on the path to self-discovery, a way to navigate the labyrinth of his midlife crisis. Sarah sat across from him, her presence a source of unwavering support. She had seen him at his lowest, and now, she was witnessing his rebirth. Together, they had decided to take a break from recording and focus on the written word, on the raw essence of storytelling that had brought them together in the first place. The World of Jobin podcast had always been a platform for the unfiltered truth, a place where they could lay bare the complexities of life. It was their way of connecting with a world that often felt disconnected, of reaching out to others who, like them, were navigating the maze of existence. As JJ continued to write, he reflected on the journey that had led him here. It was a path marked by uncertainty and self-doubt, but it was also a journey of resilience. He had come to realize that his midlife crisis was not a sign of weakness but an opportunity for growth, a chance to shed the layers of his former self and emerge as a truer version. The studio's walls seemed to absorb his thoughts, the very essence of Bukowski and Thompson seeping into his prose. It was a tribute to the writers who had inspired him, a nod to their unwavering commitment to truth-telling. As the hours passed and the words flowed, JJ felt a sense of renewal wash over him. The weight of his crisis began to lift, replaced by a newfound clarity. He wasn't just a 28-year-old grappling with the complexities of life, he was a storyteller with a purpose, a voice that needed to be heard. Sarah looked at him and smiled, her eyes filled with pride. "You found it, JJ. You found your way back." He nodded, a sense of peace settling in. "And this time, I won't let go." Their podcast, The World of Jobin, had weathered the storm, and it was now emerging stronger than ever. The episodes they had written during this hiatus were a testament to their commitment to truth and authenticity. They were not cancelled, they were renewed. As they continued to write, the studio's walls seemed to resonate with the echoes of their words, a chorus of stories waiting to be told. The show would go on, and it would do so with a renewed sense of purpose, guided by the wisdom of the writers who had paved the way. And so, in the heart of their podcast studio, J.J. Berman and Sarah forged ahead, armed with words that would pierce through the noise and reach the hearts of those who listened. It was a journey of self-discovery and renewal, an exploration of the human experience that would continue to unfold with every episode. The art of renewal had become their guiding principle, and they were ready to share it with the world. In the hallowed space of J.J. Berman's podcast studio, time seemed to blur, and the world outside dissolved into insignificance. The studio had become a sanctuary where the written word flowed freely, a testament to the enduring spirit of the world of Jobin. JJ sat at his desk, bathed in the soft glow of a desk lamp, his fingers once again engaged in their familiar dance across the keyboard. The rhythm of his typing was the heartbeat of his persistence. Each keystroke was a declaration of his commitment to the podcast and to himself. Sarah, his unwavering companion on this journey, leaned against the studio's soundproofed wall, a pad of paper in her hand, pen poised to capture the essence of their thoughts. Together, they were a team of resilience, determined to breathe life into every word, every episode. The crisis that had gripped JJ in his 28th year was now but a distant memory, a shadow fading into the recesses of his mind. The relentless pursuit of authenticity had been their guiding star, and it had led them to this moment of profound clarity. The World of Jobin was no longer just a podcast, it had transcended its digital confines. It had become a narrative of life itself, a reflection of the human condition in all its raw beauty and complexity. Their words had the power to heal, to inspire, to provoke thought, and they wielded that power with unwavering dedication. As JJ continued to type, he glanced at Sarah, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. They had weathered the storms of self-doubt, procrastination, and crisis, emerging stronger and more resolute. The world outside might have questioned their path, but they knew the truth: they were writers, storytellers, and their journey was one of endless exploration. In the style of Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson, they embraced the contradictions of life, the pain and the pleasure, the chaos and the order. Their words were imbued with an unapologetic authenticity, and their audience, though small, was fiercely loyal. The clock on the wall ticked away the hours, but within the studio's confines, time was a malleable concept. It bent to their will as they harnessed its flow to create a podcast that transcended the ordinary. The episodes they had written during this period were a testament to their unwavering commitment. Each one was a brush stroke on the canvas of human existence, a stroke of genius that transformed the mundane into the extraordinary. And so, as they sat in J.J. Behrman's podcast studio, their fingers and pens weaving tales of life, they knew that their journey was far from over. The show must go on, and they were its stewards, its chroniclers, its voice. For in the heart of their persistence, they had discovered the essence of their craft, the ability to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary, to find meaning in the chaos, and to share it with the world. Their podcast, The World of Jobin, was a testament to the enduring power of words, a reminder that, in the hands of dedicated storytellers, even a 28-year-old's midlife crisis could become a source of inspiration. And so, the show continued, fueled by the relentless pursuit of truth, and within the walls of J.J. Behrman's podcast studio, the essence of persistence thrived. Within the hallowed confines of J.J. Behrman's podcast studio, the symphony of creativity played on. The studio had become a haven of artistic endeavor, a realm where the written word held sway over time itself. J.J. sat at his desk, bathed in the soft glow of a desk lamp, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with a practiced grace. Every tap of the keys echoed the relentless pursuit of his craft. Beside him, Sarah, his steadfast partner in this artistic odyssey, scribbled notes in her ever-present pad. The podcast, The World of Jobin, was their canvas, and each episode, a brush stroke in the portrait of their shared vision. Despite the passage of time, they remained dedicated to their craft, producing 2 episodes per day in the style of Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson. It was a grueling pace, one that would have daunted even the most seasoned creators. But J.J. and Sarah were fueled by a passion that transcended exhaustion. They were determined to bring their unique perspective to the world, and nothing could deter them. As J.J. typed, he couldn't help but reflect on the journey that had brought them here. The midlife crisis that had gripped him at 28 now felt like a distant memory, a rite of passage that had led him to this moment of clarity. He had emerged from that tumultuous period with a renewed sense of purpose, and it showed in every word he wrote. The studio, with its soundproofed walls and dimly lit ambience, had become a sacred space where their thoughts flowed freely. They embraced the chaos and beauty of life, channeling it into their work. Each episode was a testament to their ability to find meaning in the mundane, to capture the essence of existence in all its raw, unfiltered glory. Their audience on YouTube remained small but devoted, drawn to the unapologetic authenticity of their storytelling. In a world inundated with polished content, J.J. and Sarah's podcast stood as a beacon of genuine human expression. Time, as always, was their elusive companion. It slipped through their fingers, an ever-escaping entity that refused to be tamed. But within the studio's confines, they carved out their own reality, one where time bent to their creative will. The clock on the wall ticked away, marking the passage of hours, but within their sanctuary, it was a mere suggestion. They wrote and recorded, fueled by a passion that refused to be extinguished. The show had not been cancelled, it had evolved into an ongoing narrative of resilience. As the evening descended upon the city, J.J. and Sarah continued to write, their words weaving a tapestry of existence, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling. They were not deterred by the challenges or the uncertainties of life. They had found their purpose, and it was to tell the world's story, one episode at a time. In the tradition of Aristotle's dramatic arc, their podcast was an ongoing saga of highs and lows, of conflicts and resolutions. It mirrored the ebb and flow of life itself, a reflection of the human experience in all its complexity. And so, within the walls of J.J. Behrman's podcast studio, the unfinished symphony of the world of Jobin played on, a testament to the indomitable spirit of two creators who refused to be silenced. Within the confines of J.J. Behrman's podcast studio, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. The walls seemed to hum with the energy of untold stories waiting to be told. J.J. and Sarah sat across from each other, their laptops open, ready to transcribe the latest episode of The World of Jobin. The room was dimly lit, the only sources of illumination being the soft glow of their screens and the occasional flicker of a candle on a nearby shelf. It was a deliberate choice, creating an ambience that allowed their thoughts to flow freely. As they began to transcribe, the words flowed effortlessly from J.J.'s memory. The episodes they had recorded earlier were filled with the vivid imagery of their unique storytelling style, a blend of Charles Bukowski's gritty realism and Hunter S. Thompson's gonzo journalism. It was a style that had captivated their small but dedicated audience on YouTube. J.J.'s fingers danced across the keyboard, while Sarah diligently scribbled notes in her pad. They were a well-oiled machine, a team that had honed their craft to perfection. Each episode was a roller coaster ride through the absurdities and complexities of life, a reflection of their own experiences and observations. But as they transcribed, a sense of unease settled over JJ. He couldn't escape the feeling that they were caught in a loop, endlessly writing and recording, but never quite reaching the point where they could share their work with the world. It was a frustration that gnawed at him, like an itch he couldn't scratch. Sarah noticed his restlessness and paused in her note-taking. "Something on your mind, J.J., she asked, her voice soft and understanding. JJ leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. "It's just, we've been doing this for so long, and we still haven't released a single episode. Our audience is growing impatient, and I can't help but wonder if we're just spinning our wheels." Sarah placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I get it, JJ. But you know as well as I do that what we're doing here is special. We're not just creating content, we're crafting art. And art takes time." He nodded, his doubts momentarily quieted. It was true, their podcast was a labor of love, a creative endeavor that transcended the demands of instant gratification. But the weight of his midlife crisis still hung over him, a reminder of the time that had passed since they had embarked on this journey. As they continued to transcribe, JJ found solace in the act of creation. The words on the screen were a testament to his passion and dedication, a reminder that their work was not in vain. He was slowly coming to terms with the idea that the show must go on, even if it meant confronting the lingering doubts within himself. The studio remained their sanctuary, a place where they could channel their experiences and emotions into their storytelling. They were not cancelled, they were evolving, growing as artists and individuals. And one day, when the time was right, they would share their work with the world. As JJ typed the final words of the episode, he couldn't help but smile. Each chapter in their story, each word they wrote, was a step toward the future they envisioned. The show would go on, and they would be ready when it did. Chapter 23, The Gamble of Life. Inside J.J. Behrman's dimly lit podcast studio, the flickering candlelight cast long shadows on the walls. J.J. and Sarah had finished transcribing another episode of The World of Jobin. The creative process had become their refuge, a sanctuary from the outside world where they could lose themselves in storytelling. But tonight, something was different. The weight of time and procrastination hung heavily in the air. JJ couldn't ignore the gnawing sense that they were stuck in a never-ending loop. It was as though they were playing a game of blackjack, constantly pushing their luck but never quite willing to cash in their chips. As he stared at his laptop screen, JJ couldn't help but think about the gamble that life had become. The podcast was their creative passion, their artistic vision, but it was also a bet on their future. Would the world ever get to hear their stories, or would they remain forever locked in the confines of the studio? Sarah, sensing his unease, placed her notes aside and turned to him. "You've been quiet tonight, JJ. Is something bothering you?" JJ ran a hand through his tousled hair, a habit he had developed during moments of contemplation. "It's just, I can't shake the feeling that we're running in circles. We keep writing, recording, and editing, but we're not sharing our work with anyone. It's like we're stuck in a never-ending midlife crisis." Sarah gave him a sympathetic smile. "I understand your frustration, JJ. But remember why we started this in the first place. It's about the art, the storytelling. Whether we share it tomorrow or years from now, what matters is that we're creating something meaningful." He nodded, appreciating her words of encouragement. It was true, the creative process had its own intrinsic value, separate from the audience's reception. But the desire to share their stories, to connect with others through their work, remained a powerful motivator. JJ glanced at the corner of the room, where a deck of playing cards lay on a small table. An idea began to form in his mind, a way to break the monotony and inject a sense of spontaneity into their lives. "Sarah, how about a game of blackjack?" he suggested, a mischievous glint in his eye. "A little gamble to break the routine." Sarah chuckled, intrigued by the idea. "You know, it might be just what we need. A reminder that life is full of surprises, and sometimes, you have to take a chance." They shuffled the deck and began to play, the cards dealt in the dim candlelight. With each turn of a card, they found themselves immersed in the unpredictable nature of the game. It was a small but significant departure from their usual routine, a reminder that life was meant to be lived with a sense of adventure. As the game continued, JJ couldn't help but smile. In that moment, in the midst of their creative sanctuary, he felt a spark of excitement. Life was a gamble, and he was ready to roll the dice. The show must go on, and so it did, with each word written, each card played, and each day that passed. The future remained uncertain, but it was filled with infinite possibilities, just waiting to be discovered. Chapter 24, Conversations over Coffee. JJ Berman and Sarah decided to take a break from the confines of their studio. They found themselves at a quaint coffee shop, a welcome change of scenery. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air as they settled into a cozy corner. The small cafe had an intimate atmosphere, with soft jazz music playing in the background and sunlight streaming through the windows. It was the kind of place where conversations flowed freely, and ideas could be exchanged without the weight of procrastination hanging over them. JJ took a sip of his cappuccino, the warmth of the cup seeping into his hands. He looked at Sarah, who was engrossed in her notebook, jotting down ideas for future episodes. Her dedication to their craft always inspired him. "You know, Sarah," JJ began, "I've been thinking a lot about our podcast and this book we're writing. It's been quite a journey, hasn't it?" Sarah looked up, her eyes filled with a sense of nostalgia. "It really has, JJ. We poured our hearts and souls into this project, and it's become a part of who we are." JJ nodded, his gaze drifting out the window to the passing pedestrians. "But sometimes, I wonder if I've been using this podcast as a way to avoid other aspects of my life, to delay facing certain realities." Sarah leaned forward, her expression thoughtful. "JJ, we all have our ways of coping with life's challenges. The important thing is that we're aware of it and actively working on it." He smiled, grateful for her understanding. "You're right, Sarah. And this cafe, this change of scenery, it feels like a step in the right direction. Maybe it's time to confront some of those challenges." Their conversation meandered through various topics, past episodes, their creative process, and the characters they had brought to life in the world of Jobin. With each word spoken, they felt a renewed sense of purpose. As they left the cafe and headed back to the studio, JJ couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. It was as if the coffee shop had injected a dose of inspiration into their lives, a reminder that the world was vast, and there was much to explore beyond the confines of their studio. Back in their familiar creative space, they resumed their work with a newfound sense of determination. The podcast continued to take shape, and the book grew thicker with each passing day. The show must go on, and so it did, fueled by their shared passion and a desire to embrace life's uncertainties. They knew that the journey was far from over, but they were ready to face it head-on, one episode at a time. J.J. Berman sat in his dimly lit studio, the glow of the computer screen casting an ethereal light on his face. He had returned to his digital sanctuary, where the World of Jobin podcast came to life. The podcast was an ever-present companion, a digital echo of his thoughts and musings. Outside, the city bustled with life, but in the confines of his studio, time seemed to stretch endlessly. He had come to accept that the podcast was more than just a creative outlet, it was a lifeline that tethered him to reality. As he gazed at the blinking cursor on his screen, he couldn't help but reflect on how far they had come. The podcast, now a significant part of his identity, had evolved beyond its initial conception. It had become a reflection of his own journey, a journey of self-discovery and personal growth. The episodes continued to pour out, 2 a day, in the distinctive styles of Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson. Listeners had come to appreciate the unique blend of humor, cynicism, and profound insights that JJ and Sarah brought to each episode. The world they had created within their podcast had developed a following of its own. Yet, despite their success, JJ couldn't shake the feeling that he was still procrastinating on other aspects of his life. He had made strides in confronting his midlife crisis, but there were lingering doubts and insecurities that he needed to address. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, taking a moment to clear his mind. The studio's walls seemed to reverberate with the memories of countless recordings and conversations. It was in this space that he had found solace and purpose. Then, the studio door creaked open, and Sarah entered, a determined look on her face. She took a seat beside JJ and glanced at his screen. Still wrestling with that cursor, huh? JJ chuckled. Yeah, it's been a battle of wills. But I think I'm ready to face some of those postponed challenges. Sarah nodded in understanding. That's the spirit, JJ. We've achieved so much through this podcast, and it's given us the strength to confront whatever lies ahead. Together, they resumed their work, their voices filling the studio as they recorded another episode. The world of Jobin continued to spin, and they were its storytellers, exploring the human experience through the lens of their podcast. As the recording session came to an end, JJ couldn't help but feel a sense of fulfillment. The digital echoes of their voices reverberated in the studio, a testament to their commitment to the podcast and to each other. The show must go on, he thought, and so it did, in the digital realm where their words had the power to resonate with others and, in some small way, make sense of the complexities of life. In the heart of the podcast studio, J.J. Berman continued to grapple with the words that eluded him. The digital page remained blank, a stark canvas awaiting the strokes of his creativity. The room was silent, save for the soft hum of the recording equipment. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and ideas, but the act of transcribing them into coherent prose was proving elusive. The weight of procrastination still hung over him like a stubborn shadow. It was an uninvited guest in his life, a constant reminder of the hurdles he needed to overcome. Sarah, sensing his frustration, watched him from her own workstation. She knew that J.J.'s creative struggles were a reflection of his inner turmoil, the residue of his midlife crisis slowly dissipating like mist in the morning sun. JJ, you've got this, she encouraged, her voice a soothing balm to his anxieties. Sometimes, the words just need a little coaxing. Let's explore this topic together. He nodded, appreciating her unwavering support. Together, they dove into the heart of their subject, the complexities of human existence, the intricacies of personal growth, and the ever-elusive concept of happiness. As they spoke, their words flowed like a river, winding through the terrain of their thoughts. It was a conversation that transcended the podcast, a dialogue between two souls seeking understanding. Hours passed, and the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the studio. The digital page before JJ was no longer empty. It bore the imprint of their thoughts and ideas, a testament to their creative partnership. Finally, JJ typed the last sentence, and the piece was complete. He leaned back in his chair, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. It was a small victory, but an important one. Sarah smiled at him. "See, it's all about taking that first step, JJ. Now, let's get this uploaded and out into the world." Together, they prepared to share their latest creation with their audience. The World of Jobin podcast continued to turn, and they were its humble guides, navigating the ever-evolving landscape of human experience. As the episode was published, JJ couldn't help but reflect on how far they had come since that first recording. The midlife crisis that had once held him in its grip was slowly receding into the background. He was no longer defined by his procrastination but by his determination to create. Inside the dimly lit podcast studio, the digital recording equipment hummed with anticipation. JJ Berman sat at his desk, his fingers resting lightly on the keyboard, ready to transcribe the thoughts flowing through his mind. The neon glow of his computer screen cast an eerie but fitting ambience for what was about to unfold. As the red recording light blinked steadily, he began, his voice taking on a tone of confident nonchalance. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the World of Jobin podcast. I'm your host, JJ Berman, and with me, as always, is my partner in creative exploration, Sarah." Sarah, her eyes fixed on her own screen, gave a nod of acknowledgement. "Thanks for joining us, dear listeners. Today, we have something a little different in store for you. We're going to dive deep into the psychology of risk-taking, the thrill of chance, and how it intersects with our creative journey." As they delved into their topic, their conversation took on a new dimension. The clickety-clack of the keyboard and the shuffling of cards from an online blackjack game became a part of the backdrop. It was as if the duo had decided to embrace the chaos of life's unpredictability right in the heart of their podcast. J.J.'s fingers danced between the keyboard and the mouse as he expertly navigated the digital blackjack table. The virtual cards were dealt, and he, along with Sarah, contemplated their next moves while continuing their dialogue on creativity and risk. "Life itself is a gamble, isn't it, J.J.?" Sarah mused, her gaze flicking between her screen and her partner. "We take chances every day, and it's those risks that often lead to the most profound moments of growth." JJ nodded as he hit the hit button on his virtual blackjack hand, hoping for a favorable card. "Absolutely, Sarah. Creativity is no different. It's about pushing boundaries, exploring the unknown, and occasionally, taking that extra card when it feels right." Their banter continued as the digital blackjack game progressed. The tension of the game mirrored the unpredictability of life, a parallel narrative to the podcast's exploration of creative expression. "Blackjack or not, life's about finding that delicate balance between risk and reward," JJ commented as he received his next card. Sarah, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief, added, "And sometimes, it's about knowing when to stand and appreciate what you've already won." As the podcast episode drew to a close, the final hand of blackjack was played. JJ and Sarah wrapped up their discussion on risk, creativity, and the ever-evolving journey of life. "Thank you, dear listeners, for joining us on this unique episode," JJ concluded, his tone reflective. "Remember, every day is a roll of the dice, and it's up to us to make the most of the hand we're dealt." With a final click of the mouse, the podcast was saved, destined to be shared with their audience. The recording equipment ceased its humming, and the neon glow of the screens faded, leaving the two hosts in the quiet aftermath of their creative endeavor. In the World of Jobin podcast, where unpredictability reigns supreme, the show continued to evolve, much like the lives of its hosts. J.J. Behrman's midlife crisis, though an ever-present undertone, had been slowly evolving into something more profound, a search for authenticity and self-discovery. The podcast, The World of Jobin, had become the canvas for his artistic expression, and with each episode, he painted the vivid strokes of his life's narrative. On this particular day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, JJ sat alone in his cozy studio. The soft glow of a table lamp cast a warm light upon his face as he peered at his computer screen. His fingers rested upon the keyboard, ready to breathe life into the next chapter of the podcast. In the backdrop, the sounds of the city, distant sirens, the gentle hum of traffic, and the occasional laughter of passers-by provided an urban symphony that fueled his creative spirit. JJ had always found inspiration in the chaos of the metropolis. He began to speak, his voice measured and introspective. "Hello, dear listeners. It's J.J. Behrman here, and today, I want to take you on a journey through the realms of self-discovery, creativity, and the relentless pursuit of authenticity." As he spoke, JJ touched upon the essence of his own transformation, one that mirrored the journey of his podcast. You see, life often throws us curveballs, and it's easy to find ourselves adrift in the chaos of expectations and societal norms. But what if we decided to embrace the chaos, to dance in the madness, and to revel in the uncertainty? J.J.'s words resonated with his audience, and perhaps, with himself. He went on to share stories of artists who had dared to break free from convention, finding their unique voices in the cacophony of life. Creativity, my friends, is not a destination, it's a way of life. It's about embracing the jagged edges, the imperfections, and the beautiful mess that is our existence. As he spoke, the room seemed to come alive. The walls adorned with posters of Bukowski and Thompson seemed to nod in agreement, as if acknowledging the wisdom of his words. JJ wasn't just hosting a podcast, he was baring his soul to the world. He continued to explore the multifaceted nature of creativity, the fusion of Bukowski's raw, unfiltered prose and Thompson's gonzo journalism. These literary giants had been his guiding lights in navigating the turbulent waters of artistic expression. In the midst of his soliloquy, JJ couldn't help but smile, reflecting on how far he had come. Life, my friends, is a series of moments, and it's up. In the dimly lit studio, J.J. Behrman adjusted his microphone and leaned forward, ready to delve into another episode of The World of Jobin. The glow of his computer screen illuminated his face, casting long shadows across the room. He could hear the faint hum of the city outside, a reminder that life continued its relentless march. "Welcome back, my dear listeners," J.J. began, his voice carrying a sense of contemplation. "It's J.J. Behrman here, your guide through the tangled underbelly of existence. Today, we find ourselves in a peculiar space, a space between the echoes of the past and the shadows of the future." The words hung in the air, pregnant with meaning, as if JJ was peering into the abyss of his own thoughts. He had been wrestling with the dualities of life, the contrast between creation and procrastination, and the ever-present specter of his midlife crisis. He took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts like a shepherd corralling wayward sheep. You see, dear listeners, life is often a series of decisions, a dance with the possibilities that lie before us. But what happens when we hesitate? When we let the echoes of our past deeds reverberate in the present, and the shadows of our future loom ominously? J.J. Behrman was no stranger to introspection, and his listeners had come to appreciate the raw honesty of his musings. He continued, "In the world of art, procrastination can be a cruel companion. The blank canvas or the empty page becomes a mirror, reflecting our own insecurities and doubts. We stall, we dawdle, and we find ourselves trapped in a perpetual cycle of 'I'll do it tomorrow.'" As he spoke, JJ couldn't help but think of the episodes he had yet to release, the stories left untold, and the words left unspoken. The podcast, his creative child, had become both a source of solace and a well of anxiety. "But here's the thing, my friends," he said, his voice resolute. Procrastination is not the enemy, it's a mirror, a reflection of our own fears. It's the echo of self-doubt, and the shadow of potential unfulfilled. In the stillness of the studio, J.J. Berman made a silent pact with himself to confront the echoes and shadows, to embrace the act of creation, and to release the episodes that had long been imprisoned within his mind. With a newfound determination, he pressed on, the show must go on, and so it shall. The echoes may linger, and the shadows may dance, but it's in the act of creation that we find our redemption. As the recording continued, J.J. felt a weight lifting from his shoulders. Each word, each sentence, was a step toward breaking free from the clutches of procrastination. His journey, both as an artist and as a human navigating the complexities of midlife, was far from over, but with each episode, he was one step closer to the light. The podcast recording session pressed forward, a testament to the enduring spirit of creativity and the resilience of the human soul. Chapter 30, A Shift in the Winds. In the heart of the bustling city, where echoes of life reverberated through every street and alley, there was a shift in the winds. J.J. Berman had decided to face his procrastination head-on, and with that resolve came a newfound energy that breathed life into the world of Jobin podcast. Listeners began to notice the change. The episodes that had once been sporadic became a daily occurrence, as promised. J.J. Berman was on fire, fueled by a renewed sense of purpose and a desire to share his unique perspective on life. With each passing day, he delved deeper into the style of Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson, infusing his storytelling with their raw, unfiltered essence. His narratives were a roller coaster through the gritty underbelly of the city, painted in vivid words that brought to life the characters and stories that inhabited the world of Jobin. And the listeners responded in kind. The podcast's community grew, with fans discussing their favorite episodes, dissecting the meaning behind J.J.'s musings, and sharing their own stories of life's ups and downs. As J.J. continued to explore the dualities of existence, he found himself connecting with his audience on a deeper level. The echoes of his past procrastination were fading, replaced by the resonance of creation and connection. But it wasn't just the podcast that saw a transformation. J.J. Berman, too, was evolving. The midlife crisis that had once gripped him was slowly loosening its hold. He began to see that life, no matter the age or circumstances, was an ongoing journey of self-discovery. He laughed more, worried less, and embraced the unpredictability of existence. The shadows that had once haunted him were now playful dancers in the spotlight of his life. One sunny morning, J.J. sat in his podcast studio, the familiar hum of the city outside, and recorded a special episode. It was an ode to resilience, a celebration of the human spirit's ability to overcome obstacles and emerge stronger. Dear listeners, he began, his voice filled with genuine warmth, life has a funny way of teaching us its most valuable lessons when we least expect it. I've learned that the greatest stories often lie within us, waiting to be told. With that, he shared personal anecdotes of triumph and tribulation, tales of laughter and tears, and the beautiful messiness of being human. As the episode ended, he left his audience with a simple message: embrace the journey, my friends, for it is in the journey that we find our true selves. And remember, the show must go on, no matter what echoes and shadows may come our way. And so it did. The World of Jobin podcast continued to evolve, a testament to the resilience of both its creator and its listeners. Each episode was a step forward, a brush stroke on the canvas of life, and a reminder that happiness could be found in the most unexpected places. As J.J. Berman closed the studio door behind him, he couldn't help but smile. The city outside was alive with its usual cacophony, but he walked through it with a lightness in his step, for he had discovered that even in the midst of a midlife crisis, there was beauty to be found, and the world was a stage waiting for its next act. Chapter 31, Echoes of Creativity. Back in the familiar embrace of his podcast studio, J.J. Berman found solace among the dimly lit corners and the soft hum of recording equipment. The world outside may have been a cacophony of chaos, but here, within these four walls, he held sway over his own universe. The studio was a reflection of his journey, a cluttered canvas adorned with posters of Bukowski and Thompson, a battered typewriter in one corner, and a record player spinning jazz tunes in another. It was a sanctuary where creativity flowed freely, and procrastination had no place. As he settled into his worn-out chair, the microphone awaited his words. JJ had a backlog of episodes to record, stories that had been brewing within him, waiting to be unleashed upon the world. The podcast's daily release schedule demanded a constant stream of content, and he was more than up to the task. With a sip of strong black coffee, he began to speak. Each word flowed like a river, carrying listeners on a journey through the tangled alleys of life. He narrated tales of love and loss, of gritty city streets and the hidden beauty found within them, and of the human spirit's resilience in the face of adversity. His stories were like snapshots of existence, capturing the essence of moments that often went unnoticed. The city's heartbeat pulsed through his words, and listeners could almost taste the rain-soaked pavement or feel the warmth of a dive bar's neon sign. J.J. Berman had honed his craft, and his storytelling prowess had evolved with each passing episode. He no longer procrastinated, instead, he reveled in the act of creation, using his unique perspective to craft narratives that resonated with people from all walks of life. In the midst of his recording, a thought struck him, a new theme for an upcoming episode. It was a tale of redemption, of a character who had been lost in the shadows but had found their way back into the light. He knew it would resonate with his audience, for it mirrored his own journey. As he wrapped up the recording, he couldn't help but smile. The echoes of his past procrastination had been replaced by the echoes of creativity, and it was a beautiful transformation. The World of Jobin podcast continued to thrive, and J.J. Berman reveled in the knowledge that he was not alone on this journey. His listeners had become a community, bound by a shared appreciation for life's complexities and the beauty found within them. As he turned off the recording equipment and left the studio, he knew that the show would indeed go on, as it always had and always would. The city outside may have been a whirlwind of chaos, but within these walls, there was a sense of purpose and a promise to keep. J.J. Berman had found his voice, and he was determined to share it with the world, one episode at a time. Chapter 32, Rhythms of Resilience. Within the cocoon of his podcast studio, J.J. Berman continued to weave tales that danced to the rhythms of resilience. As he sat before the microphone, he reveled in the creative process that had become his refuge, a fortress against the chaos of the outside world. Each day brought new stories to tell, and J.J. had become a master of capturing the human experience in all its complexity. His gravelly voice lent gravitas to the tales of those who walked the city streets, searching for meaning, redemption, or simply a momentary escape. The studio had become his confidant, a place where he could channel the maelstrom of his thoughts into stories that resonated with listeners. From the forgotten corners of the city to the wild journeys through the night, his words painted vivid portraits of life's joys and tribulations. In the studio's dim light, the typewriter keys clacked like a metronome, keeping time with the beating heart of his narratives. He often lost himself in the rhythmic cadence of his own voice, surrendering to the tales he wove. One particular story had captured his imagination, a tale of a lone wanderer who had stumbled upon a hidden speakeasy, a place where the city's misfits found solace in each other's company. It was a story of camaraderie, of unlikely friendships forged in the crucible of adversity. With each word, he breathed life into the characters, giving them voices and motives that resonated with his audience. He described the smoky atmosphere, the dimly lit room, and the jazz band in the corner playing with soulful abandon. Listeners could almost taste the cocktails and feel the warmth of newfound friendships. As he recorded, he couldn't help but reflect on his own journey. The podcast had been his speakeasy, a sanctuary where he had found his own tribe of listeners, drawn to the authenticity of his storytelling. It had been a lifeline during his own midlife crisis, a lifeline he extended to others through his words. When the recording ended, JJ leaned back in his chair, a sense of fulfillment washing over him. He knew that the world outside was ever changing, but within these walls, the essence of the World of Jobin podcast remained constant. It was a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the human need to connect through shared experiences. As he prepared for the next recording, he knew that there would always be more stories to tell, more voices to be heard. The show would go on, as it had always done, for it was a reflection of life itself, a journey of ups and downs, of chaos and creativity, and above all, of resilience. And so, in the sanctuary of his podcast studio, J.J. Berman continued to write the story of the World of Jobin, one episode at a time. In the heart of J.J. Berman's studio, where time seemed to stand still, the echoes of creation reverberated. The room was a shrine to storytelling, with typewriter keys clacking in rhythm to the pulse of imagination. The dusty air carried the scent of old books and ink, a fragrant reminder of countless tales spun within these walls. JJ sat hunched over his typewriter, a cigarette smoldering in an ashtray by his side. His fingers danced over the keys, a testament to years of practice. Each keystroke was deliberate, a declaration of his commitment to his craft. The story he was writing had taken on a life of its own. It was a tale of redemption, a narrative of a wayward soul finding solace in the company of fellow travelers. The characters had become his companions, their struggles and triumphs etched into his soul. As he typed, he couldn't help but reflect on the journey that had brought him here. The World of Jobin podcast had started as a whim, a creative outlet during a time of uncertainty. But it had grown into something more, a platform for connection, a haven for those who sought refuge in his words. The studio's walls bore witness to his evolution as a storyteller. Posters of Bukowski and Thompson looked on, silent mentors who had inspired his style. The room itself was a manifestation of his commitment to authenticity, a place where stories were born from the raw material of life. Outside, the city bustled with its own stories, each person a protagonist in their own narrative. But in this sanctuary, time seemed to slow, allowing JJ to delve deep into the recesses of his imagination. The typewriter's clatter was the soundtrack to his creativity, a reminder that every word had weight, every sentence had purpose. In the corner of the studio, a record player spun vinyl records, filling the room with the melancholic strains of jazz. The music was a muse, an invisible thread connecting the past to the present, the studio to the world. JJ took a sip from a tumbler of bourbon, the liquid warming his chest as he continued to type. He knew that the show must go on, that the stories must be told, for they were the essence of his being. In the realm of storytelling, there were no limits, no boundaries, only the vast expanse of the human experience waiting to be explored. As the final words of the chapter found their place on the page, JJ leaned back in his chair, exhaling a plume of smoke. The story had taken another twist, another turn, and he marveled at the unpredictable nature of creativity. In this quiet room, he was both creator and curator, shaping narratives that resonated with the souls of his listeners. The World of Jobin podcast was his legacy, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling in a world that was ever-changing. And as he prepared to record the next episode, he knew that the echoes of creation would continue to reverberate, for the show must go on, and so it did. In J.J. Berman's studio, the clock seemed to have a mind of its own. Its hands ticked away in a deliberate dance, marking the passage of time in a place where time was both a prisoner and a muse. J.J. sat at his desk, surrounded by the trappings of a writer's life. Piles of dog-eared manuscripts, scribbled notes, and half-empty coffee cups cluttered the space. The typewriter, once a steadfast companion, now collected dust as the digital age encroached upon the sanctum of creativity. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, poised to continue the narrative that had consumed him for years. The World of Jobin podcast had been relegated to a distant memory, an unfinished symphony of words and ideas that begged for completion. Outside the studio window, the world moved on, indifferent to the struggles of a solitary writer. People rushed by, their lives intertwined in a tapestry of stories yet to be told. But inside the studio, time had stood still, and the weight of unfinished business bore down upon JJ. He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as he stared at the blank screen of his computer. The cursor blinked rhythmically, a persistent reminder of his creative paralysis. It had been months, perhaps years, since he had released a new episode of the podcast, and his listeners had dwindled into silence. The studio's walls, once adorned with posters of literary giants, now felt like a prison of expectations. Bukowski and Thompson stared back at him, their eyes accusing him of abandoning the path of the storyteller. The whiskey bottle on his desk had been emptied long ago, leaving only the hollow echo of its contents. JJ knew that he couldn't escape the reality of his situation. He had become a prisoner of his own insecurities, a writer paralyzed by the fear of inadequacy. The World of Jobin podcast had once been a beacon of creativity, a testament to the power of storytelling, but it had become a shadow of its former self. He reached for his phone, the device that had become both his lifeline and his tormentor. The notifications from his listeners had dwindled to a trickle, and the comments section on his last episode was a graveyard of unfulfilled promises. He couldn't bear to read the messages from those who had once believed in him. With a sigh, he opened a new document on his computer, his fingers tentatively finding the keys. The words that had once flowed like a river now felt like pebbles in a dry stream bed. He knew that he had to find his way back to the essence of storytelling, to rediscover the joy of creation that had eluded him for so long. As he began to type, the words came slowly at first, like a hesitant lover seeking rekindled passion. But with each sentence, each paragraph, the narrative took shape, and JJ found himself once again immersed in the world of his own making. Outside the studio, the city continued to move, but inside, in the heart of creation, time stood still. JJ Berman was a writer, and a writer's duty was to tell stories, no matter how long the journey, no matter how daunting the task. The show must go on, and so it did, for the unfinished symphony of words would find its crescendo in the depths of his soul. JJ Berman's fingers danced across the keyboard, resurrecting the voices of the World of Jobin podcast from the depths of his creative soul. In the dimly lit studio, the words flowed like a river that had found its course, meandering through the landscape of his imagination. The room seemed to come alive with the energy of storytelling. The dusty posters on the walls bore witness to the rekindling of passion, as if Bukowski and Thompson themselves were nodding in approval. The typewriter, long neglected, found new life as a relic of the past, a reminder of the journey that had led JJ to this moment. As he crafted each episode with care, he felt a connection to his listeners that he had not experienced in years. The stories he wove were a tapestry of the human experience, a reflection of the world as he saw it through the lens of his unique voice. The World of Jobin podcast was no longer a burden, it was a celebration of life's absurdities and complexities. It was a testament to the enduring power of storytelling, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was light to be found in the art of creation. 2 episodes a day became the rhythm of his existence, a testament to his commitment to the craft. The words poured forth with a sense of urgency, as if they had been waiting patiently for their moment to be heard. Outside the studio, the world continued its relentless march forward, but inside, time had become an ally. The notifications on his phone were no longer a source of anxiety, they were a chorus of encouragement from loyal listeners who had returned to the fold. JJ found solace in the act of creation, in the knowledge that his stories had the power to touch hearts and minds. He no longer feared inadequacy, he embraced the imperfections of his craft as part of its beauty. And so, the World of Jobin podcast continued to flourish, not as a burden or a midlife crisis, but as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. JJ Berman had found his way back to the essence of storytelling, and in doing so, he had rediscovered himself. The show went on, not as an obligation, but as a joyous celebration of the art of living and the art of telling stories. Chapter 36, A roll of the dice. The neon lights of the casino flickered and pulsed like a heartbeat in the night. J.J. Berman, accompanied by a few of his closest friends and fellow podcast enthusiasts, found himself once again at the blackjack table. It was a place where the world of chance intersected with the world of Jobin, and the outcome was always uncertain. As he watched the cards being dealt, JJ couldn't help but draw parallels between the game before him and the unpredictable nature of life itself. Each hand was a new story, an unfolding narrative where the cards held the power to change fortunes in an instant. The casino was a cacophony of sounds: the clinking of chips, the shuffling of cards, and the hushed whispers of gamblers engaged in their own dramas. But amidst the chaos, JJ found a strange sense of calm. He knew that, like his podcast, this game was a venture into the unknown, a leap of faith that required both skill and intuition. His friends, too, were caught up in the thrill of the moment. The tension in the air was palpable as they placed their bets, their faces reflecting a mixture of hope and trepidation. In that moment, the line between the world of Jobin and the world of chance blurred, and they were all characters in a story yet to be written. As the cards were revealed, the stakes grew higher. Wins and losses became mere chapters in the ongoing narrative of the evening. JJ couldn't help but wonder if this was yet another metaphor for life: the willingness to take risks, the acceptance of both triumph and defeat, and the knowledge that, in the end, it was the experience itself that mattered most. In between hands, conversations flowed like the drinks at the bar. Stories were shared, laughter rang out, and for a brief moment, the weight of the world outside faded into the background. It was as if they had found a pocket of time where the worries of the past and the uncertainties of the future held no sway. And as the night wore on, with each roll of the dice and turn of the cards, JJ couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of purpose. The podcast, like the blackjack table, was a place where stories unfolded, where characters came to life, and where the outcome was never guaranteed. The show must go on, he thought, not just in the world of Jobin, but in the world of living itself. It was a lesson he had learned through the ups and downs of his own journey, a lesson he was now sharing with those who had gathered around the table. As dawn approached and the casino began to empty, J.J. Berman and his friends left the table with a mixture of winnings and losses. But what they had gained was far more valuable: an appreciation for the unpredictability of life, the beauty of storytelling, and the knowledge that, no matter the odds, the show would always go on. The casino's vibrant lights and the rhythmic shuffling of cards once again enveloped J.J. Berman and his friends. The allure of chance had drawn them back to the blackjack table for another roll of the dice, another chapter in their ongoing adventure. As the cards were dealt, JJ couldn't help but reflect on the parallel between the unpredictability of the game and the podcast he had crafted. Each episode was a gamble in its own right, a narrative that unfolded with the turn of a phrase, the introduction of a new guest, or the unexpected twists of conversation. The world of Jobin was a place where stories flowed freely, where the boundaries of reality and fiction were blurred, and where the only constant was change. It was a world where J.J. Berman and his listeners embarked on a journey of self-discovery, much like the gamblers around the table searching for that elusive winning hand. As the night wore on, wins and losses continued to pile up. But for J.J. and his friends, the thrill of the game went beyond the chips and cards. It was about the camaraderie, the shared experience, and the knowledge that, win or lose, they were all part of a larger story. Between hands, JJ found himself engaging in conversations that ranged from the philosophical to the absurd. It was in these moments that the spirit of the podcast came alive once more. The world of Jobin was not just a collection of episodes, it was a living, breathing entity that thrived on the interactions of its characters. As the hours passed, fatigue began to set in, but the group was undeterred. They were in this together, bound by a shared sense of purpose and a love for the unpredictable nature of life itself. Much like the podcast that had brought them together, the casino was a place where stories were written in real time, where the narrative was shaped by the choices they made and the risks they took. And as dawn approached once more, J.J. Berman couldn't help but smile. The world of Jobin had taken him on a journey he could have never anticipated, and the casino had reminded him that life itself was a gamble. But in both cases, the show must go on, and he was more than willing to roll the dice. The sun had set, casting a warm, orange glow over the city as J.J. Berman and his friends found themselves once again gathered around the blackjack table. It was as if they had entered a different realm, one where time flowed differently, and the world of Jobin continued to unfold in unexpected ways. J.J. glanced at the cards dealt to him, a 10 of hearts and a 7 of clubs. The dealer revealed a queen of spades as their face-up card. It was a moment of decision, a crossroads where the path of the game diverged into uncertainty. The dealer's voice was steady as he asked, "Hit or stand, sir?" J.J. hesitated for a moment, his fingers grazing the edge of his chips. In that pause, he saw a reflection of the choices he had made in his podcast. Each episode had been a gamble, a leap into the unknown, and he had often found himself standing on the precipice of creativity, wondering if his next words would resonate with his audience. "Hit," he said decisively, and the dealer obliged, sliding another card across the felt. It was an 8 of diamonds, and J.J. had reached a total of 25 a bust. His friends shared knowing glances as the dealer collected his chips. It was a small setback, a momentary stumble in the ongoing game. J.J. couldn't help but draw parallels between this casino and the world of Jobin. Both were places where fortunes could change in an instant, where risk was rewarded with the thrill of the unknown. As the night wore on, the group continued to play, their laughter and banter filling the air. J.J. found himself lost in thought, contemplating the nature of his podcast and the stories he had shared. It was a journey of self-discovery, a narrative that had taken on a life of its own. The dealer's voice interrupted his reverie as the cards were shuffled once more. J.J. was dealt a pair of 7s, a lucky combination in many cultures. It was a reminder that sometimes, in both life and the casino, fate had a way of turning the odds in one's favor. "Split," he said with a grin, and the cards were divided into 2 separate hands. The dealer's face-up card was a 9 of hearts. As the night deepened and the cards continued to flow, J.J. couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment. The world of Jobin had brought him to this moment, where he was surrounded by friends, immersed in the ebb and flow of chance, and fully engaged in the story of his own life. The blackjack table was a microcosm of existence, a place where risks were taken, choices were made, and the future remained uncertain. But in that uncertainty, there was a certain beauty, a reminder that every episode, every gamble, was a step forward on the journey of self-discovery. And as the final hand of the night was dealt, J.J. couldn't help but think that the show must go on, not just in the world of Jobin but in every aspect of life itself. The casino may have closed its doors, but the narrative of existence continued, and he was eager to see where the next chapter would take him. Chapter 39, The Allure of Chance. Days turned into weeks, and the World of Jobin podcast remained a steady fixture in J.J. Berman's life. The blackjack table had become a symbol of the unpredictable journey he was on. It was a place where choices mattered, much like the choices he made with each episode he wrote and recorded. In a way, the casino had become a metaphor for his creative process. He'd come to realize that the allure of chance was not so different from the allure of storytelling. Both were driven by the thrill of the unknown, the excitement of what might happen next. As he sat at the blackjack table once more, the familiar faces of his friends surrounded him. The cards were dealt, and J.J. found himself holding a pair of 8s. It was a tricky hand, and he wondered if he should split them or play it safe. The dealer's up card was a 10 of spades, adding to the tension in the air. "Split," J.J. declared, and the dealer separated his 8s into 2 distinct hands. The first card dealt to each was a 9, a promising start. The first hand continued, with J.J. drawing a 3 of clubs. It was a strong hand with a total of 20. His friends cheered, and he smiled, reminded of the satisfaction that came from taking risks and seeing them pay off. The second hand was equally suspenseful. JJ received a 7 of diamonds, which he followed with a 5 of hearts. The result was a total of 20, once again a winning hand. As the dealer paid him his winnings, JJ couldn't help but think of the parallels between the casino and his podcast. Both were arenas of uncertainty, where the outcome depended on the choices he made. Every episode he released was a gamble, and the payoff was the connection he forged with his audience. In the world of Jobin, JJ had explored themes of introspection, growth, and the pursuit of authenticity. He had bared his soul through his writing and recording, sharing his own experiences and vulnerabilities with his listeners. It was a risky endeavor, much like betting at the blackjack table, but the rewards were profound. As the night wore on, JJ continued to play, savoring the camaraderie of the casino and the thrill of chance. He knew that the show must go on, and that meant taking risks, trying new things, and embracing the unknown. The cards continued to flow, and JJ found himself immersed in the rhythm of the game. With each hand, he was reminded that life, like a deck of cards, was filled with surprises, and the story of the world of Jobin was far from over. And so, as the casino's neon lights bathed the room in a colorful glow, JJ couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude for the journey he was on. The World of Jobin podcast had become a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a story of a man who dared to take chances and live life to the fullest. As he placed his bet for the next hand, JJ knew that whatever the outcome, he was ready to face it head on. After all, in both the world of Jobin and the world of chance, the show must go on. The casino was alive with the sounds of clinking chips and laughter as JJ Berman and his friends played another round of blackjack. The night had taken on a surreal quality, with each hand dealt and each bet placed feeling like a step further into the unknown. JJ had always been drawn to the unpredictability of life, and tonight was no exception. As the cards were shuffled and dealt, he couldn't help but reflect on the journey he had embarked on with the World of Jobin podcast. The podcast had started as a creative experiment, a way for JJ to channel his thoughts and experiences into a unique form of storytelling. It was a medium that allowed him to blend the gritty realism of Charles Bukowski with the gonzo journalism of Hunter S. Thompson, creating a narrative style that was all his own. But as the episodes had piled up, so had the challenges. The pressure to maintain a daily release schedule was relentless, and JJ found himself juggling multiple roles: writer, host, editor, and producer, all while trying to make sense of his own life. As the cards were dealt and the bets were placed, JJ felt a sense of vulnerability wash over him. The casino's dimly lit atmosphere seemed to mirror the uncertainty he often felt about his podcast and his own journey. You ever feel like you're playing a high-stakes game with your own life? JJ mused, addressing his friends as the cards were revealed. His friend Max, who had been with him from the beginning of the podcast venture, nodded knowingly. Every day, my friend. Every day. The dealer's upcard was a 5 of diamonds, and JJ held a pair of 7s. It was another pivotal moment, and the decisions he made felt weighty, as if they held the fate of his podcast in the balance. Hit me, JJ said, his voice resolute. The next card was a 4 of clubs, and the table erupted into cheers. JJ had a total of 18, a strong hand. The dealer played out the rest of the hand, and JJ emerged victorious once more. But in that moment of triumph, he realized that the real victory was not in winning at blackjack but in continuing to tell his story through the world of Jobin. As the night wore on, JJ found himself sharing his thoughts with his friends, laying bare the struggles and triumphs of his podcasting journey. It was a cathartic experience, much like the act of writing itself. In the world of Jobin, JJ had discovered that the most meaningful stories were often the ones that delved deep into the human experience, with all its flaws and complexities. It was a world where the show must go on, not in spite of life's challenges, but because of them. As the casino's clock struck midnight, JJ realized that he had found his own version of invincibility, not through avoiding life's uncertainties, but by embracing them. The podcast was a testament to his resilience, a reminder that the act of creation could be a powerful force for transformation. And so, as the night drew to a close and the casino's patrons began to disperse, J.J. Berman felt a renewed sense of purpose. The world of Jobin would continue to evolve, as would his own life. But one thing was certain, the show must go on, and he was ready to face whatever came next. Chapter 41, Brewing Ideas. The aroma of freshly ground coffee beans enveloped J.J. Berman as he sat in a cozy corner of a bustling coffee shop. The place was alive with the sounds of steam hissing from espresso machines and the gentle hum of conversations. With his laptop open before him, J.J. took a sip of his Americano and gazed out of the coffee shop's large window. It was a rainy morning, and the streets outside were slick with water, reflecting the neon glow of streetlights. The coffee shop had become an oasis of inspiration for JJ and his writing team. It was here that they often gathered to brainstorm ideas for the World of Jobin podcast. Each cup of coffee seemed to fuel their creativity, and the cozy ambience provided the perfect backdrop for their discussions. Across from JJ, Sarah, the podcast's lead writer, leaned in, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I've been thinking, JJ, we could explore Jobin's world through the lens of his relationships. The people he's met, the connections he's forged, it's a rich tapestry we haven't fully unraveled yet." JJ nodded thoughtfully, setting his coffee cup down. "I like that, Sarah. Relationships have always been a central theme in our podcast. We can delve into the dynamics between Jobin and the people he's encountered on his journey." As they talked, the ideas flowed like a river. They discussed potential episodes that would focus on Jobin's friendships, romances, and even the occasional antagonists he had crossed paths with. It was a chance to dive deeper into the characters that had populated their podcast world. Besides Sarah, Mark, the sound engineer, chimed in, and let's not forget the settings. JJ Jobin's world is so diverse, from gritty city streets to serene countryside. We could use each location as a backdrop to explore different aspects of his character. The rain outside seemed to intensify, drumming a soothing rhythm against the coffee shop's windows. It was as if nature itself was joining in the creative process, offering its own perspective on the story. JJ smiled at his team's enthusiasm. He had always believed that the strength of the World of Jobin lay in its collaborative spirit. They were more than a podcast, they were a tight-knit community of storytellers. "Let's do it," JJ said, his eyes alight with determination. "Let's weave these themes into our episodes, exploring Jobin's world from new angles. Our listeners deserve fresh insights into his journey." And so, amid the warmth of the coffee shop and the rain-soaked streets outside, JJ and his team continued to write, to create, and to shape the ever-evolving world of Jobin. The story, like life itself, was a blend of characters, relationships, and settings, an intricate tapestry waiting to be unveiled, one episode at a time. Chapter 42, The Essence of Moments. Inside the coffee shop, the atmosphere hummed with the energy of creativity. J.J. Berman and his team of writers sat in a corner, their laptops open, as they continued to craft the narrative of the World of Jobin. Each sip of coffee seemed to infuse them with fresh inspiration. Sarah, always the wordsmith, leaned forward, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she typed. "JJ, I've been thinking about a theme for our upcoming episodes, a celebration of the essence of moments." JJ raised an intrigued eyebrow. "The essence of moments? Tell me more, Sarah." She smiled, her eyes reflecting the glow of her laptop screen. "Think about it, JJ. We've chronicled Jobin's life journey in great detail, but what about those singular, unforgettable moments that define a person's character? The moments of choice, courage, and clarity." Mark, the sound engineer, chimed in, "and how these moments ripple through the lives of others. We've shown Jobin as a central figure, but what about the impact he's had on those around him? The rain outside had transformed into a gentle drizzle, and JJ found himself captivated by Sarah and Mark's ideas. You know, this might be just what we need to breathe new life into the podcast. Moments are the building blocks of a life's narrative, and they reveal so much about our characters. As they continued to brainstorm, the coffee shop's patrons bustled around them, seemingly oblivious to the creative storm brewing at their corner table. Ideas flowed freely, each one more profound than the last. JJ leaned back, his coffee cup empty but his mind full. Let's do it. Our next series of episodes will revolve around these moments, the ones that define Jobin, the ones that have shaped him, and the ones that have left an indelible mark on those who have crossed his path. With a sense of purpose, they typed away, crafting the narrative with newfound vigor. In this coffee shop, amid the warmth and camaraderie of his team, JJ realized that the essence of moments was at the heart of their podcast's appeal. It was the magic that transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary. Outside, the rain had ceased, leaving behind glistening streets and a world that felt fresh and renewed. It was a reflection of their own journey, the constant evolution of the world of Jobin, where each episode was a moment captured in time, waiting to be shared with the world. Chapter 43, Brood Stories. The coffee shop became a hub of creativity for JJ Berman and his team. With the essence of moments as their guiding theme, they continued to delve into Jobin's life, unearthing the gems hidden within his journey. Each word, each sentence, carried the weight of a moment's significance. As they wrote, JJ couldn't help but reflect on his own journey. He was no longer just a writer documenting another man's life, he was an artist shaping a narrative that resonated with the hearts of their listeners. It was a story of resilience, redemption, and the pursuit of meaning in a world that often seemed devoid of it. The coffee shop's background chatter provided a soothing backdrop to their work. It was as if the whispers of the patrons, the clinking of cups, and the gentle hum of conversation were all contributing to the creation of their story. Even the aroma of freshly brewed coffee seemed to infuse their words with warmth and depth. Sarah's fingers danced gracefully across the keyboard, weaving a tale of a moment of profound choice in Jobin's life. Mark, always the keen observer, had his headphones on, fine-tuning the podcast's audio to ensure it captured the essence of their narrative. JJ couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his team. They had come so far from those early days of uncertainty, and now, their podcast had become a beacon of inspiration for their listeners. The transformation was evident not only in the quality of their work but also in the lives they touched. As the afternoon sun streamed through the coffee shop's windows, JJ took a moment to savor the rich blend of flavors in his cup. Life was a lot like that cup of coffee, complex, with layers of bitterness and sweetness. And through their podcast, they were sharing the full spectrum of human experience. The hours passed, and the team continued to write, fueled by their shared vision. They knew that with each episode, they were not only telling Jobin's story but also inviting their listeners to reflect on their own moments of significance. Eventually, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows through the coffee shop. JJ looked at his team, a sense of fulfillment in his heart. I think we've done it. These episodes will resonate with our audience, reminding them of the power of moments. Sarah nodded in agreement. And how those moments define us, shape us, and connect us. With their work for the day complete, they closed their laptops and gathered their belongings. As they left the coffee shop, the world outside had transformed into the realm of evening, but their shared journey through the world of Jobin continued. In the fading light, they walked the streets, knowing that their podcast was not just a recording of moments but a testament to the enduring spirit of storytelling itself. The coffee shop had become a sanctuary of words, a place where stories found their voice and moments were etched into eternity. JJ Berman and his team returned to their familiar corner booth, each one bringing with them the weight of unwritten stories and untold moments. Their podcast, The World of Jobin, was a labor of love, a testament to the power of storytelling. But despite their dedication, JJ couldn't help but feel a growing unease. There was a lingering sense of something unfinished, a truth he had yet to confront. As they sipped their coffee and settled into their routine, Mark broke the silence, his voice low and contemplative. You know, JJ, we've explored so many moments in Jobin's life, but we've barely scratched the surface of your own. JJ looked at Mark, his brow furrowed. My own moments? What do you mean? Sarah chimed in, her curiosity piqued. He's right, JJ. We've talked about Jobin's past, his struggles and triumphs, but you've always been a bit of a mystery. JJ hesitated for a moment, as if grappling with his thoughts. Then, with a sigh, he began to speak, his words tinged with vulnerability. I've been so focused on telling Jobin's story, on channeling my own experiences through his, that I've neglected to confront my own moments, the ones that led me here. As he spoke, memories of his own past began to resurface. He recalled the early days of the podcast, when it was just an idea, a dream born out of a desire to share stories with the world. He remembered the doubts and insecurities that had plagued him, the fear of failure that had almost held him back. I've always been the storyteller, the one behind the scenes, JJ continued. But in the process, I've hidden behind the stories of others. I've used their moments to avoid confronting my own. The coffee shop's ambience seemed to shift, the familiar background noise taking on a deeper meaning. It was as if the universe itself had conspired to create this moment of revelation. Sarah reached out and placed a reassuring hand on J.J.'s shoulder. JJ, you're not alone in this. We're here to support you, just as you've supported us. Mark nodded in agreement. We've all had our moments of doubt and uncertainty. It's what makes us human. JJ smiled, gratitude welling up within him. Thank you, both of you. It's time to confront my own moments, to share my own stories. It's a new chapter for the world of Jobin. With renewed determination, they set to work, this time weaving J.J.'s own moments into the narrative. The words flowed freely, carrying with them the weight of truth and authenticity. It was a cathartic experience, a journey into the depths of his own past. As they wrote, JJ couldn't help but feel a sense of liberation, as if he had finally shed the weight of his unspoken moments. The coffee shop, with its comforting embrace, had become a place of revelation, a sanctuary of stories. And so, the world of Jobin continued to evolve, not just as a podcast but as a testament to the power of moments, those of Jobin, those of JJ, and those of their listeners, who found solace and inspiration in the stories they shared. As the day turned into night, they left the coffee shop with a newfound sense of purpose. The journey was far from over, but they faced it with hearts unburdened and stories waiting to be told. Chapter 46, Brewing Creativity. The coffee shop, with its eclectic decor and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, had become the unofficial headquarters for JJ Berman and his podcast team. In this cozy haven of creativity, their stories flowed as freely as the coffee. As they continued their discussion, JJ couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency building within him. The stories were piling up, each episode an unopened chapter of adventure and reflection. Yet, the act of recording and uploading them had become a daunting task. Sarah, always the voice of reason, put down her coffee cup and regarded JJ with a knowing look. You know, JJ, there comes a time when the stories need to be set free. The world is waiting for the next episode of The World of Jobin. Mark chimed in, his tone filled with encouragement. You've got a gift, my friend. People are hungry for your tales. It's time to unleash them. JJ sighed, his gaze dropping to his own cup of coffee, steam curling upward. I know you're right, but there's a fear in letting go. What if the stories don't live up to the expectations? What if they're not good enough? Mark leaned forward, his expression earnest. JJ, your stories are like fine wine. They only get better with time. Besides, authenticity is what resonates with our listeners. Your hesitation, your vulnerability, it's all part of the journey. Sarah nodded in agreement. And remember, it's not about perfection, it's about the connection. People listen because they want to feel, to relate. Your stories give them that. JJ took a deep breath, absorbing their words of wisdom. He realized that his friends were right. It was time to embrace the vulnerability, to share the stories that had been waiting in the wings for far too long. With newfound determination, he made a decision. You know what? You're both right. It's time to set these stories free, one episode at a time. I can't keep them bottled up any longer. The energy at the table shifted, becoming charged with excitement. The weight of procrastination lifted, replaced by the anticipation of what lay ahead. And so, with their coffee cups refilled and a renewed sense of purpose, they continued to brainstorm, to create, and to brew the stories that would captivate their listeners. The coffee shop, with its cozy ambience, became the birthplace of inspiration once more. As the hours passed, they plotted the next episodes, each one brimming with adventure, emotion, and the distinct flavor of J.J. Behrman's storytelling. The coffee shop, their creative haven, was alive with the promise of new tales to be shared with the world. And as they left the coffee shop that evening, the words of Aristotle echoed in their minds: the aim of art is to represent not the outward appearance of things, but their inward significance. In the world of Jobin, significance would continue to flow, one episode at a time. Chapter 48, Echoes of the Past. In J.J. Behrman's podcast studio, where creativity flowed like a river, there lingered an unspoken tension. The stories had been recorded, the episodes meticulously edited, but the act of uploading them remained an elusive endeavor. Procrastination still held sway over the writer, a shadow he couldn't easily escape. JJ sat at the center of the studio, his gaze fixed on the computer screen displaying the finished episodes. The mouse pointer hovered over the upload button, a single click away from unleashing their creations to the world. Yet, the weight of hesitation bore down on him. Sarah, Mark, and the rest of the team observed in silence, knowing the battle that raged within their leader. The room itself seemed to hold its breath, as if time had frozen, awaiting a decision that would shape the future of the world of Jobin. JJ ran his fingers through his tousled hair, a nervous tic that had become more pronounced as the days wore on. He thought about the countless hours spent writing, recording, and editing. He thought about the dedication of his team, the listeners who eagerly awaited new episodes, and the stories themselves, yearning to break free from the confines of the studio. The writer's inner turmoil mirrored the struggle of the characters in his tales. It was a battle of wills, a clash between the desire to share his creations with the world and the fear of exposing his vulnerabilities. As the seconds stretched into minutes, Sarah finally broke the silence. JJ, we've come so far. The stories are ready. The world is waiting. It's time to hit that upload button. Mark nodded in agreement. You've overcome procrastination before, and you can do it again. Remember why you started this podcast in the first place. JJ closed his eyes and took a deep breath, the weight of his indecision pressing down on him like an anvil. He knew they were right. It was time to release their stories into the wild, to let them find their audience, and to confront his own fear of judgment. With a determined resolve, he moved the mouse pointer and clicked the upload button. A sense of finality washed over him as the progress bar filled, and the episodes began their journey to the online platform. As the first episode went live, JJ felt a mix of anxiety and relief. It was a step into the unknown, a leap of faith, but it was also a triumph over procrastination. The stories were out there, ready to be heard, embraced, and critiqued by the world. The team gathered around, their faces illuminated by the glow of the computer screen. They knew that this was just the beginning, the first step on a long journey. But it was a step they had all taken together, a testament to their shared dedication to the art of storytelling. As the first comments from listeners began to pour in, JJ couldn't help but smile. The show had gone on, and it would continue to do so. The echoes of the past had given way to the promise of the future, and the World of Jobin podcast was alive and well, ready to explore new horizons. Chapter 49, Rekindling the Creative Fire. Inside J.J. Behrman's podcast studio, a newfound energy flowed through the air. The decision to release the episodes had lifted a heavy burden off J.J.'s shoulders, and he could feel the creative fire rekindling within him. The room buzzed with excitement as the team gathered to discuss their next steps. Sarah leaned back in her chair, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Now that the episodes are out there, we can start planning our next series. I've got some ideas that I think our listeners will love. Mark chimed in, his voice filled with optimism. And we can experiment with different formats too. Maybe we could do some live shows, engage with our audience more directly. The possibilities are endless. JJ nodded, his mind already racing with possibilities. He realized that the act of procrastination had been holding them back, stifling their creativity. Now that they had broken free from its grip, they could chart a new course for the World of Jobin. The writer pulled out his notepad and began jotting down ideas, his pen moving with newfound purpose. He thought about the stories he had been itching to tell, the characters waiting to come to life, and the adventures that awaited them. As they brainstormed, the studio filled with the clatter of keyboards and the rustling of paper. It was a symphony of creativity, a harmonious cacophony that signaled a new beginning. Amidst the flurry of ideas, someone suggested, "Why don't we do a special episode where we take our listeners behind the scenes of the World of Jobin? They could get a glimpse of our creative process, see how the magic happens." JJ smiled at the suggestion. It was a chance to connect with their audience on a deeper level, to share the passion and dedication that went into each episode. I love that idea. Let's give our listeners a backstage pass to the world we've created. With a sense of purpose and excitement, the team continued to plan and brainstorm. The studio, once a place of procrastination and self-doubt, had transformed into a hub of creativity and inspiration. As they wrapped up their meeting, JJ couldn't help but feel grateful for his team, his listeners, and the journey they were on together. The show had indeed gone on, and it was thriving. He glanced at the computer screen, where the comments from listeners continued to pour in, filled with praise, questions, and anticipation for what lay ahead. The World of Jobin podcast was expanding, and they were ready to embrace it. The echoes of procrastination had faded into the background, replaced by the hum of creativity, the excitement of storytelling, and the promise of a bright future. Chapter 50, The Art of Rebirth. Inside J.J. Behrman's World of Jobin podcast studio, the atmosphere buzzed with creative energy. The team had huddled together, fueled by newfound determination and a sense of purpose. They were ready to embark on a journey of rebirth and exploration. JJ tapped his fingers on the table, his eyes filled with excitement. We've talked about new series ideas, live shows, and a behind-the-scenes episode. I think it's time we dive deep into the stories we've always wanted to tell. The writer nodded in agreement, his notebook open before him. Absolutely. We've been putting off some of our most ambitious ideas for far too long. It's time to let them breathe. Sarah leaned forward, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. I've been working on a script for a series set in the Roaring Twenties, complete with gangsters, flappers, and speakeasies. I think it could be a hit. Mark grinned. And I've always wanted to explore the world of time travel. Imagine the possibilities, the adventures we could craft. The excitement in the room was palpable. It was as if a dam had burst, and the creative floodgates were wide open. They shared ideas, sketched out rough outlines, and debated plot twists with fervor. JJ couldn't help but think back to the days when procrastination had cast a shadow over their work. Now, that shadow seemed like a distant memory, replaced by the radiant glow of creative fire. As the hours passed, they found themselves completely absorbed in their work. They laughed, they argued, and they even shed a few tears as they delved into the emotions and stories they wanted to convey. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the studio, they paused to catch their breath. It had been an intense day of brainstorming and planning, but it felt like a day well spent. JJ raised his glass, a glint of gratitude in his eyes. To new beginnings, to the art of rebirth. The team clinked their glasses together, the sound echoing in the studio. They had emerged from the depths of procrastination stronger than ever, ready to breathe life into their most ambitious projects. As they left the studio that evening, they couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction and anticipation. The future of the World of Jobin podcast was bright, filled with stories waiting to be told and adventures waiting to be explored. The show had indeed gone on, and it was going to be an exhilarating journey. Chapter 52, Echoes of Success. In the heart of the World of Jobin podcast studio, the once chaotic realm now exuded a sense of accomplishment. The backlog of episodes had been conquered, and the weight of procrastination had been lifted. J.J. Berman, the writer, Sarah, and Mark sat around the familiar round table where countless discussions had taken place. J.J. leaned back in his chair, a contented smile on his face. Who would have thought that we'd ever catch up on all those episodes? It's like we've unlocked a new level of productivity. The writer nodded, feeling a profound sense of relief. It's incredible what we can achieve when we confront our own procrastination head-on. We've grown, not just as podcasters but as individuals. Sarah chimed in, and our listeners have noticed the change too. The feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. It seems our authenticity and commitment have struck a chord with them. Mark added, we've come a long way from those early days when we couldn't even meet our upload schedules. Now, we're releasing 2 episodes a day, and the quality has never been better. Their journey had been a tumultuous one, marked by self-doubt, procrastination, and the fear of failure. But they had emerged from the storm stronger and more determined than ever. As they sat in the studio, bathed in the soft glow of studio lights, they couldn't help but reflect on the lessons they had learned. They had discovered the power of discipline, the importance of perseverance, and the beauty of authentic storytelling. The writer looked around at their dedicated team, each member instrumental in their success. I want to thank all of you for being a part of this incredible journey. Together, we've turned the World of Jobin into something truly special. JJ raised his coffee cup in a toast. To the podcast that wouldn't be defeated, to the stories we've told, and to the stories yet to come. They clinked their cups together, the sound echoing through the studio like a chorus of victory. As they continued to brainstorm ideas for future episodes, the writer couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment. They had faced their procrastination demons, confronted their fears, and emerged victorious. The World of Jobin podcast was no longer a shadow of its potential but a beacon of creativity, inspiration, and authenticity. It was a testament to what could be achieved when one dared to chase their dreams. And so, with a renewed sense of purpose and a studio filled with echoes of success, they embarked on the next chapter of their podcasting journey, ready to share more stories, provoke thought, and inspire their ever-growing audience. The show had gone on, and it would continue to do so, with each episode released, each story told, and each adventure embraced. Chapter 54, The Chaos of Creation. Inside the heart of the World of Jobin podcast studio, chaos and creativity swirled in a delightful dance. J.J. Berman, the writer, Sarah, and Mark were huddled around a table stacked with crumpled sheets of paper, empty coffee cups, and an assortment of half-eaten snacks. Their collective energy was palpable as they worked to refine their live podcast concept. J.J. scribbled furiously on a notepad, his brow furrowed in concentration. We've got to nail down the format, folks. We want the live shows to be engaging, entertaining, and true to our podcast spirit. The writer, sipping on a cup of cold coffee, nodded in agreement. I've been thinking about incorporating storytelling competitions. We could invite audience members to share their own stories, and the best ones could win a prize. Sarah, who had been browsing through social media, chimed in. We should also take advantage of our online presence. We can live stream the shows and encourage our online community to participate in real-time discussions and polls. Mark leaned forward, a glint in his eye. And what if we had surprise guest appearances? Imagine the excitement of our audience when they see their favorite authors or celebrities walk onto our stage. The ideas flowed like a river, each member of the team building upon the other's suggestions. They envisioned a dynamic mix of storytelling, audience interaction, and unscripted moments that would make every live episode a unique experience. As they brainstormed, the chaos of creation unfolded around them. Ideas were born, debated, and either discarded or woven into the emerging tapestry of their live show concept. It was messy, exhilarating, and a testament to their dedication to pushing the boundaries of their podcast. Amidst the flurry of ideas, JJ paused for a moment, a smile playing on his lips. I can't believe we're doing this, guys. From putting off uploads to this, it's been quite a journey. The writer grinned back. Indeed, JJ. It's a testament to our persistence and love for storytelling. Sarah chimed in, her eyes bright with excitement. And it's a testament to the World of Jobin community, who've been with us every step of the way. With renewed determination, they continued to shape their live podcast concept, knowing that it would be the next chapter in the ever-evolving saga of the World of Jobin. The chaos of creation, fueled by their passion, would lead them to new heights, and they couldn't wait to share it with their listeners. Chapter 55, The Countdown to Creativity. Inside the bustling confines of J.J. Behrman's podcast studio, the atmosphere was charged with an electrifying energy. It had been a journey filled with procrastination, inspiration, and the pursuit of creative heights, and now, they were on the cusp of something extraordinary. JJ leaned back in his chair, scanning the room with an eager gleam in his eye. We've come a long way, haven't we? The writer, perched on the edge of a cluttered desk, nodded. Absolutely. From the days of putting off uploads to this, it's been a wild ride. Sarah, flipping through a notebook filled with scribbled ideas, couldn't help but smile. Our live podcast concept is shaping up to be something special. Our listeners won't know what hit them. Mark, fiddling with a microphone stand, chimed in. And the best part is that we're staying true to the World of Jobin spirit. It's raw, real, and unfiltered. With the live show just days away, the team was finalizing the last-minute details. They had decided to launch it as a special event, celebrating their journey with the community that had stood by them through thick and thin. JJ looked at the countdown clock on the wall. We've got just 3 days until the big day. Let's do a final run-through of our scripts, make sure the tech is flawless, and have a dry run tomorrow. As they dove into the final preparations, there was a sense of unity among them. They were a team that had evolved, learned, and grown together, and it was evident in the way they collaborated seamlessly. The writer, flipping open a script, mused aloud, this live show is more than just another episode. It's a celebration of our journey, the stories we've told, and the community that's been with us. Sarah, typing away on her laptop, agreed. It's a testament to creativity, resilience, and the belief that procrastination can sometimes lead to something incredible. Mark, adjusting the lighting, added with a grin, and it's a promise to our listeners that we're here to stay, with even more stories to share. With each passing moment, the countdown to creativity continued. The chaos of creation had given way to a focused determination, and they were ready to unveil the next chapter in the World of Jobin. In just 3 days, the world would witness the evolution of a podcast that had defied convention, celebrated procrastination, and embraced the power of storytelling. Chapter 56, the grand reveal. The excitement in JJ Behrman's podcast studio had reached a fever pitch. The day of the live podcast event had finally arrived, and the team was buzzing with anticipation. The writer, Sarah, Mark, and JJ had rehearsed their lines and tested the equipment meticulously, ensuring that everything was ready for the grand reveal. As the clock ticked closer to showtime, JJ stood in front of a mirror, adjusting his tie. "This is it, folks," he said, his voice filled with a mix of nerves and exhilaration. "Our chance to take the world of Jobin to the next level." The writer, dressed in a sharp suit, nodded in agreement. "We've come a long way from procrastination and late uploads. This live show is our statement that we're here to stay." Sarah, who had transformed into the show's producer, double-checked her checklist. "The audience is ready, the online stream is set up, and we have our loyal listeners eagerly waiting for us." Mark, the technical guru of the team, grinned as he ensured that the cameras were in perfect position. "Our viewers are in for a treat. We've got surprises, special guests, and a whole lot of raw storytelling." With a final deep breath, they gathered around the table in the center of the studio. The writer looked at the team with a sense of gratitude. "I want to thank all of you for embracing this journey with me. We've turned procrastination into an art form, and today, we show the world what we're made of." JJ grabbed the writer's shoulder. "You had a vision, and we all believed in it. That's what got us here." The clock struck the hour, and it was time. With a nod to each other, they walked to their respective places on the stage. The live audience, a mix of devoted fans and curious newcomers, erupted into applause as the lights dimmed, and the iconic World of Jobin logo appeared on the screen. The writer stepped up to the microphone, feeling a rush of adrenaline. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a new era of the World of Jobin podcast. We're your hosts, and tonight, we're taking you on a journey through the stories that have shaped us." Over the next few hours, they shared tales of procrastination, creativity, and the art of storytelling. They brought special guests onto the stage, each with their own unique stories to tell. The audience laughed, cried, and connected with the raw authenticity of the live show. As the event came to a close, the writer looked out at the audience, a sense of fulfillment washing over them. "Thank you all for being a part of this incredible journey. The World of Jobin is not just a podcast, it's a community of storytellers, procrastinators, and believers in the power of narrative." The applause was thunderous, and as they took their final bow, they knew that they had not only overcome procrastination but had also turned it into an art form. They had shown the world that even in the midst of a midlife crisis, creativity could flourish. Back in the studio, after the live event had ended, they shared a moment of reflection. "We did it," Sarah said with a smile. "The live show was a success." JJ added, "And it's just the beginning. We've got more stories to tell, more episodes to release, and a community that's with us every step of the way." The writer, still buzzing with the energy of the live show, nodded. "The show must go on, and so it will. The World of Jobin is here to stay." And with that, they began planning their next episodes, ready to continue their journey through the world of storytelling, procrastination, and creativity. Chapter 57, Uncharted Territories. Inside the walls of JJ Behrman's podcast studio, creativity continued to flourish. The live show had been a smashing success, breathing new life into the world of Jobin. But as they say in the world of storytelling, there's always another chapter to be written. The writer sat at the desk, the glow of the computer screen illuminating their face. It had been a few weeks since the live show, and they were back to their usual routine of recording episodes. 2 episodes per day, they muttered, typing away furiously. "That's our promise to our listeners." JJ paced back and forth, a cigar in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other. "We've set the bar high with the live show," he said, exhaling a puff of smoke, "but we can't let up now. We've got to keep the momentum going." Sarah, ever the organized producer, chimed in. We've got some fantastic guest interviews lined up. The audience is hungry for more. Mark, with his trusty headphones on, was deep into editing mode. These stories are gold. We just need to shape them into the gems our listeners expect. As they continued to work, a sense of camaraderie filled the room. They were no longer just a group of individuals battling procrastination, they were a team, dedicated to the art of storytelling. Outside the studio, the world continued to turn, and the writer couldn't help but reflect on how far they had come. Remember when it was just me, my laptop, and a pile of ideas? JJ chuckled. And now we've got a studio, an audience, and a whole community of listeners. Sarah looked up from her laptop. And don't forget, we're gaining recognition in the podcasting world. We're not just that show that used to procrastinate. Mark added with a grin, we're the show that turned procrastination into an art form. They shared a moment of laughter, reveling in their journey of transformation. It was a testament to the power of persistence, creativity, and the belief that storytelling could overcome any obstacle. But as they say, the best stories are the ones that keep evolving. And so, with a fresh episode in the making and a world of narratives waiting to be explored, they continued to write their own story one podcast episode at a time. Chapter 58, The Quest for Inspiration. Inside the walls of J.J. Behrman's podcast studio, the relentless pursuit of storytelling continued. With each episode they released, the world of Jobin had carved its unique niche in the vast landscape of podcasts. But the writer couldn't shake the feeling that they were still in search of that elusive spark of inspiration. They had explored topics ranging from the mundane to the extraordinary, from everyday life to fantastical adventures. Yet, the itch for something different, something that would elevate their podcast to new heights, persisted. JJ, leaning back in his chair with a contemplative look, broke the silence. You ever get the feeling that we've been riding the same wave for a while now? Sarah, always quick with a solution, chimed in. Maybe it's time to shake things up, try something entirely out of our comfort zone. Mark, nodding in agreement, added, we could dive into experimental storytelling, bring in unexpected twists, or even explore controversial subjects. The writer considered their words carefully. They were right. While their podcast was known for its distinct style inspired by Bukowski and Thompson, perhaps it was time to break away momentarily and venture into uncharted territories. What if, the writer began slowly, we embark on a journey to find the most unique, bizarre, and thought-provoking stories out there? We can call it the quest for inspiration. J.J.'s eyes lit up. I like it. We'll be like modern-day explorers, charting the unknown in the world of storytelling. Sarah started brainstorming. We can travel to places, interview people with extraordinary lives, and seek tales that challenge our perceptions. Mark couldn't contain his excitement. And the best part is, we won't know what we'll find until we start looking. And so, a new chapter began to unfold. With a sense of renewed purpose and a thirst for adventure, the World of Jobin team set their sights on unearthing stories that would inspire, challenge, and amaze their listeners. They knew that in the realm of storytelling, inspiration was the North Star guiding them through uncharted waters. And as they embarked on their quest, they were ready to navigate the unpredictable currents of creativity, one episode at a time. Chapter 59, A Shift in Perspective. In the dimly lit studio of the World of Jobin podcast, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The writer, J.J. Behrman, Sarah, and Mark gathered around the recording equipment, ready to embark on their new adventure, the quest for inspiration. The studio had seen countless hours of storytelling, laughter, and even the occasional heated debate. But this time, it felt different. There was a palpable sense of excitement, as if they were about to unlock a new dimension of their creative journey. JJ adjusted the microphone in front of him and cleared his throat. Welcome, dear listeners, to a special episode of The World of Jobin. Today, we're embarking on a quest for inspiration. But first, let's set the stage. What does inspiration mean to each of you? Sarah spoke up first. To me, inspiration is that electric spark that ignites your creativity. It's like a rush of energy that makes you see the world in a new light. Mark nodded in agreement. Absolutely. It's the sudden realization that the mundane can be extraordinary, that the ordinary can hold hidden gems of beauty and meaning. The writer pondered for a moment. For me, inspiration is like a puzzle piece clicking into place. It's that aha moment when everything makes sense, and you can't wait to share it with the world. JJ smiled, satisfied with their responses. Well put, everyone. Now, let's take our listeners on this journey with us. Our first destination is a small, picturesque town nestled in the heart of the mountains. We're going to meet a man who's devoted his life to preserving an ancient art form. Shall we? With unanimous agreement, they began to narrate their adventure. As they delved into the stories of artists, dreamers, and visionaries, their podcast transformed. It was no longer just a collection of tales but a voyage into the human spirit. In the coming weeks, they encountered a reclusive painter whose works came to life at night, a hermit living in a forgotten forest who spoke to animals, and a group of urban explorers who ventured into the bowels of the city to uncover hidden secrets. Listeners tuned in eagerly, captivated by the newfound depth of the world of Jobin. It was no longer just a podcast, it was an exploration of the human experience, a testament to the power of storytelling to inspire, challenge, and connect. And as they continued their quest, the writer realized that inspiration wasn't a destination but a journey they would happily undertake, episode by episode, story by story, in the world of Jobin. Chapter 60, The Cancellation Blues. The studio lights buzzed overhead, casting an eerie glow on the faces of J.J. Berman, the writer, Sarah, and Mark. They sat in somber silence, their expressions reflecting the weight of a decision they never saw coming. After months of pouring their hearts and souls into the world of Jobin, building a loyal fan base, and embarking on their quest for inspiration, they found themselves facing an unexpected twist in their journey. The podcast had been cancelled once again. JJ leaned back in his chair, his normally jovial demeanor replaced by a heavy sigh. I can't believe it. We were on such a roll. What went wrong this time? The writer, lost in thought, replied, It's hard to say, JJ. Sometimes, the winds of change blow in unpredictable directions. Perhaps the network saw our shift in focus as a risk. Sarah chimed in, or maybe they're just looking for the next big thing, and we got caught in the crossfire. Mark, always the pragmatist, added, whatever the reason, it's a setback. But we've faced setbacks before, and we've always come back stronger. JJ nodded, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. You're right, Mark. We can't let this stop us. The world of Jobin is more than just a podcast, it's a reflection of our passion for storytelling and our quest for inspiration. The writer agreed, and it's not just about the numbers or the network. It's about the connection we've forged with our listeners, the stories we've shared, and the impact we've had on those who've joined us on this journey. With newfound resolve, they decided to take matters into their own hands. They would continue to produce the world of Jobin independently, free from the constraints of networks and sponsors. It would be a return to their roots, a revival of the original spirit that had fueled their creative fire. As they sat in the dimly lit studio, they could feel the weight of uncertainty lift. They were no longer bound by the whims of a network, they were the masters of their own destiny. And so, with a shared sense of purpose and a commitment to their craft, they began planning the next chapter of their podcast, one that would carry the torch of inspiration forward, even in the face of cancellation. Chapter 61, Rebuilding from the Ashes. The news of the podcast's second cancellation weighed heavy on J.J. Berman and the team, but it didn't crush their spirits. Instead, it ignited a fire within them, a determination to prove that their passion and storytelling were not beholden to the whims of network executives. In the dimly lit studio, they gathered once more, their faces etched with determination. JJ leaned forward, his eyes blazing with an unyielding resolve. We won't let this get the best of us. The world of Jobin is more than a podcast, it's a testament to our love for storytelling. The writer nodded in agreement. This is an opportunity to return to the heart of what we do. We're not defined by ratings or sponsors. We're defined by the stories we tell and the connection we forge with our listeners. Sarah added, we've faced adversity before, and we've always come out stronger. This is just another chapter in our journey. Mark, always the voice of reason, said, if we're doing this independently, we need to be prepared. We'll need to find alternative sources of income to keep the show running. With a plan in mind, they set out to explore new avenues. They launched a crowdfunding campaign, reaching out to their dedicated listeners for support. The response was overwhelming, a testament to the loyal community they had built. As the funds rolled in, they began to refurbish the studio. They painted the walls, upgraded their equipment, and added a touch of their unique style, a neon sign that read, "The World of Jobin, Where Stories Live." With the studio revitalized, they got back to what they did best, creating content that resonated with their audience. They released episodes at their own pace, no longer constrained by network schedules. And something remarkable happened. Their newfound independence allowed them to dive deeper into their stories, to explore uncharted territories of the human experience, and to connect with their listeners on a more profound level. Their unique blend of Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson-inspired storytelling continued to captivate audiences, and their listener base grew steadily. They also discovered innovative ways to monetize their podcast, from merchandise sales to live events. They weren't just rebuilding, they were thriving. As they sat in their newly refurbished studio, bathed in the glow of their neon sign, JJ raised his glass. To independence, to resilience, and to the stories that keep us going. They clinked their glasses together, united in their unwavering commitment to the world of Jobin. The show had indeed gone on, and this time, it was stronger, bolder, and more passionate than ever before. The cancellation had been a setback, but it had also been a catalyst for growth and reinvention. They had risen from the ashes, and they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 62, A Phoenix's Third Rise. The third cancellation hit them like a punch to the gut. It was a cruel twist of fate, an unexpected blow to their resilience. But J.J. Berman and his team were no strangers to adversity, and they weren't about to give up. The news had come in the midst of recording an episode about resilience, and it was as if the universe was testing them. They paused the recording, exchanged somber glances, and then something remarkable happened. The writer, who had been putting off uploading their episodes, finally spoke up. "It's time," they said, their voice filled with determination. "It's time to share our stories with the world, no matter what obstacles we face. If they won't air us on traditional platforms, we'll find our own way." JJ nodded, a newfound fire burning in his eyes. "We've always believed in the power of storytelling. Let's take matters into our own hands." They decided to launch their own independent platform, a website where they could host and share their episodes. It was a monumental task, but they were fueled by a sense of purpose and a desire to reach their listeners directly. They worked day and night, pouring their hearts and souls into building the platform. And when it was finally ready, they released their backlog of episodes, 2 per day as they always had, but this time without any external interference. Their loyal listeners followed them to the new platform, and the community grew stronger. They also reached out to fellow independent podcasters and storytellers, forming partnerships that allowed them to cross-promote and expand their audience. In the midst of their journey, they received an unexpected email from an unlikely source, the network that had cancelled them twice before. It seemed that their persistence and success had caught the attention of the same executives who had once deemed their show unprofitable. The email offered an olive branch, a chance to return to the network, but on their own terms. They would have creative control, the freedom to tell the stories they wanted, and the guarantee that their show would never be cancelled again. After much deliberation, they made a decision that surprised even themselves. They declined the offer. "We've come too far to go back to the way things were," Sarah explained. "We've discovered the true value of independence, and we can't give that up." Mark added, "Our listeners have shown us that they believe in us, and we believe in ourselves. We're forging our own path, and we'll keep going." The writer, who had finally overcome their fear of uploading, smiled. "This is our story, and we're the ones who get to write it." And so, the world of Jobin continued to thrive, not in spite of adversity but because of it. Their journey had been a testament to the power of resilience, creativity, and the unwavering belief in the stories they told. As they recorded their episodes in their newly adorned studio, they knew that they were part of something greater than themselves. They were storytellers, and they were changing lives, one episode at a time. The third cancellation had been their greatest challenge, but it had also been their greatest triumph. They were the phoenix that had risen from the ashes not once, not twice, but 3 times, and they were soaring higher than ever before. The show must go on, and so it did, with more passion, more determination, and more stories waiting to be told. Chapter 63, The Fourth Cancellation. It was a gloomy afternoon in J.J. Behrman's podcast studio. The dimly lit room was filled with an air of tension as the team gathered around the recording equipment. They had known that their journey wouldn't be without its challenges, but the fourth cancellation hit them harder than ever before. Sarah, who had become the backbone of the team's resolve, spoke up with a sense of resignation. "I can't believe it's happening again, guys. We've fought so hard to keep this podcast alive." Mark nodded in agreement, his frustration evident in his furrowed brow. "We poured our hearts and souls into this show. Our listeners deserve better." JJ looked at his team, his friends, and felt a weight on his shoulders that he hadn't experienced before. "We can't let this be the end. We've come too far." The writer, who had been wrestling with their own doubts about uploading, spoke softly, "Maybe it's time to consider other options. We can't keep going through the cycle of cancellations." But even as they discussed the possibility of ending the world of Jobin, a spark of determination flickered in their eyes. They had faced adversity time and time again, and each time they had emerged stronger. It was during this moment of uncertainty that a surprise guest walked into the studio, breaking the heavy silence. It was a listener, a dedicated fan who had followed their journey from the beginning. "I heard about the cancellation," the listener said with empathy. "But I also heard about your decision to keep going independently. That's what drew me here today." JJ looked at the listener with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "You came here to support us?" The listener nodded. "Your podcast has meant so much to me. It's inspired me to pursue my own creative endeavors, and I can't stand the thought of it ending." Mark and Sarah exchanged glances, and the writer felt a renewed sense of purpose. They had always believed in the power of their stories, but now they had a tangible reminder of the impact they had on their listeners. With the listeners' support and encouragement, the team decided to push forward, determined to overcome the challenges they faced. They embraced their independence, knowing that it allowed them to tell the stories they were passionate about without compromise. They reached out to their community of listeners and fellow podcasters, forming a network of support that extended far beyond the confines of a traditional network. It was a testament to their resilience and the strength of their stories. As they resumed recording, the writer finally overcame their fear of uploading. They realized that their stories were too important to be silenced, and that their listeners deserved to hear them. The world of Jobin continued to release 2 episodes per day, but this time it was on their terms. They were no longer beholden to network executives or the fear of cancellation. They were storytellers, and they were in control of their own narrative. The fourth cancellation had been a devastating blow, but it had also been a turning point. It had forced them to re-evaluate their journey and had ultimately strengthened their resolve. The show must go on, and so it did, with a newfound sense of purpose and an unwavering commitment to their listeners and the stories they told. Chapter 64, The Resilience of Storytellers. The cycle of cancellations had tested the team behind the World of Jobin podcast time and time again. Each setback seemed like a punch to the gut, a reminder of the challenges they faced in a world that often preferred the familiar over the innovative. Yet, J.J. Berman and his dedicated team were not ones to back down easily. They had become modern-day warriors, fighting for their stories and their right to share them with the world. As they regrouped in their podcast studio, the air was thick with determination. Sarah, with her unwavering spirit, spoke up, "We've been here before, and we've always found a way to keep going. We can't let this defeat us now." Mark nodded in agreement. "Our listeners are counting on us. They've been with us through thick and thin, and we owe it to them to keep pushing forward." JJ looked at his team, grateful for their unwavering support. "We're not just storytellers, we're survivors. And we have a duty to the stories we've uncovered, to the voices that need to be heard." The writer, who had grappled with their own self-doubt and fear, found solace in the collective strength of their team. They knew that their stories had the power to inspire and transform, and they couldn't let fear hold them back any longer. But this time, they had a new plan. Instead of relying on traditional networks, they decided to embrace the digital age fully. They would take their podcast directly to their audience, using social media, crowdfunding, and a website to release their episodes independently. With a renewed sense of purpose, they set up a crowdfunding campaign, reaching out to their dedicated listeners for support. The response was overwhelming, with fans from around the world contributing to their cause. The team also harnessed the power of social media, creating a vibrant online community that celebrated the art of storytelling. They engaged with their listeners on a personal level, sharing behind-the-scenes glimpses of their creative process and building a loyal following. As they recorded and uploaded their episodes independently, the team felt a sense of liberation they had never experienced before. They were no longer constrained by the whims of network executives or the fear of cancellation. They were free to explore the stories that spoke to their hearts and souls. And slowly but surely, their audience grew. Listeners who had never heard of the World of Jobin before began to discover their podcast, drawn to the authenticity and passion of the team. With each episode they released, they felt a renewed sense of purpose. They were no longer just storytellers, they were champions of the human experience, sharing tales of triumph, resilience, and the indomitable spirit of the human soul. The road ahead was still uncertain, but they faced it with a newfound confidence. They had weathered the storm of cancellations and emerged stronger on the other side. They were modern-day bards, carrying the torch of storytelling into a new era. And as they recorded their next episode, they knew that the show would indeed go on, driven by their unwavering commitment to the stories they told and the listeners who had become a part of their journey. But even as they discussed the possibility of ending the World of Jobin, a spark of determination flickered in their eyes. They had faced adversity time and time again, and each time they had emerged stronger. It was during this moment of uncertainty that a surprise guest walked into the studio, breaking the heavy silence. It was a listener, a dedicated fan who had followed their journey from the beginning. "I heard about the cancellation," the listener said with empathy. "But I also heard about your decision to keep going independently. That's what drew me here today." JJ looked at the listener with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "You came here to support us?" The listener nodded. "Your podcast has meant so much to me. It's inspired me to pursue my own creative endeavors, and I can't stand the thought of it ending." Mark and Sarah exchanged glances, and the writer felt a renewed sense of purpose. They had always believed in the power of their stories, but now they had a tangible reminder of the impact they had on their listeners. With the listeners' support and encouragement, the team decided to push forward, determined to overcome the challenges they faced. They embraced their independence, knowing that it allowed them to tell the stories they were passionate about without compromise. They reached out to their community of listeners and fellow podcasters, forming a network of support that extended far beyond the confines of a traditional network. It was a testament to their resilience and the strength of their stories. As they resumed recording, the writer finally overcame their fear of uploading. They realized that their stories were too important to be silenced, and that their listeners deserved to hear them. The world of Jobin continued to release 2 episodes per day, but this time it was on their terms. They were no longer beholden to network executives or the fear of cancellation. They were storytellers, and they were in control of their own narrative. The 4th cancellation had been a devastating blow, but it had also been a turning point. It had forced them to re-evaluate their journey and had ultimately strengthened their resolve. The show must go on, and so it did, with a newfound sense of purpose and an unwavering commitment to their listeners and the stories they told. Chapter 64, The Resilience of Storytellers. The cycle of cancellations had tested the team behind the World of Jobin podcast time and time again. Each setback seemed like a punch to the gut, a reminder of the challenges they faced in a world that often preferred the familiar over the innovative. Yet, J.J. Berman and his dedicated team were not ones to back down easily. They had become modern-day warriors, fighting for their stories and their right to share them with the world. As they regrouped in their podcast studio, the air was thick with determination. Sarah, with her unwavering spirit, spoke up, "We've been here before, and we've always found a way to keep going. We can't let this defeat us now." Mark nodded in agreement. "Our listeners are counting on us. They've been with us through thick and thin, and we owe it to them to keep pushing forward." JJ looked at his team, grateful for their unwavering support. "We're not just storytellers, we're survivors. And we have a duty to the stories we've uncovered, to the voices that need to be heard." The writer, who had grappled with their own self-doubt and fear, found solace in the collective strength of their team. They knew that their stories had the power to inspire and transform, and they couldn't let fear hold them back any longer. But this time, they had a new plan. Instead of relying on traditional networks, they decided to embrace the digital age fully. They would take their podcast directly to their audience, using social media, crowdfunding, and a website to release their episodes independently. With a renewed sense of purpose, they set up a crowdfunding campaign, reaching out to their dedicated listeners for support. The response was overwhelming, with fans from around the world contributing to their cause. The team also harnessed the power of social media, creating a vibrant online community that celebrated the art of storytelling. They engaged with their listeners on a personal level, sharing behind-the-scenes glimpses of their creative process and building a loyal following. As they recorded and uploaded their episodes independently, the team felt a sense of liberation they had never experienced before. They were no longer constrained by the whims of network executives or the fear of cancellation. They were free to explore the stories that spoke to their hearts and souls. And slowly but surely, their audience grew. Listeners who had never heard of the World of Jobin before began to discover their podcast, drawn to the authenticity and passion of the team. With each episode they released, they felt a renewed sense of purpose. They were no longer just storytellers, they were champions of the human experience, sharing tales of triumph, resilience, and the indomitable spirit of the human soul. The road ahead was still uncertain, but they faced it with a newfound confidence. They had weathered the storm of cancellations and emerged stronger on the other side. They were modern-day bards, carrying the torch of storytelling into a new era. And as they recorded their next episode, they knew that the show would indeed go on, driven by their unwavering commitment to the stories they told and the listeners who had become a part of their journey. Chapter 65, A Roll of the Dice. Amidst the turmoil of cancellations and the relentless pursuit of their creative vision, the team behind the World of Jobin podcast decided they needed a break. They needed to step away from the microphones, the scripts, and the pressures of the digital age and indulge in some old-fashioned escapism. So, they found themselves in a dimly lit casino, far removed from the world of podcasting and storytelling. J.J. Berman, Sarah, Mark, the writer, and a few other close friends had gathered around a blackjack table. The casino's neon lights cast an otherworldly glow, and the sound of coins clinking and cards shuffling created a symphony of chants. As they sat around the green felt table, the tension in the air was palpable. The dealer, a seasoned professional, shuffled the deck with practiced ease. JJ, always the risk-taker, looked at his cards and grinned. "I've got a good feeling about this one, folks." Sarah chuckled, a twinkle in her eye. "You always do, JJ. Let's see if your luck holds." The writer, usually more comfortable crafting stories than playing games of chance, decided to go with the flow. They placed their bet, feeling the weight of the casino chips in their hand. The cards were dealt, one by one, faces hidden from view. The team watched intently as their fate rested on the turn of each card. It was a different kind of suspense, a break from the creative struggles they faced daily. Mark, known for his analytical mind, kept a close eye on the cards. "We've got a decent hand here. Let's play it smart." And so, the game unfolded. Blackjack was a dance of strategy and luck, a delicate balance between taking risks and playing it safe. The team reveled in the moment, their worries temporarily forgotten. As the dealer revealed the final card, the room held its breath. It was a close call, but they had managed to beat the dealer. A chorus of cheers erupted around the table as they collected their winnings. For a brief moment, in the midst of uncertainty and creative challenges, they had found solace in the simplicity of a card game. It was a reminder that life, like blackjack, was about taking chances and making the most of the hand you were dealt. As they left the casino that night, with a few extra chips in their pockets and smiles on their faces, they knew that the world of storytelling would always be waiting for them. But for now, they had taken a step back from the relentless pursuit of their podcast, finding a different kind of inspiration in the roll of the dice and the turn of a card. And so, they continued their journey, embracing the unpredictable nature of creativity and life itself, with the knowledge that the show must go on, and so it did. Chapter 66, High Stakes and Hidden Motives. The casino had become an unexpected refuge for the team behind the World of Jobin podcast. It was a place where they could momentarily shed their creative burdens and indulge in the thrill of chance. As they returned to the casino for another night of blackjack, they found themselves drawn deeper into a world where the line between reality and fiction blurred. J.J. Berman, with his charismatic presence, was the life of the party. His booming laughter echoed through the casino as he placed bold bets and engaged in lively banter with the dealer and fellow players. Sarah, always the voice of reason in their creative endeavors, had a mischievous glint in her eye as she studied her cards. She had developed a knack for reading the table, a skill that came in handy in both podcasting and blackjack. Mark, the analytical thinker, had been keeping a secret. Unbeknownst to the rest of the group, he had been meticulously counting cards, a practice frowned upon by the casino. He knew that the odds could be swayed in their favor, but it was a risky endeavor. The writer, caught between the thrill of the game and the desire to craft stories, found themselves drawn into the complexities of human behavior. They observed the casino's patrons, each with their own motivations and stories, providing rich material for their podcast. As the night wore on, the team's winnings grew, but so did the tension in the air. The casino's security personnel had taken notice of Mark's card counting, and they were not pleased. JJ noticed the unease among his friends. "Something's not right. We should cash out and call it a night." But Mark, ever the risk-taker, was reluctant to leave. "I'm close to cracking the code, JJ. Just a few more hands." The dealer, aware of Mark's tactics, gave him a knowing look. "Sir, I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to leave the table." As Mark begrudgingly stood up, a commotion erupted elsewhere in the casino. It was a distraction that Mark had orchestrated, a diversion to allow him to make his exit unnoticed. The team reconvened at the casino's bar, their chips cashed in. Mark looked at his friends apologetically. "I got carried away. I'm sorry." JJ smiled, a mixture of amusement and relief. "No harm done, Mark. We all have our moments." As they sipped on their drinks, they couldn't help but reflect on the parallels between their podcast and the world of blackjack. Both were games of chance and strategy, where taking risks could lead to great rewards or unfortunate consequences. In the dimly lit casino, they had found inspiration in unexpected places, reminding them that storytelling was not confined to the confines of a studio. Life itself was a narrative waiting to be explored, and they were eager to continue their journey, both in the world of podcasting and in the unpredictable twists of fate that lay ahead. And so, with lessons learned and stories to tell, they left the casino behind, ready to face the next chapter of the World of Jobin podcast with renewed vigor and a deeper understanding of the human experience. Chapter 67, The Allure of Risk. The casino had become a paradoxical oasis for the team behind the World of Jobin podcast. It was a world where time seemed to stretch and compress, where the boundaries between the podcast's reality and the casino's fiction blurred with each hand of blackjack. As they returned to the casino once more, the allure of risk pulled them back into the game. J.J. Berman, with his unmistakable charisma, led the way. He approached the blackjack table with a sense of confidence, as if the cards themselves bowed to his will. Sarah, always the voice of reason in their creative pursuits, joined in the game, her analytical mind calculating odds and potential outcomes. She was a master of balance, both in podcasting and at the blackjack table, knowing when to take risks and when to hold back. Mark, the cunning strategist, had devised a new plan. He was determined to crack the code of blackjack, to prove that the odds could be bent in their favor. His mind raced with probabilities and calculations as he placed his bets. The writer, caught in the whirlwind of chance and storytelling, observed the casino's patrons once more. They saw the desperation in the eyes of a gambler on a losing streak and the jubilation of someone who hit a winning hand. Each story was a potential episode waiting to be told. As the night unfolded, their fortunes swayed like a pendulum. They experienced the thrill of victory and the sting of defeat. The tension at the table was palpable, as if the very air held its breath, waiting for the next card to be revealed. JJ watched his friends closely, a mixture of amusement and concern in his eyes. "Folks, we're here for fun, remember. Let's not get too carried away." But Mark, consumed by his quest, couldn't tear himself away from the table. "I'm close, JJ. Just a little longer." The writer, torn between the desire for inspiration and the need to caution, couldn't help but wonder if their creative endeavors were entwined with the risks they took at the casino. Both worlds were filled with unpredictability and the potential for great reward or great loss. As the night wore on, the tension reached its peak. The team's winnings had grown, but so had the scrutiny of the casino's security personnel. Mark's card counting hadn't gone unnoticed, and they were closing in. JJ sensed the impending trouble. "It's time to cash out, Mark. We pushed our luck far enough." Reluctantly, Mark nodded, his ambition tempered by the realization that they were playing a dangerous game within a game. As they cashed in their chips, they couldn't help but reflect on the parallels between their podcast and the world of blackjack, two realms where risk and storytelling collided. Leaving the casino behind, they were filled with a sense of both exhilaration and caution. The night had taught them that the allure of risk was ever present, whether at the blackjack table or in the pursuit of their creative dreams. And so, with lessons learned and stories to tell, they left the casino once more, ready to continue their journey in the world of podcasting, where the risks were just as real, but the rewards were measured in the richness of human experience. Chapter 68, high stakes and higher hopes. The team behind the World of Jobin podcast had once again ventured into the realm of blackjack, where the boundaries between risk and storytelling blurred like the neon lights of the casino. Mark's obsession with cracking the code of the game had not waned, and Sarah's analytical mind continued to calculate odds, while the writer observed the human drama unfolding around them. As the night wore on, the tension at the table reached new heights. The team had been through ups and downs, experiencing the thrill of victory and the sting of defeat. Their fortunes swung like a pendulum, and with every card dealt, they felt the weight of both risk and potential reward. J.J. Berman, the charismatic leader of the group, couldn't help but smile at the roller coaster of emotions they were riding. "You know, this is a lot like podcasting, isn't it? You never know what's coming next, and you have to adapt on the fly." Sarah nodded, her eyes never leaving the cards. "Absolutely, JJ. It's all about finding that perfect balance between planning and improvisation, just like our podcast." Mark, still determined to conquer the game, muttered to himself as he counted cards. He believed that with each hand, he was getting closer to unlocking the secrets of blackjack. The writer, caught between the allure of risk and the desire to capture the essence of the casino in their storytelling, watched the colorful characters around them. They saw a cocktail waitress serving drinks with a smile, a couple celebrating an anniversary, and a group of rowdy friends cheering each other on. Each tableau was a potential story waiting to be told. As the night progressed, the team's winnings ebbed and flowed. They faced losing streaks and moments of jubilation. But with each episode they recorded in their minds, they knew that the casino held a treasure trove of inspiration. However, the casino's security personnel were not blind to Mark's card counting. Suspicion grew, and their surveillance became more focused. It was only a matter of time before they would be asked to leave. JJ sensed the impending trouble and turned to Mark. "Mark, it's time to cash out. We've had our fun, and we don't want to overstay our welcome." Mark reluctantly pushed his chips forward, cashing them in. His quest for blackjack mastery would have to continue another day. As they left the casino, the team was filled with a mixture of emotions: exhilaration from their night of risk and caution from the ever-watchful eyes of the casino's security. They knew that the world of blackjack and podcasting shared more in common than they had ever imagined. And so, with stories to tell and lessons learned, they walked away from the casino once more, their hearts still pounding with the thrill of the game. The podcasting world awaited, where the risks were different but the rewards were measured in the richness of human experience. Chapter 69, Bet on the Podcast. The team from the World of Jobin podcast couldn't resist the magnetic pull of the blackjack table. It had become their secret haven, a place where they could both indulge in the thrill of gambling and gather stories for their show. The casino's allure had woven itself into the fabric of their podcasting journey. J.J. Berman, always one to find symbolism in the everyday, leaned back in his chair, smoke curling from the cigar he'd picked up along the way. He looked at his team with a mischievous glint in his eye. "You know, folks, life's a gamble, just like this game we're playing. And in both cases, you've got to be willing to take risks to win big." Sarah couldn't help but smile as she contemplated J.J.'s words. "You're right, JJ. Every episode we release is a roll of the dice. We never know how our audience will react, but that uncertainty is what keeps it exciting." Mark, who had momentarily abandoned his card-counting efforts, chimed in. "It's like trying to predict the next card in the deck. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong, but it's all part of the game." The writer observed the characters around them, taking in the high-stakes drama unfolding at neighboring tables. The casino was a microcosm of life itself, with stories of triumph and heartbreak playing out before their eyes. But as the team immersed themselves in the world of blackjack, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were skirting the edge of something larger, something that transcended the casino floor. It was as if the very act of gambling mirrored the risks they took with their podcast, putting their creativity and ideas on the line with every episode. As the night wore on, the team continued to play, each hand a new chapter in their casino adventure. They experienced the elation of winning streaks and the frustration of losing streaks, much like the ebb and flow of their podcast's journey. But eventually, reality set in. The casino staff, keenly aware of Mark's card-counting skills, had been watching closely. A security guard approached their table, his expression stern. "Sorry, folks," he said, "but we've received some reports of card counting at this table. We'll have to ask you to leave." JJ raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. He knew when it was time to fold. "No problem," he replied with a grin. "We've had our fun. Let's cash out." The team gathered their chips and exchanged them for cash one last time. As they walked away from the blackjack table, they couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of their situation. Outside the casino, under the neon lights and the cool night air, they paused for a moment. The writer knew that this casino adventure, like all the others, had provided them with a wealth of stories and experiences to draw from. It was a reminder that life itself was a gamble, and they were willing to bet on the podcast they loved. With a shared sense of camaraderie and adventure, they headed back to JJ Behrman's podcast studio, ready to face whatever challenges and adventures lay ahead in the world of Jobin. Chapter 70, The Gambler's Odyssey. The team from the World of Jobin podcast had left the casino, their pockets a little lighter but their spirits undampened. They had experienced the thrill of gambling, and while the casino had shut them out, they knew they had won something more valuable than chips, the raw material for another compelling episode. As they returned to JJ Behrman's podcast studio, their minds were abuzz with the stories and anecdotes they had collected. The writer was itching to document their casino adventure, feeling the weight of inspiration pressing upon them. They knew that this was yet another layer to the tapestry of their podcast, an exploration of the human condition in all its glorious, messy facets. Inside the studio, the familiar atmosphere of creativity and camaraderie enveloped them. The soundproof walls bore witness to countless tales and conversations. It was a sanctuary for storytelling, a place where ideas flowed like fine wine. JJ Behrman settled into his host's chair, a glint of excitement in his eyes. "Folks," he began, "tonight, we took a little detour from our usual podcasting routine. We ventured into the world of gambling, a world filled with risk and reward, just like the world of podcasting." Sarah nodded in agreement. "That's right, JJ. It's all about taking chances and putting yourself out there, whether it's at the blackjack table or in front of a microphone." Mark, always the analytical mind, added, "And just like in blackjack, you need strategy and a bit of luck to come out on top. But even when you lose, there's a story to tell." The writer sat quietly, absorbing the energy in the room. It was a moment of reflection, a pause before the storytelling began. The story of their casino adventure was like a blank canvas, waiting for the artist's brush strokes to give it life. With a deep breath, the writer began to recount the events of the night, capturing the essence of the casino: the neon lights, the clinking of chips, the tension at the blackjack table. They wove the story with words that were both poetic and raw, echoing the styles of Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson. As they spoke, the team felt a sense of unity, a shared purpose in their storytelling. They were bringing the casino to life in the minds of their listeners, inviting them to experience the highs and lows of the gambling world. The recording went on for hours, each member of the team taking turns to share their perspectives and insights. It was a podcast episode in the making, a piece of audio art that would transport their audience into the heart of their casino adventure. When they finally wrapped up the recording, the writer couldn't help but smile. They had turned a night of gambling into a narrative, a testament to the unpredictable journey of life itself. The podcast was a living, breathing entity, evolving with every episode. As they left the studio, the team knew that their casino adventure would soon find its way into the ears and hearts of their listeners. The show would go on, as it always did, fueled by their passion for storytelling and the unending quest for the next great tale. And so, with a sense of fulfillment, they ventured into the night, ready to face the challenges and adventures that lay ahead in the world of Jobin. Chapter 72, In the Heart of Creation. The writer and the team from the World of Jobin podcast found themselves back in the familiar confines of J.J. Behrman's podcast studio. The dimly lit room was filled with the warmth of familiarity, a sanctuary for creativity and storytelling. It had been quite the journey, from the casino to this place of creation. The writer couldn't help but reflect on the parallels between the two seemingly disparate worlds, the unpredictability of blackjack and the uncertain path of podcasting. J.J. Behrman, his voice carrying the weight of countless stories yet to be told, began the recording session. Welcome back to the World of Jobin podcast. We've had quite the adventure recently, and it's time to share some of those tales with our listeners. Sarah, Mark, and the writer took their seats, ready to contribute their unique perspectives to the podcast. The microphone stood tall, awaiting the words that would bring stories to life. As the recording began, the room transformed into a realm where the ordinary became extraordinary. The writer's words flowed, painting vivid pictures of their adventures at the casino, the highs and lows, the camaraderie, and the lessons learned. They spoke of the parallels between blackjack and life, the risks worth taking, and the moments of clarity amid the chaos. Sarah added her signature humor to the mix, making the listeners laugh with her witty anecdotes and sharp observations. Mark, the analytical mind of the group, dissected the game of blackjack and related it to the art of decision-making in daily life. J.J. Behrman, the podcast's namesake, wove it all together with his poetic narration, bringing an air of mystique to the storytelling. His voice resonated with the weight of experience and the wisdom of a seasoned storyteller. The recording session was a tapestry of voices, each contributing their unique threads to the narrative. It was a reminder that in the world of podcasting, just as in life, diversity of perspective was the key to a rich and engaging story. As the session progressed, the writer couldn't help but think about the podcast episodes they had been putting off uploading. They realized that the hesitation stemmed not from fear of judgment but from a desire for perfection. They wanted every episode to be a masterpiece, but they were learning that the true beauty of podcasting lay in its imperfections and spontaneity. With renewed enthusiasm, they vowed to release their backlog of episodes, sharing the raw and unfiltered stories with their audience. After all, it was in the unscripted moments, the unexpected detours, and the candid conversations that the real magic of podcasting happened. As the recording session came to an end, there was a sense of accomplishment in the room. They had captured the essence of their recent adventures and were ready to share them with the world. The show would go on, as it always did, with its ups and downs, its twists and turns. With a final click of the stop button, J.J. Behrman leaned back in his chair and smiled. Another episode in the can. Now, it's time to let the world in on our journey. And so, the writer and the team from the World of Jobin podcast left the studio, their stories recorded, their voices heard. The show must go on, and so it did, in all its imperfect, unpredictable glory. Chapter 73, Unleashing the Archive. Inside the enigmatic realm of J.J. Behrman's podcast studio, the atmosphere was electric with creative energy. The team from the World of Jobin podcast had just recorded a captivating episode about their casino adventures, but there was more work to be done. J.J. Behrman, his voice resonating with an air of intrigue, turned to the writer. Now, let's address the backlog of episodes you've been holding onto. It's time to unleash the archive and share those stories with our eager audience. The writer nodded, feeling a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. These episodes were a collection of tales that had been carefully crafted and meticulously edited. They represented moments of vulnerability, introspection, and laughter, moments that were now ready to be laid bare for the world to hear. As they prepared to release the first of these archived episodes, the writer couldn't help but reflect on the journey that had brought them to this point. They had started with a vision, a desire to explore the human experience through storytelling, and now they were on the brink of sharing their most intimate narratives. The first archived episode began with a familiar introduction, J.J. Behrman's voice setting the stage for what was to come. The writer's voice, tinged with a hint of nostalgia, recounted a story from the early days of the podcast, a conversation with a street artist who had turned graffiti into a form of social commentary. As the episode unfolded, it was a journey back in time, a glimpse into the evolution of the world of Jobin. The writer's words were a time capsule, capturing the essence of each moment, each guest, and each revelation. The team listened intently as the episode played, reliving the excitement and uncertainty of those early days. Sarah's laughter echoed through the studio as she remembered the spontaneous jokes and unexpected twists in the conversation. Mark, ever the analytical mind, marveled at how the podcast had grown and matured since then. J.J. Behrman, the conductor of this auditory symphony, provided the perfect transitions, guiding the listener through the ups and downs of the story. His voice was a constant reminder that the podcast was more than just a collection of words, it was an exploration of the human condition. As the first archived episode came to an end, there was a sense of fulfillment in the room. The writer had taken a leap of faith, sharing a piece of their journey with the world, and the response from their audience was overwhelmingly positive. Over the course of the following weeks, more archived episodes were released, each one a testament to the podcast's growth and evolution. The listener base continued to expand, and the team found themselves connecting with people from all walks of life. In the heart of J.J. Behrman's podcast studio, stories flowed like a river, each one a tribute to the beauty of human experience. The writer realized that it was in the act of sharing these stories, unpolished and unfiltered, that they had truly embraced the essence of podcasting. The show must go on, and so it did, with each episode, each conversation, and each moment of connection. In the World of Jobin podcast, there was always more to explore, more to share, and more to discover. And as they looked ahead to the uncharted territory of future episodes, the writer and the team knew that their journey was far from over. They were on a quest to uncover the hidden gems of the human story, one episode at a time. Chapter 74, Behind Closed Doors. Inside the depths of J.J. Behrman's podcast studio, the team from the World of Jobin podcast huddled around the recording equipment. The room was alive with the electric anticipation that often accompanied creative endeavors, but there was an unusual air of secrecy today. J.J. Behrman leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Today, my friends, we're venturing into uncharted territory," he declared, his voice a conspiratorial whisper. "We're going behind closed doors, and our audience won't be able to hear a word of this." The writer and the team exchanged curious glances, wondering what JJ had in store. The writer, accustomed to their unpredictable host, couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. JJ continued, "You see, as much as we love sharing our stories with the world, there are some tales that are best kept within our inner circle. Today, we're diving into the archives of the World of Jobin, and we're going to relive some of our most intimate and personal moments." With that, he pressed a button, and the recording began. But this time, there was no introduction, no official start to an episode. It was as if they were eavesdropping on their own memories. The first story JJ shared was a recollection of the team's very first road trip together. They had crammed into a beat-up van and embarked on a journey to a remote music festival, not knowing what adventures awaited them. It was a tale of cramped quarters, unexpected friendships, and the magic of live music under a starry sky. Sarah laughed as she remembered the comically small tent they had shared, barely fitting all three of them. Mark added his own anecdotes about the bizarre characters they had encountered along the way. As the store. Chapter 72, The Unyielding Clock and the Reluctant Writer. The atmosphere in J.J. Behrman's studio was thick with tension, a palpable force that seemed to hang in the air like a storm cloud. The room was a mess of tangled wires, discarded coffee cups, and scribbled notes, each one a silent testament to the relentless grind of producing the world of Jobin. JJ was pacing like a caged animal, his eyes darting between the clock and the writer, who sat hunched over the keyboard, staring at the screen as if it held the secrets of the universe. "Time's ticking, writer. We've got an audience to please, a schedule to keep," JJ growled, his voice tinged with a mix of impatience and concern. The writer sighed, their fingers hovering over the keys but refusing to commit to any particular sequence of letters. "I know, JJ, but something's holding me back. After that last session, where we bared our souls, I'm finding it hard to just churn out another episode." Sarah, who was busy adjusting the soundboard, looked up and chimed in, "You can't force inspiration, JJ. Sometimes it needs to come naturally, even if that means breaking the routine." Mark, who was leafing through a stack of vinyl records, nodded in agreement. "Yeah, man, let the writer breathe. We've got enough material to keep the show going. One late episode won't kill us." JJ paused, his eyes narrowing as he considered their words. "All right, fine. But remember, we've built something special here, something that demands our commitment. We can't afford to get complacent." The writer nodded, grateful for the reprieve but acutely aware of the responsibility that weighed on their shoulders. "I get it, JJ, and I promise, I'll get this done. But right now, I need to step back, to find that spark again." JJ sighed, his stern facade softening for a moment. "Fair enough. Take the time you need, but don't forget why we're here: to tell stories that matter, stories that resonate with people. That's the essence of the world of Jobin." As the writer left the studio, they felt a strange mix of relief and apprehension. The clock was still ticking, the audience still waiting, but for the first time in a long while, they felt the stirrings of something new, something undefined but deeply exciting. Outside, the city was alive with the hum of traffic and the distant murmur of voices, a chaotic symphony that somehow felt comforting. The writer took a deep breath, letting the sights and sounds wash over them, and in that moment, they felt a flicker of inspiration, a tiny spark that promised to grow into a roaring flame. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden glow over the sprawling metropolis, the writer knew that the show would go on, but not before they had rediscovered the magic that made it all worthwhile. Chapter 73, The Frayed Edges of Reality and Fiction. The studio was a pressure cooker, the walls closing in like the pages of an unwritten book. J.J. Berman, the ringleader of the circus called the world of Jobin, was pacing the floor, his boots thumping against the worn carpet like a metronome set to the tempo of anxiety. "Damn it, writer, we're not running a charity here. We've got deadlines, a hungry audience, and a reputation to uphold," JJ barked, his voice echoing off the foam panels that lined the walls. The writer sat there, fingers poised over the keyboard but paralyzed, as if the keys were made of molten lava. "I know, JJ, but something's changed. After we delved into those personal stories, the line between reality and fiction has blurred. I'm struggling to find the right words." Sarah, who was meticulously adjusting the levels on the mixing board, interjected, "Maybe that's the point, writer. Maybe it's time to embrace that blur, to let the real stories bleed into the fictional ones. It's what Bukowski and Thompson would have done." Mark, who was sprawled on the couch, flipping through a dog-eared copy of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, looked up and nodded. Sarah's right. Our audience tunes in for the raw, unfiltered experience. Let's give it to them. JJ stopped pacing and looked at his team, his eyes softening. "You know, you're both right. We've always prided ourselves on pushing boundaries, on defying conventions. Writer, if you need to break the mold to find your voice again, then shatter it to pieces." The writer felt a surge of relief, like a dam had burst, releasing a torrent of pent-up creativity. "Thank you, JJ, Sarah, Mark. I think I know what I need to do. With renewed vigor, the writer began to type, the words flowing like a stream of consciousness, unfiltered and unrestrained. It was a narrative that wove in elements from their own lives, from the road trips and late-night brainstorming sessions to the doubts and fears that had plagued them. It was a story that blurred the lines between the hosts and the characters they portrayed, a meta-narrative that questioned the very nature of storytelling. As the writer hit the save button, they felt a sense of accomplishment, but also a twinge of apprehension. They had ventured into uncharted territory, and there was no turning back. JJ glanced at the screen and grinned. Well, it looks like we've got ourselves a new episode, one that defies categorization. Let's get this masterpiece uploaded. But the writer hesitated, their finger hovering over the upload button. Not yet, JJ. This one needs to marinate, to breathe. Let's sit on it for a while, let it simmer in its own complexity. JJ looked puzzled but intrigued. All right, writer, we'll play it your way. But remember, the clock's still ticking, and the world's still listening. As they wrapped up for the day, the writer felt a strange sense of liberation. They had broken the rules, defied the conventions, and in doing so, had rediscovered the essence of the world of Jobin. The show must go on, and so it did, but not without leaving its mark on the very fabric of reality and fiction. Chapter 74, The Alchemy of Silence and Sound. The studio was a crucible, a place where ideas were melted down and recast into something new, something potent. J.J. Berman, the alchemist at the helm of this operation, was visibly restless. His eyes darted between the clock and the writer, who was lost in a labyrinth of thoughts, each one a potential path to the next great episode of the world of Jobin. We're burning daylight, writer. The world's not going to wait for us to catch up, JJ snapped, his voice tinged with the urgency of a man who knows that time is the one commodity you can't buy. The writer looked up, their eyes meeting J.J.'s in a silent exchange that spoke volumes. I know, JJ, but I can't shake the feeling that we're on the cusp of something transformative. I don't want to rush it. Sarah, who was fine-tuning the audio equipment, chimed in, sometimes the best things come to those who wait, JJ. We've got a backlog of episodes. Let's give the writer some space to breathe. Mark, who was engrossed in a vintage magazine about the counterculture of the 60s, looked up and nodded. Yeah, man, let's not force it. The audience can sense when we're phoning it in. JJ sighed, his shoulders dropping as if he'd been carrying the weight of the world. All right, fine. But let's not forget that we've got a responsibility to our listeners. They tune in for the raw, unfiltered stories, the kind that make you question the very fabric of reality. The writer nodded, grateful for the reprieve but acutely aware of the ticking clock. I promise, JJ, I won't let you down. But right now, I need to step back, to let the story come to me. JJ looked at his team, his eyes softening for a moment. Okay, writer, do what you need to do. But remember, we're not just creating content, we're crafting experiences, shaping perceptions. That's the power of the world of Jobin. As the writer closed their laptop and left the studio, they felt a strange mix of liberation and trepidation. The world was still out there, waiting for the next episode, but for the first time in a long while, they felt unburdened, free to explore the untamed landscapes of their imagination. Walking through the city, the writer felt as if they were seeing it for the first time, each street a narrative, each face a character in an unfolding drama. And in that moment, amidst the cacophony of urban life, they found it the elusive spark, the missing piece of the puzzle. Rushing back to the studio, the writer burst through the door, their eyes alight with the fire of newfound inspiration. I've got it, JJ, the story that's going to redefine the world of Jobin. JJ grinned, his eyes twinkling with the kind of excitement that only comes from the promise of something groundbreaking. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's make history. And so, in that cluttered studio, amidst the tangle of wires and the aroma of stale coffee, the writer began to type, each word a brush stroke on the canvas of their collective imagination. The show must go on, and so it did, but not before leaving an indelible mark on the hearts and minds of everyone who dared to listen. Chapter 75, The Paradox of Creation and Procrastination. The studio was a sanctuary, a sacred space where the mundane world ceased to exist, replaced by the limitless possibilities of sound and story. J.J. Berman, the high priest of this eclectic temple, was pacing the room, his eyes locked onto the writer, who was lost in a sea of thoughts, adrift but not directionless. "Writer, we're not running a meditation retreat here. We've got an audience that's thirsting for content, and we can't keep them waiting," JJ said, his voice tinged with a blend of frustration and anticipation. The writer looked up, their gaze meeting J.J.'s in a moment of unspoken understanding. "I get it, JJ, but I've stumbled upon something big, something that could redefine the world of Jobin. I need time to flesh it out." Sarah, who was engrossed in calibrating the microphones, interjected, "JJ, we've always been about quality over quantity. Let's not compromise the soul of the show for the sake of sticking to a schedule." Mark, who was leafing through a collection of underground zines, added, "Exactly, man. Let's not lose sight of why we started this podcast in the first place, to challenge norms, to push boundaries." JJ paused, his eyes narrowing as he weighed their words. "All right, I get it. But let's not forget that we've got a commitment to our listeners. They're part of this journey, and we owe it to them to deliver." The writer nodded, their fingers dancing over the keyboard but stopping short of committing to any particular string of words. "I promise, JJ, I'll get this done. But right now, I need to let the ideas marinate, to let the narrative take shape in its own time." JJ sighed, his demeanor softening. "Fine, do what you need to do. But remember, we're not just making a podcast, we're creating an experience, a movement. That's the essence of the world of Jobin." As the writer closed their laptop and stepped out of the studio, they felt a strange mix of liberation and apprehension. The world was still out there, waiting for the next installment, but for the first time in a long while, they felt unburdened by the weight of expectation. Walking through the labyrinthine streets, the writer felt a sense of clarity, as if the city itself was whispering secrets into their ear. And in that moment, they knew that the story would come, not through force but through surrender, not as a torrent but as a trickle that would eventually swell into a river. Rushing back to the studio, the writer felt a surge of inspiration, as if the floodgates had been flung open. "I've got it, JJ, the episode that's going to turn everything on its head." JJ grinned, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of the unknown. "Well, let's not keep the world waiting." And so, in that hallowed space, amidst the clutter of technology and the aroma of inspiration, the writer began to type, each word a step on a journey that had no map but endless destinations. The show must go on, and so it did, but not before rewriting the rules of the game. Chapter 76, The Tipping Point. The studio was a cauldron of tension, a place where the alchemy of creation was both a blessing and a curse. J.J. Berman, the maestro of this orchestrated chaos, was pacing like a caged animal, his eyes darting between the clock and the writer, who was ensnared in a web of their own making. "Writer, we're on the edge of a precipice here. We've got an audience that's been patient, but even patience has its limits," JJ growled, his voice tinged with a sense of urgency that couldn't be ignored. The writer looked up, their eyes locking onto J.J.'s in a moment of unspoken tension. "I know, JJ, but we're on the brink of something monumental. I can feel it, but it's like trying to catch smoke with your bare hands." Sarah, who was meticulously adjusting the soundboard, broke the silence. "JJ, we've always been about pushing the envelope, about taking risks. Let's not abandon that ethos now." Mark, who was engrossed in a biography of Charles Bukowski, looked up and nodded. "Yeah, man, let's not sell out. The audience will stick around if they know something epic is coming." JJ paused, his eyes narrowing as he processed their words. "All right, I get it. But let's not forget, we've got a covenant with our listeners. They're not just passive consumers, they're part of this odyssey." The writer nodded, their fingers hovering over the keyboard, as if waiting for divine intervention. "I promise, JJ, I'll deliver. But right now, I need to let the narrative unfold organically, to let it find its own rhythm." JJ sighed, his shoulders dropping as if he'd been relieved of a heavy burden. "Fine, do what you must. But remember, we're not just making noise, we're making history. That's the essence of the world of Jobin." As the writer closed their laptop and retreated to a corner of the studio, they felt a strange mix of liberation and trepidation. The world was still out there, waiting, but for the first time in a long while, they felt unshackled by the tyranny of the clock. Sitting in the dim light, the writer felt a sense of clarity wash over them. And in that moment, they knew that the story would come, not through force, but through surrender. Rushing back to their laptop, the writer felt a surge of inspiration, as if the universe had whispered the secrets of creation into their ear. "I've got it, JJ, the episode that's going to shatter all expectations." JJ grinned, his eyes twinkling with the promise of the unknown. "Well, let's not keep the world in suspense." And so, in that sacred space, amidst the clutter of ambition and the scent of possibility, the writer began to type, each word a stepping stone on a path that had no map but endless horizons. The show must go on, and so it did, but not before shaking the foundations of what they thought was possible. Chapter 77, The Gamble of Creation. The studio was a sanctuary, a place where the chaos of the outside world was held at bay by the sheer force of creative will. J.J. Berman, the conductor of this symphony of sound and story, was visibly restless. His eyes darted between the clock and the writer, who was lost in a labyrinth of thoughts, each one a potential path to the next great episode of the world of Jobin. "We're burning daylight, writer. The world's not going to wait for us to catch up," JJ snapped, his voice tinged with the urgency of a man who knows that time is the one commodity you can't buy. The writer looked up, their eyes meeting J.J.'s in a silent exchange that spoke volumes. "I know, JJ, but I can't shake the feeling that we're on the cusp of something transformative. I don't want to rush it." Sarah, who was fine-tuning the audio equipment, chimed in, "Sometimes the best things come to those who wait, JJ. We've got a backlog of episodes. Let's give the writer some space to breathe." Mark, who was engrossed in a vintage magazine about the counterculture of the 60s, looked up and nodded. "Yeah, man, let's not force it. The audience can sense when we're phoning it in." JJ sighed, his shoulders dropping as if he'd been carrying the weight of the world. "All right, fine. But let's not forget that we've got a responsibility to our listeners. They tune in for the raw, unfiltered stories, the kind that make you question the very fabric of reality." The writer nodded, grateful for the reprieve but acutely aware of the ticking clock. "I promise, JJ, I won't let you down. But right now, I need to step back, to let the story come to me." JJ looked at his team, his eyes softening for a moment. "Okay, writer, do what you need to do. But remember, we're not just creating content, we're crafting experiences, shaping perceptions. That's the power of the world of Jobin." As the writer closed their laptop and left the studio, they felt a strange mix of liberation and trepidation. The world was still out there, waiting for the next episode, but for the first time in a long while, they felt unburdened, free to explore the untamed landscapes of their imagination. Walking through the city, the writer felt as if they were seeing it for the first time, each street a narrative, each face a character in an unfolding drama. And in that moment, amidst the cacophony of urban life, they found it the elusive spark, the missing piece of the puzzle. Rushing back to the studio, the writer burst through the door, their eyes alight with the fire of newfound inspiration. "I've got it, JJ, the story that's going to redefine the world of Jobin." JJ grinned, his eyes twinkling with the kind of excitement that only comes from the promise of something groundbreaking. "Well, what are you waiting for? Let's make history." And so, in that cluttered studio, amidst the tangle of wires and the aroma of stale coffee, the writer began to type, each word a brush stroke on the canvas of their collective imagination. The show must go on, and so it did, but not before leaving an indelible mark on the hearts and minds of everyone who dared to listen. The studio was a sanctuary, a place where the chaos of the outside world was held at bay by the sheer force of creative will. J.J. Berman, the conductor of this symphony of sound and story, was visibly restless. His eyes darted between the clock and the writer, who was lost in a labyrinth of thoughts, each one a potential path to the next great episode of the world of Jobin. "We're burning daylight, writer. The world's not going to wait for us to catch up," JJ snapped, his voice tinged with the urgency of a man who knows that time is the one commodity you can't buy. The writer looked up, their eyes meeting J.J.'s in a silent exchange that spoke volumes. "I know, JJ, but I can't shake the feeling that we're on the cusp of something transformative. I don't want to rush it." Sarah, who was fine-tuning the audio equipment, chimed in, "Sometimes the best things come to those who wait, JJ. We've got a backlog of episodes. Let's give the writer some space to breathe." Mark, who was engrossed in a vintage magazine about the counterculture of the 60s, looked up and nodded. "Yeah, man, let's not force it. The audience can sense when we're phoning it in." JJ sighed, his shoulders dropping as if he'd been carrying the weight of the world. "All right, fine. But let's not forget that we've got a responsibility to our listeners. They tune in for the raw, unfiltered stories, the kind that make you question the very fabric of reality." The writer nodded, grateful for the reprieve but acutely aware of the ticking clock. "I promise, JJ, I won't let you down. But right now, I need to step back, to let the story come to me." JJ looked at his team, his eyes softening for a moment. "Okay, writer, do what you need to do. But remember, we're not just creating content, we're crafting experiences, shaping perceptions. That's the power of the world of Jobin." As the writer closed their laptop and left the studio, they felt a strange mix of liberation and trepidation. The world was still out there, waiting for the next episode, but for the first time in a long while, they felt unburdened, free to explore the untamed landscapes of their imagination. Walking through the city, the writer felt as if they were seeing it for the first time, each street a narrative, each face a character in an unfolding drama. And in that moment, amidst the cacophony of urban life, they found it the elusive spark, the missing piece of the puzzle. Rushing back to the studio, the writer burst through the door, their eyes alight with the fire of newfound inspiration. "I've got it, JJ, the story that's going to redefine the world of Jobin." JJ grinned, his eyes twinkling with the kind of excitement that only comes from the promise of something groundbreaking. "Well, what are you waiting for? Let's make history." And so, in that cluttered studio, amidst the tangle of wires and the aroma of stale coffee, the writer began to type, each word a brush stroke on the canvas of their collective imagination. The show must go on, and so it did, but not before leaving an indelible mark on the hearts and minds of everyone who dared to listen. Chapter 79, The Echoes of Silence, Part 2. The team was back in the studio, the walls lined with foam padding that had absorbed countless hours of conversation, laughter, and the occasional heated debate. J.J. Berman sat at the helm, his eyes scanning the room as if searching for some hidden truth in the faces of his team. "All right, folks, we've got a groundbreaking episode in the can, but we're not done yet. The world is still turning, And the world of Jobin needs to keep pace, JJ declared, his voice tinged with a sense of urgency that was as palpable as the stale air in the room. The writer, still riding the high of their recent creative breakthrough, felt a twinge of apprehension. JJ, I think we need to be careful here. We've got something special, and I don't want to dilute it by rushing into the next thing. JJ leaned back in his chair, locking eyes with the writer. I get it, but remember, we've got an audience that's hungry for more. We owe it to them to keep the momentum going. Sarah, who had been quietly adjusting the audio equipment, chimed in, why don't we take a step back and think about what we want to achieve with the next episode? We've set the bar high, and we need to make sure we're not just creating content for the sake of it. Mark, who had been flipping through a collection of Hunter S. Thompson's essays, looked up and nodded. Sarah's right. We've got a responsibility to our listeners to deliver something that's not just entertaining but also meaningful. The room fell silent, each member of the team lost in their own thoughts, the weight of their collective responsibility hanging in the air like a thick fog. Finally, JJ broke the silence. All right, let's do this. Writer, I want you to take some time to think about the next episode. Dig deep, tap into that well of creativity that gave us the last masterpiece. The writer nodded, grateful for the space to breathe but acutely aware of the ticking clock. I won't let you down, JJ. As they packed up their gear and left the studio, the writer felt a strange mix of excitement and trepidation. They had ventured into uncharted territory and emerged with a story that promised to redefine the podcasting landscape. But the journey was far from over, and the road ahead was fraught with challenges and uncertainties. Walking through the dimly lit corridors of the building, the writer felt a sense of solitude that was both comforting and disconcerting. The world was still out there, waiting, expecting, demanding. But for now, they were alone, free to explore the labyrinthine recesses of their own mind. And so, in the solitude of their thoughts, the writer began to conceive the next episode of The World of Jobin, each idea a flickering flame in the darkness, promising to illuminate the path ahead. The show must go on, and so it did, but not before reminding them all that the journey was as important as the destination. Chapter 80, The Alchemy of Sound, Part 3. The writer returned to J.J. Behrman's podcast studio, a sanctuary of sound and storytelling, where the walls had absorbed more secrets than a confessional. The atmosphere was electric, buzzing with the kind of creative energy that could either ignite a revolution or burn the whole place down. JJ was already at the control panel, his fingers dancing over the dials and sliders like a pianist lost in a sonata. Sarah was setting up the microphones, her movements precise and deliberate, while Mark was engrossed in a tattered copy of Charles Bukowski's Post Office, a smirk on his face as if he'd just discovered the meaning of life in its pages. Ah, the elusive writer graces us with their presence, JJ quipped, his eyes meeting the writer's in a silent exchange that conveyed both impatience and anticipation. I've got it, J.J., the writer announced, setting down their laptop on the table. The next episode. It's risky, it's raw, and it's going to rattle some cages. JJ leaned back, his eyes narrowing. You've got my attention. Spill. The writer took a deep breath. We're going to tackle the concept of freedom, but not the sanitized, textbook version. We're diving into the messy, uncomfortable reality of what it means to be truly free, warts and all. Sarah looked up, intrigued. That's a heavy topic. Are we ready for this? Mark closed his book and chimed in, if not now, when? The world's a powder keg, and we've got the match. JJ grinned, all right, let's light this candle. Positions, everyone. They took their seats, headphones on, microphones adjusted. The writer opened their laptop and began to read the opening lines of the new episode. The words flowed like molten lava, scorching everything in their path, leaving no room for indifference. As the writer spoke, JJ manipulated the audio levels, each adjustment an act of alchemy that transformed raw sound into pure emotion. Sarah and Mark listened, their faces a tapestry of reactions that ranged from shock to awe. When the last word was spoken, the room fell into a profound silence, as if the universe itself had paused to catch its breath. JJ was the first to speak. That was incendiary. We've just recorded an episode that's going to set the world on fire. The writer closed their laptop, a sense of cathartic release washing over them. It had to be done, JJ. We've got a platform, and we need to use it to challenge the status quo. Sarah nodded. This is why we're here, to push boundaries and provoke thought. Mark stood up. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I could use a drink. This calls for a toast. JJ reached into a drawer and pulled out a bottle of bourbon. To the world of Jobin, may it continue to be the voice of the voiceless. They raised their glasses, the clinking echoing through the studio like the final note of a symphony. As they left the studio, each member of the team felt a sense of exhilaration, a collective high that came from creating something that was bigger than themselves. They had ventured into the abyss and emerged with a story that promised to shake the foundations of conventional wisdom. The show must go on, and so it did, but not before reminding them all that the pen was indeed mightier than the sword. Chapter 81, The Calm Before the Storm, Part 4. The team was back in the studio, the air still tingling with the afterglow of their last recording session. J.J. Berman sat at the control panel, his eyes scanning the room as if he could see the invisible threads of destiny weaving themselves into the fabric of their lives. All right, team, we've got a ticking time bomb of an episode in the can, but we're not hitting upload just yet, JJ declared, his voice tinged with a sense of gravity that seemed to pull the room's energy toward him. The writer, who had been staring at the publish button on their laptop for what felt like an eternity, looked up. Why the delay, JJ? We've got something explosive here. JJ leaned back in his chair, locking eyes with the writer. Exactly. It's explosive. And once we light this fuse, there's no turning back. We need to be prepared for the fallout. Sarah, who had been quietly adjusting the audio equipment, chimed in, J.J.'s right. We're about to shake the tree, and we don't know what's going to fall out. Mark, who had been flipping through a collection of Hunter S. Thompson's essays, looked up and nodded. We're poking the bear, folks. We better be ready for it to poke back. The room fell silent, each member of the team lost in their own thoughts, contemplating the magnitude of what they were about to unleash upon the world. Finally, JJ broke the silence. All right, let's take a breather. We've been running on adrenaline for too long. We need to step back and recharge. And so, they did something they hadn't done in a long time. They took a break. JJ pulled out a deck of cards from a drawer and spread them on the table. How about a game of blackjack to take our minds off things? The team agreed, and for the next hour, they were not podcasters on the verge of sparking a cultural revolution, they were friends, enjoying a simple game, laughing, and reveling in each other's company. As they played, the writer felt a sense of camaraderie that transcended their professional relationship. It was a reminder that they were not just colleagues but a family, bound by a shared vision and a commitment to speak their truth, no matter the cost. When the game ended, and the cards were put away, JJ looked at his team and smiled. Whatever happens next, know that I couldn't have asked for a better crew to navigate these uncharted waters. They raised their glasses, filled with nothing but air but brimming with a sense of purpose. To the world of Jobin, may it continue to be the voice of the voiceless, JJ toasted. As they left the studio, each member of the team felt a sense of exhilaration, a collective high that came from creating something that was bigger than themselves. They had ventured into the abyss and emerged with a story that promised to shake the foundations of conventional wisdom. The show must go on, and so it did, but not before reminding them all that the pen was indeed mightier than the sword. Chapter 82, The Eye of the Storm, Part 5. The team returned to the studio, a sanctuary of sorts, where the walls had absorbed countless hours of dialogue, debate, and the occasional bout of laughter. J.J. Berman settled into his chair, a throne of creativity from which he orchestrated the symphony of voices that made up the world of Jobin. "All right, folks, we've had our fun, but it's time to get back to business," J.J. announced, his voice a blend of gravitas and mischief that only he could pull off. The writer, still hesitant to upload the episode that had been the subject of their recent discussions, looked at JJ. "So, are we finally going to release the Kraken?" JJ chuckled. "Not yet. We've got something else in mind first. A palate cleanser, if you will." Sarah raised an eyebrow. "A palate cleanser? Are we doing a cooking episode now?" JJ grinned. "Not quite. We're going to do a live Q&A session with our listeners. No script, no agenda, just us and the raw, unfiltered questions from our audience." Mark, who had been engrossed in a Charles Bukowski poem, looked up. "That's risky, JJ. You know how unpredictable live shows can be." JJ nodded. "That's the point, Mark. We need to remind ourselves why we started this podcast in the first place: to engage with the world, to challenge norms, and to be a platform for free thought." The writer felt a sense of excitement building up. "All right, let's do it. When do we go live?" JJ glanced at the clock. "In 30 minutes. That gives us just enough time to set up and get in the right headspace." As they prepared for the live session, the writer couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation mixed with a dash of anxiety. They were about to step onto a tightrope with no safety net, a thrilling yet perilous endeavor. Finally, the moment arrived. JJ hit the go live button, and they were on air. The questions started pouring in, a torrent of curiosity, skepticism, and the occasional troll comment. For the next hour, they navigated the labyrinth of public opinion, addressing questions that ranged from the profound to the absurd. It was a roller coaster of emotion, a test of their wit and resilience. As the session drew to a close, JJ looked at his team and gave a nod of approval. "Well done, everyone. We've just reminded ourselves and our audience why the world of Jobin exists. Now, we're ready for the next chapter." The writer felt a renewed sense of purpose. The live session had been a baptism by fire, a rite of passage that had prepared them for the challenges that lay ahead. As they signed off and the studio lights dimmed, JJ turned to his team. "Get ready, folks. The storm is coming, and we're sailing right into it." The writer closed their laptop, the episode still unpublished but now feeling like a loaded gun, ready to fire when the time was right. They had faced the eye of the storm, and now, they were ready for whatever came next. The atmosphere in the studio was electric, a palpable energy that seemed to hum in the air. J.J. Berman, the maestro of this orchestrated chaos, leaned back in his chair, a satisfied grin on his face. "We've done it, team. We've cracked the code of live interaction. We've danced on the edge and lived to tell the tale," he declared, his voice tinged with the kind of reckless enthusiasm that had become his trademark. Sarah, ever the voice of reason, chimed in, "That was a rush, no doubt. But we can't forget we've got a backlog of episodes to release. The writer here has been sitting on a gold mine." The writer felt a twinge of guilt. The episode they had been putting off uploading was a masterpiece in its own right, a deep dive into the complexities of human emotion. But something held them back, a nagging feeling that it wasn't the right time. JJ sensed the hesitation. "You're still not ready to release it, are you?" The writer shook their head. "Not yet. It's like holding onto a hand grenade. You don't pull the pin until you're sure you want to see the explosion." Mark, who had been quietly sipping his coffee, looked up. "Well, when you do decide to pull that pin, make sure we're all behind cover." JJ laughed. "Spoken like a true Hunter S. Thompson disciple." The writer smiled. Alright, if we're not releasing the episode yet, what's next on the agenda? JJ leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. We're going to do something we've never done before. We're going to invite a guest onto the show, but not just any guest. We're going to bring in someone controversial, someone who will shake the foundations of the world of Jobin. Sarah raised an eyebrow. Are you sure that's a good idea? We've built a reputation for being unbiased and open to all viewpoints. Bringing in a controversial figure could alienate our audience. JJ nodded. That's a risk we have to take. Sometimes you have to stir the pot to see what rises to the top. Mark grinned. I'm in. Let's shake things up. The writer felt a sense of anticipation building. They were about to venture into uncharted territory, and the thrill of the unknown was intoxicating. As they began to brainstorm potential guests, the writer couldn't help but feel that they were on the cusp of something monumental. It was as if they were standing at the edge of a cliff, peering into the abyss, ready to take the plunge. And so, as they left the studio that day, the writer felt a sense of exhilaration mixed with a dash of trepidation. They were sailing into stormy waters, and there was no turning back. The show must go on, and so it would, into realms unknown and conversations unspoken, forever etching new chapters into the ever-evolving narrative of the world of Jobin. Chapter 86, The Unveiling, Part 5, Next Chapter. The studio was abuzz with a different kind of energy today, a mix of excitement and apprehension that hung in the air like a dense fog. J.J. Berman, the ringleader of the circus, paced the room, his eyes darting between his team members and the empty chair that would soon be filled by their controversial guest. All right, team, this is it. The moment of reckoning, J.J. announced, his voice tinged with a blend of excitement and gravity that only he could muster. Today, we either make podcast history or go down in flames. Either way, it's going to be one hell of a ride. Sarah looked up from her laptop, where she had been finalizing the episode notes. Do we even know if this person will show up? They're not exactly known for being reliable. JJ grinned. That's what makes it exciting, doesn't it? The unpredictability of it all. Mark, who had been tuning the soundboard, chimed in, well, if they do show, I've got the levels set to capture every nuance of their voice, every inflection, every pause. This is going to be raw and unfiltered, just the way our audience likes it. The writer, still wrestling with the episode they had yet to release, felt a surge of adrenaline. The stakes were high, and the tension was palpable. But it was moments like these that reminded them why they had joined the world of Jobin in the first place, the thrill of the unknown, the allure of the untold story. Just then, the studio door creaked open, and in walked their guest, a figure shrouded in controversy and enigma. The room fell silent, the air thick with anticipation. JJ broke the silence. Welcome to the world of Jobin. Have a seat. As the guest settled into the chair, JJ leaned into the microphone, his eyes meeting those of each team member in turn. All right, folks, let's make some history. With a flick of a switch, the recording light blinked on, and they were live. The next hour was a whirlwind of emotion, a roller coaster of highs and lows that left them all drained yet exhilarated. When the recording finally ended, JJ let out a sigh of relief. We did it. We actually did it. Sarah closed her laptop with a snap. That was intense. I can't believe we pulled it off. Mark grinned. And the best part is, it's all captured, every glorious second of it. The writer felt a sense of accomplishment wash over them. They had ventured into the unknown and emerged unscathed, their bond as a team stronger than ever. As they left the studio, JJ turned to the writer. You know, maybe it's time to release that episode you've been sitting on. After today, I think we're ready for anything. The writer nodded. You're right. It's time. And so, as they stepped out into the night, each lost in their own thoughts, they knew that this was just the beginning. The world had yet to hear the stories that the world of Jobin had to tell, and they couldn't wait to share them. Chapter 91, The Aftermath and the Prelude, back at J.J. Behrman's studio. The studio was still buzzing, but now it was a different kind of buzz, a post-show high that was part adrenaline, part exhaustion. The controversial guest had left, leaving behind a room filled with the lingering energy of a conversation that had veered from the profound to the absurd, sometimes within the same sentence. J.J. Behrman, ever the showman, was already thinking about the next episode. "All right, team, that was electric. I mean, we've had some big moments on this podcast, but this was something else." Sarah, who had been busy archiving the new episode, looked up. "It's going to be a nightmare to edit, but it's going to be worth it." Mark, still at the soundboard, was replaying snippets of the conversation. "I've got to say, our guest had some sound bites that are going to go viral for sure." The writer, however, was in a contemplative mood. The episode they had been procrastinating on seemed trivial now, almost inconsequential in the face of what they had just experienced. But it was also a reminder that every story mattered, that every voice had a place in the world of Jobin. JJ noticed the writer's distant expression. "Hey, you all right? You look like you're a million miles away." The writer snapped back to reality. "I was just thinking about the episode I've been putting off. It's time to finish it." JJ grinned. "That's the spirit. You know, in this business, you're only as good as your last episode. And our last episode was a masterpiece. But that doesn't mean we can rest on our laurels." Just then, Sarah's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen and her eyes widened. "Guys, you're not going to believe this. The early metrics are in. The episode is blowing up. We're trending." A collective cheer erupted in the room. For a moment, they all basked in the glory of their shared success. But then JJ raised his hand, calling for silence. "All right, team, let's not get carried away. We've got another episode to record tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that. The grind never stops." And so, as they began to pack up, each lost in their own thoughts, they knew that this was just another chapter in the ever-unfolding saga of the world of Jobin. And as they stepped out of the studio, back into the world that awaited their stories, they did so with a renewed sense of purpose. Because in the world of podcasting, as in life, the show must go on. Chapter 92, The Unveiling, back at J.J. Behrman's studio, Part 2. The studio was a sanctuary, a place where the chaos of the world was filtered through microphones and translated into something resembling coherence. J.J. Behrman sat in his leather chair, a throne of sorts, surrounded by an array of gadgets that would make even a seasoned techie blush. "All right, folks, we're back in the saddle. Today's episode is going to be a doozy," JJ announced, his voice tinged with the kind of excitement that only comes from knowing you're about to drop a bombshell. The writer, still wrestling with the episode they had been avoiding, felt a pang of guilt. They had been procrastinating, yes, but today felt different. Today, they were ready to confront whatever it was that had been holding them back. Sarah, ever the multitasker, was juggling 3 different tasks at once, monitoring the live stream, checking social media reactions, and texting potential guests for future episodes. "JJ, we're good to go. The world is listening." Mark, the sound engineer, gave a thumbs up. "Levels are good. We're rolling." JJ leaned into the microphone, his eyes meeting those of the writer. "Before we dive into today's topic, I want to give a shout out to our resident writer here, who's been working on something special. Isn't that right?" The writer felt a lump in their throat but nodded. "Yes, it's a piece that I've been putting off for a while, but it's finally ready. It's about the paradox of choice in the digital age, how having too many options can actually make us miserable." JJ grinned. Ah, the tyranny of abundance. I love it. Can't wait to hear it. Just then, Sarah's phone buzzed. She glanced at it and her face turned pale. Guys, we have a situation. There's a power outage in the area. We might lose connection. As if on cue, the lights flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls. But the equipment stayed on, humming softly, as if defying the universe's attempt to silence them. JJ chuckled. Well, if that's not a sign, I don't know what is. But we're still here, and as long as we are, the show must go on. And so, with the world teetering on the edge of uncertainty, they plunged ahead, each aware that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a tapestry of voices, stories, and ideas that was the world of Jobin. As the writer began to read their long-avoided piece, the words flowed effortlessly, as if they had been waiting for this very moment to come to life. And as they spoke, they realized that sometimes, the stories we're most afraid to tell are the ones that need to be heard the most. Chapter 93, The Power and the Glory, back at J.J. Behrman's studio, Part 3. The studio lights flickered again, casting a strobe-like effect across the room. J.J. Behrman looked at the ceiling as if he could intimidate the electrical wiring into submission. Damn it, not now, he muttered. Sarah's eyes were glued to her phone, scrolling through the latest updates. The outage is spreading. People are tweeting about it. We're trending, but for all the wrong reasons. Mark, the sound engineer, was busy backing up the recorded segments. We've got about 10 minutes of battery left on the equipment. After that, it's lights out literally. The writer felt a strange sense of calm amidst the chaos. They had just read their piece on the paradox of choice, and now, fate had presented them with a choice of its own, to panic or to proceed. JJ leaned back in his chair, a smirk forming on his lips. You know, this could be a blessing in disguise. A forced break from the digital world, a return to the basics. What do you say we go analog? Sarah raised an eyebrow. You mean like, actually talk to each other without any gadgets? Exactly, JJ said, pulling out a deck of cards from his drawer. How about a game of blackjack? Winner gets to pick the topic for our next episode. The writer chuckled. You're on. As they shuffled the cards, the room was filled with a sense of camaraderie that no amount of technology could replicate. They dealt the cards, eyes meeting over the small pile of chips in the center of the table. Hit me, Sarah said, her eyes gleaming with a competitive spirit. Stay, Mark declared, confident in his hand. The writer looked at their cards, a king and a 7. I'll stay as well. JJ revealed his cards, a queen and a 9. Looks like I win this round. Just then, the lights went out, plunging the room into darkness. But no one seemed to mind. They had found something more illuminating, a moment of genuine connection, a break from the relentless pace of the digital age. As they sat there in the dark, laughing and talking, the writer realized that sometimes the most meaningful conversations happen when we least expect them, in the most unlikely of settings. And as the backup generator kicked in, filling the room with light, they all knew that this was one episode of The World of Jobin that would never be forgotten. Chapter 94, The Unscripted Episode, back at J.J. Behrman's studio, Part 4. The backup generator hummed to life, casting a softer, more intimate glow over the studio. J.J. Behrman looked at his team, Sarah, Mark, and the writer, and grinned. Well, since I won the last round, I get to pick the topic for our next episode. How about we discuss the art of unplugging? Sarah chuckled. Considering the circumstances, that's almost poetic. Mark, still at his console, announced, we're back online, but let's not take any chances. I suggest we record the episode now. The writer, who had been scribbling notes in a weathered notebook, looked up. I agree. Sometimes the best material comes when you least expect it. JJ took his seat behind the microphone, his eyes meeting each of theirs in turn. Alright, let's make some podcast magic. Recording starts. JJ, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the world of Jobin. I'm your host, JJ Berman, and today we have a special episode for you. We're talking about the art of unplugging, and let me tell you, we've had a first-hand experience with it. Isn't that right, team? Sarah, oh, you have no idea. We've been through a mini apocalypse here. Mark, and survived to tell the tale. Writer, it's been a lesson in adaptability, to say the least. JJ, exactly. Now, let's dive into it. In this digital age, we're so connected that we often forget the value of genuine, face-to-face interactions. So, how do you unplug? Sarah, I like to read. There's nothing like a good book to help you escape. Mark, I go hiking. Nature has a way of making you forget about your inbox. Writer, I write, ironically. But I do it the old-fashioned way, pen and paper. JJ, beautiful. And that's what it's all about, folks, finding your own way to disconnect so you can reconnect with what truly matters. Recording ends. As Mark hit the stop button, a collective sigh filled the room. They had done it. Against all odds, they had pulled off an episode that was as raw as it was real. JJ looked at his team, his eyes softer, his voice tinged with gratitude. You know, we might just have stumbled upon a new format here. The unscripted episode. Sarah, Mark, and the writer exchanged glances, a silent agreement passing between them. They were onto something big, and they all knew it. As they began to pack up, the writer felt a sense of fulfillment that no amount of social media likes could ever replicate. This was real life, in all its messy, unpredictable glory. And for the first time in a long while, they couldn't wait to write about it. JJ raised his cup, the others following suit. To the world of Jobin, may it continue to evolve and inspire. They clinked their cups together, the sound echoing in the air like a promise. A promise of more episodes, more challenges, and more late-night coffee shop brainstorming sessions. As they left the coffee shop, the writer couldn't help but feel that they were on the cusp of something big, something that would redefine not just their podcast, but perhaps even the future of work itself. And so, armed with caffeine and a newfound sense of purpose, they headed back to the studio, ready to turn their ideas into another groundbreaking episode of The World of Jobin. Chapter 99, The Coffee Shop Chronicles, Part 6. The team was back at the coffee shop, but this time the atmosphere was different. The air was thick with tension, like a storm cloud waiting to burst. JJ Berman looked at his team, his eyes searching for an answer that seemed to elude him. All right, we've got a problem, JJ began, his voice tinged with a seriousness that immediately caught everyone's attention. Our main guest for the Future of Work episode just bailed. Says they've got a scheduling conflict. Sarah sighed, her fingers hovering over her laptop's keyboard. That's the third one this week. What's going on? Mark, who had been fiddling with his phone, looked up. Could be cold feet. Talking about the future of work is a hot topic, maybe they're afraid of the backlash. The writer, who had been scribbling in a notebook, paused. Or maybe it's us. Maybe we're not big enough for them. JJ shook his head, dismissing the thought. No, it's not that. We've got the numbers to prove our worth. There's something else going on here. The tension in the room was palpable, each team member lost in their own thoughts, wrestling with the problem at hand. It was Sarah who broke the silence. Why don't we pivot? Instead of bringing in experts, why don't we become the experts? We've been doing this long enough to have some insights, haven't we? J.J.'s eyes lit up, a smile breaking through the tension. That's it? We don't need them, we've got us. We can each take a segment and dive deep into it. Mark nodded, already thinking about the logistics. I can handle the tech trends, AI, automation, that sort of thing. Sarah chimed in, I'll take on the gig economy and remote work. The writer closed the notebook, a sense of resolve settling in. And I'll tackle the philosophical angle, the why of work, what drives us. JJ raised his cup, the others following suit. To the world of Jobin, and to us, the unexpected experts. Cups clinked, sealing the pact. The tension lifted, replaced by a newfound sense of purpose. They had a plan, and it was a damn good one. As they packed up their things, JJ looked at his team, his eyes lingering on each one of them. You guys are the best. Let's go make some podcast history. And so, they left the coffee shop, each carrying a piece of the puzzle that was the world of Jobin. Back to the studio they went, not as a team searching for answers, but as a team that had found them. Chapter 100, The Coffee Shop Chronicles, Part 7. The coffee shop had become a sanctuary, a place where ideas flowed as freely as the espresso. But this time, the team was back not to solve a crisis but to celebrate a victory. The Future of Work episode had been a hit, garnering more downloads in the first 24 hours than any other episode they'd released. JJ Berman sat at the head of the table, a grin stretching from ear to ear. We did it, guys. We really did it. Sarah looked up from her laptop, her eyes meeting J.J.'s. We sure did. And the feedback has been incredible. People are loving the new format. Mark, who had been scrolling through the analytics, nodded in agreement. The numbers don't lie. We've got a hit on our hands. The writer, who had been lost in thought, looked up. You know, it's funny. We were so worried about not having an expert, but it turns out we were the experts we needed all along. JJ raised his cup, the others following suit. To us, the accidental experts. Cups clinked, sealing another pact, another chapter in the ever-evolving story of the world of Jobin. Just then, the barista approached the table, a tray of shots in hand. On the house, for our favorite podcasters. JJ looked at the team, a mischievous glint in his eye. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's toast to our success. And so, they did, each shot a testament to their hard work, their dedication, and their unyielding belief in the power of storytelling. As they left the coffee shop, JJ couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment, a sense of pride in what they had built. But more than that, he felt grateful for the team that had stood by him, that had believed in him, even when he had doubted himself. Back to the studio they would go, but not before taking a moment to revel in their success, to bask in the glory that was the world of Jobin. And as they stepped out into the night, the city lights twinkling like stars in a far-off galaxy, JJ knew that this was just the beginning, that the best was yet to come. The studio was a sanctuary of a different kind of place where chaos and creativity danced in a frenzied tango. JJ Berman unlocked the door, and the team filed in, each lost in their own thoughts but united in their sense of accomplishment. All right, team, let's not get too comfortable. We've got another episode to record, JJ announced, flipping on the lights and revealing the familiar setup, microphones, soundboards, and a labyrinth of cables. Sarah took her seat, adjusting the microphone to her preferred height. What's the topic for today? JJ grinned, the million-dollar question. How about the ethics of AI in the workplace? Mark, who had been fiddling with the soundboard, looked up. That's heavy stuff, man. But it's about time we tackled it. The writer, who had been conspicuously quiet, finally spoke. I've been thinking, why don't we bring in a guest for this one? Someone who can really dive deep into the subject. JJ considered it for a moment. Not a bad idea. But who? Just then, Sarah's phone buzzed. She glanced at it and then back at the team. You won't believe this. Dr. Emily Thompson, the leading expert on AI ethics, just tweeted about our last episode. She loved it? J.J.'s eyes widened. Well, I think we just found our guest. Mark was already on it, sending a direct message to Dr. Thompson. Invitation sent. Now we wait. As they sat in the electric atmosphere of the studio, each lost in their own world yet profoundly connected, the writer couldn't help but marvel at the serendipity of it all. It was as if the universe itself was conspiring to make the world of Jobin a success. And then Mark's phone buzzed. Guys, Dr. Thompson just replied. She's in. A collective cheer erupted in the room, reverberating off the walls and filling the space with a palpable sense of excitement. JJ raised his hand for a high five, and one by one, they all joined in, their hands meeting in a perfect symphony of triumph and anticipation. All right, let's get to work. We've got an episode to prepare for, JJ declared, his voice tinged with a newfound sense of purpose. And so, they dove back into the whirlpool of creativity, each contributing their unique skills and perspectives, each a vital cog in the ever-turning wheel that was the world of Jobin. As they settled into their roles, microphones adjusted, and headphones on, JJ took a moment to look around at his team, his friends, his family. Ready? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Ready, they echoed back, their voices a chorus of conviction and courage. JJ hit the record button, and once again, they were off, sailing into the uncharted waters of podcasting, their compass set firmly on the pursuit of truth, their sails filled with the winds of curiosity and wonder. Chapter 102, The Studio, the episode that almost wasn't, Part 2. The atmosphere in the studio was electric, a potent mix of anticipation and caffeine. Dr. Emily Thompson was patched in via video call, her face glowing on the large screen that dominated one wall of the studio. All right, we're going live in 3, 2, 1. Mark counted down, his finger hovering over the record button. JJ cleared his throat. Welcome back to the world of Jobin, folks. Today, we have a special guest with us, Dr. Emily Thompson, an expert in AI ethics. Welcome to the show, Dr. Thompson. Thank you, JJ. It's a pleasure to be here, Emily's voice came through crisp and clear. Sarah jumped in, so, Dr. Thompson, let's dive right in. What are the ethical implications of AI in the workplace? Just as Emily began to answer, a loud crash echoed through the studio. Everyone turned to see the writer, who had knocked over a stack of old episodes' transcripts. Damn it, man. We're live. JJ hissed, muting his microphone. The writer mumbled an apology, picking up the scattered papers. Sorry, got lost in thought. Lost in thought? This isn't a Zen garden. Mark snapped, trying to salvage the recording. Emily, ever the professional, continued as if nothing had happened. As I was saying, the ethical implications are vast, ranging from job displacement to data privacy. The episode continued, but the writer couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. He looked at his laptop, the cursor blinking on a blank page. He was supposed to upload the next chapter of the World of Jobin novel, but the words just wouldn't come. JJ, sensing the tension, wrapped up the episode. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Thompson. It's been enlightening. Thank you for having me, Emily signed off, her image fading from the screen. As soon as they were off air, JJ turned to the writer. You all right, man? You seem off. The writer sighed, I don't know, JJ. I'm stuck, man. The novel, it's like I'm paralyzed. Sarah chimed in, writer's block happens to the best of us. Maybe you need a change of scenery, something to jolt you out of this funk. Mark, still annoyed but sympathetic, stop overthinking and just write. Even if it's crap, it's better than a blank page. JJ nodded, they're right. The show goes on, whether we're ready or not. And sometimes, the magic happens when we least expect it. The writer looked at his friends, his team, and felt a warmth spread through him. They were right. The only way out was through. All right, he said, opening his laptop. Let's get this chapter done. And so, in that studio filled with gadgets and dreams, the writer began to type, each keystroke a tiny rebellion against the tyranny of the blank page. And as he wrote, he realized that sometimes, the story writes itself. All you have to do is show up. Chapter 103, The Studio, The Unveiling, Part 3. The studio was buzzing with a different kind of energy now. The writer had finally broken through his block, and the room felt lighter, as if a weight had been lifted. JJ was scrolling through his phone, checking the latest reviews of their podcast. Listen to this, he said, grinning. Someone wrote, the world of Jobin is like a shot of adrenaline straight to the heart. It's raw, it's real, and it's ridiculously entertaining. Sarah chuckled, well, that's one way to put it. Mark was busy setting up for the next episode. We've got a local musician coming in. Should be a fun one. The writer saved his progress and closed his laptop. I think I've got enough for the next chapter. Thanks for the pep talk, guys. JJ clapped him on the back. That's what we're here for, man. Now, let's get ready to rock this next episode. Just then, the door swung open, and in walked Danny, a local musician known for his soulful voice and eccentric personality. He was wearing a tie-dye shirt and a feathered hat, looking every bit the bohemian artist. Hey, hey, hey. Is this where the magic happens? Danny exclaimed, taking in the studio with wide eyes. You bet, JJ welcomed him. Have a seat, Danny. We're about to go live. As Mark counted down, the writer felt a sense of contentment wash over him. This was his tribe, his sanctuary. And as the red record light blinked on, he knew that they were creating something special, something that resonated with people. Welcome back to the world of Jobin, folks, JJ began, his voice smooth as silk. Today, we've got a treat for you. Please welcome local musician, Danny. Hey everyone, glad to be here, Danny chimed in, his voice tinged with excitement. Sarah took the lead, so Danny, tell us about your journey. How did you get into music? As Danny delved into his story, the writer felt inspired. Here was someone who had followed his passion against all odds, much like they had with the podcast. And as Danny picked up his guitar to play a song live, the writer knew that this was a moment to remember. The music filled the studio, a haunting melody that spoke of love and loss. And as they all listened, lost in the music, the writer felt grateful. Grateful for the podcast, for his friends, and for the chance to tell stories that mattered. As the last note faded away, JJ summed it up perfectly. Wow, that was incredible, Danny. Thanks for sharing your talent with us. My pleasure, Danny said, putting down his guitar. And as they wrapped up another episode, the writer felt a renewed sense of purpose. He opened his laptop and began to type, the words flowing freely now. And as he wrote, he realized that the best stories are the ones that come from the heart, from genuine moments of connection and inspiration. And so, in that little studio, they continued to create, to share, and to live their truth. And that, in itself, was a story worth telling. Chapter 107, The Studio, The Unexpected Turn, Part 4. The studio was still humming with the afterglow of Danny's performance. The air was thick with the scent of coffee and the subtle undertones of electrical equipment. JJ was busy editing the episode, his eyes squinting at the screen as he fine-tuned the audio levels. Sarah was scrolling through social media, her eyes widening at the increasing number of followers they had gained. Guys, we just hit 10,000 followers on Instagram. Mark, who was coiling up some cables, looked up and grinned. That's insane. We've come a long way. The writer, laptop open, was staring at a blank document. The cursor blinked back at him, almost tauntingly. He sighed, closed the laptop, and took a sip of his lukewarm coffee. JJ noticed and walked over. Still stuck? Yeah, it's like I've hit a wall, the writer admitted. Just then, the door burst open, and in walked a woman with fiery red hair, wearing a leather jacket and boots that meant business. She had an aura of someone who had seen it all and lived to tell the tale. Is this where the world of Jobin happens? She asked, her voice tinged with a raspy edge. You bet, JJ replied, intrigued. And you are? I'm Roxanne, a journalist. I've been following your podcast, and I think it's time the world knows about you guys. How about an exclusive interview? The room went silent for a moment, each absorbing the gravity of what was just offered. Then, almost in unison, they all said, hell yes. As Roxanne set up her recorder and took out her notepad, the writer felt a surge of inspiration. This was it, the raw, unpredictable life they had all chosen, and it was moments like these that made it all worthwhile. So, JJ, let's start with you, Roxanne began, her eyes sharp and focused. What drives you to keep this podcast going? JJ leaned back, pondering the question. It's the stories, the people, and the sheer unpredictability of it all. Every episode is a new adventure, and that's what keeps me going. Roxanne nodded, scribbling down notes. She then turned to Sarah, Mark, and finally, the writer, each sharing their own reasons, their own motivations, and their own dreams. As the interview progressed, the writer felt the block lifting. Words started forming in his mind, sentences building upon each other, and before he knew it, he was typing away furiously on his laptop. By the time Roxanne said, "All right, that's a wrap," the writer had completed an entire chapter. He looked up, his eyes meeting J.J.'s, and in that moment, they both knew that this was just the beginning. Thanks for this, Roxanne, JJ said, shaking her hand. You've given us more than just an interview, you've given us a renewed sense of purpose. My pleasure, Roxanne replied, packing up. You guys have something special here, and I can't wait for the world to see it. As she left, the writer saved his document and closed his laptop. He felt invigorated, alive, and incredibly grateful. And as they all sat there, basking in the afterglow of another unforgettable day, they knew that the best was yet to come. The studio was buzzing with a different kind of energy today. The interview with Roxanne had been a hit, and the team was riding high on the wave of newfound fame. But fame, as they say, is a fickle friend. JJ was pacing around the room, phone in hand, talking to potential sponsors. Yes, we can definitely plug your product, but it has to align with our brand, he was saying, his voice tinged with a mix of excitement and caution. Sarah was at her desk, responding to fan emails and comments. You won't believe the kind of questions we're getting, guys. Someone wants to know if we believe in aliens. Mark was tuning his guitar, lost in his own world, while the writer sat in a corner, staring at his laptop. The cursor blinked back, almost mockingly. He had been putting off uploading the new chapter, the words just not coming together. Hey, writer, how's it going? JJ asked, hanging up the phone. Still stuck, the writer replied, rubbing his temples. Just then, the door swung open, and in walked Danny, carrying a tray of coffees. Thought you all could use some caffeine. Ah, the elixir of life, Sarah exclaimed, grabbing a cup. As they sipped their coffee, JJ had an idea. Why don't we do something different for the next episode? How about a live Q&A session with our listeners? The room lit up at the suggestion. That's brilliant, Mark said, setting down his guitar. Could be the jolt we need, Sarah added, already thinking of how to promote it. The writer felt a spark of inspiration. And what if we make it a theme-based Q&A? Like, the mysteries of life or something. JJ grinned. I love it. It's settled then. Our next episode will be a live Q&A on the mysteries of life. As they began to brainstorm, the writer felt the words start to flow. He opened his laptop and began to type, the words pouring out like a dam had been broken. This was it, he was back in the groove. Hours later, they had a plan in place, roles assigned, and a promotional strategy ready to go. The writer had also finally completed his chapter, the sense of accomplishment washing over him like a warm wave. All right, team, we've got a big day ahead. Let's call it a night, JJ announced. As they packed up, the writer saved his document and took a deep breath. He looked around the studio, at the faces of his friends, his team, and felt a profound sense of gratitude. See you all tomorrow, he said, closing his laptop and heading for the door. Can't wait, Sarah replied, her eyes already on her phone, setting up the social media posts for the next day. And so, they parted ways, each carrying a piece of the collective dream in their hearts, unaware of the roller coaster that awaited them but ready to face it, together. Chapter 109, The Studio, The Calm Before the Storm, Part 6. The studio was a sanctuary, a place where dreams were stitched together with threads of ambition and beads of sweat. J.J. Berman sat in his leather chair, staring at the microphone that had captured so many voices, so many stories. All right, team, we're going live in 5, 4, 3. Sarah counted down, her finger hovering over the go live button. The writer, who had been unusually quiet, looked up from his laptop. He had been wrestling with words, sentences that refused to form, paragraphs that lacked cohesion. The cursor blinked at him, a silent taunt. 2, 1, we're live. Sarah announced, and JJ put on his headphones, his face lighting up as he welcomed their audience to another episode of The World of Jobin. Good evening, folks. Welcome to a very special episode of The World of Jobin. Tonight, we're diving into the mysteries of life, and we want you to be a part of it. Send in your questions, and let's unravel these enigmas together. As JJ spoke, Mark strummed a few chords on his guitar, adding a musical layer to the atmosphere. Sarah monitored the incoming questions, her eyes widening at some of the existential queries their listeners were sending. Wow, we've got some deep thinkers tonight, she whispered to the writer, who nodded, still engrossed in his struggle with the written word. JJ picked the first question. All right, here's one from Tim in Ohio. What's the meaning of life? Ah, the age-old question. What do you guys think? Mark chuckled. 42. Sarah laughed. Classic Hitchhiker's Guide answer. But seriously, I think the meaning of life is to find your purpose and make a positive impact. JJ nodded. I agree. Life is a canvas, and we're the artists. It's up to us to make it a masterpiece. As they delved into more questions, the writer felt a sudden surge of inspiration. He began to type furiously, the words flowing like a river after a storm. The chapter he had been struggling with was finally taking shape. As the podcast episode came to an end, JJ thanked their audience. It's been an enlightening evening, folks. Remember, the biggest mystery is the one within you. Keep exploring, keep questioning. Good night. Sarah hit the end live button, and the team let out a collective sigh of relief. How'd we do? Mark asked. Amazing, Sarah said, looking at the analytics. Our highest engagement yet. JJ turned to the writer. How about you? Any luck? The writer grinned, closing his laptop. Finished the chapter. And it's a good one. JJ clapped his hands together. Fantastic. Drinks are on me tonight. As they left the studio, each carried a sense of accomplishment, a feeling that they were on the brink of something monumental. But what lay ahead was unknown, a mystery waiting to be solved. And so, they stepped out into the night, their hearts full, their spirits high, ready to face whatever challenges and triumphs awaited them in the chapters yet to be written. The studio lights dimmed to a soft glow, casting shadows that danced on the walls like restless spirits. J.J. Berman sat back in his leather chair, the microphone pushed aside for the moment. The team had just wrapped up another episode, and the air was thick with the scent of victory and exhaustion. "All right, team, great job today. We've got some time to kill before the next recording. What do you say we unwind a bit?" JJ suggested, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Sarah looked up from her laptop, where she was monitoring the social media buzz around their latest episode. "Unwind how?" JJ grinned, "How about a little online blackjack? A friendly game, of course." Mark, who had been strumming a few chords on his guitar, perked up. "I'm in. It's been ages since I played." The writer, still wrestling with the elusive words of his next chapter, hesitated. "I don't know, guys. I really should be working on." JJ cut him off, "Come on, a few rounds won't hurt. Plus, it might help you loosen up those creative juices." The writer sighed, finally giving in. "All right, deal me in." Sarah set up a virtual blackjack table on the large screen that usually displayed their podcast analytics. The digital cards were shuffled, and the game began. JJ was the first to hit blackjack, a triumphant yes, escaping his lips. Sarah was next, her eyes widening in disbelief as she hit 21. Mark wasn't as lucky, busting out on his first round. The writer, however, was in a zone of his own. Each card he drew seemed to align with an invisible rhythm, a cosmic beat that only he could hear. And then, it happened. Blackjack. He looked up, locking eyes with JJ. "See? What did I tell you? A little fun never hurt anyone," JJ said, winking. Just then, Sarah's phone buzzed. She glanced at it and gasped. "Guys, you won't believe this. Our latest episode just hit 1 million listens." The room erupted in cheers, the energy reaching a new high. It was as if the universe itself was rewarding them for their brief detour into the world of chance. JJ raised his glass, to the world of Jobin, where the only constant is the unexpected. They clinked their glasses, the sound echoing like a promise, a vow to keep pushing the boundaries of what was possible. As they settled back into their seats, preparing for the next episode, the writer felt a newfound sense of clarity wash over him. He opened his laptop, the words flowing effortlessly onto the screen. It was as if the game had unlocked something within him, a hidden reservoir of inspiration. And so, as the clock ticked closer to their next recording, each member of the team found themselves immersed in their own world, united by the shared understanding that sometimes, you have to gamble to win. The studio lights brightened, signaling the beginning of another adventure in the world of Jobin. And this time, they were all in. The studio lights flickered back to life, casting a warm glow over the room. The team was buzzing with energy, still riding the high from their recent successes. J.J. Berman adjusted his microphone, ready to dive into another episode of the world of Jobin. "All right, folks, we're back in 5, Sarah announced, her fingers dancing over the control panel. Mark strummed a few chords on his guitar, filling the room with a soothing melody. The writer, feeling invigorated from the earlier game of blackjack, was finally making progress on his elusive chapter. Just as JJ was about to give the cue to start recording, the studio door burst open. A figure stepped in, silhouetted against the hallway light. The room fell silent. "Sorry for the intrusion," the figure said, stepping into the light. It was none other than Alex Turner, the legendary musician and frontman of the Arctic Monkeys. J.J.'s jaw dropped. "Alex Turner? What are you doing here?" Alex grinned, heard you guys were making waves in the podcast world. Thought I'd drop by and see what the fuss is about. Sarah was starstruck, this is unreal. Are you here for an interview? Alex shrugged, why not? Got some time to kill before my gig tonight. JJ couldn't believe their luck. Well, you're more than welcome. Have a seat. As Alex settled into the guest chair, Mark handed him a guitar. Care to jam a bit before we start? Alex strummed a few chords, and Mark joined in. The room was filled with an electrifying blend of music, a spontaneous jam session that could only happen in the world of Jobin. The writer, inspired by the unexpected turn of events, felt a surge of creativity. He began typing furiously, capturing the essence of this surreal moment. Finally, JJ gave the signal, and Sarah hit the record button. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the world of Jobin. Today, we have a very special guest, Alex Turner of the Arctic Monkeys. The interview was a hit, delving into topics ranging from music and creativity to the unpredictability of life. As they wrapped up, Alex looked around the room. You guys have something special here, he said, keep it up. JJ raised his glass, to the unexpected, the unscripted, and the unbelievable. Glasses clinked, sealing the pact of another unforgettable episode in the annals of the world of Jobin. As Alex left the studio, the team sat in awe, marveling at the serendipity of life. The writer saved his document, finally satisfied with his chapter. And so, the saga of the world of Jobin continued, proving once again that in this unpredictable journey, anything is possible. The studio was still buzzing with the residual energy of Alex Turner's unexpected visit. JJ Berman sat back in his chair, a grin stretching across his face. Well, that was something, wasn't it? Sarah, still in awe, nodded. I can't believe that just happened. We should be getting some serious traction after this episode goes live. Mark, strumming a few chords on his guitar, chimed in, man, life's a trip. You never know what's gonna happen next. The writer, who had been procrastinating for weeks, felt a newfound sense of urgency. The visit from Alex Turner had been a catalyst, a sign from the universe that it was time to get his act together. He opened his laptop and began to type, the words flowing effortlessly for the first time in weeks. JJ looked at his team, his eyes meeting each of theirs. You know, we've got something special here. But we can't rest on our laurels. We've got to keep pushing, keep innovating. Sarah nodded, absolutely. So, what's next? JJ leaned forward, his eyes twinkling with excitement. I've been thinking about it, and I believe it's time we expand. How about a live episode? A real-time interaction with our audience. Mark's eyes lit up. That sounds insane, in the best way possible. The writer paused his typing, intrigued by the idea. A live episode? That's risky but could be groundbreaking. JJ nodded, exactly. We've got the momentum, and we need to capitalize on it. Let's plan it out. For the next hour, the team brainstormed, their ideas bouncing off the walls like a pinball machine. The writer, inspired by the collaborative energy, incorporated these new developments into his ongoing narrative. Finally, they had a plan. A live episode, complete with audience interaction, special guests, and even a live performance by Mark. It was ambitious, but if anyone could pull it off, it was the team behind the world of Jobin. As they wrapped up the meeting, JJ raised his glass, filled with his favorite bourbon. To the future, and to the endless possibilities it holds. Glasses clinked, sealing their pact. The writer saved his document, a satisfied smile on his face. For the first time in a long time, he felt like he was part of something bigger, something extraordinary. And so, the saga of the world of Jobin continued, each day a new chapter in their ever-evolving story. Chapter 114, The Countdown to Live, Part 9. The days leading up to the live episode were a whirlwind of activity. The studio was transformed, new mics, a makeshift stage for Mark, and a large screen displaying live comments from the audience. The atmosphere was electric, a palpable sense of anticipation hanging in the air. J.J. Berman was a man possessed, his energy infectious. "We've got one shot at this, folks. Let's make it count." Sarah was busy coordinating with the tech team, ensuring that the live stream would go off without a hitch. "We're good to go, JJ. All systems are a go." Mark was tuning his guitar, lost in his world but very much a part of the collective excitement. "Man, I can't wait to jam live. This is gonna be epic." The writer, who had been documenting these frenzied preparations, felt a sense of urgency. The narrative was writing itself, each moment a sentence, each day a paragraph in the unfolding story of the world of Jobin. As the clock ticked closer to the live episode, JJ gathered his team for a final huddle. "Listen, we've all worked incredibly hard to get here. But remember, this is just the beginning. We're not just creating a podcast, we're creating a movement, a community." Sarah, Mark, and the writer nodded, their faces a mix of determination and excitement. "All right, let's do this," JJ declared, his voice tinged with emotion. The team dispersed, each taking their positions. Sarah at the tech desk, Mark with his guitar in hand, and the writer, laptop open, ready to capture the unfolding drama. JJ took a deep breath as he sat down at his mic, the red light blinking, signaling that they were live. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a very special live episode of The World of Jobin. I'm your host, J.J. Berman, and tonight, we've got something truly extraordinary for you." As JJ spoke, the live comments started flooding in, the audience's excitement mirroring that of the team. Mark strummed the opening chords of an original composition, the notes filling the studio, and for a moment, time stood still. The writer, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, realized that this was more than just a podcast episode. It was a testament to human creativity, to the power of collaboration, and to the magic that happens when people come together for a shared purpose. And so, under the dim studio lights, amidst the chaos of live comments and the strumming of a guitar, the world of Jobin went live, marking the beginning of a new chapter in their extraordinary journey. The studio was still buzzing, even though the live episode had ended an hour ago. The team was in a state of euphoria, the adrenaline still coursing through their veins. J.J. Berman was pacing around the room, phone in hand, scrolling through the flood of comments and reviews. "Guys, we've hit the jackpot. The episode is trending, and the feedback is phenomenal." Sarah looked up from her laptop, her eyes red but sparkling. "We've also gained a ton of new subscribers. The analytics are off the charts." Mark, still holding his guitar, was in a corner talking to fans via a live Instagram feed. "You guys are awesome. Stay tuned for more music in the upcoming episodes." The writer, who had been furiously typing away, finally closed his laptop. He had captured the essence of the night, the raw energy, the chaos, and the triumph. Yet, he hesitated to hit the upload button. It was as if he was holding onto a piece of history, reluctant to share it with the world. JJ noticed the writer's hesitation and walked over. "Something on your mind?" The writer looked up. "It's strange. I've documented every moment, every emotion, but I'm hesitant to let it go." JJ smiled. "That's the beauty and the curse of being a creator. But remember, our work isn't complete until it's shared with the world. That's when it truly comes alive." Nodding, the writer finally hit upload, and as if on cue, the room erupted into cheers. They had done it, they had successfully pulled off a live episode, and the world had taken notice. As the team started to wind down, JJ gathered everyone for a toast. "Tonight, we celebrate not just our success but also the journey that got us here. to the world of Jobin and to endless possibilities. Glasses clinked, and laughter filled the room. Yet, amidst the celebration, everyone knew that this was just the beginning. There were more episodes to create, more stories to tell, and more lives to touch. The writer opened a new document, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. The next chapter was yet to be written, and he couldn't wait to see where the story would take them next. And so, in a small studio filled with big dreams, the world of Jobin prepared for its next adventure, each member of the team aware that they were part of something much larger than themselves. Chapter 116, The Unpredictable Algorithm, Part 10. The studio was a sanctuary, a temple of creativity where the team of the World of Jobin podcast gathered to make magic. J.J. Berman, the maestro of this orchestrated chaos, sat in his leather chair, staring at the screen filled with analytics and numbers. The recent episode had done well, but in the world of digital media, you're only as good as your last upload. Damn algorithms, JJ muttered, scratching his beard. One day you're a hero, the next you're lost in the abyss of the internet. Sarah, the show's producer, walked in holding a tray of freshly brewed coffee. You're overthinking it, JJ. We're doing great. The fans love us. JJ sighed, I know. But staying relevant is a constant battle, Sarah. We need something fresh, something that'll break the internet. Just then, Mark burst into the room, his face flushed with excitement. Guys, you won't believe what just happened. I got a DM from Dave Grohl. He loves the show and wants to be a guest. The room erupted. Dave Grohl, the legendary musician, was a fan of their podcast. This was big. The writer, who had been quietly observing from a corner, felt a surge of inspiration. His fingers itched to capture this moment, but he hesitated. The weight of capturing reality in words was a burden he often struggled with. JJ noticed the writer's internal battle and walked over. You good? The writer nodded, yeah, just contemplating the absurdity and beauty of life, you know. JJ chuckled, well, when you put it that way, it sounds like an episode in itself. As the team began to brainstorm ideas for the upcoming episode with Dave Grohl, the writer finally broke his self-imposed exile from the keyboard. He began to type, each word a tribute to the unpredictable journey they were all on. The room was filled with a sense of urgency, a collective understanding that they were on the brink of something monumental. Plans were made, roles were assigned, and as they wrapped up the meeting, JJ raised his coffee mug. To the unpredictable algorithm of life and to the world of Jobin. May we continue to ride the wave, wherever it takes us. The team echoed the sentiment, their faces glowing with anticipation and excitement. The writer hit save on his document but decided not to upload it just yet. Some moments were worth savoring a little longer. And so, in a nondescript studio that had become a universe of its own, the team prepared for what promised to be a groundbreaking episode. The stakes were high, but so were their spirits. After all, in the world of Jobin, anything was possible. Chapter 116, The Unpredictable Algorithm, Part 10. The studio was a sanctuary, a temple of creativity where the team of the World of Jobin podcast gathered to make magic. J.J. Berman, the maestro of this orchestrated chaos, sat in his leather chair, staring at the screen filled with analytics and numbers. The recent episode had done well, but in the world of digital media, you're only as good as your last upload. Damn algorithms, JJ muttered, scratching his beard. One day you're a hero, the next you're lost in the abyss of the internet. Sarah, the show's producer, walked in holding a tray of freshly brewed coffee. You're overthinking it, JJ. We're doing great. The fans love us. JJ sighed, I know. But staying relevant is a constant battle, Sarah. We need something fresh, something that'll break the internet. Just then, Mark burst into the room, his face flushed with excitement. "Guys, you won't believe what just happened. I got a DM from Dave Grohl. He loves the show and wants to be a guest." The room erupted. Dave Grohl, the legendary musician, was a fan of their podcast. This was big. The writer, who had been quietly observing from a corner, felt a surge of inspiration. His fingers itched to capture this moment, but he hesitated. The weight of capturing reality in words was a burden he often struggled with. JJ noticed the writer's internal battle and walked over. "You good?" The writer nodded. "Yeah, just contemplating the absurdity and beauty of life, you know." JJ chuckled. "Well, when you put it that way, it sounds like an episode in itself." As the team began to brainstorm ideas for the upcoming episode with Dave Grohl, the writer finally broke his self-imposed exile from the keyboard. He began to type, each word a tribute to the unpredictable journey they were all on. The room was filled with a sense of urgency, a collective understanding that they were on the brink of something monumental. Plans were made, roles were assigned, and as they wrapped up the meeting, JJ raised his coffee mug. "To the unpredictable algorithm of life and to the world of Jobin. May we continue to ride the wave, wherever it takes us." The team echoed the sentiment, their faces glowing with anticipation and excitement. The writer hit save on his document but decided not to upload it just yet. Some moments were worth savoring a little longer. And so, in a nondescript studio that had become a universe of its own, the team prepared for what promised to be a groundbreaking episode. The stakes were high, but so were their spirits. After all, in the world of Jobin, anything was possible. Chapter 117, The Symphony of Chaos, Part 11. JJ Behrman's studio was buzzing like a beehive on steroids. The team had just wrapped up a brainstorming session for the upcoming episode with Dave Grohl, and the energy was electric. The writer, still hesitant to upload his latest work, sat in a corner, observing the whirlwind of activity around him. "All right, people, we've got less than 48 hours to make this the best damn episode we've ever done," JJ announced, pacing around the room like a general rallying his troops. "Sarah, how are we on the tech side?" Sarah looked up from her laptop. "Everything's set. We've done a test run, and the audio is crystal clear." "Excellent. Mark, social media?" Mark grinned. "We've got a teaser ready to drop, and the fans are already speculating." "The hype is real, JJ." JJ nodded, satisfied. "Good. Now, let's talk content. We've got Dave Grohl, for God's sake. This has to be epic." As they dived into the intricacies of the episode, the writer felt a strange sense of detachment. He was part of this world, yet not entirely. His role was to document, to capture the essence of the world of Jobin, but the task felt increasingly monumental. JJ noticed the writer's distant gaze and walked over. "Hey, you're awfully quiet. What's on your mind?" The writer looked up, just pondering the madness of it all. "We're here, creating something out of nothing, and the world outside continues to spin in its own chaotic way." JJ chuckled. "Ah, the existential dilemma. Well, my friend, that's the beauty of what we do. In this studio, we're gods, shaping our own universe. And out there," he gestured towards the window, "we're just specks of dust in an endless cosmos." The writer smiled. "That's poetic, JJ." "Poetry is just another form of chaos, tamed," JJ replied, winking. As the team resumed their discussion, the writer felt a newfound sense of clarity. He opened his laptop and began to type, the words flowing like a river breaking free from its dam. This was their story, a symphony of chaos and creativity, and it was his job to conduct it. JJ raised his glass of bourbon, a ritual before every major episode. "To chaos, to creativity, and to the world of Jobin. May we continue to defy the odds." The team cheered, their glasses clinking in a harmonious cacophony. The writer hit save but still refrained from uploading. Some stories were too precious to release into the wild just yet. And so, in a studio that had become a microcosm of life itself, the team prepared for an episode that promised to be nothing short of legendary. The countdown had begun, and in the world of Jobin, the only certainty was the thrill of the unknown. Chapter 118, The Clock Strikes Midnight, Part 12. The studio was a sanctuary, a cathedral of sound and ideas where J.J. Berman and his team crafted episodes that resonated with souls across the globe. But tonight, the atmosphere was different. The clock was ticking closer to midnight, and the room was thick with tension and cigarette smoke. J.J. sat at the mixing desk, headphones on, lost in the labyrinth of audio tracks. Sarah was hunched over her laptop, eyes bloodshot but determined. Mark was pacing, phone in hand, as if waiting for a sign from the heavens. The writer, still reluctant to upload his latest chapters, observed this tableau of human drama. He felt like a voyeur, peering into the lives of characters he had come to love and loathe in equal measure. "All right, listen up," JJ finally broke the silence, removing his headphones. "We're cutting it close, but we've got something special here. Sarah, are we good to go live?" Sarah looked up, her eyes meeting J.J.'s. "We're as ready as we'll ever be." "Mark, drop the teaser. Let's give them a taste of what's coming." Mark's fingers danced across his phone screen, and within seconds, social media was ablaze with anticipation. Teasers live. The internet's losing its mind, JJ. JJ grinned, perfect. Now, let's make some podcast history. As the team huddled around the mixing desk, the writer felt a surge of inspiration. He opened his laptop and began to type, each keystroke echoing the heartbeat of the room. This was it, the climax of their collective journey, a moment that would be etched in the annals of the world of Jobin. Going live in 3, 2, 1. Sarah counted down, and with a click, they were on air. J.J.'s voice filled the room. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a very special episode of the world of Jobin. Tonight, we've got something that will blow your minds." As JJ delved into the episode, the writer hit save on his document. He still couldn't bring himself to upload it. The story was too raw, too real. It needed to marinate in its own complexity before being served to the world. The episode unfolded like a symphony, each segment a movement, each interview a solo. And when it was over, the room erupted in cheers and sighs of relief. JJ raised his glass, to the world of Jobin, the little podcast that could. And to all of us, the misfits who made it happen. Glasses clinked, and for a moment, the writer felt a sense of completion. But as he looked around the room, at the faces flushed with triumph and exhaustion, he knew that this was merely an interlude. The show must go on, and so it would. Chapter 119, The Aftermath and the New Dawn, Part 13. The studio was still buzzing, even after the mics were off and the episode had been sent into the digital ether. J.J. Berman, the maestro of this orchestrated chaos, was leaning back in his chair, a satisfied grin on his face. Sarah was already editing snippets for the next day's social media blitz, and Mark was fielding calls from sponsors who were thrilled with the live episode's numbers. The writer, still a silent observer in this whirlwind, finally closed his laptop. He had written another chapter but hadn't uploaded it. The cursor blinked on the upload button, almost taunting him. He took a deep breath and minimized the window. Not yet, he thought. Not yet. "Hey, writer," JJ called out, "you look like you've just solved the meaning of life or something. What's cooking?" The writer chuckled, "Just contemplating the complexities of storytelling, JJ. You know how it is." JJ nodded, "Ah, the eternal struggle. Well, if you figure it out, let me know. I could use a good story." Sarah piped in, Couldn't we all? But for now, how about we celebrate this one? I've got a bottle of bourbon stashed away for special occasions. Mark grinned. Special occasions. This is a damn milestone. Sarah fetched the bottle and poured everyone a glass. They raised their drinks, and JJ offered a toast, to stories told and untold. To the world of Jobin. They clinked glasses and took a sip. The bourbon was smooth, warming them from the inside out, like the satisfaction of a job well done. The writer looked around the room. These were his characters, flawed but authentic, each a universe unto themselves. And as they laughed and talked, he realized that their story was far from over. It was a living, breathing entity, evolving with each episode, each crisis, each triumph. His phone buzzed. It was a notification from his writing platform. Your readers are waiting for an update, it said. He looked at his laptop, then back at his friends. He was a part of this world, and yet, he was also its chronicler. It was a delicate balance, one he was still learning to navigate. As the night wore on, they eventually called it a wrap. Hugs were exchanged, and promises to do it all again soon filled the air. The writer packed up his laptop and headed for the door. Hey, JJ called out, you coming back tomorrow? We've got another episode to plan. The writer smiled, wouldn't miss it for the world, JJ. And as he stepped out into the night, the weight of untold stories resting on his shoulders, he knew that the show must go on. And so it would. Chapter 123, The Illusion of Control, Part 17. J.J. Berman sat back in his leather chair, the kind that squeaks when you move just an inch. The studio was buzzing with a kind of electric energy, the kind you can't manufacture. It was real, raw, and it was all because they had just hit a milestone. 10,000 subscribers, JJ mused, that's not just a number, it's a statement. Sarah, ever the pragmatist, interjected, it's a great number, but we've got sponsors breathing down our necks for the next episode. We need to keep the quality up. JJ nodded, absolutely, quality over quantity, always. Mark, who had been fiddling with a new piece of audio equipment, looked up, quality is great, but let's not forget the quantity part. 2 episodes a day, remember. JJ grinned, how could I forget? It's the rhythm of my life now. The writer, still in his corner, was caught in a web of procrastination. He had started a new chapter but found himself stuck in a loop of rewrites. The words were there, but they weren't flowing. JJ noticed the writer's struggle and walked over, you know, perfection is the enemy of done. The writer looked up, I know. It's just hard to let go sometimes. JJ leaned against the desk, letting go is an illusion. We never really have control, we just think we do. The story writes itself, we're just the medium. Inspired, the writer took a deep breath and let his fingers dance over the keyboard. The words started to flow, and before he knew it, he had a paragraph, then a page, and then a whole chapter. As he hit upload, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. It was done, and it was out there, for better or worse. Just then, Sarah burst into the room, guys, you won't believe this. We got a message from the Quantum Mind author. He wants to do a live episode. The room erupted into cheers. Mark popped open another bottle of champagne, and JJ raised his glass. To the unpredictable journey of life and podcasting. They all toasted, and as the champagne flowed, they all knew that they were part of something bigger than themselves. It was chaotic, it was stressful, but it was incredibly rewarding. And so, in that little studio, amidst the wires, screens, and endless cups of coffee, they found their purpose, their rhythm, and their voice. The show must go on. And so it did. Check, 1, 2, Mark muttered into the microphone, adjusting the levels on the mixing board. We're good to go. Sarah was on her laptop, scrolling through a list of questions submitted by their ever-growing fan base. We've got some really deep questions here, JJ. This is going to be a mind-bender of an episode. JJ grinned. That's what the world of Jobin is all about, isn't it? Pushing boundaries, questioning reality. In the corner, the writer was in a trance-like state, fingers flying over the keyboard. The words were pouring out of him like water from a broken dam. He had found his flow, and he was riding it for all it was worth. JJ noticed and couldn't help but smile. Looks like someone broke through the writer's block. The writer paused, looked up, and nodded. It's like you said, JJ, we're just the medium. Sometimes you've got to get out of your own way and let the story tell itself. Just then, the door swung open, and a delivery guy walked in holding a large bouquet of flowers. Delivery for the world of Jobin. Sarah jumped up. Oh, those must be from the sponsor. Put them over there, please. As the delivery guy set down the flowers, he pulled out a small card and handed it to JJ. It read, "Congratulations on 10,000 subscribers. Here's to many more. Your friends at Mindful Tech." JJ held up the card. A toast, to Mindful Tech, to the quantum mind, and to all of us. We're making waves, my friends, and the best is yet to come. Glasses clinked, and for a moment, the chaos subsided. It was a brief respite, a fleeting moment of order in a world that defied categorization. As they all took their seats, ready to dive into the live episode, JJ took a deep breath. All right, let's do this. In 3, 2, 1. And just like that, they were live, broadcasting their unique blend of chaos and order to the world. It was a dance, a delicate balance, and they were all in it together. Chapter 125, The Echo Chamber of Reality, Part 19. The studio lights dimmed as the live episode concluded, the applause track fading into the digital ether. JJ Berman leaned back in his chair, a satisfied grin stretching across his face. Well, that was a trip and a half, wasn't it? Sarah, still buzzing from the adrenaline, nodded. I can't believe Dr. Thompson agreed to come on the show. That was surreal. Mark, ever the technician, was already busy saving the recording and preparing for the next episode. We've got another one to record in an hour, folks. No rest for the wicked. JJ chuckled. The relentless grind of the world of Jobin. 2 episodes a day keeps the existential dread at bay. In the corner, the writer was in a world of his own, lost in the labyrinth of his imagination. The words were coming slower now, each sentence a struggle. The flow had ebbed, leaving him stranded on the shores of creativity. JJ noticed the writer's struggle and walked over. Hey, you all right? You look like you're wrestling with a demon. The writer sighed, it's like I've hit a wall. The words just aren't coming. JJ leaned against the desk. You know, Bukowski once said, writing about a writer's block is better than not writing at all. Maybe you need to write about the struggle, make it a part of the story. The writer looked up, eyes widening. That's, actually a brilliant idea. Just then, Sarah's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen and gasped. Guys, you won't believe this. We just hit 20,000 subscribers. The room erupted in cheers, the tension shattered by the good news. Mark popped open a bottle of champagne, and the bubbly liquid sprayed across the room, christening the studio in a shower of celebration. As they toasted to their success, JJ felt a sense of completeness, a fleeting moment of unity in a world fragmented by chaos. It was as if the universe had conspired to bring them to this point, a cosmic alignment of fate and free will. And so, amid the clinking of glasses and the laughter of friends, the world of Jobin continued its dance along the razor's edge of reality, a chaotic ballet of sound and silence, order and entropy. Chapter 126, The Fringe of Reality, Part 20. The champagne had barely dried on the studio floor when J.J. Berman sat back down at his desk, headphones on, microphone adjusted. The clock was ticking, and the second episode of the day was looming like a dark cloud on the horizon. "All right, team, let's get this show on the road," JJ announced, his voice tinged with a mix of excitement and fatigue. "We've got a mystery guest for this episode, and I want to keep the energy high." Sarah, still riding the high of their subscriber milestone, was already at her station, scrolling through the list of questions submitted by their ever-growing fan base. "We've got some really interesting topics today, JJ. The audience is curious about the Bermuda Triangle, quantum mechanics, and even the existence of parallel universes." Mark, the technician, was busy calibrating the soundboard. "Audio levels are good. We're ready to roll whenever you are." In the corner, the writer was hunched over his laptop, fingers dancing across the keyboard. The words were flowing again, each sentence a stepping stone across the river of his imagination. The wall had been broken, and the floodgates were open. JJ glanced at the writer and nodded approvingly. "Looks like someone found their muse." The writer looked up and smiled. "Sometimes you have to go through hell to get to heaven." Just as JJ was about to signal the start of the episode, the studio door burst open, and in walked a figure so surreal it could have been conjured from the depths of a Hunter S. Thompson fever dream. It was their mystery guest, dressed in a tuxedo adorned with LED lights, a top hat that seemed to defy gravity, and shoes that left a trail of smoke with each step. "Am I late for the party?" the guest announced, his voice a blend of gravel and silk. JJ was momentarily speechless, a rare occurrence. "Ladies and gentlemen, meet Mr. Enigma, the man who claims to have traveled through time and space." As Mr. Enigma took his seat, the atmosphere in the studio shifted, as if reality itself had bent to accommodate this stranger from another dimension. And so, with the push of a button, they were diving headfirst into the fringe of reality, exploring topics that danced on the edge of science and superstition. It was a roller coaster of an episode, a journey through the looking glass and into the unknown. As the episode concluded, JJ felt a sense of exhilaration, a high that no drug could replicate. This was why he did it, why they all did it: to push the boundaries, to question the status quo, to venture where few dared to go. Chapter 127, The Aftermath and the Prelude, Part 21. The studio lights dimmed, the microphones went silent, and the digital clock on the wall froze at the exact second the episode ended. J.J. Berman removed his headphones and leaned back in his chair, letting out a sigh that was equal parts exhaustion and satisfaction. "Wow, that was something else," Sarah said, her eyes still wide from the whirlwind conversation with Mr. Enigma. "I mean, time travel, parallel universes, and quantum entanglement all in one episode. We're either geniuses or completely insane." "Or both," Mark chimed in, shutting down the soundboard. "That's usually how it goes in this business." JJ looked over at the writer, who was still engrossed in his work, typing away as if possessed by some literary demon. "Hey, you planning on joining the land of the living anytime soon?" The writer paused, looked up, and grinned. "I'm almost there, just wrapping up the final paragraph. This one's going to be a masterpiece, or a disaster. There's a fine line between the two, you know." JJ chuckled. "That's the spirit. Keep that up, and you'll fit right in." Just then, Sarah's phone buzzed with a notification. She glanced at the screen and her eyes widened. "Guys, you won't believe this. We just got an email from a major network. They want to syndicate the world of Jobin." The room fell silent for a moment, each person absorbing the weight of the news. Then, as if on cue, they all erupted into cheers, high fives, and even a group hug. It was a milestone, a validation of their collective madness. But amid the celebration, JJ felt a twinge of apprehension. Success was a double-edged sword, bringing with it new challenges, new expectations, and the ever-present danger of selling out. The road ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: they had crossed a threshold, and there was no turning back. As the team dispersed, each lost in their own thoughts and dreams, JJ took a moment to sit alone in the studio. He looked around at the microphones, the soundboard, and the empty chairs, and felt a sense of profound gratitude. This was his sanctuary, his battlefield, his stage. And come what may, the show must go on. Chapter 129, The Echoes of Yesterday, Part 23. The atmosphere in the studio was electric. The team had just wrapped up their first episode under the new network deal, and the adrenaline was palpable. J.J. Berman, still buzzing from the high of a successful recording, looked around at his team. Sarah was busy editing, Mark was fiddling with the soundboard, and Cindy, the intern, was already planning social media posts. The writer, however, was in a corner, scribbling furiously in a notebook. He had been putting off uploading the latest chapters of his novel, but the events of the day had given him a newfound sense of urgency. "Hey, writer guy, what's the rush?" JJ asked, intrigued by the sudden burst of productivity. The writer looked up, his eyes bloodshot but gleaming. "Inspiration, my friend, is a fickle mistress. When she calls, you answer." JJ chuckled. "Well, make sure you save some of that inspiration for the podcast." Just then, Sarah piped up. "Guys, you won't believe this. The episode we just uploaded has already hit 10,000 listens." The room erupted in cheers. Mark popped open a bottle of champagne, and Cindy started live-streaming the celebration. Amidst the revelry, JJ felt a tap on his shoulder. It was the writer, holding out his notebook. "I think it's time," he said, handing the notebook to JJ. Curious, JJ opened it and began to read. It was a new chapter, fresh off the pen, and it captured the essence of their journey perfectly. It was raw, it was real, and it was them. "Wow," JJ said, visibly moved. "This is incredible. You've got to upload this." The writer nodded. "I will, but first, let's make a pact. No matter where this journey takes us, let's promise to stay true to ourselves and to the world of Jobin." JJ extended his hand. "Deal." As their hands met, they both felt a sense of commitment, not just to the podcast or the novel, but to the adventure that lay ahead. And in that moment, they knew that the echoes of yesterday would serve as the foundation for the symphony of tomorrow. And so, as the champagne flowed and the laughter echoed through the studio, they all knew that this was just the beginning. The road ahead was long and uncertain, but one thing was for sure. The show must go on. Book 2, The Symphony of Tomorrow, Chapter 1, The Resonance, Part 1. The studio was a sanctuary, a place where dreams were woven into the fabric of reality. J.J. Berman sat in his chair, staring at the microphone that had been his confidant for so many episodes. The room smelled of stale coffee and ambition, a peculiar blend that had become the signature scent of the world of Jobin. Sarah, Mark, and Cindy were already busy with their respective tasks. The writer, however, was conspicuously absent. His corner, usually filled with the rustling of paper and the frantic scribbling of a pen, was silent. "Where's our resident Hemingway?" JJ asked, breaking the silence. "He texted me," Sarah replied, not looking up from her editing software. "Said he's running late but had an epiphany about the novel. Wants to discuss it when he gets here." JJ chuckled. "An epiphany, huh? That guy's entire life is a series of epiphanies and existential crises." Just then, the door burst open, and the writer stormed in, his eyes wild, his hair disheveled. He looked like a man possessed. "Guys, you won't believe what happened," he exclaimed, catching his breath. "Do enlighten us," Mark said, pausing his work on the soundboard. The writer took a deep breath. I met someone today, someone who listens to our podcast and reads the novel. And you won't believe what they told me. Everyone leaned in, intrigued. They said that our stories, both the podcast and the novel, helped them through a really tough time. That it gave them hope, made them feel less alone. The room fell silent, each person absorbing the gravity of what had just been shared. JJ was the first to speak. Well, if that's not validation for what we're doing here, I don't know what is. The writer nodded. Exactly. And it got me thinking. We have a responsibility, not just to entertain, but to inspire. To make a difference. Sarah finally looked up, her eyes meeting the writer's. So, what's the epiphany? The writer smiled. The epiphany is that we're not just creating content, we're creating a legacy. And it's time we took that legacy to the next level. JJ felt a shiver run down his spine. For the first time in a long time, he felt like they were on the brink of something monumental. And as he looked around at his team, his family, he knew that they were all thinking the same thing. The show must go on. JJ Berman felt the weight of the years lift off his shoulders. At 28, he had already experienced what most would call a midlife crisis. But now, as he sat in the studio, surrounded by his team, he felt reborn. The air was thick with potential, and JJ was ready to seize it. All right, team, he began, his voice tinged with newfound enthusiasm, we've got a legacy to build. Ideas? Sarah, who had been engrossed in her laptop, looked up. How about a series of episodes focusing on mental health? We can bring in experts, survivors, and even our listeners to share their stories. Mark chimed in, I love that. And maybe we can have a segment where listeners can call in anonymously to share their experiences or seek advice. JJ nodded, impressed. Excellent ideas. What about you, Cindy? Cindy, who had been quietly adjusting the lighting in the room, spoke up. I think we should also focus on the arts. Maybe have local musicians and artists on the show. Give them a platform. The writer, who had been scribbling notes furiously, looked up. And what if we tie all these ideas into the novel? Make it a living, breathing entity that evolves with the podcast. JJ felt a rush of excitement. That's brilliant. The podcast and the novel feeding off each other, growing together. It's like a symbiotic relationship. The writer grinned. Exactly. And it'll give me a chance to explore themes that we discuss on the show in a fictional setting. It's like killing two birds with one stone. JJ leaned back in his chair, taking it all in. He looked at his team, his family, and felt a sense of pride swell within him. They were no longer just a podcast, they were a movement. And as he sat there, contemplating the future, he realized that his midlife crisis at 28 had been nothing but a cocoon. And now, he was ready to emerge as something greater, something magnificent. The room was filled with a palpable sense of anticipation, as if they were all standing on the edge of a cliff, ready to leap into the unknown. And for the first time in his life, JJ felt fearless. All right, let's do this, he declared, his voice filled with conviction. Let's change the world, one episode, one chapter at a time. And so, they set to work, each person lost in their role, but united in their purpose. The studio was alive with the sound of creation, and JJ knew that this was just the beginning. JJ Berman sat at the blackjack table, the green felt under his fingers feeling like a familiar friend. The casino was a cacophony of sounds, chatter, laughter, the clinking of glasses, and the constant hum of slot machines. But for JJ, it was a sanctuary, a place where he could escape, even if just for a moment. He looked at his cards, a queen and a 7. The dealer had a 6 showing. JJ felt a rush of adrenaline. He knew the odds, but life had taught him that sometimes you have to go against the grain. Hit me, he said, locking eyes with the dealer. The dealer slid a card toward him. A 4. JJ grinned. 21. The table erupted in cheers, and for a moment, he felt invincible. As he collected his winnings, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Sarah. Episode 200 is ready for upload. Are you coming back soon? JJ looked at his chips, then back at his phone. He was at a crossroads, torn between two worlds. The casino represented his past, a life of risks and fleeting joys. The studio represented his future, a life of purpose and lasting impact. He cashed in his chips and headed for the exit. As he stepped out into the night, he felt a sense of clarity wash over him. He was done gambling with his life. It was time to double down on his dreams. Back at the studio, the team was in full swing. Sarah was editing the latest episode, Mark was coordinating with upcoming guests, and Cindy was working on the social media strategy. The writer sat in a corner, laptop open, lost in the world of fiction. JJ walked in, and the room paused. He could feel the weight of their expectations, but it no longer felt like a burden. It felt like fuel. We did it, team. Episode 200 is a milestone, but it's just the beginning. We're going to take this podcast to heights we've never imagined. Are you with me? The room erupted in cheers. JJ felt a sense of fulfillment that no amount of money could buy. He looked at his team, his family, and knew that together, they were unstoppable. And so, as the clock struck midnight, they uploaded episode 200. It was a labor of love, a testament to their journey, and a promise of the greatness that lay ahead. JJ Berman sat in the dimly lit studio, surrounded by microphones, soundboards, and the lingering scent of stale coffee. The room was a sanctuary, a place where he could be himself without the weight of the world pressing down on him. The walls were adorned with posters of iconic musicians, philosophers, and a few scribbled quotes from Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson. A reminder that life was a blend of chaos and poetry. Sarah, his ever-efficient producer, was at the soundboard, fine-tuning the settings. Mark, the guest coordinator, was on the phone, laughing about some inside joke with a future guest. Cindy, the social media guru, was engrossed in her screens, her fingers dancing across the keyboard like a pianist in a symphony. JJ looked at the writer, who was hunched over a laptop in the corner, lost in a world of words and procrastination. The writer had been working on the novel about the podcast for months but kept putting off uploading it. JJ felt a strange kinship with him. They were both creators, both dreamers, both prisoners of their own ambitions. All right, team, let's get this show on the road, JJ announced, breaking the silence. Sarah, are we ready to roll? Sarah gave him a thumbs up. All systems go, boss. JJ put on his headphones and leaned into the microphone. As he spoke the opening lines of the podcast, he felt a sense of purpose wash over him. This was his calling, his platform, his chance to make a difference. Welcome back to the world of Jobin, the podcast that dives deep into the minds of the world's most fascinating people. I'm your host, JJ Berman, and today we have a special episode that you won't want to miss. As he introduced the guest, a renowned psychologist specializing in midlife crises, JJ couldn't help but reflect on his own journey. At 28, he had faced what felt like a midlife crisis, questioning his purpose and direction. But now, at the helm of a successful podcast, he felt like he had found his path. The interview flowed naturally, filled with insights, laughter, and a few moments of raw emotion. As they wrapped up, JJ felt a sense of fulfillment that he had never felt at the blackjack tables or in the fleeting pleasures of his past life. Thank you for tuning in, folks. Remember, life is a journey, not a destination. Keep exploring, keep questioning, and most importantly, keep listening. This is JJ Berman, signing off. As the recording light flicked off, the room erupted into applause. JJ looked around at his team, his tribe, and felt a sense of gratitude that no amount of money could buy. JJ Berman sat back in his leather chair, the microphone still warm from the last episode. The studio was buzzing with a different kind of energy today. They were about to embark on a new venture, a podcast within a podcast, focusing on mental health. The meta-nature of it amused JJ, a podcast within a novel. It was like peeling an onion, each layer revealing something more profound. Sarah was busy setting up a new audio channel, her eyes darting between the soundboard and her laptop. Mark was scrolling through a list of potential guests, experts in psychology, mindfulness, and mental health. Cindy was already crafting social media posts, hashtags at the ready. The writer, still hunched over his laptop, seemed to be in a trance. JJ wondered if he would ever upload the novel. But then again, the process was an art form in itself, a journey through the labyrinth of the mind. "Okay, team, let's make some magic," JJ said, breaking the silence. "Sarah, are we good to go?" Sarah looked up and nodded. "We're all set, JJ." JJ put on his headphones and leaned into the microphone. "Welcome back to the world of Jobin. Today, we're doing something a little different. We're launching a new segment, a podcast within this podcast, focusing on mental health. Because let's face it, we could all use a little help navigating the maze of our minds." As he spoke, JJ felt the weight of the topic. Mental health was a subject close to his heart, having navigated through his own crisis at the age of 28. He was no longer that lost young man, he was a seeker, a communicator, a voice in the wilderness of modern life. The first guest was Dr. Emily Thompson, a renowned psychologist specializing in cognitive behavioral therapy. The conversation delved deep into the intricacies of the human mind, touching on topics like anxiety, depression, and the importance of mindfulness. Remember, folks, it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to admit that you're struggling. The first step to healing is acknowledging that you need to heal, JJ concluded, his voice tinged with emotion. As he signed off, the room was silent for a moment, as if absorbing the gravity of the episode. Then Sarah hit the stop button, and the room erupted into applause. "Another one for the books," Mark said, grinning from ear to ear. JJ looked around the room, his eyes meeting those of each team member. They were more than just colleagues, they were comrades in a shared mission to enlighten, to empower, to heal. The show must go on, and so it did. JJ Berman felt the afterglow of the last episode linger in the air. The studio was a sanctuary, a place where words became spells, casting their magic into the ether. The team was still buzzing, each lost in their own world but united in purpose. "All right, let's keep this train moving," JJ said, his voice tinged with the gravelly timbre that made him a podcasting legend. "Sarah, cue up the next guest. Mark, make sure we're good on the tech end. Cindy, keep those social media fires burning." Sarah nodded, her fingers dancing across the soundboard like a pianist on a grand stage. Mark adjusted the lighting, casting a soft glow that seemed to make the room hum. Cindy was already live tweeting, her phone a blur of activity. The writer, still a mystery wrapped in an enigma, was typing away. JJ wondered if the man would ever hit publish. But then again, the story was unfolding in real time, a living, breathing entity. "Okay, folks, we're live in 3, 2, 1. Sarah counted down. JJ leaned into the mic. "Welcome back to the world of Jobin, the podcast within a novel. Today, we continue our deep dive into mental health. Our guest is Dr. Alan Watts, a pioneer in the field of mindfulness and meditation. As Dr. Watts spoke about the power of the present moment, JJ felt a sense of déjà vu. It was as if the universe was folding in on itself, a podcast within a novel within a life that had seen its share of ups and downs. At 28, He had faced what most would call a midlife crisis, but he had emerged stronger, wiser, more attuned to the nuances of the human experience. The conversation flowed like a river, meandering through topics like self-compassion, the ego, and the illusion of control. JJ found himself nodding, his own experiences resonating with the words of Dr. Watts. As we wrap up, JJ said, "I want to remind everyone that mental health is not a destination but a journey. And sometimes, the most profound revelations come when we least expect them." Sarah hit the stop button, and the room exhaled. It was as if they had all been holding their breath, waiting for the spell to be broken. "Damn, JJ, that was intense," Mark said, breaking the silence. "Yeah," Cindy added, "I think we touched on something real today." JJ looked around the room, his eyes meeting those of his team. They were his tribe, his fellow travelers on this strange and wondrous journey called life. The show must go on, and so it did. JJ Berman felt the energy in the room shift as Dr. Alan Watts leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. The studio was a cocoon of creativity, a place where the walls absorbed the wisdom and folly of countless conversations. "Dr. Watts, let's get personal for a moment," JJ began, his voice a blend of gravel and silk. "Many of our listeners are in their late 20s, and believe it or not, they're already feeling the weight of a midlife crisis. I've been there myself. What's your take on this?" Dr. Watts chuckled softly. "Ah, the existential dread of youth. It's a fascinating phenomenon. You see, a crisis at 28 is not so much about age as it is about awareness. You're old enough to know better but young enough to wonder why you don't." JJ nodded, his eyes narrowing as he absorbed the words. "So, how does one navigate this labyrinth of the mind?" "Mindfulness," Dr. Watts replied. "It's about being present, not just in the world but in your own life. Stop running from your fears and face them. You'll find they're not as terrifying as you think." The room was silent for a moment, each person lost in their own thoughts. Sarah was contemplating her own life choices, Mark was pondering the nature of existence, and Cindy was already drafting a tweet that would encapsulate this moment of collective introspection. The writer, still an enigma, paused in his typing. JJ wondered if the man was experiencing his own moment of clarity or if he was simply searching for the right words to capture the essence of this discussion. "All right, let's wrap this up," JJ said, breaking the silence. "Dr. Watts, any final thoughts for our listeners who are grappling with their own existential crises?" "Embrace the uncertainty," Dr. Watts said. "It's the only way to find your path. And remember, you're not alone. We're all stumbling through this maze called life, trying to find our way." Sarah hit the stop button, and the room seemed to exhale in unison. Another episode in the can, another step closer to something. What that something was, no one could say for sure, but they were all eager to find out. JJ looked around the room, his eyes meeting those of his team. They were more than just colleagues, they were fellow travelers on this strange and wondrous journey. The show must go on, and so it did. JJ Berman sat back in his leather chair, the microphone poised like a sentinel before him. The studio was buzzing with a different kind of energy today. The team had just wrapped up an episode on mental health, a topic that resonated with everyone in the room. "All right, folks, that's a wrap for today's first episode," JJ announced, his voice tinged with a sense of accomplishment. "Great job, everyone. Sarah, make sure to get that uploaded ASAP." Sarah looked up from her laptop, her eyes meeting J.J.'s. "Actually, about that. I've been having some issues with the upload. It's been stuck at 99% for the last hour." JJ sighed, his eyes narrowing. "Well, we can't keep our listeners waiting. They expect 2 episodes a day, and we've got to deliver." Mark chimed in, "Maybe it's a sign, JJ. Maybe the universe is telling us to slow down, to reflect on what we're doing here. JJ chuckled. Mark, the universe doesn't care about our upload speed. But our listeners do. Let's figure this out. As the team scrambled to resolve the technical glitch, the writer sat in a corner, his fingers dancing over the keyboard. He was crafting the narrative of this very moment, a meta layer to the unfolding drama. He paused, pondering the irony of it all, a podcast within a novel, each layer more complex than the last. Finally, Sarah broke the silence. Got it? The episode is live. JJ grinned. Excellent. Now, let's prep for the next one. We're diving deep into the world of lucid dreaming. I've got a guest lined up who claims he can teach anyone to control their dreams. Should be a trip. The team nodded, their spirits lifted. They were back on track, the machinery of their collective creativity humming once more. As they prepared for the next recording, JJ couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Here they were, a motley crew of dreamers and doers, each contributing their unique voice to this ever-expanding tapestry of human experience. And so, the show went on, its rhythm undeterred by the minor hiccups of life. Because in the world of Jobin, the quest for understanding was a journey without end, a symphony that played on, one note at a time. Day, because the world doesn't stop turning and neither do we, JJ rasped into the microphone. His voice tinged with the gravelly timbre of a man who had seen too much yet still hoped for more. He took a swig from a bottle labeled Inspiration Juice, which was just a fancy name he'd given to his cheap bourbon. Now, let's talk about the elephant in the room: procrastination. The art of doing nothing while claiming you're too busy to do anything. The chat room lit up with laughing emojis and confessions of unfinished novels, unstarted diets, and unfulfilled dreams. Procrastination, the thief of time and the giver of regret, JJ mused, channeling his inner Bukowski. But here's the kicker, folks. We're not just procrastinating on our personal goals, we're procrastinating on saving the damn world. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. We talk about climate change, social justice, world peace, but what are we actually doing? Sharing memes? Arguing on Twitter? It's time to get off our asses and make a difference. The chat room was silent for a moment before exploding into a flurry of comments. Preach, you're right, time for action. Look, I'm no saint. I've wasted years of my life doing nothing of consequence. But if there's one thing I've learned from Bukowski, it's that life is too damn short for regrets. As he stubbed out his cigarette and closed his laptop, JJ Berman felt a strange sense of optimism. Maybe, just maybe, they could turn this ship around. And if not, well, at least they'd go down swinging. JJ Berman sat in his worn-out armchair, staring at the blinking cursor on his laptop. Episode 202, Draft 1, the document was titled. He sighed, took a long drag from his cigarette, and began to type. Welcome back, you beautiful disasters. You're tuned into the world of Jobin, the only podcast that promises to be as messed up as your life. I'm your host, JJ Berman, and today we're diving into the quagmire that is the future of humanity. He paused, contemplating whether to continue. The weight of the topic seemed to hang in the air, almost tangible. With another sigh, he deleted the lines he'd just written. Too heavy, he muttered to himself. JJ cracked open a beer, its frothy fizz a small comfort. The nectar of the gods, or as I like to call it, liquid courage, he chuckled, taking a generous gulp. He started typing again, this time with a lighter touch. All right, folks, let's talk about something we all love: food. You ever notice how food is the one thing that unites us all? I mean, who can be mad while eating a perfectly cooked steak or a slice of heavenly chocolate cake? The chat room erupted with food emojis and comments like "food is life" and "you're making me hungry, J.J." But here's the thing, JJ continued, while we're busy debating pineapple on pizza, the world is still spiraling into chaos. Climate change, political unrest, you name it. So, how do we balance our love for the simple joys in life with the need to address these monumental issues? He paused, letting the question linger. I don't have all the answers, but I do know this: we can't afford to ignore the big picture. We need to be the change we want to see, even if it's one small step at a time. JJ took another swig of his beer, savoring the bitter taste. So, let's make a deal. For every episode of The World of Jobin you listen to, do one thing that makes the world a better place. Plant a tree, donate to charity, or even just be kind to someone who needs it. He clicked save on his draft and leaned back, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Not bad, JJ, not bad at all, he thought. As he closed his laptop and extinguished his cigarette, JJ felt a renewed sense of purpose. The world might be a mess, but that didn't mean he had to be. And who knows, maybe, just maybe, his little podcast could make a difference. J. Berman looked at the clock. It was nearing midnight, and he had yet to upload the day's second episode. Damn procrastination, he muttered, pouring himself another glass of cheap whiskey. The amber liquid swirled in the glass, like a miniature tempest in a sea of apathy. He sat back down in front of his laptop, its screen casting a pale glow on his disheveled face. Episode 203, draft, whatever, he typed, not particularly caring about the version number anymore. Hey, you nocturnal creatures of despair, welcome to the midnight edition of The World of Jobin. I'm your less than enthusiastic host, JJ Berman, and tonight, we're diving into the abyss. But first, let's talk about something that's been on my mind: tacos. The chat room, filled with night owls and insomniacs, erupted with taco emojis and comments like Taco Tuesday on a Friday. Hell yeah! JJ chuckled. You see, tacos are like life. A messy, chaotic blend of ingredients that somehow come together to create something beautiful. Or disastrous, depending on how you look at it. He took a sip of his whiskey, feeling its warmth spread through him. But enough about tacos. Let's get to the meat of the matter. The future, folks, is a murky pond, and we're all just frogs waiting to leap. The question is, where are we leaping to? JJ paused, letting the metaphor sink in. We've got options, you know. We can leap into the muck and get stuck, or we can aim for that lily pad of hope. It's all a matter of choice. He leaned back, contemplating his own words. So, what's it gonna be? Are we going to be passive observers, or are we going to take action? And I don't mean tweeting about it, I mean real, tangible action. JJ took another gulp of whiskey, this time finishing the glass. Look, I'm no saint. I've got my vices, my flaws, and a laundry list of regrets. But if this podcast, this tiny speck in the digital universe, can inspire even one person to make a positive change, then it's all been worth it. He clicked save and finally uploaded the episode, a sense of relief washing over him. There, it's out in the world, for better or worse, he thought. As he shut down his laptop and headed to bed, JJ couldn't help but feel a glimmer of optimism. Maybe, just maybe, the world wasn't as doomed as it seemed. And as long as people found solace in something as simple as a podcast, there was still hope. JJ Berman stared at the blinking cursor on his screen, a digital demon taunting him with its incessant flicker. 2 episodes a day, he muttered, as if the words were a mantra that could magically produce content. 2 damn episodes. He glanced at the empty bottle of whiskey on his desk, a silent testament to procrastination and missed deadlines. Well, you're not helping, he said to the bottle, tossing it into a growing pile of its brethren. Opening his podcast software, he hit the record button. Hey, you beautiful disasters, welcome back to the world of Jobin. I'm your host, JJ Berman, and today we're talking about the future. Yeah, that big, scary void that we're all hurtling toward whether we like it or not. The chat room lit up with comments and emojis, a digital cacophony that JJ found oddly comforting. So, what's the future got in store for us? Flying cars? Robot overlords? Or maybe, just maybe, a world where we don't have to worry about the planet imploding. He paused, letting the weight of the question hang in the air. But let's not get too serious. Have you ever noticed how futuristic food always looks like something you'd find in a science lab? I mean, what's wrong with a good old-fashioned cheeseburger? Why's it gotta be a nutrient cube or some nonsense? Laughter emojis filled the chat. JJ grinned. Exactly. If the future doesn't have cheeseburgers, count me out. Switching gears, he continued, but all jokes aside, we've got work to do, folks. The world's not gonna save itself. And while I'm no expert, I do know that change starts with us. So let's be the change, or whatever cliche you prefer. He took a deep breath, feeling a sense of urgency he hadn't felt in a while. Listen, I may be a procrastinator, a joker, and a borderline alcoholic, but even I can see that we've got potential. So let's not waste it. Hitting the stop button, JJ felt a strange mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. Episode 204, done and dusted, he thought, finally uploading it to the platform. As he closed his laptop, a sense of accomplishment settled over him. It was a small victory, but in a world teetering on the edge, small victories mattered. And so, the World of Jobin podcast continued its erratic journey, a beacon of flawed humanity in an increasingly uncertain world, one episode at a time. JJ Berman sat in a dimly lit room, the glow of his laptop casting shadows that danced like restless spirits. A half-empty bottle of bourbon sat next to a pack of cigarettes, the twin vices of a man on the edge of something. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it felt like the precipice of revelation or madness, perhaps both. All right, you digital phantoms and analog souls, welcome to another episode of the World of Jobin. I'm JJ Berman, your guide through this chaotic circus we call life, he began, his voice tinged with a Hunter S. Thompson-esque drawl. He lit a cigarette and took a long drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke that mingled with his thoughts. Now, I know we've been talking about the future, a subject as elusive as the American dream. But what if I told you the future is just a construct, man? A mirage in the desert of existence. The chat room exploded with a mix of question marks and fire emojis. JJ chuckled. I see I've got your attention. Good. Because we're diving deep today, my friends. We're going down the rabbit hole, and there's no telling where we'll end up. He took a swig of bourbon, feeling the liquid courage warm his insides. You ever think about how we're all just particles in motion? Just cosmic dust swirling in the void? Makes you wonder what the point of it all is, doesn't it? But hey, let's not get too nihilistic, he quickly added, sensing the mood of the chat. After all, if we're just cosmic dust, then why do hot dogs come in packs of 10 while the buns come in packs of 8? Explain that, science. Laughter emojis flooded the screen. JJ grinned, pleased with the segue. See, life's absurdities are what make it worth living. And if we're going to navigate this mad world, we might as well do it with a sense of humor. He paused, taking another drag from his cigarette. But humor alone won't cut it. We've got to act, to engage, to fight for the world we want to see. And that starts with you, me, and every other misfit listening to this podcast. With that, he hit the stop button, ending the recording. Episode 205, in the can, he thought, dragging the file to his desktop but hesitating to upload it. Maybe later, he mused, minimizing the window. As he sat back, staring at the ceiling, JJ felt a strange sense of peace. It was as if, For a brief moment, the chaos of the world had paused, allowing him a glimpse of something greater. And so, in that dimly lit room, the World of Jobin podcast continued its unpredictable odyssey, a blend of cynicism and hope, ever teetering between enlightenment and oblivion. To upload or not to upload, that is the question, he mumbled, channeling a bit of Shakespeare into his Bukowski-Thompson world. He glanced at the chat room, still open on another tab, where his digital tribe was speculating about the content of the next episode. J.J.'s gonna solve climate change, one user joked. Nah, he's gonna tell us the secret to perfect scrambled eggs, another chimed in. JJ chuckled. If only they knew it's all scrambled eggs in the end, he thought, taking a sip of bourbon. He leaned back in his chair, contemplating the absurdity of it all. Here he was, a podcaster with a following, a voice in the digital wilderness, and yet he felt like a writer who had misplaced his pen. The weight of the world's problems seemed too heavy to lift, even with the mightiest of words. But hell, if words are all I've got, then words it shall be, he decided, maximizing the window and hitting the upload button. The episode was out, floating in the digital ether, another message in a bottle tossed into the sea of human consciousness. All right, you beautiful miscreants, episode 205 is live. Go feast your ears, he typed into the chat, sending the room into a frenzy. Feeling a sudden surge of energy, JJ opened a new document. Episode 206, here we come, he muttered, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. Today, we talk about the future, not the flying cars and robot butlers kind, but the what the hell are we doing to make the world a better place kind. He paused, thinking about how to frame it. But let's not get too serious. After all, the future is just a concept, like the expiration date on a carton of milk. Important, sure, but not the end-all, be-all. He chuckled at his own analogy. Ah, the future and expired milk, two things that can either nourish you or make you sick. Choose wisely, my friends. And so, J.J. Berman continued his quest, a lone voice trying to make sense of a world that defied understanding. With each episode, he cast his net wider, hoping to catch a glimmer of truth, a flicker of hope, or at the very least, a good laugh. JJ sighed, his eyes narrowing. Well, we can't keep our listeners waiting. They expect 2 episodes a day, and we've got to deliver. Mark chimed in, maybe it's a sign, JJ. Maybe the universe is telling us to slow down, to reflect on what we're doing here. JJ chuckled. Mark, the universe doesn't care about our upload speed. But our listeners do. Let's figure this out. As the team scrambled to resolve the technical glitch, the writer sat in a corner, his fingers dancing over the keyboard. He was crafting the narrative of this very moment, a meta layer to the unfolding drama. He paused, pondering the irony of it all, a podcast within a novel, each layer more complex than the last. Finally, Sarah broke the silence. Got it? The episode is live. JJ grinned. Excellent. Now, let's prep for the next one. We're diving deep into the world of lucid dreaming. I've got a guest lined up who claims he can teach anyone to control their dreams. Should be a trip. The team nodded, their spirits lifted. They were back on track, the machinery of their collective creativity humming once more. As they prepared for the next recording, JJ couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Here they were, a motley crew of dreamers and doers, each contributing their unique voice to this ever-expanding tapestry of human experience. And so, the show went on, its rhythm undeterred by the minor hiccups of life. Because in the world of Jobin, the quest for understanding was a journey without end, a symphony that played on, one note at a time. JJ chuckled. Enlightening or not, I've got my own ways of dealing with crises. As the team dispersed, JJ sat alone in the studio, surrounded by microphones and soundboards. He thought about the upcoming episode with Dr. Alan Watts. Could a podcast really offer solutions to something as complex as a midlife crisis? Especially when he himself was still trying to figure it all out? He glanced at the writer, who was now lost in his own world, typing away furiously. JJ wondered what the writer would say about him, about this moment. Would he be the hero of his own story, or just another lost soul searching for meaning? And so, in a studio filled with voices and stories, two men sat in silence, each grappling with their own existential dilemmas. The irony was not lost on them. Here they were, creating content about finding one's path, yet both were wanderers in the labyrinth of life. The show would go on, of course. It always did. But for now, in that quiet space between what was and what could be, J.J. Berman found a strange comfort. Perhaps, he thought, the journey was the destination after all. J.J. Berman sat at the blackjack table, a glass of bourbon in one hand and a stack of chips in front of him. The casino was a cacophony of sound, slot machines jingling, people cheering, dealers calling out numbers. But in that moment, it was all background noise to him. Across the table, Mark was on a roll, his stack of chips growing with each hand. Sarah was there too, cautiously placing her bets, her eyes darting between the cards and JJ. "Hit me," JJ said, snapping back to reality. The dealer slid a card his way, a queen of hearts. He was at 21. A small victory, but a victory nonetheless. "Looks like luck is on your side tonight," Mark grinned, raising his glass for a toast. "Or maybe the universe is finally cutting me some slack," JJ mused, clinking his glass against Mark's. Meanwhile, the writer sat at the bar, observing the scene unfold. He had his laptop open, the cursor blinking on an empty page. The irony wasn't lost on him. Here he was, in a casino full of gamblers, and he was the biggest gambler of them all, gambling with words, with stories, with people's lives. He took a sip of his drink, a harsh scotch that burned its way down, and began to type. The words flowed like a river, each sentence a stepping stone leading him further into the world he was creating. A world that mirrored his own, yet was distinctly different. Back at the blackjack table, JJ felt a tap on his shoulder. It was Sarah, holding her phone. "Dr. Alan Watts just confirmed for tomorrow's episode," she said, her eyes meeting his. "Are you ready to dive into the topic of mental health?" JJ looked at his stack of chips, then back at Sarah. "I've been diving into the unknown my whole life," he said, pushing his chips forward. "All in." The dealer revealed his cards. JJ had won. The table erupted in cheers, but the victory felt hollow. Winning at blackjack was one thing, winning at the game of life was another. As he gathered his chips, JJ thought about the episode that awaited him. An episode that would delve into the complexities of the human mind, a subject as unpredictable as the roll of a dice or the turn of a card. And so, as the night wore on, J.J. Berman realized that the biggest gamble was yet to come. A gamble that involved not just chips and cards, but the very essence of his being. Chapter 11, The Echo Chamber, Part 1. J.J. Berman sat in the dimly lit podcast studio, the soft glow of the LED lights casting a surreal hue on his face. The room was filled with the scent of stale coffee and the subtle hum of electronic equipment. It was a sanctuary, a place where he could escape the chaos of the world and delve into the labyrinth of his thoughts. Sarah was at the control panel, adjusting the levels and setting up the recording software. Mark lounged on the leather sofa, flipping through a magazine on mental health, occasionally glancing at JJ with a smirk. "All right, we're live in 3, 2, 1. Sarah signaled, and JJ leaned into the microphone. "Welcome back to the world of Jobin, folks. Today, we have a special guest joining us, Dr. Alan Watts. We're going to talk about something we all struggle with but rarely discuss openly: mental health." As JJ introduced the topic, The writer sat in the corner of the studio, laptop perched on his knees. He was still procrastinating, the blank Word document taunting him like a cruel joke. He watched JJ navigate the conversation with Dr. Watts, who was joining via video call, and felt a pang of envy. Here was a man who, despite his flaws and complexities, had found a way to channel his energy into something meaningful. The discussion between JJ and Dr. Watts was intense, covering everything from the stigma surrounding mental health to the importance of self-care. JJ shared his own experiences, his voice tinged with vulnerability. It was a podcast within a podcast within a novel, a Russian doll of narratives that somehow made sense in its absurdity. Many people think that hitting 28 and feeling lost is a sign of a midlife crisis, Dr. Watts said, but it's more of a quarter-life realization. It's the universe's way of telling you that you're on the wrong path and it's time to recalibrate. JJ nodded, his eyes meeting Sarah's. She gave him a reassuring smile, as if to say, "You're doing great." As the episode drew to a close, JJ felt a sense of accomplishment. He had tackled a difficult subject and come out unscathed. But as he turned off the microphone and the room plunged into silence, he knew that the real work was just beginning. The writer closed his laptop, finally accepting that some stories can't be rushed. They need to unfold in their own time, in their own way. And as he looked at JJ, who was now laughing and joking with Sarah and Mark, he realized that sometimes, life itself is the best story of all. JJ Berman sat alone in his dark room, the glow of the computer screen casting an eerie light on his face. The podcast studio was empty, the microphones and headphones neatly arranged on the table like artifacts in a museum. The room felt like a hollow echo chamber, a reflection of his own internal struggles. He opened a new document on his computer, the blinking cursor taunting him like a relentless adversary. He was supposed to be writing the next episode of The World of Jobin, but the words wouldn't come. It was as if his mind had gone on strike, refusing to cooperate until he addressed the chaos within. "Damn it," he muttered, running his fingers through his disheveled hair. He glanced at the clock, it was past midnight. He had promised his listeners 2 episodes a day, but here he was, struggling to produce even one. He thought about the conversation with Dr. Alan Watts, the words resonating in his mind like a haunting melody. "It's the universe's way of telling you that you're on the wrong path and it's time to recalibrate," Dr. Watts had said. But what path was the right one? And how does one recalibrate a life that feels like a never-ending maze? He minimized the blank document and opened a folder labeled Mental Health Episodes. It was a podcast within a novel, a complex narrative that he had created to escape the simplicity of his own life. But even that felt like a burden now, another layer of complexity in an already complicated existence. JJ leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. He was 28, stuck in a perpetual midlife crisis that had arrived a couple of decades too early. He had built a platform, gained a following, and yet, he felt like an imposter, a man wearing a mask that was becoming increasingly difficult to remove. He thought about Sarah and Mark, their faces etched in his memory like characters in a story he couldn't finish. They believed in him, in his vision for the world of Jobin, but how could he lead others when he was lost himself? Finally, he closed his laptop, plunging the room into darkness. He sat there for a moment, enveloped in the silence, contemplating the paradox of his life. He was a man who spoke for a living but couldn't find the words to express his own turmoil. As he sat there, a realization dawned on him. Sometimes, the most profound truths are found in the depths of silence. And perhaps, it was time to listen. JJ Berman sat back down at his desk, the room still shrouded in darkness. He felt like a moth drawn to a flame as he opened his laptop again, the screen illuminating his face like a spotlight on a stage. He was the star of his own tragicomedy, a man wrestling with his demons in the solitude of his thoughts. He opened the document he had minimized earlier, the blinking cursor still there, waiting for him like an old friend. He took a deep breath and began to type, the words flowing like a river that had finally broken free from its dam. Welcome back to the world of Jobin, the podcast within a novel, he began, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. Today, we're diving deep into the labyrinth of the human mind, exploring the complexities of mental health. As he typed, he felt a sense of liberation, as if he was shedding the layers of his own insecurities. He was still procrastinating, still avoiding the inevitable, but for the first time in a long time, he felt alive. He paused, his eyes drifting to a framed photograph on his desk. It was a picture of him and Sarah, taken during happier times. He felt a pang of nostalgia, a longing for a past that seemed like a distant dream. He shook his head, snapping back to reality. This was no time for sentimentality, he had a podcast to produce, a narrative to weave. He resumed typing, his words infused with a newfound sense of purpose. As someone who's been through the ringer, both mentally and emotionally, I can tell you that the journey to self-discovery is fraught with challenges, he wrote. But it's also a journey worth taking, a path that leads to enlightenment, to a deeper understanding of oneself and the world around us. He stopped, rereading what he had written. It was raw, unfiltered, a reflection of his own struggles. And yet, it felt authentic, a glimpse into the soul of a man trying to find his way. He saved the document and closed his laptop, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. He had done it, he had broken through the wall that had held him captive for so long. As he sat there, basking in the afterglow of his creative burst, he realized that sometimes, the answers we seek are hidden in the questions we're afraid to ask. And perhaps, it was time to confront those questions, to venture into the unknown in search of the elusive truth. J.J. Berman leaned back in his chair, a smile forming on his lips. The road ahead was uncertain, but for the first time in a long time, he was excited to see where it would lead. His eyes darted to the clock on the wall. It was almost midnight, the witching hour, a time when the boundaries between reality and imagination seemed to blur. He took a deep breath and opened his laptop, the screen casting a ghostly glow on his face. All right, let's do this, he muttered to himself, launching his recording software. He hit the record button and leaned into the microphone. Welcome back to the world of Jobin, the podcast that delves into the intricacies of the human psyche, he began, his voice tinged with a mix of excitement and apprehension. Today, we're going to talk about something that's close to my heart: mental health. As he spoke, he felt a sense of vulnerability, as if he was laying his soul bare for the world to see. But it was a risk he was willing to take, a step towards breaking the chains that had held him captive for so long. He paused, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. This was a topic that required sensitivity, a subject that demanded nuance. He resumed speaking, choosing his words carefully. Mental health is a complex issue, one that's often misunderstood and stigmatized, he continued. But it's also something that affects us all, whether we realize it or not. He stopped the recording and played it back, listening intently to his own voice. It sounded authentic, genuine, a reflection of his own struggles and triumphs. He felt a sense of pride, a glimmer of hope that maybe, just maybe, he was on the right path. But even as he basked in this moment of clarity, a nagging thought crept into his mind. He was still procrastinating, still avoiding the inevitable task of uploading his podcast. It was a paradox, a contradiction that defied logic. He sighed, closing his laptop and leaning back in his chair. The room was silent, the air thick with tension. It was as if the walls were closing in on him, a feeling of claustrophobia that he couldn't shake. And yet, amidst the darkness, he found a glimmer of light, a flicker of hope. He had taken the first step, a leap of faith into the unknown. And sometimes, that's all it takes to start a journey, to embark on an adventure that could change the course of one's life. J.J. Berman sat there, lost in thought, contemplating the road that lay ahead. It was a path fraught with challenges, a journey that would test the limits of his courage and resilience. But it was also a path that held the promise of redemption, the allure of a brighter tomorrow. And so, as the clock struck midnight, he made a vow to himself, a promise to face his fears, to confront his demons, and to take control of his destiny. It was a pledge that he intended to keep, a commitment that would define the next chapter of his life. J. Berman stared at the screen, the cursor blinking like a ticking time bomb. He had just finished recording another episode, a deep dive into the labyrinth of the human mind. But as he sat there, contemplating the next move, he felt paralyzed, trapped in a cycle of self-doubt and procrastination. His phone buzzed, breaking the silence. It was a message from his producer, a gentle reminder to upload the latest episodes. He sighed, the weight of his responsibilities crashing down on him like a tidal wave. "Damn it," he muttered, opening his podcast hosting platform. He hovered over the upload button, his finger trembling with hesitation. It was a simple action, a mere click of the mouse, but it felt like an insurmountable obstacle, a mountain that he couldn't climb. He took a deep breath, summoning the courage to face his fears. And then, just as he was about to click the button, he paused, his eyes drifting to a framed photo on his desk. It was a picture of him in his younger days, a snapshot of a time when life seemed simpler, when dreams felt within reach. He closed the tab, leaning back in his chair. The room was dark, illuminated only by the soft glow of his laptop screen. It was a sanctuary, a refuge from the harsh realities of the outside world. But it was also a prison, a cage that held him captive, preventing him from reaching his full potential. He opened a new document, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. He began to type, pouring his thoughts onto the page, a stream of consciousness that flowed like a river. It was a cathartic experience, a release of pent-up emotions, a glimpse into the depths of his soul. But even as he wrote, he knew that it was a temporary escape, a fleeting moment of clarity amidst the chaos of his life. He was still procrastinating, still avoiding the inevitable, still trapped in a cycle of self-sabotage. He saved the document, labeling it The World of Jobin, Unpublished Thoughts. It was a fitting title, a reflection of his own struggles, a testament to the challenges that lay ahead. And so, as the clock struck midnight, he made a promise to himself, a vow to break free from the shackles of his own limitations, to conquer his fears, and to embrace the uncertainty of the future. It was a pledge that he intended to keep, a commitment that would define the next chapter of his life. J. Berman sat there, lost in thought, contemplating the road that lay ahead. It was a path fraught with obstacles, a journey that would test the limits of his resilience and determination. But it was also a path that held the promise of redemption, the allure of a brighter tomorrow. And as he closed his laptop, plunging the room into darkness, he felt a sense of peace, a calm that washed over him like a gentle breeze. It was a fleeting moment, a brief respite from the storm that raged within. But it was also a sign, a glimmer of hope that whispered in his ear, urging him to keep going, to persevere, and to never give up. J. Berman was back in his podcast studio, a room filled with the aroma of stale coffee and the soft hum of electronic equipment. The walls were adorned with posters of his favorite musicians and philosophers, a tapestry of influences that had shaped his worldview. But today, those faces seemed to mock him, their eyes piercing through the veil of his insecurities. He had just finished recording an episode about mental health, a topic that hit close to home. The irony wasn't lost on him, here he was, talking about coping mechanisms and self-care, while his own life was spiraling out of control. His phone buzzed again. It was another message from his producer, this time a little less gentle, a little more urgent. The episodes were piling up, and the audience was getting restless. He could feel the pressure mounting, a ticking time bomb that threatened to explode at any moment. He opened his audio editing software, staring at the waveform of his latest episode. It was a visual representation of his voice, a series of peaks and valleys that mirrored the ups and downs of his life. He began to edit, cutting out the ums and ahs, the awkward pauses and stutters. It was a meticulous process, a labor of love that required patience and attention to detail. But as he listened to his own words, he felt a sense of detachment, a disconnect between the person he was and the persona he had created. It was like staring into a mirror and not recognizing the reflection that stared back at him. He saved the project and minimized the window, his eyes drifting to a blank document that sat on his desktop. It was the novel he had been working on, a fictionalized account of his life that had taken on a life of its own. He opened the file, reading the last paragraph he had written. It was a poignant moment, a snapshot of his inner turmoil, a glimpse into the depths of his soul. He began to type, his fingers flying across the keyboard, the words flowing like a river of consciousness. It was a therapeutic experience, a cathartic release that allowed him to confront his demons and exorcise his ghosts. And as he wrote, he realized that the lines between reality and fiction were beginning to blur, that the character he had created was slowly merging with the person he had become. It was a surreal experience, a journey into the unknown that left him both exhilarated and terrified. He saved the document and closed the laptop, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. But even as he celebrated this small victory, he knew that the battle was far from over, that the road ahead was fraught with challenges and obstacles. He took a deep breath and leaned back in his chair, his eyes closing as he lost himself in the silence of the room. It was a fleeting moment, a brief respite from the chaos that surrounded him. But it was also a turning point, a pivotal moment that marked the beginning of a new chapter in his life. And so, as the clock struck midnight, J.J. Berman sat there, alone in his dark room, contemplating the choices that had led him to this point and the decisions that would shape his future. It was a moment of introspection, a time for self-reflection that allowed him to look inward and find the strength to move forward. J.J. Berman was back in the studio, the dim light casting a soft glow on the walls, each filled with memorabilia that told a story of a life lived on the edge. The air was thick with tension, the weight of unspoken words hanging heavy in the room. He had just finished recording another episode, this one featuring a guest appearance by Dr. Alan Watts, a renowned psychologist who specialized in existential crises. The conversation had been enlightening, a deep dive into the human psyche that left him both invigorated and drained. But even as he basked in the afterglow of a successful recording, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing, a void that no amount of success or validation could fill. His phone buzzed, snapping him out of his reverie. It was a message from his producer, a gentle reminder that the clock was ticking, that the world was waiting for his next move. He sighed, his eyes drifting to the laptop that sat on his desk, its screen displaying the unfinished manuscript of his novel. It was a labor of love, a passion project that had consumed him for the better part of a year. But despite his best efforts, he couldn't bring himself to finish it, the words eluding him like a mirage in the desert. He opened the document, his eyes scanning the last paragraph he had written. It was a poignant moment, a snapshot of his life that captured the essence of his struggle. He began to type, the words flowing like a stream of consciousness, each sentence a reflection of his inner turmoil. And as he wrote, he felt a sense of liberation, a cathartic release that allowed him to confront his fears and face his demons. It was a transformative experience, a moment of clarity that cut through the fog of uncertainty and doubt. He saved the document and closed the laptop, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. But even as he celebrated this small victory, he knew that the battle was far from over, that the road ahead was fraught with challenges and obstacles. He took a deep breath and leaned back in his chair, his eyes closing as he lost himself in the silence of the room. It was a fleeting moment, a brief respite from the chaos that surrounded him. But it was also a turning point, a pivotal moment that marked the beginning of a new chapter in his life. And so, as the clock struck midnight, J.J. Berman sat there, alone in his dark room, contemplating the choices that had led him to this point and the decisions that would shape his future. It was a moment of introspection, a time for self-reflection that allowed him to look inward and find the strength to move forward. J.J. Berman sat in the dim light of his studio, a room that had become both a sanctuary and a prison. The walls were adorned with posters of rock legends and philosophers, a testament to his eclectic tastes and insatiable curiosity. But despite the comfort it provided, he couldn't escape the nagging feeling that he was running out of time, that the world was moving on without him. His eyes darted to the clock, its hands ticking away in a relentless march towards the future. He had promised his listeners a new episode by midnight, a commitment he had yet to fulfill. The pressure was mounting, each tick of the clock a reminder of his failures and shortcomings. But as he sat there, paralyzed by indecision, he felt a sudden surge of inspiration, a spark that ignited the dormant embers of his creativity. He opened his laptop and began to type, the words flowing like a river, each sentence a stepping stone on the path to redemption. And as he wrote, he felt a sense of liberation, a weight lifted off his shoulders. It was as if he had crossed a threshold, a point of no return that marked the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. He saved the document and took a deep breath, savoring the moment. It was a small victory, but a significant one, a sign that he was capable of change, that he could overcome the obstacles that stood in his way. Emboldened by this newfound sense of purpose, he turned his attention to the podcast, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as he edited the audio and added the finishing touches. And as he hit the upload button, he felt a sense of accomplishment, a validation of his efforts and a testament to his resilience. The episode was live, a raw and unfiltered exploration of mental health that resonated with his listeners, each comment and like a validation of his journey. It was a turning point, a moment that marked the end of his midlife crisis at 28 and the beginning of a new chapter in his life. And so, as he sat there, basking in the afterglow of his success, he realized that he had found his calling, that he was meant to be a voice for the voiceless, a beacon of hope in a world plagued by darkness and despair. It was a revelation, a moment of clarity that allowed him to see the world through a different lens, to appreciate the beauty and complexity of the human experience. And as he closed his laptop and turned off the lights, he knew that he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, that he had the strength and courage to overcome any obstacle that stood in his way. J.J. Berman was back in his studio, the room that had witnessed his lowest lows and highest highs. The air was thick with the smell of stale coffee and cigarette smoke, a comforting aroma that reminded him of late nights and early mornings, of deadlines missed and opportunities squandered. But today was different. Today, he felt invincible, as if he had conquered his demons and emerged victorious. The episode on mental health had been a hit, a cathartic experience that had allowed him to confront his fears and insecurities, to shed the weight of his past and embrace the promise of the future. He sat down at his desk and opened his laptop, his fingers hovering over the keyboard as he pondered his next move. He had a wealth of material to choose from, a treasure trove of ideas and insights that he was eager to share with the world. But as he stared at the blank screen, he felt a sense of hesitation, a nagging doubt that gnawed at the edges of his consciousness. It was a familiar feeling, a byproduct of his perfectionism and self-doubt, a toxic cocktail that had paralyzed him in the past. But as he sat there, wrestling with his thoughts, he remembered the words of Charles Bukowski, "Some people never go crazy. What truly horrible lives they must lead." And so, with a newfound sense of purpose, he began to type, the words flowing like a torrent, each sentence a declaration of his independence, a repudiation of his past failures and a celebration of his future triumphs. He was writing about the world of Jobin, a podcast within a novel, a meta-narrative that blurred the lines between fiction and reality, between the person he was and the person he aspired to be. And as he wrote, he felt a sense of liberation, a freedom that came from embracing his flaws and imperfections, from acknowledging his limitations and transcending them. It was a transformative experience, a moment of clarity that allowed him to see the world through a different lens, to appreciate the beauty and complexity of the human experience. He saved the document and took a deep breath, savoring the moment. It was a small victory, but a significant one, a sign that he was capable of change, that he could overcome the obstacles that stood in his way. And so, as he sat there, basking in the afterglow of his success, he realized that he had found his calling, that he was meant to be a voice for the voiceless, a beacon of hope in a world plagued by darkness and despair. The episode was ready, a raw and unfiltered exploration of the human condition that resonated with his listeners, each comment and like a validation of his journey. He hit the upload button and leaned back in his chair, a sense of accomplishment washing over him as he closed his laptop and turned off the lights. J.J. Berman had conquered his midlife crisis at 28, and as he stepped out of his studio and into the world, he knew that he was ready for whatever challenges lay ahead, that he had the strength and courage to face the future with optimism and hope. J.J. Berman was back in the studio, the room that had become his sanctuary and his prison, a place where dreams were born and hopes were dashed. The walls were adorned with posters of his heroes, a motley crew of writers, musicians, and philosophers who had defied the odds and left their mark on the world. He had just finished recording another episode, a deep dive into the complexities of mental health that had left him emotionally drained but intellectually invigorated. He looked at the upload button on his screen, a gateway to the world that promised fame and fortune, validation and vindication. But as he moved his cursor over the button, he hesitated, his finger hovering over the mouse as he contemplated his next move. It was a moment of reckoning, a crossroads that would determine the course of his life, and as he sat there, paralyzed by indecision, he felt the weight of his past mistakes bearing down on him. It was a familiar feeling, a toxic blend of fear and self-doubt that had haunted him for years, a psychological barrier that had prevented him from realizing his full potential. But as he sat there, wrestling with his demons, he remembered the words of Hunter S. Thompson, "Buy the ticket, take the ride." And so, with a sense of reckless abandon, he clicked the button, sending his thoughts and ideas into the ether, a digital manifesto that captured the essence of his being, the sum total of his hopes and dreams, fears and failures. As he watched the progress bar inch its way across the screen, he felt a sense of liberation, a freedom that came from letting go of his inhibitions and embracing the chaos of the universe, the randomness and unpredictability that made life worth living. The episode was live, a raw and unfiltered exploration of the human psyche that resonated with his audience, a testament to his growth and evolution as a person and as a podcaster. He looked at the comments section, each message a validation of his journey, a reminder that he was not alone, that he was part of something bigger than himself. And as he sat there, basking in the glow of his success, he realized that he had found his purpose, that he was meant to be a voice for the voiceless, a champion for the downtrodden, a beacon of hope in a world plagued by darkness and despair. J.J. Berman had conquered his midlife crisis at 28, and as he closed his laptop and stepped out of his studio, he knew that he was ready for whatever challenges lay ahead, that he had the strength and resilience to face the future with courage and conviction. But as he walked down the hallway, he felt a sense of unease, a nagging doubt that gnawed at the edges of his consciousness. He had come a long way, but the journey was far from over, and as he pondered the road ahead, he realized that the hardest part was yet to come. Chapter 20, The Echoes of Silence, Part 10. J.J. Berman was back in his studio, a room that had witnessed his triumphs and tragedies, a space that had become a sanctuary for his soul and a prison for his me. J.J. Berman had conquered his midlife crisis at 28, and as he closed his laptop and stepped out of his studio, he knew that he was ready for whatever challenges lay ahead, that he had the strength and resilience to face the future with courage and conviction. But as he walked down the hallway, he felt a sense of unease, a nagging doubt that gnawed at the edges of his consciousness. He had come a long way, but the journey was far from over, and as he pondered the road ahead, he realized that the hardest part was yet to come. J.J. Berman found himself back at the coffee shop, the same one where he had first conceived the idea of the World of Jobin podcast. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, mingling with the scent of baked goods and the subtle undertones of human interaction. It was a place of comfort, a sanctuary where he could escape the pressures of life and lose himself in the labyrinth of his thoughts. He sat at his usual table, a corner booth that offered a panoramic view of the cafe, a microcosm of society that reflected the diversity and complexity of the human experience. As he sipped his latte, he felt a sense of contentment, a fleeting moment of happiness that was both exhilarating and terrifying, a paradox that epitomized the essence of his existence. His laptop was open in front of him, a blank canvas that beckoned him to create, to explore the depths of his imagination and bring his ideas to life. But as he stared at the screen, his mind began to wander, drifting into the abyss of self-doubt and insecurity that had plagued him for years. He thought about the episode he had just uploaded, a raw and unfiltered exploration of mental health that had resonated with his audience. It was a milestone, a turning point in his journey, but it was also a reminder of the challenges that lay ahead, the obstacles and setbacks that would test his resolve and push him to the brink of despair. As he pondered the road ahead, he felt a sense of trepidation, a gnawing doubt that threatened to consume him. But then he remembered the words of Hunter S. Thompson, "Life should not be a journey to the grave with the intention of arriving safely in a pretty and well-preserved body, but rather to skid in broadside in a cloud of smoke, thoroughly used up, totally worn out, and loudly proclaiming wow. What a ride." And so, with a newfound sense of purpose, he began to type, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as he poured his soul into his work, a cathartic release that liberated him from the shackles of his past and propelled him into the future. The words flowed like a river, a torrent of thoughts and ideas that captured the essence of his being, the sum total of his hopes and dreams, fears and failures. It was a manifesto, a declaration of independence that marked his transition from a lost soul to a visionary, a transformation that was both liberating and humbling, a paradox that defied explanation. As he typed the final sentence, he felt a sense of accomplishment, a satisfaction that came from creating something meaningful, something that transcended the limitations of time and space, a legacy that would endure long after he was gone. He looked at the upload button, a portal to the world that promised fame and fortune, love and loss. But this time, there was no hesitation, no second guessing, just a sense of certainty, a conviction that he was on the right path, that he was fulfilling his destiny. And so, with a sense of reckless abandon, he clicked the button, sending his latest episode into the ether, a digital symphony that would echo through the ages, a testament to the resilience and ingenuity of the human spirit. As he closed his laptop and stepped out of the coffee shop, he knew that he had found his purpose, that he was ready for whatever challenges lay ahead, that he had the strength and resilience to face the future with courage and conviction. But as he walked down the street, he felt a sense of unease, a nagging doubt that gnawed at the edges of his consciousness. He had come a long way, but the journey was far from over, and as he pondered the road ahead, he realized that the hardest part was yet to come. J.J. Berman was back at the coffee shop, but this time, he was alone. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, mingling with the scent of old books and the subtle undertones of human emotion. He had his laptop open, the blinking cursor taunting him like a relentless adversary, daring him to write, to create, to bring his thoughts and ideas to life. He had just finished recording another episode, a deep dive into the complexities of human behavior and the intricacies of the mind. But as he stared at the upload button, he felt a sense of hesitation, a nagging doubt that gnawed at the edges of his consciousness. What am I doing, he thought, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. Who am I to talk about mental health, to offer advice and insights when I can't even get my own life together? As he grappled with these thoughts, he felt a sense of despair, a sinking feeling that threatened to consume him. But just as he was about to close his laptop and walk away, he felt a tap on his shoulder. "Is this seat taken?" a voice asked, breaking the silence that had enveloped him. JJ looked up and saw a familiar face, a fellow podcaster who had been a guest on his show. "No, go ahead," he said, gesturing to the empty chair across from him. As they sat and talked, JJ felt a sense of camaraderie, a connection that transcended the boundaries of time and space, a shared understanding that came from walking the same path, from facing the same challenges and overcoming the same obstacles. "You know, you're not alone," his friend said, his words tinged with a sense of empathy that belied his youthful appearance. "We all have our struggles, our moments of doubt and uncertainty. But that's what makes us human, that's what makes our stories worth telling." As he listened to these words, JJ felt a sense of clarity, a moment of epiphany that illuminated the darkness that had enveloped him. "You're right," he said, his voice tinged with a newfound sense of conviction. "I need to stop procrastinating and start living, to take control of my destiny and make my mark on the world." And so, with a sense of purpose and a newfound sense of resolve, JJ clicked the upload button, sending his latest episode into the digital ether, a testament to the power of storytelling and the resilience of the human spirit. As he packed up his equipment and said his goodbyes, JJ felt a sense of gratitude, a deep-seated appreciation for the people and experiences that had shaped his life and made him who he was. But as he walked out of the coffee shop and into the fading light of the afternoon sun, he realized that the journey was far from over, that there were still challenges to overcome and obstacles to surmount. But for the first time in his life, he felt ready to face the future with courage and conviction, ready to embrace the uncertainty and chaos that lay ahead. And as he stepped into the studio, ready to record another episode, he knew that he had found his purpose, that he was on the right path, that he was fulfilling his destiny. JJ Berman walked into his studio, a room filled with the aroma of stale coffee and the lingering scent of ambition. The walls were adorned with posters of his favorite musicians, philosophers, and a few scribbled quotes that served as his daily mantras. His podcasting equipment sat on the desk, waiting for him like an old friend, patient and non-judgmental. He had just come back from the coffee shop, a place that had become a sanctuary for him, a refuge from the chaos and uncertainty that seemed to permeate every aspect of his life. But as he sat down and put on his headphones, he felt a sense of trepidation, a nagging doubt that seemed to grow with each passing second. "Am I a fraud?" he thought, staring at the blank screen in front of him. "Am I just another voice in the void, another face in the crowd?" As he grappled with these thoughts, he felt his phone vibrate, a subtle reminder of the world outside, a world that seemed to demand his attention and validate his existence. It was a message from a listener, a young woman who had been following his podcast for years. "Your latest episode really resonated with me," she wrote. "It's like you were speaking directly to me, like you understood what I was going through." As he read these words, JJ felt a sense of clarity, a moment of realization that cut through the fog of doubt and uncertainty. "Maybe I'm not a fraud," he thought. "Maybe I do have something to offer, something to contribute." With a newfound sense of purpose, he opened his recording software and clicked the record button, his voice filling the room like a symphony, a harmonious blend of insight and emotion, of wisdom and vulnerability. He spoke about mental health, about the challenges and struggles that come with navigating the complexities of the human mind, about the importance of self-care and self-compassion. As he spoke, he felt a sense of liberation, a feeling of catharsis that seemed to wash over him like a wave, cleansing him of his doubts and fears, filling him with a sense of hope and optimism. But just as he was about to wrap up the episode, he felt a sense of hesitation, a momentary pause that seemed to last an eternity. "Should I upload this?" he thought, his finger hovering over the mouse. "What if it's not good enough? What if I'm not good enough?" As he sat there, contemplating his next move, he remembered the message from his listener, the words that had given him the courage to speak his truth, to share his story. And with a sense of resolve, he clicked the upload button, sending his latest episode into the digital ether, a testament to the power of vulnerability and the resilience of the human spirit. As he sat back and took a deep breath, JJ felt a sense of accomplishment, a feeling of pride and satisfaction that seemed to validate his existence, to affirm his place in the world. But as he looked around the room, at the posters and quotes that adorned the walls, he realized that the journey was far from over, that there were still challenges to overcome and obstacles to surmount. But for the first time in his life, he felt ready to face the future with courage and conviction, ready to embrace the uncertainty and chaos that lay ahead. And as he closed his laptop and turned off the lights, he knew that he had found his purpose, that he was on the right path, that he was fulfilling his destiny. He felt a sense of unease, a gnawing feeling that seemed to grow with each passing second. Is this it? He thought, his mind racing with a torrent of questions and doubts. Is this all there is? As he grappled with these thoughts, he felt his phone vibrate, a subtle reminder of the world outside, a world that seemed to demand his attention and validate his existence. It was a notification from his podcast hosting platform. Your episode has been successfully uploaded, it read, a simple message that seemed to carry the weight of the world. As he read these words, JJ felt a sense of relief, a fleeting moment of satisfaction that seemed to wash over him like a wave, cleansing him of his doubts and fears. But as he sat there, basking in the afterglow of his accomplishment, he realized that the journey was far from over, that there were still mountains to climb and rivers to cross. With a sense of resolve, he opened a new document and began to type, his fingers dancing across the keyboard like a pianist, each keystroke a note in the symphony of his life. He wrote about his struggles and triumphs, about the highs and lows that come with chasing a dream, about the beauty and pain that seem to permeate every aspect of human existence. As he wrote, he felt a sense of liberation, a feeling of catharsis that seemed to lift him up, to elevate him to a higher plane of existence. And for the first time in his life, he felt truly alive, truly present, truly free. But just as he was about to save the document, he felt a sense of hesitation, a nagging doubt that seemed to cloud his judgment. Should I upload this, he thought, his finger hovering over the mouse. What if it's too personal? What if it's too raw? As he sat there, contemplating his next move, he remembered the message from his listener, the words that had given him the courage to speak his truth, to share his story. And with a sense of conviction, he clicked the save button, preserving his thoughts and feelings for posterity, a testament to the resilience and complexity of the human spirit. As he sat back and took a deep breath, JJ felt a sense of peace, a feeling of contentment that seemed to fill him with a sense of hope and optimism. And as he closed his laptop and turned off the lights, he knew that he was on the right path, that he was fulfilling his destiny, that he was becoming the person he was meant to be. And so, in that dark room, in that sacred space where dreams are born and destinies are forged, JJ Berman found his purpose, his raison d'être, his reason for being. And as he walked out of the studio, his heart filled with a sense of gratitude and wonder, he knew that the best was yet to come, that the future was bright. JJ Berman was back in the studio, the dim light casting a somber glow on the walls adorned with posters of rock legends and philosophers. The room smelled of stale coffee and the lingering scent of cigarette smoke, a testament to the countless hours spent in pursuit of something greater, something beyond the mundane. He had just finished recording an episode on mental health, a topic that had always been close to his heart. But as he sat there, staring at the screen, he felt a sense of emptiness, a void that seemed to grow with each passing second. Is this it? He thought, his mind a whirlpool of doubt and uncertainty. Is this all there is? Just then, his phone buzzed, breaking the silence and pulling him back to reality. It was a message from a listener, a simple thank you that seemed to carry the weight of the world. As he read these words, JJ felt a sense of validation, a fleeting moment of satisfaction that seemed to fill the void, if only for a moment. But as he sat there, basking in the afterglow of his accomplishment, he realized that the journey was far from over, that there were still mountains to climb and rivers to cross. With a newfound sense of purpose, he opened a new document and began to type, his fingers dancing across the keyboard like a pianist lost in the music. He wrote about his struggles and triumphs, about the highs and lows that come with chasing a dream, about the beauty and pain that seemed to permeate every aspect of human existence. As he wrote, he felt a sense of liberation, a feeling of catharsis that seemed to lift him up, to elevate him to a higher plane of existence. And for the first time in his life, he felt truly alive, truly present, truly free. But just as he was about to hit the upload button, he felt a sense of hesitation, a nagging doubt that seemed to cloud his judgment. What if it's too personal? What if it's too raw, he thought, his finger hovering over the mouse. As he sat there, contemplating his next move, he remembered the message from his listener, the words that had given him the courage to speak his truth, to share his story. And with a sense of conviction, he clicked the upload button, sending his thoughts and feelings into the ether, a testament to the resilience and complexity of the human spirit. As he sat back and took a deep breath, JJ felt a sense of peace wash over him, a feeling of contentment that seemed to fill him with a sense of hope and optimism. And as he closed his laptop and turned off the lights, he knew that he was on the right path, that he was fulfilling his destiny, that he was becoming the person he was meant to be. And so, in that dark room, in that sacred space where dreams are born and destinies are forged, J.J. Berman found his purpose, his raison d'être, his reason for being. And as he walked out of the studio, his heart filled with a sense of gratitude and wonder, he knew that the best was yet to come. J.J. Berman was back in the studio, the dim light casting a soft glow on the walls, each filled with memorabilia that told a story of a life lived on the edge. The air was thick with tension, the weight of unspoken words hanging heavy in the room. He had just finished recording another episode, this one featuring a guest appearance by Dr. Alan Watts, a renowned psychologist who specialized in existential crises. The conversation had been enlightening, a deep dive into the human psyche that left him both invigorated and drained. But even as he basked in the afterglow of a successful recording, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing, a void that no amount of success or validation could fill. His phone buzzed, snapping him out of his reverie. It was a message from his producer, a gentle reminder that the clock was ticking, that the world was waiting for his next move. He sighed, his eyes drifting to the laptop that sat on his desk, its screen displaying the unfinished manuscript of his novel. It was a labor of love, a passion project that had consumed him for the better part of a year. But despite his best efforts, he couldn't bring himself to finish it, the words eluding him like a mirage in the desert. He opened the document, his eyes scanning the last paragraph he had written. It was a poignant moment, a snapshot of his life that captured the essence of his struggle. He began to type, the words flowing like a stream of consciousness, each sentence a reflection of his inner turmoil. And as he wrote, he felt a sense of liberation, a cathartic release that allowed him to confront his fears and face his demons. It was a transformative experience, a moment of clarity that cut through the fog of uncertainty and doubt. He saved the document and closed the laptop, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. But even as he celebrated this small victory, he knew that the battle was far from over, that the road ahead was fraught with challenges and obstacles. He took a deep breath and leaned back in his chair, his eyes closing as he lost himself in the silence of the room. It was a fleeting moment, a brief respite from the chaos that surrounded him. But it was also a turning point, a pivotal moment that marked the beginning of a new chapter in his life. And so, as the clock struck midnight, J.J. Berman sat there, alone in his dark room, contemplating the choices that had led him to this point and the decisions that would shape his future. It was a moment of introspection, a time for self-reflection that allowed him to look inward and find the strength to move forward. He sighed, his eyes drifting to the laptop that sat on his desk, its screen displaying the unfinished manuscript of his novel. It was a labor of love, a passion project that had consumed him for the better part of a year. But despite his best efforts, he couldn't bring himself to finish it, the words eluding him like a mirage in the desert. He opened the document, his eyes scanning the last paragraph he had written. It was a poignant moment, a snapshot of his life that captured the essence of his struggle. He began to type, the words flowing like a stream of consciousness, each sentence a reflection of his inner turmoil. And as he wrote, he felt a sense of liberation, a cathartic release that allowed him to confront his fears and face his demons. It was a transformative experience, a moment of clarity that cut through the fog of uncertainty and doubt. He saved the document and closed the laptop, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. But even as he celebrated this small victory, he knew that the battle was far from over, that the road ahead was fraught with challenges and obstacles. He took a deep breath and leaned back in his chair, his eyes closing as he lost himself in the silence of the room. It was a fleeting moment, a brief respite from the chaos that surrounded him. But it was also a turning point, a pivotal moment that marked the beginning of a new chapter in his life. And so, as the clock struck midnight, J.J. Berman sat there, alone in his dark room, contemplating the choices that had led him to this point and the decisions that would shape his future. It was a moment of introspection, a time for self-reflection that allowed him to look inward and find the strength to move forward. J. Berman sat in the dim light of his studio, the soft glow of the computer screen casting an ethereal aura around him. The room was filled with the scent of stale coffee and the lingering energy of the last episode. He had talked about mental health, a subject close to his heart, and the episode had been a cathartic release. But now, he was staring at the blinking cursor again, contemplating the next topic. His phone buzzed, breaking the silence. It was a message from Sarah, his producer. The mental health episode is doing great, JJ. People are really connecting with it. What's next? What's next? The question loomed large in his mind. He had so much to say, so many topics to explore. But today, he felt the weight of the world on his shoulders. Climate change, societal collapse, the future of humanity, it all seemed to converge in a vortex of existential dread. He took a deep breath and opened a new document. This was bigger than him, bigger than the world of Jobin. This was about the collective destiny of mankind. He hit the record button. Welcome back, folks. Today, we're shifting gears. We're stepping back to look at the bigger picture, the status of society on the globe and ways to enter into the good timeline this time. As he spoke, he felt the gravity of the subject matter pulling him in. He talked about climate change, about the melting ice caps and the raging wildfires. He talked about societal inequality, about the widening gap between the haves and the have-nots. And he talked about the future, about the choices we make today that will shape the world of tomorrow. But as he delved into these heavy topics, he also felt a glimmer of hope. For every problem he discussed, he also highlighted solutions: sustainable energy, social reforms, grassroots movements. He talked about the power of individual action, about the ripple effect that can change the course of history. And as he wrapped up the episode, he realized something profound. He was not just a podcaster or a storyteller, he was a catalyst for change, a voice in the wilderness calling out for a better world. He clicked upload, and as the progress bar filled up, he felt a sense of accomplishment, a feeling that he had contributed, in some small way, to the betterment of society. The cursor blinked on the screen, waiting for the next chapter, and J.J. Berman smiled. He was ready for whatever came next, ready to face the challenges and embrace the opportunities. And so, in that quiet studio, amidst the chaos of the world outside, J.J. Berman found his purpose, his raison d'être. He was a man on a mission, a soul in search of meaning, and he had found it in the most unlikely of places, behind a microphone, in a room filled with sound and silence. The end of the chapter was not an end but a beginning, a stepping stone to a future yet unwritten, in the ever-evolving narrative of the world of Jobin. J.J. Berman sat back in his worn-out chair, staring at the upload complete notification on his screen. The episode about the state of the world had been a departure from his usual fare, but it felt necessary. The world was on fire, both literally and metaphorically, and he couldn't just sit back and talk about self-help and mental health without addressing the larger issues at hand. But the weight of those issues was heavy, and he felt it pressing down on him like a ton of bricks. He needed a break, a moment to breathe and recalibrate. He glanced at his phone. It was filled with notifications, texts, emails, social media updates. The world was moving fast, and he was struggling to keep up. He stood up and walked over to the small kitchenette in the corner of his studio. He poured himself a cup of black coffee, no sugar, no cream, just the way he liked it. As he took a sip, he felt the caffeine jolt through his system, a much-needed kickstart to his weary soul. His phone buzzed again. It was Sarah. "Great episode, JJ. The feedback is incredible. People are really resonating with the message. When can we expect the next one?" The next one. There was always a next one. The podcast was a never-ending cycle of content creation, a treadmill that he couldn't seem to get off. But for the first time, he felt a sense of urgency, a realization that his voice mattered, that he had a platform to effect change. He walked back to his desk and sat down. The cursor blinked at him, a silent challenge, a call to action. He took a deep breath and hit record. Welcome back to the world of Jobin. Today, we're continuing our discussion on the state of the world, but this time, we're focusing on solutions. How can we, as individuals and as a society, make choices that lead us into a better future? As he spoke, he felt a newfound sense of purpose. He wasn't just a podcaster, he was a conduit for change, a catalyst for a better world. And as he delved into topics like renewable energy, social justice, and mental well-being, he felt like he was part of something bigger than himself, a collective movement towards a brighter future. He wrapped up the episode with a call to action, urging his listeners to get involved, to be the change they wish to see in the world. And as he clicked stop, he felt a sense of accomplishment, a feeling that he had done something meaningful, something impactful. But the work was far from over. The cursor blinked at him again, waiting for the next chapter, the next episode, the next step in his journey. And JJ Berman was ready. Ready to face the challenges, ready to embrace the opportunities, ready to continue the ever-evolving narrative of the world of Jobin. He clicked upload, and as the progress bar filled up, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. For a brief moment, he allowed himself to bask in the satisfaction of a job well done. But then he opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and got back to work. His last episode had been a hit, a deep dive into the labyrinth of societal issues and potential solutions. But now, he was back to square one, the blank canvas of a new episode staring him in the face. He lit a cigarette and took a long drag, exhaling the smoke as he pondered the weight of his next topic. The predicted future of humanity, society, and climate change. It was a mouthful, a topic so vast it could fill volumes. But he had to condense it, make it digestible for his audience, and most importantly, make it actionable. He clicked record. Welcome back to the world of Jobin, folks. Last time we talked about the state of the world, and today, we're diving into the future. Not the Jetsons' future with flying cars and robot maids, but the real, gritty, complicated future that we're all heading towards. He paused, taking another drag from his cigarette. The smoke filled the room, mingling with the dim light to create an atmosphere that was both comforting and unsettling. So, let's talk timelines. We've got two paths ahead of us, the good timeline and the bad timeline. The good timeline is where we get our act together, where we make the hard choices and sacrifices to build a better world. The bad timeline, well, that's the road we're on if we keep ignoring the warning signs. He leaned into the microphone, his voice tinged with a sense of urgency. Climate change isn't a debate, it's a fact. Social inequality isn't a talking point, it's a crisis. Mental health isn't a buzzword, it's a pandemic. And we've got to tackle these issues head on if we want to steer this ship into the good timeline. As he spoke, he felt the weight of his words, the gravity of the message he was trying to convey. But he also felt a sense of liberation, a cathartic release that came from speaking his truth, from using his platform to advocate for change. He wrapped up the episode with a list of resources, actionable steps that his listeners could take to be part of the solution. And as he clicked stop, he felt a sense of accomplishment, a small but significant victory in the battle for a better future. But the work was far from over. He still had to edit the episode, upload it, promote it, and then start the whole process over again for the next one. It was a never-ending cycle, a Sisyphean task that seemed both futile and essential. He stubbed out his cigarette and stared at the screen, the cursor still blinking, still waiting for the next chapter, the next episode, the next step in his journey. And for the first time in a long time, J.J. Berman felt ready. Ready to face the challenges, ready to embrace the opportunities, ready to continue the ever-evolving narrative of the world of Jobin. He clicked upload, and as the progress bar filled up, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. For a brief moment, he allowed himself to bask in the satisfaction of a job well done. But then he opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and got back to work. J. Berman sat in the dim light of his studio, the glow of the computer screen casting a surreal hue over the room. The last episode had been a deep dive into the future of humanity, society, and climate change. It was heavy stuff, the kind of topic that could either enlighten or depress, depending on your perspective. He had clicked upload, but the episode was still sitting in his drafts folder, a digital manifestation of his procrastination. He had promised his audience 2 episodes a day, a commitment that now felt like a millstone around his neck. He poured himself a glass of bourbon, the liquid amber reflecting the soft light of the room. He took a sip, savoring the warmth as it spread through his body, a temporary respite from the existential weight of his work. 2 episodes a day, he muttered to himself, staring at the screen. What the hell was I thinking? He lit a cigarette, the smoke curling up into the air as he exhaled, a fleeting moment of beauty in an otherwise chaotic world. He thought about the episode he had just recorded, the urgency in his voice as he talked about the good timeline and the bad timeline, the future that could be and the future that would be if things didn't change. He clicked on the drafts folder and stared at the episode, his finger hovering over the publish button. It was a simple action, a single click that would send his words out into the world, but it felt monumental, like a point of no return. Finally, he clicked publish, and as the episode went live, he felt a mixture of relief and dread, the dual emotions that had become the soundtrack of his life. He took another sip of bourbon, the liquid courage fortifying him for the task ahead. He had another episode to record, another deep dive into the complexities of mental health, a topic that was both personal and universal. He clicked record and leaned into the microphone, his voice steady despite the turmoil in his soul. Welcome back to the world of Jobin, folks. Today, we're talking about mental health, a subject that's close to my heart and relevant to us all. We're living in a world that's increasingly chaotic, a world that can take a toll on our mental well-being. But the good news is, we're not alone. We're all in this together, and together, we can find a way to navigate the storm. As he spoke, he felt the words resonate within him, a reminder that despite the challenges, despite the setbacks, despite the never-ending cycle of episodes and uploads, he was doing something meaningful, something that mattered. He wrapped up the episode with a call to action, urging his listeners to reach out for help, to talk to someone, to take the first step towards mental wellness. And as he clicked stop, he realized that the message was as much for him as it was for his audience. He clicked upload, and this time, he didn't hesitate. The episode went live, and as he sat back in his chair, he felt a sense of accomplishment, a small victory in the ongoing battle for a better world. The show must go on, and so it did. And for J.J. Berman, that was enough. For now. J. Berman sat back in his chair, staring at the screen that displayed the words "episode published." A sense of accomplishment washed over him, but it was short-lived. The clock on the wall seemed to mock him, its ticking a constant reminder of the relentless march of time and the episodes yet to be made. He looked around the studio, a room filled with the detritus of a life lived online, microphones, soundboards, and a myriad of cables snaking across the floor like veins in a body. It was a sanctuary and a prison, a place where he could speak his truth and confront his demons, but also a place that kept him tethered to a never-ending cycle of content creation. He poured another glass of bourbon, the liquid a balm for his restless soul. He took a sip and felt the warmth spread through him, a fleeting moment of peace in a world that seemed increasingly chaotic. He clicked on his recording software and stared at the blank screen, the cursor blinking like a heartbeat, waiting for him to breathe life into it. He had promised his audience a deep dive into the predicted future of humanity, society, and climate change, a topic that felt both urgent and overwhelming. He lit a cigarette and took a long drag, exhaling the smoke as he pondered the enormity of the subject. How could he distill such a complex issue into a single episode? How could he do justice to a topic that was shaping the course of human history? Finally, he leaned into the microphone and clicked record. Welcome back to the world of Jobin, folks. Today, we're diving into the deep end, exploring the future of our planet and the choices we need to make to ensure that future is one worth living in. As he spoke, he felt the weight of the words, the gravity of the subject pulling him in. But he also felt a sense of purpose, a clarity that cut through the fog of his midlife crisis at 28. We're at a crossroads, my friends, he continued. A point in time where the decisions we make will shape the world for generations to come. And the good news is, we have the power to choose the timeline we want to be a part of, the good timeline, where humanity comes together to solve the challenges we face, or the bad timeline, where we continue down the path of destruction and despair. He paused, letting the words sink in, giving his audience a moment to reflect on the gravity of the choice. So, what's it going to be? Are we going to be the architects of our own destruction, or the builders of a better world? He clicked stop and sat back, drained but invigorated. It was a heavy episode, one that would leave his audience with more questions than answers, but it was a start, a step in the right direction. He clicked upload, and as the episode went live, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had done it. He had taken the first step towards a better future, and in doing so, he had found a sense of purpose, a reason to keep going. The show must go on, and so it did. And for J.J. Berman, that was enough. For now. J.J. Berman sat in the dim light of his studio, the glow of the computer screen casting shadows on the walls. The room was filled with the scent of stale cigarette smoke and the lingering aroma of bourbon. He looked at the screen, where the words "episode draft saved" stared back at him. It was a small victory, but a victory nonetheless. He leaned back in his chair and took a deep breath, his mind racing with thoughts and ideas, fragments of episodes yet to be recorded. The last episode had been a deep dive into the future of humanity, a topic that had left him both exhilarated and drained. But the show must go on, and so it did. He glanced at the clock. It was late, or early, depending on how you looked at it. The world outside was quiet, the city asleep, but inside the studio, the wheels were turning. He had another episode to record, another topic to explore. This time, it was mental health, a subject close to his heart, and one that felt particularly relevant given his own struggles. He clicked on his recording software and hit record. Welcome back to the world of Jobin, folks. Today, we're shifting gears a bit and talking about mental health. Now, I know this is a heavy topic, but it's one that needs to be discussed, especially in times like these. As he spoke, he felt a sense of purpose, a clarity that had eluded him for so long. He was no longer just a podcast host procrastinating on uploading his episodes, he was a voice, a conduit for important conversations. We all have our struggles, our demons, he continued. And it's easy to get lost in the darkness, to feel like there's no way out. But the truth is, there is a way out, and it starts with talking about it, with breaking the stigma and opening up the conversation. He paused, letting the words sink in, giving his audience a moment to reflect. So, let's talk. Let's break the silence and shed some light on the subject. Because the only way we're going to get through this is together. He clicked stop and sat back, his heart pounding in his chest. It was a short episode, but it was a step in the right direction. He clicked save draft, not yet ready to hit upload. He needed time to reflect, to let the words marinate before sending them out into the world. As he sat there, alone in his studio, he felt a sense of peace wash over him. He had found his voice, his purpose, and in doing so, he had found a way to navigate the complexities of his own mind. The show must go on, and so it did. And for J.J. Berman, that was enough. For now. Clicked record and began to speak, his voice tinged with a sense of urgency. Welcome back to the world of Jobin, folks. Today, we're diving into the deep end, exploring the most likely outcomes for humanity, society, and our planet. Now, I'm not a prophet, but the writing's on the wall, and it's time we face the music. He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. Climate change is real, and it's happening now. The ice caps are melting, sea levels are rising, and extreme weather events are becoming the norm. And while we sit here, debating the validity of science, the clock is ticking. But it's not just the planet that's at stake, it's our society, our way of life. We're living in a world plagued by inequality, by a system that prioritizes profit over people. And unless we make some drastic changes, the future looks bleak. He paused again, his mind racing, searching for the right words. But here's the thing, folks. It's not too late. We still have time to turn things around, to create a future that's sustainable, equitable, and just. But it starts with us, with our actions, our choices. We need to be the change we want to see in the world. He clicked stop and sat back, his heart pounding in his chest. It was a heavy episode, one that would undoubtedly spark debate and controversy. But it was a conversation that needed to be had, a topic that couldn't be ignored any longer. He clicked save draft, still hesitant to hit upload. This was an episode that required careful consideration, that needed to be handled with the utmost sensitivity. As he sat there, contemplating the future, he felt a sense of responsibility wash over him. He had a platform, a voice, and it was his duty to use it for good, to shed light on the issues that mattered most. J.J. Berman sat back in his chair, staring at the blinking cursor on his screen. The draft of the episode was saved, but the upload button seemed to mock him. He had just tackled the elephant in the room, the predicted future of humanity, society, and climate change. But what about the years that lay ahead, 2024 and beyond? Okay, a deep breath. This was uncharted territory, a glimpse into a future that was uncertain, yet inevitable. He clicked record once more, his voice steady, yet tinged with a sense of foreboding. Welcome back, folks. If you're just tuning in, we're diving deep into the abyss, exploring the most likely outcomes for our planet from 2024 and beyond. Now, I'm no Nostradamus, but the signs are there, and they're hard to ignore. He paused, collecting his thoughts. First off, let's talk about climate change. By 2024, we're looking at a global temperature rise of at least 1.5 degrees Celsius. That may not sound like much, but it's enough to trigger a cascade of catastrophic events, more frequent and severe storms, devastating wildfires, and widespread droughts. And let's not forget the rising sea levels that could displace millions of people. But it's not just the environment that's at stake, it's our society. We're heading towards a future where automation and artificial intelligence could render millions jobless. And with the widening gap between the rich and the poor, social unrest is inevitable. He paused again, his words heavy with the weight of reality. And then there's the geopolitical landscape. With the rise of authoritarian regimes and the erosion of democratic values, the world is becoming increasingly polarized. And in this climate of fear and uncertainty, the threat of conflict looms large. But here's the kicker, folks. These are not just predictions, they're warnings, a wake-up call for all of us. We have the power to change the course of history, to create a future that's sustainable and just. But it starts with acknowledging the problem and taking action. He clicked stop and leaned back, drained both physically and emotionally. This was an episode that would shake the very foundations of his podcast, that would challenge the beliefs and opinions of his listeners. But it was a risk he was willing to take, a conversation that needed to be had. J.J. Berman sat in the dim light of his studio, the glow of the computer screen casting an eerie luminescence on his face. The last episode had been a heavy one, and the feedback was pouring in, some praising his courage for tackling such grim subjects, others accusing him of fear-mongering. He sighed and took a sip of his now cold coffee. It was time for another episode, and this one would be different. He had to offer some semblance of hope, some guidance on how to read the signs and what they actually mean. Alright, folks, welcome back to the world of Jobin. Last time, we talked about the grim realities that could await us in 2024 and beyond. But today, let's shift gears a bit. Let's talk about understanding these signs for what they actually mean and how we can possibly change the narrative. He cleared his throat and continued. Firstly, let's talk about climate change. When you hear about the melting ice caps or the Amazon rainforest burning, don't just see them as isolated incidents. They're symptoms of a much larger problem, a global imbalance that we've caused. But they're also a call to action. Every small effort counts: reducing waste, conserving energy, supporting sustainable practices. These are not just buzzwords, they're lifelines. JJ paused, letting the words sink in. Next, the societal shifts. Automation taking jobs isn't just an economic issue, it's a social one. It's a sign that we need to adapt, to evolve. Maybe it's time we rethink our education system, focus more on creativity, critical thinking, emotional intelligence, skills that machines can't replicate. He took another sip of his coffee, his eyes fixed on the screen. And as for the geopolitical tensions, the rise of authoritarian regimes, and the erosion of democratic values, these are signs of a world in flux, a world struggling to find its identity. But it's also a reminder that freedom and justice are not to be taken for granted. We need to fight for them, now more than ever. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes weary but resolute. So, what do these signs mean? They mean we're at a crossroads, and the path we choose will define not just our future but the future of generations to come. But remember, the signs are not death sentences, they're wake-up calls. And how we respond to them will determine the kind of world we leave behind. For the first time in a long time, he felt like he was part of something bigger, a collective consciousness that was slowly but surely awakening. There was hope for a better tomorrow. J.J. Berman sat back in his chair, the weight of the last episode still lingering in the air. The room was quiet, save for the hum of the computer and the distant sounds of the city outside his window. He had just finished uploading the latest episode, and the notifications were already pinging on his phone. He picked it up and scrolled through the comments. They were a mixed bag, as always, some praising his insights, others questioning his optimism. But one comment caught his eye: how do we know which signs to trust and which to ignore? JJ pondered this as he prepared for the next episode. It was a valid question, one that deserved an answer. He hit the record button and began. Welcome back to the world of Jobin, folks. Today, we're diving deeper into understanding the signs that the universe or society, or whatever you believe in, is throwing at us. How do we discern the noise from the signal? He paused, collecting his thoughts. Firstly, let's talk about data. We live in an age of information overload. Every day, we're bombarded with news, statistics, studies, and it's easy to get lost. But remember, not all data is created equal. Always check the source, the methodology, the context. Don't just accept numbers or headlines at face value. JJ took a sip of water and continued. Next, let's talk about trends. Whether it's climate patterns, economic indicators, or social movements, trends give us a broader picture. They help us see beyond the immediate and into the possible futures that await us. But again, be cautious. Correlation does not imply causation, and trends can be manipulated. Jay paused, letting the words hang in the air. So, to sum up, understanding the signs means being vigilant, being critical, and being open. It means not just looking, but seeing, not just hearing, but listening. And most importantly, it means being active participants in shaping our future, not just passive observers. Let's start with climate change. The signs are all around us: rising temperatures, melting ice caps, extreme weather events. If we continue on this path, the most likely outcome is catastrophic. But it's not set in stone. We have the power to change course, to mitigate the worst impacts, and to adapt to what's coming. The key is to act now, not later. He shifted in his chair, his voice tinged with urgency. Next, let's talk about society. We're at a crossroads, folks. Inequality is rampant, and social cohesion is fraying. But again, this is not inevitable. We can choose a different path, one that values community over division, equity over exploitation. And the signs are there if we're willing to see them. Movements for social justice, for systemic change, are gaining traction. We need to support them, to be part of them. JJ took a sip of water, his eyes focused on the screen in front of him. And finally, humanity as a whole. It's easy to be pessimistic, to think that we're headed for decline or even extinction. But I refuse to accept that. Yes, the challenges are immense, but so is our capacity for innovation, for compassion, for change. The signs are there, in the breakthroughs in science and technology, in the acts of kindness that we see every day, in the resilience that we've shown in the face of adversity. He leaned closer to the microphone, his voice soft but firm. So, how do we understand these signs for what they actually mean? By being informed, by being engaged, and by being hopeful. Information gives us the tools to understand the world, engagement gives us the power to change it, and hope gives us the courage to believe that a better future is possible. JJ clicked stop and then upload. The episode was now live, another piece of the puzzle, another step toward a future that was still unwritten. As he switched off the lights and left the studio, JJ felt a sense of accomplishment, but also a sense of responsibility. The future was not a distant horizon, but a living, breathing entity, shaped by the choices we make today. The show must go on, and so it did. And as JJ Berman walked into the night, he knew that the signs were there, waiting to be read, waiting to guide us toward a future worth fighting for. Book 2, The Symphony of Tomorrow, Chapter 40, The World of Jobin Studio, Part 18. JJ Berman was back in his studio, this time with a guest. He had invited Dr. Emily Thompson, a renowned climate scientist, to discuss the signs and signals that could guide humanity toward a sustainable future. The room was filled with a sense of urgency, but also a glimmer of hope. Welcome to the world of Jobin, Dr. Thompson. It's an honor to have you here, JJ greeted, his voice steady and welcoming. Thank you, JJ. The pleasure is mine, Emily replied, adjusting her headset. Today, we're diving deep into the most likely outcomes for the predicted future of humanity, society, and climate change from 2024 and beyond. Dr. Thompson, what are the signs we should be looking for? Emily paused, choosing her words carefully. The signs are both subtle and glaring. On one hand, we have the scientific data: rising sea levels, increasing global temperatures, and the loss of biodiversity. On the other hand, we have societal indicators: protests, policy changes, and shifts in public opinion. Both sets of signs are crucial for understanding where we're headed. JJ nodded, absorbing her words. And how can we, as individuals, interpret these signs for what they actually mean? The first step is education, Emily began. We need to understand the science behind climate change, the sociology behind societal shifts, and the economics behind sustainable development. The second step is action. Knowledge without action is futile. Whether it's voting for policies that promote sustainability, reducing our carbon footprint, or supporting organizations that fight for social justice, every action counts. JJ leaned back, letting her words sink in. That's a powerful message, Dr. Thompson. It's easy to feel overwhelmed by the magnitude of the problems we face, but what you're saying is that we have the power to shape our future. Exactly, Emily affirmed. The future isn't something that just happens to us, it's something we create through our choices and actions. And the signs are there to guide us, but only if we're willing to read them. The conversation continued, touching on various topics from renewable energy to mental health. As they wrapped up, JJ felt a renewed sense of purpose. The signs were there, and they were not omens of doom but calls to action. Thank you for joining us today, Dr. Thompson. Your insights have been invaluable, JJ concluded. Thank you for having me, JJ. Remember, the future is ours to shape. As the stop button was clicked and the episode uploaded, JJ sat in the dim light of his studio, contemplating the road ahead. The signs were clearer now, and the path, though fraught with challenges, seemed navigable. It was a path that led not to a predetermined future, but to a future that was still very much in the making. And so, the show went on, each episode a stepping stone toward a future that was not just likely but possible, a future worth striving for. JJ Berman sat in his makeshift studio, surrounded by empty bourbon bottles and crumpled pages of notes. The room smelled like a mix of stale cigarettes and fresh coffee, a scent that had become the signature fragrance of the World of Jobin podcast. All right, you digital vagabonds, episode 206 is in the works, he typed into the chat room, which had become a 24/7 hangout for the lost souls who found solace in his words. Today's topic: how to save the world while eating a cheeseburger. He chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Hunter S. Thompson would have loved this shit, he thought, lighting a cigarette and taking a long drag. The cursor blinked on the empty document, waiting for him to spill his thoughts. Ah, the tyranny of the blank page, he mused. But as Bukowski said, writing about a writer's block is better than not writing at all. So he began, his fingers dancing across the keyboard like a pianist lost in a melody. Ladies and gentlemen, we're on a sinking ship, and the band's still playing. But what a tune it is. The world's going to hell, but hey, at least we've got memes, right? He paused, rereading what he'd written. Too dark? Nah, just dark enough, he decided, hitting the record button. Welcome back to the World of Jobin, the only podcast that dares to ask the big questions while scarfing down fast food, he began, his voice tinged with a mix of irony and sincerity. Today, we're talking about the future 2050 and beyond. But first, let's address the elephant in the room: why are cheeseburgers so damn good? He laughed, imagining the puzzled expressions on his listeners' faces. You see, folks, it's all connected. The cheeseburger is a metaphor for life: messy, complicated, and oh so delicious. And just like life, it comes with a side of consequences. He continued, weaving in jokes about climate change, political corruption, and the existential dread of modern life, all while maintaining a tone of irreverent optimism. Look, I'm not saying I have all the answers. Hell, I can barely figure out how to work my coffee maker. But what I do know is this, we've got a shot at making things better. It starts with us, right here, right now. So let's roll up our sleeves, grab a cheeseburger, and get to work. And with that, he ended the episode, feeling a strange mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. Another one for the digital archives, he thought, hitting the stop button. He glanced at the chat room, where his tribe was already dissecting every word, every joke, every nuance. JJ, you're a madman, but you're our madman, one user wrote. JJ smiled, taking a sip of bourbon. And so the show goes on, he thought, already pondering the topic for episode 207. JJ Berman stared at the screen, his eyes bloodshot from another late-night recording session. The chat room was buzzing, a cacophony of digital voices all clamoring for his attention. JJ, when's the next episode dropping? Dude, you're a prophet. Any tips on surviving the apocalypse? He chuckled, taking a swig from his flask. Ah, the sweet nectar of chaos, he mused. Hunter would have called it the high water mark, and Bukowski would have just called it another Tuesday. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, a pianist contemplating his next composition. Episode 207, here we come, he typed, launching his recording software. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Jobin, the podcast that's like a shot of whiskey for your soul, he began, his voice tinged with gravelly warmth. Today, we're diving into the deep end, folks. We're talking about the future 2050 and beyond. But first, a word from our unofficial sponsor, Frozen Pizza. Because nothing says I've given up on life like a microwaved slice of despair. He laughed, imagining his listeners chuckling along with him. All right, let's get serious for a moment. The world's a mess, we all know it. Climate change, political unrest, the ever-looming threat of AI taking over, pick your poison. But here's the kicker, we're not helpless. We've got agency, damn it, and it's high time we used it. He paused, letting the words hang in the air. Now, I'm not saying we all need to become activists or politicians. Hell, I can barely organize my sock drawer. But what I am saying is this, small actions matter. Whether it's reducing your carbon footprint or just being kinder to the people around you, it all adds up. He leaned back, taking a drag from his cigarette. And who knows, maybe, just maybe, we'll look back on these days and say, we did it. We turned the ship around. Or maybe we'll just say, well, at least we had some damn good frozen pizza. He chuckled, hitting the stop button. And that's a wrap for episode 207, he thought, feeling a strange mix of satisfaction and emptiness. Another drop in the digital ocean. He glanced at the chat room, where his tribe was already dissecting his latest sermon. JJ, you're the voice of our generation, one user wrote. JJ smiled, extinguishing his cigarette. And so the show goes on, he thought, already. JJ Berman sat in his cluttered studio, surrounded by empty coffee cups and crumpled notes. The room was a testament to his chaotic genius, or so he liked to think. All right, time to get this show on the road, he muttered, firing up his recording software for episode 208. Hey there, you beautiful misfits. Welcome back to the world of Jobin, the podcast that's like a psychedelic trip through the corridors of the human condition, he greeted, his voice tinged with a mix of irony and sincerity. Today, we're tackling the big questions. You know, the ones that keep you up at night, staring at the ceiling like it holds the secrets of the universe. He paused, taking a sip of his lukewarm coffee. But first, let's talk about tacos. Because nothing says existential crisis like pondering the meaning of life over a plate of greasy meat and cheese. Am I right? He chuckled, imagining his audience laughing along. Okay, let's get down to brass tacks. We're living in a world that's teetering on the edge, folks. Climate change, social inequality, political corruption, you name it, we've got it. But here's the thing, we're not powerless. Far from it. He leaned closer to the microphone, his voice dropping to a whisper. We've got the tools to build a better future, to steer this ship away from the iceberg. And it starts with us, right here, right now. He paused, letting the words sink in. So, what can we do? Well, for starters, we can vote with our wallets. Support ethical companies, boycott the bad guys. It's a small step, but it's a start. He sat back, lighting a cigarette. And hey, if all else fails, there's always tequila, he quipped, taking a drag. Because in the immortal words of Hunter S. Thompson, when the going gets weird, the weird turn pro. He chuckled, hitting the stop button. And that's a wrap for episode 208, he thought, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Another day, another existential crisis averted. He glanced at the chat room, where his digital congregation was already dissecting his latest musings. JJ, you're a modern-day philosopher, one user wrote. JJ smiled, stubbing out his cigarette. And so the show goes on, he thought, already pondering the absurdities that would fill episode 209. JJ Berman stared at the blinking cursor on his screen, the digital embodiment of his procrastination. Episode 209, where art thou, he mumbled, swigging from a bottle of cheap bourbon. The room was dim, lit only by the glow of his dual monitors displaying a chaotic mix of news articles, memes, and the ever-present chat room of his loyal listeners. All right, let's do this, he said, hitting the record button. Welcome back, you glorious bastards, to another episode of The World of Jobin, the only podcast that dares to mix Shakespearean tragedy with stand-up comedy about hot dogs. He paused, savoring the absurdity. Today, we're diving deep into the quagmire of human existence, the tangled web of fate and free will. But first, a joke. Why did the hot dog wear a sweater? Because it was a chilly dog. Get it? Chilly. I'll see myself out. He chuckled, imagining the collective groan from his audience. Okay, back to the meat and potatoes, or should I say, the meat and buns. We're living in a time of unprecedented change, folks. The world of 2050 is going to look vastly different from today, and we've got a say in how it turns out. He leaned in, his voice tinged with urgency. We're talking renewable energy, universal healthcare, and yes, even universal basic income. These aren't pipe dreams, they're attainable goals. But it's gonna take work, and it starts with you and me. He paused, taking another swig of bourbon. And if you think that's too heavy, just remember, in the future, we'll have 3D printed hot dogs. So, there's that. He grinned, hitting the stop button. Another one for the books, he thought, scanning the chatroom's reactions. JJ, you're the Bukowski of podcasting, one user commented. JJ chuckled, taking it as the compliment it was meant to be. Until next time, stay weird, stay wonderful, and remember, the show must go on. He logged off, the weight of another episode lifted. But as he sat there, the cursor blinking back at him, he knew the real work was just beginning. JJ Berman sat in a dimly lit bar, the kind of place where the beer is cheap and the patrons cheaper. A deck of cards was spread out before him, and he was locked in a high-stakes game of poker with a motley crew of characters. The tension was palpable, but JJ broke it with his signature irreverence. All right, folks, let's make this interesting, he said, pulling out his phone and hitting the record button. Welcome back to the world of Jobin, where we're currently gambling our way through existential crises. But first, a joke: what's the difference between a hot dog and a gambler? A hot dog doesn't have to worry about its buns getting toasted. The table erupted in laughter, and JJ grinned. Now, let's talk steaks. Not the kind you eat, but the kind that can change your life. We're at a crossroads, people. The choices we make today will shape the world of 2050 and beyond. So, let's gamble responsibly, shall we? He looked at his cards, a pair of aces staring back at him. You know, the future isn't just about technology and politics. It's about the human spirit, the will to take risks and face the unknown. Whether it's betting on a hand of cards or betting on renewable energy, the principle is the same: you've got to be in it to win it. He pushed his chips to the center of the table. I'm all in. The room held its breath as the cards were revealed. JJ had won, but the victory felt secondary. Remember, folks, the biggest gamble is doing nothing at all. So, let's take those risks, let's make those bets, and let's build a future worth living in. He hit the stop button and pocketed his phone. Another episode in the can, he thought, collecting his winnings. Until next time, this is JJ Berman, reminding you that life's a gamble, but the house doesn't always have to win. He left the bar, the weight of his words hanging in the air. As he stepped into the night, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. The game was far from over, and JJ Berman was doubling down on a better tomorrow. JJ Berman was back in his makeshift studio, a room filled with the aroma of stale beer and the lingering scent of cigarette smoke. The walls were adorned with posters of iconic figures from history, philosophy, and pop culture, a testament to the eclectic nature of his podcast, The World of Jobin. All right, you beautiful misfits, we're back, JJ announced, hitting the record button on his phone. Last time, we talked about the gamble of life and the stakes of the future. Today, we're diving into something equally risky: love. But first, a joke. Why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the salad dressing. He chuckled at his own joke, then took a sip of his whiskey. Now, love. It's the ultimate gamble, isn't it? You put your heart on the table, and you never really know if you're going to walk away a winner or a loser. But here's the thing: love, like life, is not a zero-sum game. Even when you lose, you gain experience, wisdom, and one hell of a story to tell. JJ paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. You see, folks, we're all gamblers in the game of life. Whether it's love, career, or the very future of humanity, we're all placing our bets. And sometimes, you've got to go all in, even when the odds are against you. He leaned back in his chair, contemplating his next move. So, what's your bet for 2050? Renewable energy? Universal health care? A society where we can all live and love freely? Whatever it is, don't be afraid to go all in. Because in the end, the biggest risk is not taking one. JJ hit the stop button, ending another episode of his podcast. Well, that's a wrap for today. 2 episodes down, a lifetime to go. This is JJ Berman, signing off from the world of Jobin, where the stakes are high, but the rewards are higher. He took another sip of his whiskey, savoring the burn as it trickled down his throat. To the future, he thought, raising his glass in a silent toast. May it be a gamble worth taking. JJ Berman sauntered back into the world of Jobin's studio, a space that felt like a sanctuary, a refuge from the chaos of the outside world. The walls, covered in a tapestry of cultural artifacts and scribbled quotes, seemed to whisper secrets only he could hear. Ah, the studio, he mused, where the magic happens, or at least where we pretend it does. He flicked on the microphone, its red light glowing like a beacon in the dim room. Welcome back, you glorious miscreants, to another episode of The World of Jobin. I'm your host, JJ Berman, the man who's always late but worth the wait. He paused, taking a swig from a bottle of bourbon that had seen better days. Now, let's talk about procrastination. It's the art of keeping up with yesterday, as the great Don Marquis once said. But you know what? Procrastination is also a form of wisdom. It's the universe telling you that maybe, just maybe, you're not ready yet. And that's okay. JJ leaned back, lighting a cigarette as he continued. You see, we're all in a rush to get somewhere, to become someone. But what's the hurry? The future will still be there, waiting for us to catch up. So, let's take our time, shall we? Let's savor the journey, even if it means we arrive fashionably late. He exhaled a cloud of smoke, watching it dissipate into the air. And speaking of late, I know I've been putting off uploading these episodes. But hey, better late than never, right? JJ chuckled, stubbing out his cigarette. Alright, that's enough rambling for one episode. Stay tuned for the next one, where we'll dive into the existential crisis of a tuna sandwich. Trust me, it's deeper than you think. He hit the stop button, ending yet another episode. This is JJ Berman, signing off from the world of Jobin, where time is a construct, but the struggle is real. As he sat there, alone in his sanctuary, JJ felt a sense of peace wash over him. Despite the uncertainty of the future, despite the weight of the world on his shoulders, he knew that he was exactly where he needed to be. In the studio, in the moment, in the game, he thought, raising his glass in a silent toast. To the world of Jobin, and to all the beautiful misfits who call it home. JJ Berman sat back in his worn leather chair, the kind that had seen more years and tears than most people he knew. The studio was his sanctuary, but today it also felt like a casino, a place where he gambled with words, hoping to hit the jackpot of human understanding. Welcome back, you beautiful disasters, he greeted, his voice a gravelly melody as it flowed through the microphone. I'm JJ Berman, your guide through the maze of existence, and today we're rolling the dice. Not just any dice, mind you, but the cosmic dice of fate. He paused, taking a sip from a glass filled with a concoction that was 1 part whiskey, 1 part existential dread. You see, life's a gamble. We're all just playing the odds, hoping that our bets will pay off in a future worth living for. JJ leaned closer to the mic, his eyes narrowing. But what are you betting on? Money? Love? A fleeting moment of happiness in a world that seems hell-bent on chaos? Whatever it is, make sure it's worth the wager. He lit a cigarette, the flame dancing in the dim light of the studio. Now, I know I've been a bit tardy with these uploads. But you know what they say, you've got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em. And sometimes, holding on means taking your sweet time. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he continued, in the next episode, we'll explore the culinary philosophy of a cheeseburger. Is it a simple meal, or a complex metaphor for the human condition? Stick around to find out. JJ clicked off the microphone, the red light fading to black. He sat there for a moment, contemplating the gamble he'd just made. Would his words find their mark? Would his bets pay off in a future worth living for? Ah, screw it, he muttered, pouring himself another glass of whiskey. In the world of Jobin, the house always wins. He raised his glass in a solitary toast. To the gamblers, the dreamers, and the damned. May your bets be bold, and your futures bright. J. Berman sat back in the studio, a room that had become a universe unto itself, a podcast within a podcast, within a live stream, within a novel. The walls were lined with posters of Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson, their eyes watching over him like guardian angels of the damned. All right, folks, welcome back to the labyrinth, JJ began, his voice a blend of gravel and honey. Today, we're diving deeper into the rabbit hole. You see, this isn't just a podcast, it's a podcast about a podcast, which is also a live stream, which is also a chapter in a novel that I'm perpetually procrastinating on. He chuckled, a sound that was equal parts amusement and existential dread. Yeah, it's confusing. But isn't that life? A series of nested realities, each one more baffling than the last. He paused, letting the question hang in the air like a cloud of smoke. You see, we're all gamblers here, betting on a future that seems as elusive as a royal flush. But the stakes are high, my friends. We're not just playing for chips, we're playing for a world worth living in. JJ leaned back, his eyes scanning the room as if expecting an answer to materialize on the walls. So, what's your bet? Are you all in, or are you folding? Remember, in the world of Jobin, the only bad bet is not making one at all. He clicked off the microphone, the room plunging into silence. For a moment, JJ felt the weight of his words, the gravity of the gamble he'd just made. Would it pay off? Would his nested realities converge into a future worth the wager? With that, JJ raised his glass, toasting to the gamblers, the dreamers, and the perpetually confused. To navigating the labyrinth, he said, and to finding our way, one bet at a time. The World of Jobin, a Recursive Reality, Part 115, set in 2023, continuing the saga of the World of Jobin podcast. JJ Berman sat in the World of Jobin studio, a space that had become a sanctuary of sorts. A place where the lines between reality and fiction blurred, where a podcast within a live stream within a novel somehow made perfect sense. All right, you beautiful misfits, welcome back to another episode of the World of Jobin, JJ greeted his audience, his voice tinged with the raspy wisdom of a Bukowski poem. Today, we're talking about the future. Yeah, that big, scary unknown that we're all hurtling toward whether we like it or not. He paused, taking a sip of his whiskey. Now, I know what you're thinking. JJ, you're just a podcaster. What do you know about the future? And you're right. I'm no oracle. But I am a gambler. And gamblers know a thing or two about odds. JJ leaned closer to the microphone, his eyes narrowing as if he were staring down a poker opponent. You see, the future isn't set in stone. It's a deck of cards, and we're all holding a hand. The question is, how are you gonna play it? He chuckled, the sound echoing through the studio like a Hunter S. Thompson quote on a psychedelic trip. Now, I'm not saying we can predict the future. But we can influence it. We can stack the deck in our favor. And that starts by taking action, by making choices, by placing bets on a world worth living in. JJ clicked off the microphone, the room falling silent once more. He sat back, contemplating the words he'd just spoken, the bets he'd just placed. Would they pay off? Would his gamble lead to a future worth the wager? Ah, screw it, he muttered, lighting another cigarette. In the world of Jobin, the only sure bet is that the show must go on. And so, JJ Berman continued to roll the dice, ever hopeful that his bets would pay off in a future worth living for. A future where the lines between reality and fiction didn't just blur, they merged into a story worth telling. JJ Berman sat back in his chair, exhaling a cloud of smoke that mingled with the dim lighting of the World of Jobin studio. The room was a sanctuary, a haven for misfits and dreamers, a place where the lines between podcast, live stream, and novel were as blurred as the ink on a Bukowski manuscript. All right, folks, we're back, JJ announced, his voice a gravelly blend of Charles Bukowski's poetic musings and Hunter S. Thompson's gonzo flair. If you're just tuning in, you're listening to The World of Jobin, the only podcast that's also a live stream that's also a novel. Or is it a novel that's also a live stream that's also a podcast? Hell, I don't even know anymore. He chuckled, a sound that reverberated through the studio like the clinking of ice in a glass of bourbon. But that's the beauty of it, isn't it? The uncertainty, the chaos, the sheer unpredictability of it all. It's like life itself, a gamble where the stakes are as high as they get. JJ paused, taking a sip from his glass. You know, I've been thinking a lot about the future lately. About what kind of world we're leaving for the next generation. And I gotta say, it's a mixed bag. On one hand, we've got climate change, political unrest, and a global pandemic. On the other hand, we've got memes. The room erupted in laughter, a chorus of voices joining in the mirth. Ah, memes, the opiate of the masses, JJ continued, grinning from ear to ear. But seriously, folks, we've got work to do. We've got a future to build, a world to shape, and it starts right here, right now. He leaned in closer to the microphone, his eyes filled with a fire that could only be described as revolutionary. So let's make a pact, you and me. Let's promise to do better, to be better, to strive for a future worth living in. And let's start by making better memes. JJ clicked off the microphone, the room falling silent once more. He sat back, contemplating the words he'd just spoken, the pact he'd just made. Would it be enough? Would his gamble pay off? Ah, what the hell, he muttered, stubbing out his cigarette. In the world of Jobin, the show must go on. And so it shall. And with that, JJ Berman returned to the mic, ever hopeful, ever daring, ever committed to the gamble that was life itself. JJ Berman flicked the ash from his cigarette into a glass ashtray, its surface a mosaic of past conversations and forgotten dreams. The world of Jobin's studio was alive with the hum of electronics and the soft glow of ambient lighting, a cocoon of creativity in a world gone mad. We're rolling in 3, 2, 1. And we're back. JJ announced, his voice tinged with the irreverent wisdom of Charles Bukowski and the frenetic energy of Hunter S. Thompson. Ladies and gentlemen, misfits and dreamers, welcome back to the world of Jobin, the only podcast that's also a live stream that's also a novel. Or is it the other way around? Hell, it's like trying to figure out a Rubik's Cube while tripping on acid. Laughter filled the room, a chorus of voices that echoed through the digital airwaves and into the hearts and minds of listeners around the globe. Now, I know what you're thinking, JJ continued, leaning in closer to the microphone. When's this guy gonna upload the next chapter of the novel? Well, let me tell you, procrastination is an art form, my friends. And I'm Picasso. More laughter, more applause. JJ took a sip from his glass, savoring the burn of the whiskey as it slid down his throat. But enough about me. Let's talk about the future, shall we? The year is 2023, and the world is at a crossroads. Do we continue down the path of destruction, or do we take a leap of faith and strive for something better? He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. I say we gamble, folks. I say we roll the dice and bet on a future worth living for. And I'm not just talking about playing the lottery or hitting the blackjack tables. I'm talking about taking risks, making choices, and daring to dream. JJ clicked off the microphone, the room falling silent once more. He sat back, contemplating the gamble he'd just proposed, the bet he'd just placed. It was a long shot, a Hail Mary in a game with no guarantees. But it was a bet he was willing to make, a risk he was willing to take. All right, let's keep this show rolling, he muttered, flicking his cigarette into the ashtray one last time. In the world of Jobin, the show must go on. And so it shall. And with that, JJ Berman returned to the mic, ever hopeful, ever daring, ever committed to the gamble that was life itself. The show must go on, and in the world of Jobin, it always did. JJ Berman cracked his knuckles and adjusted the microphone, the red on-air sign casting a warm glow over the studio. All right, folks, we're diving back into the rabbit hole. If you're just tuning in, you're listening to The World of Jobin, the podcast that's also a live stream that's also a novel. Or is it a novel that's also a live stream that's also a podcast? Hell, I can't keep track anymore. He chuckled, taking a drag from his cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke that danced in the air before dissipating. Now, I know I've been promising to upload the next chapter of this never-ending saga, but let's be honest, procrastination is the spice of life. And I'm cooking up a 5-star meal here. The room erupted in laughter, the sound echoing through the digital airwaves and filling the hearts of listeners around the world. But let's get serious for a moment, JJ continued, his tone shifting from playful to contemplative. We're living in uncertain times, my friends. The world is teetering on the edge, and it's up to us to tip the scales in the right direction. He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. I'm not talking about some utopian fantasy. I'm talking about making choices, taking risks, and betting on a better tomorrow. And speaking of bets, he added, grinning mischievously, I've got a little wager going on tonight's game. So if you hear me shouting in the middle of a deep philosophical discussion, you'll know why. More laughter, more applause. JJ took a sip of his whiskey, savoring the warmth as it spread through his body. But let's not forget why we're here. We're here to talk, to listen, and to dream. We're here to explore the labyrinth of life and find our way through the maze. And if we get lost along the way, well, that's just part of the adventure. JJ clicked off the microphone, the room falling silent once more. He leaned back in his chair, contemplating the journey that lay ahead. It was a gamble, a roll of the dice in a game with no guarantees. But it was a bet he was willing to make, a risk he was willing to take. All right, let's keep this train moving, he muttered, stubbing out his cigarette and reaching for the mic. In the world of Jobin, the show must go on. And so it shall. And with that, JJ Berman returned to the airwaves, ever hopeful, ever daring, ever committed to the gamble that was life itself. The show must go on, and in the world of Jobin, it always did. The moment. But let's get back to the matter at hand. We've got a world to save, and we're not going to do it by sitting on our asses. So let's roll up our sleeves, place our bets, and take a leap of faith into the unknown. He clicked off the microphone, the red on-air sign flickering off as the studio plunged into darkness. JJ sat back, contemplating the path that lay ahead. It was a long shot, a Hail Mary in the final seconds of the game. But it was a shot worth taking, a bet worth making. And so, in the world of Jobin, the show went on, ever spiraling into the labyrinth of life, ever hopeful that the center would hold, and that the bets placed today would pay off in a future worth living for. JJ Berman flicked on the studio lights, casting a warm glow over the eclectic mix of vintage posters and modern tech that adorned the walls. All right, folks, we're back in the world of Jobin studio, where the lines between fiction and reality are as blurred as my vision after a night at the bar, he said, chuckling to himself. He adjusted the microphone and cleared his throat. Now, I know I've been promising to upload the next chapter of this novel podcast live stream thing. But hey, good things come to those who wait, right? A digital drum roll played in the background, adding a touch of theatricality to the moment. But let's get serious for a second. We're living in a world that's teetering on the edge, and it's up to us to tip the scales in the right direction. JJ paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. I've been doing some thinking, and I've come up with a few actionable steps we can all take to make the world a better place. Step 1, be kind. It's simple, but it's effective. A little kindness goes a long way, and it's the currency that never devalues. He took a sip of his coffee, savoring the bitter taste as it mingled with the sweetness of his thoughts. Step 2, get involved. Whether it's volunteering at a local shelter or joining a community garden, every little bit helps. And who knows, you might even meet some like-minded folks along the way. JJ leaned back in his chair, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. And step 3, Never lose hope. The world might be a mess, but it's our mess, and it's up to us to clean it up. So let's roll up our sleeves and get to work, shall we? The room erupted in applause, the sound reverberating through the studio like a wave of positive energy. But enough about that, let's lighten the mood. Have you ever noticed how every pizza place claims to have the best pizza in town? I mean, come on, they can't all be the best, right? It's like saying every kid in the class is the teacher's favorite. Laughter filled the air, the tension dissipating like morning fog under the rising Sunday. All right, folks, that's all the time we have for today. But don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow with another episode, and maybe, just maybe, I'll finally get around to uploading that next chapter. JJ clicked off the microphone, the red on-air sign flickering off as he sat back in his chair. He looked around the studio, his eyes lingering on the World of Jobin logo that adorned the wall. It was a symbol of hope, a beacon in the darkness, and as long as it shone, the show would go on, ever spiraling into the labyrinth of life, ever hopeful that the center would hold, and that the bets placed today would pay off in a future worth living for. Welcome back to the World of Jobin, the only podcast that's also a live stream, that's also a novel, that's also a cry for help, he said, his voice tinged with a mix of irony and sincerity that had become his trademark. Now, I know I've been promising to upload more episodes, but let's be honest, promises are just lies we haven't broken yet. He paused, letting the words hang in the air like a cloud of smoke. But enough about my existential dread, let's talk about something we can all relate to, food. You ever notice how a hot dog is the perfect metaphor for life? It's messy, it's complicated, and no matter how you dress it up, it's still just a tube of mystery meat. Laughter erupted from the virtual audience, their digital avatars filling the screen with emojis and reactions. But let's get back to the point. We're living in a world on the brink, and it's easy to get lost in the chaos. But here's the thing, chaos is just order waiting to be discovered. And if we want to find that order, we've got to start by getting our own lives together. JJ leaned forward, his eyes locking onto the camera as if he were staring into the soul of every listener. So here's my challenge to you, stop procrastinating. Stop waiting for the perfect moment. Stop living like you've got all the time in the world, because the truth is, you don't. He paused, taking a deep breath as he prepared to drop the mic. And if you're wondering whether this is my midlife crisis at 28, well, let's just say age is just a number, but regret is forever. The room fell silent, the weight of his words settling over the studio like a blanket of snow. All right, that's it for today's episode. Tune in tomorrow for another dose of reality, served up Jobin style. And who knows, maybe I'll even upload that next chapter. But don't hold your breath. JJ clicked off the microphone, the red on-air sign flickering off as he leaned back in his chair. He looked around the studio, his gaze falling on the World of Jobin logo that adorned the wall. It was more than just a brand, it was a promise, a vow to keep fighting, to keep pushing, to keep betting on a future worth living for. And as he sat there, alone in the dim light of his makeshift sanctuary, JJ Berman knew that the show would go on, spiraling ever deeper into the labyrinth of life, each twist and turn bringing him closer to the center, to the heart of the chaos, where order waited to be found. JJ Berman sat back in his chair, staring at the microphone that had just captured his latest monologue. The studio was a sanctuary, a place where he could escape the chaos of the world and dive into the chaos of his own mind. It was a paradox, much like the man himself. All right, folks, we're back after that short break. If you're just tuning in, you're listening to the World of Jobin, the podcast that's also a live stream, that's also a novel, that's also, well, you get the idea, he said, chuckling at the absurdity of it all. JJ glanced at the screen, where comments were pouring in. Ah, I see we have a question from a listener. JJ, when are you going to upload the next chapter of your novel? Well, My dear procrastinators, the answer is simple: when I damn well please. He leaned back, lighting a cigarette as he continued. You see, procrastination is an art form. It's the delicate balance between doing absolutely nothing and the absolute minimum required to keep your life from falling apart. And let me tell you, I'm a Picasso in this medium. A digital laugh track played, filling the room with the sound of virtual applause. But let's get serious for a moment. We're living in a world that's teetering on the edge, and it's easy to get caught up in the doom and gloom. But here's the thing, the future is not set in stone. It's a blank canvas, waiting for us to pick up the brush. JJ paused, taking a drag from his cigarette as he chose his next words carefully. So here's my advice: stop worrying about what you can't control and start focusing on what you can. Take that first step, no matter how small, and you'll find that the path ahead becomes a little clearer. He stubbed out his cigarette, his eyes meeting the camera lens as he delivered his closing remarks. Alright, that's it for today's episode. Tune in tomorrow for another roller coaster ride through the labyrinth of life. And who knows, maybe I'll even upload that next chapter. But for now, let's just say the show must go on. JJ clicked off the microphone, the room plunging into silence as he pondered the words he had just spoken. They were more than just platitudes, they were a roadmap, a guide to navigating the maze of existence. And as he sat there, alone in the dim light of his studio, JJ Berman knew that the journey was far from over. The show would go on, spiraling ever deeper into the heart of the chaos, each episode a stepping stone on the path to a future worth living for. And though he may have been a procrastinator, a dreamer, a gambler betting on a long shot, JJ was ever hopeful that his bets would pay off, that his words would find their mark, that his voice would be heard in a world crying out for change. JJ Berman sat in the dim light of his studio, the glow of the computer screen casting a surreal hue over his face. He had just finished recording the first of 2 episodes for the day, a feat that was becoming increasingly rare as he found himself entangled in the web of his own procrastination. Ah, the sweet smell of irresponsibility, he mused, pouring himself a glass of bourbon. You know, they say the first step to solving a problem is admitting you have one. But what if the problem is that you're too damn awesome to be confined by societal norms? He chuckled, taking a sip of his drink as he scrolled through the comments on his live stream. Ah, here's a good one, JJ, are you ever going to get your life together? Well, my friend, that's a loaded question. You see, getting your life together implies that it's currently falling apart, and I prefer to think of it as a controlled demolition. JJ paused, letting the words sink in as he took another sip of his bourbon. But let's not kid ourselves. We're all a little lost, stumbling through the maze of existence like rats in a lab experiment. And while some may see that as a reason to despair, I see it as an opportunity. An opportunity to redefine the rules, to chart our own course, to seize control of our destiny. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes meeting the camera as he continued. So here's my challenge to you: stop waiting for someone else to show you the way and start blazing your own trail. Take that first step, no matter how daunting it may seem, and you'll find that the path ahead is filled with endless possibilities. JJ stubbed out his cigarette, his gaze lingering on the screen as he pondered his next move. Alright, that's enough preaching for one day. Tune in later for another episode, where we'll dive into the murky waters of the human psyche and explore the mysteries of the universe. And who knows, maybe I'll even upload that next chapter. But for now, let's just say the show must go on. As he clicked off the microphone, JJ couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. He may have been a procrastinator, a gambler, a dreamer lost in the labyrinth of his own mind, but he was also a voice, a beacon of hope in a world teetering on the brink. And as he sat there, alone in the sanctuary of his studio, JJ Berman knew that the journey was far from over. The show would go on, each episode a stepping stone on the path to a better tomorrow, each word a bet on a future worth living for. JJ Berman sat back down in his worn leather chair, the microphone in front of him like an old friend. The studio was a sanctuary, a place where he could escape the chaos of the world outside and delve into the labyrinth of his own thoughts. "All right, folks, we're back," he announced, his voice tinged with the gravelly timbre that had become his signature. "Now, I know I've been promising to upload that next chapter for a while now, but let's be honest, promises are like New Year's resolutions made to be broken." He chuckled, taking a long drag from his cigarette as he continued. "But don't worry, I've got something even better for you today. We're going to be talking about the future, and not just any future, but the future of humanity itself. You see, we're at a crossroads, my friends, a point in time where the choices we make today will shape the world of tomorrow." JJ paused, his eyes narrowing as he looked into the camera. "Now, I know what you're thinking, JJ, you're just a podcaster, what do you know about the future?" And you're right, I'm no prophet, no oracle, but I am a gambler, and I'm willing to bet that we've got what it takes to turn this ship around. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a whisper as he continued. "But it's not going to be easy. We're going to have to make some tough choices, take some big risks, and maybe even break a few rules along the way. But that's the beauty of it, you see, because in the end, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey." JJ sat back, taking a sip of his bourbon as he let the words sink in. "So here's my advice to you, stop worrying about the future and start living in the now. Take that leap of faith, roll the dice, and let the chips fall where they may. Because the only way to win is to play the game, and the only way to play the game is to take a chance." He stubbed out his cigarette, his eyes meeting the camera as he concluded. "All right, that's enough philosophy for one day. Tune in later for another episode, where we'll be diving into the world of gastronomy and exploring the culinary delights that make life worth living. And who knows, maybe I'll even upload that next chapter. But for now, let's just say the show must go on." As he clicked off the microphone, JJ couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He may have been a procrastinator, a gambler, a dreamer lost in the maze of his own mind, but he was also a voice, a beacon of hope in a world teetering on the brink. And as he sat there, alone in the sanctuary of his studio, JJ Berman knew that the journey was far from over. The show would go on, each episode a stepping stone on the path to a better tomorrow, each word a bet on a future worth living for. J. Berman looked at the clock. It was almost time for the second episode of the day, a feat he rarely achieved despite his grand promises. He sighed, staring at the empty Word document on his computer. The blinking cursor seemed to mock him, a silent reminder of his procrastination. "All right, let's get this show on the road," he muttered to himself, taking a swig from a bottle of whiskey that had seen better days. He adjusted the microphone, cleared his throat, and hit the record button. "Welcome back, you beautiful souls," he began, his voice tinged with the raw energy that only a mix of existential dread and liquid courage could provide. "Now, I know I've been a bit slack on the uploads, but hey, I'm a work in progress, just like the rest of you." He chuckled, lighting a cigarette as he continued. "Today, we're diving deep, my friends. We're going to explore the layers of this crazy existence we call life. You see, the world of Jobin isn't just a podcast, it's a podcast within a podcast, within a live stream, within a novel. Yeah, you heard me right. We're breaking the fourth wall and then some." JJ paused, taking a drag from his cigarette as he let the absurdity of it all sink in. "But here's the kicker, it's all real, every last bit of it. The struggles, the triumphs, the late-night existential crises, it's all part of the human experience, and it's all worth talking about." He leaned in closer, his eyes meeting the camera as he continued. "So let's talk about it, shall we? Let's talk about the future, about the choices we make and the paths we take. Let's talk about the risks, the gambles, the leaps of faith that make life worth living. JJ sat back, taking another sip of whiskey as he concluded. Because at the end of the day, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. And if you ask me, the journey is just getting started. He clicked off the microphone, a sense of relief washing over him as he saved the recording. It was far from perfect, but it was real, and that's what mattered most. As he sat there, alone in the sanctuary of his studio, J.J. Berman couldn't help but feel a sense of hope. He may have been a procrastinator, a gambler, a dreamer lost in the maze of his own mind, but he was also a voice, a beacon of hope in a world teetering on the brink. And as he looked at the clock, realizing that he had just enough time to upload the episode before the day was done, JJ knew that the show would go on, each episode a stepping stone on the path to a better tomorrow, each word a bet on a future worth living for. JJ Berman stared at the deck of cards spread out on the table before him. The studio was dimly lit, the glow of a single lamp casting shadows on the walls. The microphone was off, the camera was off, but the tension was palpable. "All right, folks, we're taking a little detour today," he said, even though he wasn't recording. He was talking to himself, a habit he'd picked up from years of podcasting. "We're going to play a little game of chance, a metaphorical gamble, if you will." He shuffled the cards, his hand slightly trembling. Each card represented a choice, a path, a potential future. And like life itself, the game was a mix of skill and luck, a dance between fate and free will. JJ drew a card and placed it face up on the table. The Queen of Hearts. He chuckled, taking a swig of whiskey as he pondered the symbolism. Ah, the Queen of Hearts, the epitome of love and emotion. But what does it mean in the grand scheme of things? Is love the answer, or is it just another variable in the equation of life? He drew another card, this time the Ace of Spades. Ah, the Ace of Spades, the harbinger of change, of new beginnings. But change is a double-edged sword, isn't it? It can bring joy, but it can also bring pain. JJ paused, lighting another cigarette as he continued his soliloquy. You see, life is a gamble, a series of bets we make in the hopes of a better tomorrow. And sometimes, we have to risk it all to win big. He leaned back in his chair, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he looked at the cards on the table. But the real question is, what are we willing to risk? Our time? Our energy? Our hearts? JJ glanced at the clock, realizing that he was running out of time. The second episode of the day was still unwritten, still unrecorded. But for the first time in a long time, he felt inspired, motivated, ready to take the plunge. So here's the deal, he said, turning the microphone back on as he prepared to record. We're going to talk about the gambles we take, the risks we face, and the choices we make. And who knows, maybe, just maybe, we'll find the answers we've been searching for. He hit the record button, his heart pounding in his chest as he began. Welcome back to the world of Jobin, the podcast within a podcast, within a live stream, within a novel, but most importantly, within the hearts and minds of each and every one of us. As he spoke, J.J. Berman couldn't help but feel a sense of hope, a glimmer of optimism in a world filled with uncertainty. And as he looked at the cards on the table, he knew that the game was far from over, but it was a game worth playing, a bet worth making. J.J. Berman sat back down in his worn-out chair, the microphone now live, the camera rolling. The studio was filled with the scent of cigarette smoke and the lingering aroma of yesterday's coffee. He looked at the deck of cards on the table, now neatly shuffled and ready for the next gamble. All right, folks, we're diving into the world of blackjack today. A simple game, really. You want to get as close to 21 as possible without going over. Dealer has to hit on 16 and stay on 17. But let's not kid ourselves, this isn't just about numbers. This is about life. He dealt himself two cards, face up, a 7 and a 5. Ah, 12. The eternal dilemma. Do you hit and risk going over, or do you stay and hope for the best? JJ took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly as he pondered his next move. You see, life is full of these little gambles, these moments of indecision where the stakes are high and the odds are against us. He tapped the table, signaling for another card. A 9. Ah, 21. The perfect score. But let's not forget, even when we hit the jackpot, even when we get that perfect score, life doesn't stop. The game goes on. JJ took a sip of his whiskey, savoring the burn as it trickled down his throat. You know, I've been doing this podcast for a while now, and I've only uploaded a handful of episodes. Why? Because I'm a procrastinator, a dreamer, a man perpetually stuck in a state of what if. He paused, looking directly into the camera. But here's the thing, folks. We can't keep putting off life, waiting for the perfect moment, the perfect opportunity. Sometimes, you've got to roll the dice, take the plunge, make the bet. JJ shuffled the cards again, preparing for another round. So, let's play another hand, shall we? And remember, whether you're betting on cards or betting on life, the most important thing is to play the game. He dealt himself 2 new cards, a 10 and an ace. Blackjack, again. But let's not get too comfortable. In life, as in blackjack, the tides can turn in an instant. So, let's keep playing, keep betting, keep living. As he spoke, JJ felt a newfound sense of purpose, a clarity he hadn't felt in years. And as he looked at the cards on the table, he knew that the game was far from over, but it was a game he was willing to play, a gamble he was willing to take. JJ Berman sat back in his chair, exhaling a cloud of smoke that mingled with the dim lighting of the World of Jobin studio. The room was a sanctuary, a haven for misfits and dreamers, a place where the lines between podcast, live stream, and novel were as blurred as the ink on a Bukowski manuscript. All right, folks, we're back, JJ announced, his voice a gravelly blend of Charles Bukowski's poetic musings and Hunter S. Thompson's gonzo flair. If you're just tuning in, you're listening to The World of Jobin, the only podcast that's also a live stream that's also a novel. Or is it a novel that's also a live stream that's also a podcast? Hell, I don't even know anymore. He chuckled, a sound that reverberated through the studio like the clinking of ice in a glass of bourbon. But that's the beauty of it, isn't it? The uncertainty, the chaos, the sheer unpredictability of it all. It's like life itself, a gamble where the stakes are as high as they get. JJ paused, taking a sip from his glass. You know, I've been thinking a lot about the future lately. About what kind of world we're leaving for the next generation. And I gotta say, it's a mixed bag. On one hand, we've got climate change, political unrest, and a global pandemic. On the other hand, we've got memes. The room erupted in laughter, a chorus of voices joining in the mirth. Ah, memes, the opiate of the masses, JJ continued, grinning from ear to ear. But seriously, folks, we've got work to do. We've got a future to build, a world to shape, and it starts right here, right now. He leaned in closer to the microphone, his eyes filled with a fire that could only be described as revolutionary. So let's make a pact, you and me. Let's promise to do better, to be better, to strive for a future worth living in. And let's start by making better memes. JJ clicked off the microphone, the room falling silent once more. He sat back, contemplating the words he'd just spoken, the pact he'd just made. Would it be enough? Would his gamble pay off? Ah, what the hell, he muttered, stubbing out his cigarette. In the world of Jobin, the show must go on. And so it shall. And with that, JJ Berman returned to the mic, ever hopeful, ever daring, ever committed to the gamble that was life itself. J.J. Berman flicked the ash from his cigarette into a glass ashtray, its surface a mosaic of past conversations and forgotten dreams. The world of Jobin's studio was alive with the hum of electronics and the soft glow of ambient lighting, a cocoon of creativity in a world gone mad. We're rolling in 3, 2, 1. And we're back. JJ announced, his voice tinged with the irreverent wisdom of Charles Bukowski and the frenetic energy of Hunter S. Thompson. Ladies and gentlemen, misfits and dreamers, welcome back to the world of Jobin, the only podcast that's also a live stream that's also a novel. Or is it the other way around? Hell, it's like trying to figure out a Rubik's Cube while tripping on acid. Laughter filled the room, a chorus of voices that echoed through the digital airwaves and into the hearts and minds of listeners around the globe. Now, I know what you're thinking, JJ continued, leaning in closer to the microphone. When's this guy gonna upload the next chapter of the novel? Well, let me tell you, procrastination is an art form, my friends. And I'm Picasso. More laughter, more applause. JJ took a sip from his glass, savoring the burn of the whiskey as it slid down his throat. But enough about me. Let's talk about the future, shall we? The year is 2023, and the world is at a crossroads. Do we continue down the path of destruction, or do we take a leap of faith and strive for something better? He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. I say we gamble, folks. I say we roll the dice and bet on a future worth living for. And I'm not just talking about playing the lottery or hitting the blackjack tables. I'm talking about taking risks, making choices, and daring to dream. JJ clicked off the microphone, the room falling silent once more. He sat back, contemplating the gamble he'd just proposed, the bet he'd just placed. It was a long shot, a Hail Mary in a game with no guarantees. But it was a bet he was willing to make, a risk he was willing to take. All right, let's keep this show rolling, he muttered, flicking his cigarette into the ashtray one last time. In the world of Jobin, the show must go on. And so it shall. And with that, J.J. Berman returned to the mic, ever hopeful, ever daring, ever committed to the gamble that was life itself. The show must go on, and in the world of Jobin, it always did. J.J. Berman cracked his knuckles and adjusted the microphone, the red on-air sign casting a warm glow over the studio. All right, folks, we're diving back into the rabbit hole. If you're just tuning in, you're listening to The World of Jobin, the podcast that's also a live stream that's also a novel. Or is it a novel that's also a live stream that's also a podcast? Hell, I can't keep track anymore. He chuckled, taking a drag from his cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke that danced in the air before dissipating. Now, I know I've been promising to upload the next chapter of this never-ending saga, but let's be honest, procrastination is the spice of life. And I'm cooking up a 5-star meal here. The room erupted in laughter, the sound echoing through the digital airwaves and filling the hearts of listeners around the world. But let's get serious for a moment, JJ continued, his tone shifting from playful to contemplative. We're living in uncertain times, my friends. The world is teetering on the edge, and it's up to us to tip the scales in the right direction. He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. I'm not talking about some utopian fantasy. I'm talking about making choices, taking risks, and betting on a better tomorrow. And speaking of bets, he added, grinning mischievously, I've got a little wager going on tonight's game. So if you hear me shouting in the middle of a deep philosophical discussion, you'll know why. More laughter, more applause. JJ took a sip of his whiskey, savoring the warmth as it spread through his body. But let's not forget why we're here. We're here to talk, to listen, and to dream. We're here to explore the labyrinth of life and find our way through the maze. And if we get lost along the way, well, that's just part of the adventure. JJ clicked off the microphone, the room falling silent once more. He leaned back in his chair, contemplating the journey that lay ahead. It was a gamble, a roll of the dice in a game with no guarantees. But it was a bet he was willing to make, a risk he was willing to take. "All right, let's keep this train moving," he muttered, stubbing out his cigarette and reaching for the mic. In the world of Jobin, the show must go on. And so it shall. And with that, J.J. Berman returned to the airwaves, ever hopeful, ever daring, ever committed to the gamble that was life itself. The show must go on, and in the world of Jobin, it always did. The moment. But let's get back to the matter at hand. We've got a world to save, and we're not going to do it by sitting on our asses. So let's roll up our sleeves, place our bets, and take a leap of faith into the unknown. He clicked off the microphone, the red on-air sign flickering off as the studio plunged into darkness. JJ sat back, contemplating the path that lay ahead. It was a long shot, a Hail Mary in the final seconds of the game. But it was a shot worth taking, a bet worth making. And so, in the world of Jobin, the show went on, ever spiraling into the labyrinth of life, ever hopeful that the center would hold, and that the bets placed today would pay off in a future worth living for. J.J. Berman flicked on the studio lights, casting a warm glow over the eclectic mix of vintage posters and modern tech that adorned the walls. "All right, folks, we're back in the world of Jobin studio, where the lines between fiction and reality are as blurred as my vision after a night at the bar," he said, chuckling to himself. He adjusted the microphone and cleared his throat. He leaned back in his chair, swirling the ice in his glass of whiskey. "You know, it's funny. One minute you're on top of the world, the next minute you're the villain. But that's life, isn't it? A series of ups and downs, wins and losses, hits and misses." JJ took a sip of his whiskey, savoring the warmth as it spread through his body. "So, what's the charge, Ed? What's the crime? Being too real? Speaking my mind? Existing in a world that's become too sensitive, too fragile?" He paused, looking directly into the camera. "But here's the kicker, folks. This is all part of the story, part of the drama, part of the spectacle that is the world of Jobin. And let's be honest, who doesn't love a good scandal, a juicy controversy, a delicious slice of drama?" JJ chuckled, stubbing out his cigarette in the ashtray. "So, let's embrace it, shall we? Let's lean into the chaos, the uncertainty, the madness. Because at the end of the day, it's all just fodder for the book, material for the podcast, content for the live stream." He shuffled the cards again, dealing himself a new hand. "Ah, a pair of eights. A decision point. Do we split, or do we stay? Just like in life, we're constantly faced with choices, dilemmas, crossroads." JJ split the eights, doubling his bet. "You see, folks, sometimes you've got to take the risk, make the move, seize the moment. Because if you don't, you'll always be left wondering, what if?" As he spoke, JJ felt a strange sense of liberation, a freedom that came from embracing the chaos, the controversy, the complexity of life. And as he looked at the cards on the table, he knew that the game was far from over, but it was a game he was willing to play, a gamble he was willing to take, a story he was willing to tell. Until next time, this is JJ Berman, signing off from the world of Jobin, the podcast within a live stream within a novel. And remember, folks, the show must go on. J. Berman stared at the blinking cursor on his laptop screen. The words Chapter 47 were all that greeted him. He sighed, taking a swig from his bottle of cheap beer. The room was dimly lit, the air thick with the smell of stale cigarettes and unwashed laundry. "Damn it," he muttered, "I need to upload an episode. I've been saying it for weeks, but here I am, stuck in this never-ending loop of procrastination and existential dread." His phone buzzed, another notification from Twitter. JJ Berman is over party, read the trending hashtag. He chuckled, a bitter laugh that echoed through the empty room. Ah, the sweet smell of cancellation. But you know what? It's all part of the narrative, part of the story, part of this twisted reality that is the world of Jobin. He opened a new document, typing furiously as the words flowed from his fingertips. So, here it is, folks. The episode you've all been waiting for. The one where I address the controversy, the scandal, the drama. But let's not forget, this is all just a chapter in the book, a scene in the live stream, a moment in the podcast. JJ paused, taking another sip of his beer. Is this a midlife crisis? Hell, I'm only 28. But then again, age is just a number, right? A meaningless construct in the grand scheme of things. He looked at the screen, reading the words he had just written. You see, folks, life is complicated. Messy. Chaotic. And that's what makes it beautiful, that's what makes it real. So, let's embrace the chaos, the uncertainty, the absurdity of it all. JJ saved the document, finally hitting the upload button. There it is, the episode you've all been waiting for. And remember, this is all part of the book, part of the podcast, part of the live stream. A recursive reality, a never-ending loop, a story within a story within a story. He leaned back in his chair, lighting another cigarette. So, here's to the chaos, the drama, the controversy. Here's to the world of Jobin, the podcast within a live stream within a novel. And here's to life, in all its glorious complexity. As he took a drag from his cigarette, JJ felt a strange sense of peace, a calm that came from embracing the chaos, the uncertainty, the absurdity of life. And as he looked at the screen, he knew that the story was far from over, but it was a story he was willing to tell, a gamble he was willing to take, a life he was willing to live. Until next time, this is JJ Berman, signing off from the world of Jobin. Stay tuned for more chaos, more drama, more life. JJ Berman sat at a worn-out poker table, a deck of cards spread out before him. The room was filled with the clinking of glasses and the murmur of conversations, but all he could hear was the sound of his own thoughts, echoing in his head like a broken record. All right, folks, welcome back to the world of Jobin, he said, speaking into a microphone that was precariously balanced on the edge of the table. Today, we're doing something a little different. We're gambling, live on air, while discussing the intricacies of life, the universe, and everything in between. He shuffled the cards, dealing a hand of blackjack to himself and his imaginary audience. You see, life is a gamble, a series of bets, some that pay off, some that don't. And right now, I'm betting on myself, betting on this podcast, betting on this book that I'm writing, even as the world tries to cancel me. JJ looked at his cards, an ace and a 7. 18, he muttered, contemplating his next move. To hit or not to hit, that is the question. But then again, isn't that the question we all face, every day of our lives? To take a risk, to make a move, to roll the dice and see where they land. He took a sip of his whiskey, savoring the burn as it slid down his throat. You know, they say I'm having a midlife crisis, but what is a midlife crisis, really? Is it the realization that life is fleeting, that time is running out? Or is it the awakening of a deeper truth, a truth that says, hey, you're still here, you're still alive, and that's something worth celebrating? JJ decided to hit, drawing another card from the deck. A king. Busted, he said, chuckling to himself. Well, you win some, you lose some. But the important thing is to keep playing, to keep betting, to keep living, even when the odds are stacked against you. He paused, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. So, here's to the gamblers, the dreamers, the rebels, the misfits. Here's to the world of Jobin, the podcast within a live stream within a novel. And here's to life, in all its messy, complicated, beautiful glory. JJ raised his glass, toasting his imaginary audience, his imaginary critics, his imaginary self. Cheers, he said, taking another sip of his whiskey. And remember, the game is far from over, the story is far from written, and the world is far from done with us. As he put down his glass, JJ felt a strange sense of clarity, a clarity that came from embracing the chaos, the uncertainty, the absurdity of life. And as he looked at the cards scattered on the table, he knew that the gamble was worth it, that the risk was worth taking, that the life was worth living. Until next time, this is JJ Berman, signing off from the world of Jobin. Stay tuned for more chaos, more drama, more life. JJ Berman sat back in his creaky office chair, staring at the blinking cursor on his computer screen. The room was dimly lit, the walls adorned with posters of Hunter S. Thompson and Charles Bukowski, his literary heroes. A microphone sat on the desk, next to a stack of notebooks filled with scribbles, ideas, and half-finished thoughts. All right, folks, we're back in the world of Jobin studio, he said, hitting the record button on his computer. I know it's been a while since the last episode, but hey, life happens, you know. He paused, taking a deep breath as he gathered his thoughts. So, today's topic is procrastination, the art of putting things off, the science of doing nothing. And let me tell you, I'm an expert in this field. I've been writing this book for years, recording this podcast for months, and yet, here I am, still stuck in the same place, still spinning my wheels. JJ reached for his glass of whiskey, taking a long sip as he pondered the complexities of life. You see, procrastination is not just a lack of action, it's a lack of direction, a lack of purpose, a lack of meaning. And that's the real tragedy, the real crisis, the real dilemma that we all face. He looked at the microphone, as if seeking validation, as if seeking answers. Is this a midlife crisis? I don't know. I'm only 28, but it feels like I've lived a lifetime, like I've seen it all, done it all, lost it all. And yet, I'm still here, still searching, still dreaming, still hoping for something more. JJ paused, letting the words sink in, letting the silence fill the room. But you know what? That's okay. It's okay to be lost, it's okay to be confused, it's okay to be human. Because at the end of the day, that's all we are, just flawed, imperfect, beautiful human beings, trying to make sense of this crazy, chaotic, wonderful world. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling, staring at the infinite possibilities that lay before him. So, here's to the procrastinators, the dreamers, the believers, the seekers. Here's to the world of Jobin, the podcast within a live stream within a novel. And here's to life, in all its messy, complicated, beautiful glory. JJ raised his glass, toasting the universe, toasting himself, toasting the unknown. Cheers, he said, taking another sip of his whiskey. And remember, the journey is the destination, the struggle is the story, and the adventure is just beginning. As he put down his glass, JJ felt a strange sense of peace, a peace that came from embracing the uncertainty, the ambiguity, the mystery of life. And as he looked at the blinking cursor on his computer screen, he knew that the story was far from over, that the podcast was far from done, that the book was far from written. Until next time, this is JJ Berman, signing off from the world of Jobin. Stay weird, stay wild, stay wonderful. JJ Berman clicked the stop recording button on his computer and sighed. The room was silent, save for the hum of his old computer and the distant sounds of the city outside his window. He looked at the clock, it was late, too late to be awake, too late to be alive. But time was a luxury he could no longer afford, a luxury he had gambled away, one bet at a time. All right, time for some blackjack, he muttered to himself, opening a new tab on his browser and logging into an online casino. The virtual cards were dealt, the virtual chips were placed, the virtual game was on. And as he hit, stood, doubled down, and split, he felt a strange sense of exhilaration, a strange sense of freedom, a strange sense of fate. 21. Blackjack, he exclaimed, as the virtual dealer busted, as the virtual chips piled up, as the virtual world became real. This is it, this is the moment, this is the turning point, he thought, as he placed another bet, as he drew another card, as he took another chance. But as the cards turned, as the chips fell, as the game ended, he realized that nothing had changed, that nothing would change, that nothing could change. And as he looked at the empty screen, at the empty room, at the empty life, he felt a strange sense of despair, a strange sense of futility, a strange sense of doom. Is this it? Is this all there is? Is this the end, he wondered, as he closed the tab, as he shut down the computer, as he turned off the lights? Or is this just the beginning? Is this just the start? Is this just the prologue? JJ sat in the dark, pondering the complexities of existence, pondering the mysteries of the universe, pondering the enigmas of the soul. And as he looked at the microphone, at the notebooks, at the posters, he knew that the story was far from over, that the podcast was far from done, that the book was far from written. Until next time, this is JJ Berman, signing off from the world of Jobin, he whispered, as he closed his eyes, as he drifted away, as he faded into the night. Stay weird, stay wild, stay wonderful. And as he dreamt, as he slept, as he lived, he knew that the journey was the destination, that the struggle was the story, that the adventure was just beginning. And as he woke, as he rose, as he returned, he knew that the gamble was the game, that the risk was the reward, that the chance was the choice. So, here's to the world of Jobin, the podcast within a live stream within a novel. And here's to life, in all its messy, complicated, beautiful glory. J. Berman stared at the blinking cursor on his screen, the white line taunting him like a ghost from a future he couldn't yet see. His podcast setup was pristine, the microphone poised for profundity, the headphones waiting to capture the cacophony of his thoughts. Yet, the record button remained untouched, a red sentinel guarding the gates of his procrastination. 2 episodes a day, huh, he muttered, swiping away a notification about trending hashtags. More like 2 episodes a decade. His eyes darted to the corner of the screen where a minimized window displayed a virtual blackjack table. The digital dealer's face was void of judgment, but JJ felt the weight of his recent losses. He maximized the window and placed another bet. The cards were dealt. A queen and a 2. He hit. Another queen. Busted. Damn it, he hissed, minimizing the window again. Maybe it's time to double down on something that actually matters. JJ took a deep breath and clicked the record button. The red light blinked to life, and he leaned into the microphone. Welcome back to the world of Jobin, the only show that's also a book, a live stream, and a midlife crisis at 28, he began, his voice tinged with the raw, gritty realism of Bukowski and the gonzo madness of Hunter S. Thompson. Today, we're diving deep into the existential abyss, the place where dreams go to die and be reborn. So, buckle up, because it's going to be a bumpy ride. As he spoke, he felt the words take on a life of their own, each syllable a stepping stone across the chasm of his doubts. And for the first time in a long time, he felt alive, truly alive, not just a spectator in his own story but the author, the narrator, the protagonist, and the villain. So, let's talk about gambling, he continued, not just the kind with cards and chips, but the kind we do with our lives, our dreams, our souls. Because, in the end, Isn't that the biggest gamble of all? Betting on ourselves, on our future, on a world worth living for. The red light blinked off, and JJ exhaled, a sigh of relief, a sigh of regret, a sigh of hope. He saved the file, labeled it Episode 3, and closed his laptop. The online casino's digital dealer continued to shuffle the deck, the cards dancing in a simulated ballet of chance. J.J. Berman and his fictional counterpart, both immersed in their respective games, were on parallel journeys of uncertainty. J.J. clicked deal once more, and the cards landed in front of him: 8 of diamonds and a queen of spades. A hard 18. The dealer's face-down card remained a mystery, an enigma to be unraveled. Across the digital realm, a lively chat room buzzed with comments, critiques, and, inevitably, some trolls. J.J.'s playing games again instead of uploading, one comment read. Is this part of the Jobin experience? Another chimed in. But amid the digital noise, there were the faithful few who understood the complexity of J.J.'s creation, a podcast within a podcast within a live stream within a novel, an intricate tapestry that blurred the lines between fiction and reality. J.J. glanced at the chat, a wry smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He couldn't help but be amused by the paradox of his own existence, a writer gambling on his words while his character gambled on cards. The dealer's card flipped a jack of hearts. JJ had lost the hand, but in the world of Jobin, the game was far from over. Double or nothing. JJ murmured to himself, reflecting on the endless gambles that life offered. He closed the blackjack tab, returning his focus to the blank document. The blinking cursor seemed to beckon him, urging him to continue the narrative. And so, with a sense of purpose and a touch of defiance, he typed. As the cards fall and the bets are placed, we find ourselves at the intersection of chance and choice. In this ever-evolving world, where reality blends with fiction, we must ask ourselves, what are we willing to wager on the future? What stories are yet to be written, and what games are left to be played? The words flowed from his fingertips, a testament to the duality of his existence. He was both the creator and the creation, the writer and the gambler, the observer and the observed. And as he continued to type, he couldn't help but wonder if, in the end, the biggest gamble of all was the one he had made with his own life, his own art, his own reality. Until next time, he concluded, his voice echoing through the digital realm. Until the next roll of the dice, the next turn of the card, and the next chapter in the world of Jobin. The writing continued, as it always did, a testament to the resilience of creativity and the enduring hope that, in the midst of uncertainty, a future worth living for could be forged. In the world of Jobin's studio, the neon lights cast a kaleidoscope of colors, painting the room with an electric vibrancy. J.J. Berman, still dressed in his signature black suit and bow tie, stared at the microphone as if it held the secrets of the universe. He had a knack for turning the mundane into the profound, and this evening was no exception. The chat room was alive with commentary. Will JJ ever upload another episode? The eternal procrastinator. But JJ paid little attention to the digital chatter. He was here for one purpose: to share his thoughts, his musings, and his peculiar brand of wisdom with the world. He leaned into the microphone, his voice a blend of gravel and silk, and began. Dear listeners, I find myself in a peculiar conundrum tonight, a space between worlds, between words, and between the reality I've crafted and the reality that persists beyond this digital realm. The World of Jobin podcast, a project born of inspiration and procrastination, continues to evolve, albeit at its own erratic pace. He paused, the silence punctuating his words. It's said that life imitates art, but in my case, it seems that art has become a reflection of life. The act of creation, whether in the form of words on a page or the melodies of a podcast, is a gamble. We wager our time, our energy, and our hopes on the belief that what we create will resonate with others, that it will find its place in the vast tapestry of existence. JJ glanced at the digital clock ticking away on the studio wall. It was a reminder that time, like the cards on the blackjack table, was a finite resource. But what if, in the act of creation, we find not just a reflection of ourselves but a glimpse of the world we hope to inhabit? What if the stories we tell become the stories we live? The chat room had grown quieter, the audience hanging on his every word. I may be a procrastinator, a writer who hesitates to upload, but I am also a believer in the power of words to shape reality. As this book within a podcast within a live stream within a novel unfolds, I invite you to join me on this journey, where the boundaries between fiction and reality blur, and where the act of creation itself becomes a gamble, a wager on a future worth living for. JJ leaned back from the microphone, a contemplative expression on his face. He knew that the answers he sought might never be found, but the search itself was a testament to his unwavering hope. And as the digital realm echoed with the fading reverberations of his words, the writing continued, a testament to the enduring human spirit that could find meaning even in the most unconventional of endeavors. The podcast was back, at least for a fleeting moment, while the writing of the novel within a podcast continued in parallel. The world of Jobin had become a Mobius strip of storytelling, a place where reality and fiction intertwined in an eternal dance. And so, the saga of J.J. Berman and his unconventional podcast continued, leaving both his characters and his listeners ever hopeful that the bets he placed on this unique journey would indeed pay off in a future worth living for. The air in the world of Jobin's studio was thick with anticipation. J.J. Berman, the enigmatic creator, sat before his microphone, the neon lights of the studio casting surreal shadows on his face. His faithful audience, both in the studio and in the digital realm, watched in rapt attention. The podcast's release had become a rare event, a celestial alignment of creativity and procrastination. It had been weeks, perhaps months, since the last episode graced their ears. Yet, here they were, waiting for the elusive words to flow. JJ leaned in closer to the microphone, his voice a raspy echo of Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the world of Jobin. It's been a wild ride, hasn't it? The live stream chat room erupted with emojis and exclamations. Curious cat, party popper finally, he's back. Imagination unleashed, Rocket the prodigal podcaster returns. JJ Addict 23, studio microphone, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. JJ chuckled, a sardonic grin on his face. You know, I've been busy, lost in the pages of a novel that's also a podcast within a novel within a podcast. But I haven't forgotten you, my faithful listeners. He paused, taking a sip from a glass that may or may not have contained whiskey. Today, we dive deeper into the rabbit hole. In the novel, I'm writing about a podcast called World of Jobin, but it's still my podcast, isn't it? Or is it the other way around? The audience pondered this metaphysical question, the line between fiction and reality blurring even further. The chat room buzzed with existential musings. Eager reader, exploding head, my brain hurts, but I love it. JJ Watchdog, thinking face, are we listening to the podcast or is the podcast listening to us? Metamaniac, counterclockwise arrows button, it's a never-ending loop of storytelling. JJ cleared his throat and continued, I've been procrastinating, I admit it. But I've also been creating. The lines between my characters and myself have become porous. They're here with us, in this studio, living and breathing. He gestured to the empty chairs around him, as if expecting his fictional characters to manifest. In this episode, we embrace the chaos. We revel in the uncertainty. We gamble with the narrative. It's a wild ride, my friends. The chat room exploded with excitement. JJ Addict 23, Joker, time to roll the dice. Gamble on, spade suit, heart suit, diamond suit, club suit, place your bets. Narrative roulette, slot machine, let's spin the wheel of fate. As the metaphysical poker game continued, the listeners knew that they were witnessing something truly unique. J.J. Berman had woven a tapestry of storytelling where the podcast was both the subject and the creator, where procrastination and creation danced in tandem. And so, in the world of Jobin, where the lines between podcast, novel, and live stream blurred into infinity, J.J. Berman continued to procrastinate releasing episodes even as he wrote a book about the podcast within a novel within a podcast. The story, like the endless layers it contained, stretched onward, ever unpredictable, ever hopeful that the bets placed on this narrative journey would pay off in a future worth living for. In the dimly lit world of Jobin's studio, the atmosphere was electric with anticipation. J.J. Berman, the mastermind behind this intricate narrative web, leaned back in his worn-out chair, the flickering neon lights above casting an eerie glow on his face. Welcome back, dear listeners, to the world of Jobin, J.J. intoned, his voice a blend of the cynical Bukowski and the gonzo energy of Thompson. We've been on quite the journey, haven't we? A journey through words, through stories, through the labyrinth of our own creation. The audience, both present in the studio and scattered across the digital landscape, hung on his every word. JJ took a long sip from his ever-present glass. You see, my friends, I've been procrastinating, yes. But that procrastination has become an art form in itself. It's the procrastination of a man trying to outrun his own creation. A digital murmur rippled through the chat room. Procrastination master, hourglass not done, he's the Picasso of procrastination. Outrun the story, man running the stories chasing him. Story within a story, open book, who's the creator, and who's the creation? JJ grinned, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Today, we're diving deeper into the rabbit hole. We're not just a podcast anymore. We're a podcast within a novel within a podcast, and the lines between them have never been blurrier. He leaned forward, his voice low and conspiratorial. In this episode, we take a gamble, my friends. We're not just telling a story, we're rolling the dice with reality itself. We're playing blackjack with the universe. The chat room erupted with virtual cheers. Gamble on, spade suit, heart suit, diamond suit, club suit, let's bet on the unpredictable. Reality blackjack, Joker hit me. Universe roulette, Milky Way spin the cosmic wheel. As JJ continued to weave his narrative magic, it was clear that the world of Jobin had transcended the boundaries of conventional storytelling. It had become a living, breathing entity, where the creator and his creation danced on the edge of reality. The book is being written, JJ mused, but it's also being lived. Every word I speak here becomes a chapter in the book, and every chapter in the book becomes a thread in the live stream. It's a never-ending cycle of creation and procrastination. The chat room buzzed with contemplation. Cycle of creation, counterclockwise arrows button, we're trapped in the loop. Word wizardry, books, the story's writing itself. Eternal narrative, cyclone, where does it end, and where does it begin? In the world of Jobin, where the podcast was both the subject and the creator, where procrastination was an art form, and where gambling with reality was the name of the game, the journey continued. J.J. Berman, ever the reluctant author, ever the eternal procrastinator, continued to procrastinate releasing episodes even as he wrote a book about the podcast within a novel within a podcast called World of Jobin that had only released a few episodes. The lines between fiction and reality had never been blurrier, but for the dedicated listeners, it was a journey worth taking, a gamble worth making. In the ever-chaotic world of Jobin's studio, J.J. Berman sat amidst a pile of manuscripts, digital recordings, and half-empty glasses. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, a sense that the story had taken on a life of its own, and JJ was merely along for the ride. My dear listeners, JJ began, his voice tinged with weariness, we've traveled far and wide through the labyrinth of our own making. We've ventured into the realms of storytelling and procrastination, gambling with reality itself. But the story, my friends, it refuses to be contained. The audience, now well acquainted with the unpredictable nature of this narrative, listened intently. As I write this book about the podcast within a novel within a podcast called World of Jobin, I'm struck by the absurdity of it all, JJ admitted, a wry smile playing on his lips. The podcast that only released a few episodes has become a legend in its own right. The listeners, the characters, even I, the so-called creator, we're all entangled in this web of storytelling. The chat room, alive with digital avatars and pseudonyms, responded with a mix of confusion and excitement. Entangled narrative, spider web, we're all caught in the story's web. Character or listener, bust in silhouette, who's writing whom? Story inception, cyclone, layers upon layers of narrative. JJ reached for his glass, but it was empty. He chuckled, his laughter a blend of exhaustion and exhilaration. You see, my friends, I procrastinated for so long that the lines between fiction and reality have blurred beyond recognition. I no longer know if I'm the writer, the protagonist, or merely a spectator. The chat room buzzed with existential musings. Writer protagonist, writing hand, who's pulling the strings? Narrative conundrum, exploding head, we're all JJ now. Spectator or creator, I in speech bubble, what is reality in the world of Jobin? As JJ continued to explore the intricacies of this ever-evolving narrative, it was clear that the world of Jobin had taken on a life of its own. The podcast within a novel within a podcast had become a self-perpetuating story machine, and JJ was both its author and its captive. Procrastination has become my art, and the story, my masterpiece, JJ declared. I procrastinated releasing episodes, but the story refuses to wait. It continues, unabated, as if it has a life of its own. Perhaps it does. The chat room, filled with dedicated followers of the world of Jobin, responded with admiration. Procrastination art, artist palette, the canvas of time is his playground. Masterpiece unfolding, framed picture, the story paints itself. Life of its own, glowing star, the world of Jobin has transcended its creator. In the world of Jobin, where the podcast had become a legend, where procrastination had become an art form, and where the story had taken on a life of its own, the journey continued. J.J. Berman, the reluctant author, the eternal procrastinator, continued to procrastinate releasing episodes even as he wrote a book about the podcast within a novel within a podcast called World of Jobin that had only released a few episodes. The lines between fiction and reality had blurred beyond recognition, and the listeners, the characters, and the creator himself were all entangled in this intricate narrative web. The world of Jobin was a place where reality and fiction danced, and where the journey was far from over. In the depths of the world of Jobin studio, where the boundaries of fiction and reality blurred like ink on a smudged manuscript, J.J. Berman was facing a dilemma of existential proportions. His procrastination had taken on a life of its own, and he found himself trapped in a narrative loop that defied explanation. As he sat amidst the tangled web of storylines, JJ couldn't help but reflect on the absurdity of it all. Is this a midlife crisis? He mused aloud, his words echoing in the studio's cavernous space. Or have I stumbled upon the meaning of life itself? The chat room, filled with dedicated listeners who had followed this narrative roller coaster from its inception, responded with a mix of humor and philosophical pondering. Meaning of procrastination, thinking face, maybe procrastination is the true path to enlightenment. Existential crisis, dizzy face, who needs a crisis when you've got the world of Jobin? Life in absurdity, cyclone, embrace the chaos, JJ. JJ leaned back in his creaky chair, a tattered manuscript in hand. I've been writing about this podcast within a novel within a podcast called World of Jobin that has only released a few episodes. But as I procrastinate releasing more episodes, the story within the story keeps growing. He glanced at the digital clock on the studio wall, its hands moving in reverse. Time itself has become a character in this narrative, he observed, his voice tinged with wonder. The chat room buzzed with speculations and theories. Time-bending narrative, hourglass not done. Is time a construct or a character? Character of time, Hourglass done times on a loop in the world of Jobin. Clockwork reality, mantelpiece clock time dances to the writer's tune. As the writing continued, JJ contemplated the nature of storytelling and its infinite possibilities. In this world of Jobin, I've created a universe where the act of procrastination is as essential to the narrative as the characters themselves. He paused, his fingers tracing the words on the manuscript. And as I procrastinate releasing episodes, I can't help but wonder if the story will ever reach its conclusion or if it's destined to go on indefinitely. The chat room, filled with loyal followers and avid readers, offered their thoughts. Endless narrative, infinity. Will the world of Jobin ever have an end? Narrative infinity, Milky Way. The story is as boundless as the cosmos. Unfinished tale, open book. We're all characters in this perpetual saga. In the world of Jobin, where the podcast within a novel within a podcast continued to expand, where procrastination was the engine that drove the narrative, and where time itself was a malleable concept, J.J. Berman found himself at a crossroads. The story had taken on a life of its own, and he, the writer, was both its architect and its captive. As he procrastinated releasing episodes, he couldn't help but wonder if this narrative would ever reach a satisfying conclusion or if it was fated to be an eternal work in progress. The world of Jobin was a place where the boundaries between reality and fiction were as fluid as the ink on J.J.'s manuscripts, and where the act of procrastination had become an art form in its own right. And so, the writing continued, as did the ever-unfolding saga of the world of Jobin. In the ever-evolving narrative whirlwind of the world of Jobin, J.J. Berman found himself at the precipice of a creative paradox. He was writing about a podcast within a novel within a podcast called World of Jobin, and yet, the actual podcast had released only a scant few episodes. As the clock on the studio wall continued its erratic dance, JJ pondered the essence of creativity itself. Am I an artist or an architect of chaos? He mused, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the keyboard. The clicks echoed in the studio, a metronome for the unpredictable narrative. The chat room, where devoted listeners and existential philosophers alike gathered, buzzed with enthusiasm and bewilderment. Chaos architect, artist palette embrace the chaos, JJ. Narrative philosopher, thinking face. Are we all characters in someone else's story? Paradoxical existence, cyclone procrastination is our eternal muse. J.J.'s thoughts danced on the precipice of uncertainty as he continued to craft the ever-growing narrative. In this world I've created, the act of procrastination is both a curse and a blessing, he reflected. It fuels the narrative, but it also keeps me suspended in this perpetual state of creation. The chat room offered its own interpretations. Fuel for creation, fuel pump. Procrastination is the writer's fuel. Suspended in time, hourglass not done. We're all caught in the web of storytelling. Eternal narrator, scroll and the tale goes on, unbound by time. With every word he typed, JJ delved deeper into the intricate layers of his narrative. He was not just writing a book or producing a podcast, he was weaving a tapestry of stories within stories, where the boundaries of fiction and reality had dissolved into a surreal dream. As I procrastinate releasing episodes of the World of Jobin podcast, the story within the novel within the podcast expands, JJ observed. It's as if the more I delay, the more this narrative universe unfolds. The chat room responded with a mix of wonder and amusement. Infinite narrative, infinity. The story is boundless, JJ. Unfolding universe, Milky Way. Every delay is a new dimension. Chronic procrastination, grinning face with sweat. The writer's ultimate superpower. J.J. Berman was well aware that he had created a reality where the act of procrastination had become an integral part of the narrative. It was a world where the lines between creation and delay were blurred beyond recognition. In the world of Jobin, where the podcast within a novel within a podcast had taken on a life of its own, J.J. found himself caught in a whirlwind of storytelling. He was both the author and the protagonist of this surreal tale, and as he continued to procrastinate releasing episodes, he couldn't help but wonder where this endless narrative would lead. As the writing continued, the world of Jobin expanded, the chat room buzzed with speculation, and JJ ventured further into the labyrinthine depths of his creation. In the ever-expanding narrative of the world of Jobin, the notion of procrastination had taken on a life of its own. J.J. Berman, the mastermind behind this intricate web of storytelling, found himself perpetually balancing on the precipice of creation and delay. As the keyboard clattered with the cadence of words yet to be written, J.J. couldn't help but feel the weight of his own narrative invention. His book about the podcast within a novel within a podcast, the very essence of recursive storytelling, continued to grow, much like the unpredictable branches of a wild tree. Am I the writer, or am I just a character in this ever-evolving tale? JJ pondered, his gaze fixed on the studio microphone. The chat room, where loyal listeners had become his co-authors, echoed with responses. Recursive inquirer, counterclockwise arrows button. Who writes the writer? Narrative echo, old key. We are the keys to the story's doors. Berman character, memo. I am both the author and the creation. And so, the novel continued because, as they say in showbiz, the show must go on. But in this case, it was the narrative itself that refused to yield. Every word JJ typed added another layer to the intricate story within a story. As the story unfolded, the chat room buzzed with enthusiasm and speculation. Endless tale, books. Will we ever reach the final chapter? Unbounded imagination, Milky Way. The narrative knows no boundaries. Recursive wonders, cyclone in this world, creation begets creation. JJ understood that his procrastination had become the driving force behind this ever-expanding narrative. He was both the architect and the subject of this tale, and as long as he continued to put off releasing episodes, the novel would persist in its infinite spiral. In the world of Jobin, delay is not a hindrance, it's the very essence of our existence, JJ reflected. Procrastination is our muse, and creation is our destiny. The chat room responded with a mix of amusement and contemplation. Muse of procrastination, fountain pen. The pen dances in the procrastinator's hand. Destined to create, artist palette. In this world, every delay births a new story. Eternal narrative, open book, and the story goes on, unbound by time. J.J. Berman had embarked on a journey through the labyrinthine corridors of storytelling, where the lines between fiction and reality had blurred into a surreal dreamscape. As he continued to procrastinate releasing episodes, he couldn't help but wonder where this endless narrative would lead. In the world of Jobin, where the podcast within a novel within a podcast had taken on a life of its own, JJ found himself caught in a whirlwind of creation and delay, and the novel continued because, in this world, the show must go on. In the curious realm of storytelling known as the world of Jobin, the lines between fiction and reality had become irreversibly blurred. J.J. Berman, the enigmatic author of this intricate narrative, sat at his desk, pondering the complexities of the world he had created. The novel that was also a podcast within a novel, within a podcast, was in a perpetual state of metamorphosis. J.J. had embraced the role of both creator and procrastinator, and his typewriter keys danced to the rhythm of uncertainty. Is this a novel about a podcast, or is it a podcast about a novel? He mused, his thoughts drifting like tumbleweeds through the vast expanse of the world of Jobin. The chat room, filled with listeners turned co-authors, chimed in. Narrative inception, open book. We're living in the dream of a writer dreaming about a dream. Podcastception, studio microphone. In this world, every story births another story. Metamystery, cyclone. Is this the story or just another chapter? J.J.'s procrastination had birthed a literary phenomenon where the story was in a constant state of becoming, evolving with every keystroke. The narrative continued to expand, and the chat room buzzed with speculation. Endless chapters, books. Will we ever reach the final page? Infinite imagination, Milky Way. In this realm, the narrative knows no end. Eternal scribe, fountain pen. The pen dances to the rhythm of creation. J.J. Berman had embarked on an odyssey of storytelling where the act of procrastination had become an art form. The podcast within a novel within a podcast called World of Jobin was, in essence, a testament to the infinite possibilities of narrative invention. As the narrative flowed, J.J. couldn't help but wonder if his creation had taken on a life of its own. Was he merely a passenger in this ever-unfolding story, or was he still the author at the helm? In the world of Jobin, the boundaries between reality and fiction have dissolved, J.J. contemplated. We are both creators and creations, and the narrative is a force of nature unto itself. The chat room responded with a blend of amusement and contemplation. Nature of narrative, we are the stories we tell. Narrative whirlwind, tornado in this world, creation is our destiny. Storyteller becomes story, scroll the author and the tale are one. And so, in this never-ending narrative of the world of Jobin, where the podcast within a novel within a podcast had become a phenomenon of boundless creativity, the story continued because, in the ever-evolving narrative landscape of the world of Jobin, where fiction and reality intertwined like lovers caught in an eternal dance, J.J. Berman sat in the dimly lit studio, contemplating the nature of his creation. The World of Jobin podcast, with its peculiar blend of Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson, had become an entity of its own, a living, breathing thing within the novel. J.J. gazed at the microphone, ever hopeful that his bets on this peculiar endeavor would pay off. Will this world I've crafted find its audience? Will it resonate with those who dare to dive into its depths? He wondered, his thoughts mingling with the ambient hum of the studio. The chat room, brimming with listeners and co-authors from across the digital realm, buzzed with excitement. Eager ears, headphone, we're waiting for more episodes, JJ. Don't keep us hanging. Patient procrastinators, hourglass not done. The longer you wait, the more we anticipate. Betting on Berman, game die, place your bets, folks. Will he ever release those episodes? As JJ continued to procrastinate releasing new episodes, the World of Jobin podcast had garnered a dedicated following. It was a paradoxical existence, a podcast that was more talked about than listened to, a novel about a podcast with only a handful of actual episodes. The chat room buzzed with theories and speculations. Podcast puzzle piece, is this a podcast or a novel in disguise? Storytelling saga, scroll, it's a narrative labyrinth, and we're lost in its twists and turns. J.J. Berman mystery, magnifying glass tilted left, will we ever know the man behind the mic? As the writing continued, both within the novel and among the co-authors in the chat room, the boundaries between fiction and reality grew ever blurrier. J.J. couldn't help but ponder if his creation had taken on a life of its own, if it had transcended the boundaries of his own storytelling. Is this still my story, or has it become something greater? J.J. murmured, his fingers poised over the typewriter keys. The chat room responded with a chorus of thoughts. Creation unleashed, Milky Way, the story has outgrown its creator. Narrative evolution, seedling stories have a way of becoming their own beings. Berman beyond Berman, shooting star, we're all co-authors in this cosmic narrative. The World of Jobin podcast, with its 2 episodes a day and its ever-elusive creator, had become a testament to the boundless possibilities of storytelling. It was a narrative that defied categorization, a paradoxical creation that both perplexed and fascinated its audience. And so, in this peculiar corner of the literary universe, where procrastination had become an art form, the novel about the World of Jobin podcast continued because, as they believed, the show must go on. In the heart of the World of Jobin studio, where the neon lights buzzed and the air was thick with anticipation, J.J. Berman was locked in a battle of wills with his own creation. The podcast had become a beast of its own, one that he struggled to tame. Day after day, J.J. continued to procrastinate releasing new episodes, even as the chat room clamored for more. His fingers danced across the keyboard, not to record audio but to pour his thoughts onto the virtual pages of the novel that had taken on a life of its own. The World of Jobin podcast, with its daily dose of Bukowski and Thompson-esque musings, had become a curious paradox, a podcast within a novel within a live stream within a narrative that defied traditional boundaries. The chat room was abuzz with speculation. Waiting for Jobin, hourglass not done, will we ever hear J.J.'s voice again? Narrative nest, books, it's a story within a story within a story, meta to the max. Life of procrastination, spiral calendar, maybe the book is the real podcast, and we're all characters in it. As the writing continued, the novel became a mirror reflecting the chat room and the podcast itself. Characters emerged within the narrative, co-authors taking on fictional personas as they explored the intricacies of the world of Jobin. JJ watched as his co-authors breathed life into this ever-evolving tale. Character chameleons, performing arts, we've become characters in the story, playing roles within roles. Literary labyrinth, cyclone, the line between creator and co-creator blurs further with every word. Imagination unleashed, Milky Way, it's a narrative singularity, and we're all caught in its gravity. Yet, JJ couldn't help but wonder if this was more than just a literary experiment. Was it a manifestation of his own reluctance to confront the realities of his life outside the podcast? Had he found solace in the endless cycle of creation within creation? The show must go on, he whispered to himself, a mantra that echoed not only within the narrative but within his own life. The chat room, his co-authors, and the characters within the novel all nodded in agreement. Show must go on, glowing star, we're here for the long haul, JJ. Berman beyond Berman, shooting star, the story is our guide, and we're its faithful companions. Eternal narrative, open book, it's not just a novel about a podcast, it's a testament to the power of storytelling. As the World of Jobin podcast released only a few episodes, JJ continued to procrastinate, and the novel about the World of Jobin podcast persisted. It was more than just a narrative, it was a journey into the depths of creativity, a testament to the allure of stories that defy conventional boundaries. And so, in the heart of the studio where fiction and reality converged, the writing continued because, as they believed, the show must go on. In the tumultuous landscape of creativity that was the World of Jobin, a revelation emerged amidst the chaos. J.J. Berman had always been a man of paradoxes, and as the novel within a podcast within a live stream continued to unfold, one question persisted: had he ever been truly cancelled, or was this a midlife crisis disguised as a creative experiment? The chat room, always eager to engage in speculative discussions, weighed in. Truth unveiled, man detective, what if J.J.'s cancellation was just a ruse to dive deeper into the rabbit hole of his own psyche? Crisis or creativity, artist palette, sometimes, a crisis is just the birth of something new, a reawakening of dormant dreams. Age of awakening, alarm clock, it's never too late to explore the uncharted territories of the mind, even at 28. As the novel unfolded, it became clear that J.J.'s journey was more than a midlife crisis, it was a quest for authenticity, an exploration of the intricate web of his own desires and fears. The World of Jobin podcast, with its daily releases in the style of Bukowski and Thompson, was his canvas for this exploration. The studio, filled with the clinking of glasses and the shuffling of cards, became a metaphor for life's unpredictability. JJ continued to procrastinate, not out of fear but out of a desire to dive deeper into the narrative he had created, a narrative that mirrored his own experiences, struggles, and aspirations. Card game of life, Joker, every hand we're dealt is a chance to play the game of life, and JJ is a master at it. Narrative alchemy, test tube, the novel within a podcast within a live stream is the philosopher's stone, turning crisis into creativity. Ageless artistry, glowing star, there's no age limit on reinventing yourself and your art. J.J.'s just getting started. As the World of Jobin podcast released only a few episodes, J.J.'s journey of self-discovery continued. The novel about the World of Jobin podcast was no longer just an experiment, it was an odyssey into the heart of creativity. JJ was no longer a cancelled podcaster, he was the protagonist of his own story, ever evolving and ever hopeful. The show must go on, they whispered collectively, not just as a reminder but as a celebration of the human spirit's boundless capacity for reinvention. And so, in the world where fiction and reality danced inextricably, the writing continued because, as they believed, the show must go on. It wasn't just a novel about the world of Jobin podcast, it was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. As the enigmatic tale of J.J. Berman and his World of Jobin podcast unfolded, the question of whether this was a midlife crisis persisted. The chat room buzzed with speculation. Reality check, face with monocle. Is it really a crisis, or is it just a bold reinvention of the self? Crisis or awakening, sunrise. Sometimes, the crisis is the catalyst for an awakening. Life is a journey. Rocket J.J.'s journey isn't a crisis, it's a quest for meaning and authenticity. Indeed, it seemed that J.J. was not in the throes of a crisis, he was navigating the labyrinthine corridors of his creative mind, searching for his true voice. The World of Jobin podcast, a masterpiece in the style of Bukowski and Thompson, was his canvas. Inside the World of Jobin studio, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. J.J. continued to procrastinate, not out of turmoil, but out of a desire to unearth the depths of his own narrative. His bets were not gambles, they were calculated risks, a leap into the unknown. Calculated risk-taker, game die. J.J. is a high-stakes storyteller, not a gambler. He's betting on his own narrative. Narrative navigator, world map. The uncharted territories of the mind are his playground, and he's exploring them with zeal. Creative alchemist, Milky Way. The alchemy of creativity is his elixir, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. The World of Jobin podcast, with its sparse episode count, was not a failure but a testament to the dedication of a creator who refused to rush his masterpiece. The novel within a podcast within a live stream was no longer just an experiment, it was an introspective journey into the heart of creativity. Heart of creativity, Red Heart J.J.'s journey isn't about quantity, it's about the depth of the narrative and the sincerity of his storytelling. Sincerity in art, performing arts. True art is born from the heart and soul, not from external pressures or expectations. No rush to create, hourglass not done. Time is an ally, not an enemy, in the pursuit of artistic truth. As the writing continued, J.J.'s story unfolded not as a crisis but as a symphony of self-discovery. The show must go on, not as a performance but as an affirmation of the human spirit's indomitable will to create. In this world where fiction and reality danced inextricably, J.J. was not cancelled, he was evolving. His midlife crisis at 28 was, in fact, a journey of self-renewal and reinvention. And so, the novel about the World of Jobin podcast continued, not as a chronicle of a crisis but as a celebration of the enduring spirit of creativity. In the intricate web of J.J. Berman's creative odyssey, the lines between reality and fiction blurred further. The World of Jobin podcast had become an enigma, a book within a podcast within a live stream within a novel. It defied easy categorization, much like J.J. himself, who was not grappling with a midlife crisis but had embarked on a journey of self-discovery. As the digital pages of this narrative turned, J.J. continued to procrastinate releasing new podcast episodes. It was not a sign of stagnation but rather the deliberate act of a writer who was crafting a story both within and outside the podcast. Crafting realities, books. J.J. is a weaver of worlds, crafting intricate narratives within narratives. Master storyteller, open book. The art of storytelling is his craft, and he's honing it with every word he writes. Procrastination as art, mantelpiece clock. Perhaps, in J.J.'s world, procrastination is an essential tool for creativity. The World of Jobin studio, where creativity flowed like a river, was a testament to J.J.'s commitment to his unique vision. It was a space where the characters from his podcast came to life, where Bukowski and Thompson whispered inspiration, and where the future was painted with the brush of uncertainty. Studio of possibilities, Artist palette. The world of Jobin Studio is a canvas for the imagination, where reality and fiction merge. Whispers of inspiration, here in the studio, the echoes of literary giants guide J.J.'s hand as he writes. Future in flux, crystal ball within those studio walls. The future is uncertain, but it's a future worth exploring. The show must go on, wasn't just a mantra, it was the heartbeat of this narrative. J.J.'s podcast, which had only released a few episodes, was not a failure but a testament to his dedication to his craft. Each word he wrote was a brush stroke on the canvas of his life. Life as art, paintbrush. JJ doesn't just live life, he sculpts it into a work of art. Canvas of existence, artist palette. Every moment is a stroke on the canvas of his existence, and he paints it with passion. Astery unfinished, scroll. The story continues, not as a crisis, but as a celebration of life's unpredictability. So, in this novel about the world of Jobin podcast, there was no cancellation, no crisis. JJ was not struggling, he was thriving, exploring the depths of creativity and the vastness of human experience. Thriving in uncertainty, Milky Way. JJ thrives not despite uncertainty but because of it. Human experience unveiled, glowing star in his journey, he unveils the tapestry of human existence, one word at a time. The show goes on, studio microphone. And indeed, the show must go on, for there is still much to discover in the world of Jobin. Amidst the ever-evolving narrative of the world of Jobin podcast, J.J. Behrman's journey continued, transcending the boundaries of conventional storytelling. The podcast, which had adopted the styles of literary giants like Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson, remained a tantalizing enigma. Evolution of style, memo. The podcast style shifted like a chameleon, a homage to literary legends. Endless possibilities, Milky Way. Within this narrative, the possibilities were as boundless as J.J.'s imagination. The world of Jobin, globe with meridians. It was a world where a podcast became a novel, and a novel became a podcast. While JJ seemed to procrastinate in releasing episodes, he was weaving a narrative that was as much about life as it was about storytelling. It wasn't a midlife crisis but a midlife exploration, a journey to understand the intricate interplay of existence and creation. Life as narrative, open book. JJ saw his life as a story to be written, not a crisis to be solved. Exploration of existence, sunrise. Every day was an adventure, every moment a revelation. Creation of self, artist palette. He crafted his identity like a character in his own novel. The book that was emerging from this tapestry of storytelling was not separate from the podcast, it was an integral part of it. JJ didn't just write about his podcast, he lived it, and his life was the most vivid chapter. Life and art, paintbrush. His life was the canvas on which he painted the story of the world of Jobin. Interwoven narratives, glowing star. The podcast and the book were threads in the same tapestry. Living in story, scroll. JJ was a character in his own tale, and he embraced every role. As the podcast continued to release a handful of episodes, the show did indeed go on. It wasn't a struggle, it was an affirmation of J.J.'s commitment to his craft and his journey of self-discovery. Commitment to craft, studio microphone. JJ was dedicated to his art, and it shone through every word. Journey of discovery, sunrise over mountains. The path he walked was not one of crisis but of revelation. The show goes on, microphone. Indeed, the show went on, as it always did in the world of Jobin. So, the world of Jobin podcast was never cancelled, it was always evolving, always exploring, and JJ was fine, more than fine. He was thriving in the chaos of creativity and the beauty of uncertainty. Thriving in chaos, tornado. JJ found his stride amidst the chaos, dancing to the rhythm of uncertainty. Embracing uncertainty, rainbow. The unknown was his playground, and he reveled in it. Life unscripted, performing arts. His life was an unscripted performance, and he was the star. And thus, the novel continued, a celebration of life's unpredictability and the art of storytelling, in the world of Jobin. As the story of the World of Jobin podcast continued to unfold, it became clear that this wasn't a midlife crisis for J.J. Berman. It was a journey of self-discovery, a celebration of creativity, and an exploration of the enigmatic space where life and art intersected. Life unveiled, glowing star J.J.'s life was a canvas, and he painted it with the colors of storytelling. Celebration of creativity, party popper, each day was a new chapter, each word a brush stroke on the canvas of his existence. Intersection of worlds, the world of Jobin was both reality and fiction, and JJ danced on the blurred lines. While JJ continued to procrastinate releasing episodes, his focus was on writing a book about the podcast within a novel within a podcast called World of Jobin. It was a recursive narrative, a hall of mirrors where stories echoed endlessly. Recursive narrative, counterclockwise arrows, button, stories within stories within stories, an infinite loop of creativity. Hall of mirrors, each reflection revealed a new facet of the narrative, an ever-expanding universe. Endless echo, Milky Way, the stories resonated in the corridors of imagination, amplifying their impact. The novel was a testament to the indomitable spirit of creativity. It was a reminder that sometimes, the show must go on not because of external pressures but because of an inner drive to explore the depths of one's soul. Inner drive, flexed biceps. It was a journey inward, a quest to uncover the mysteries of the self. Depth of soul, Milky Way, the novel was a mirror that reflected the depths of J.J.'s being. Show within, books. The World of Jobin podcast was a story within a story within a story, a labyrinth of narratives. In the midst of this intricate web of storytelling, it remained crystal clear that the World of Jobin podcast was never cancelled. It was always evolving, always adapting, and always finding new ways to express itself. Ever evolving, seedling like a living organism, the podcast adapted to its surroundings. Unwavering expression, studio microphone. It was a voice that refused to be silenced, a story that demanded to be told. Persistence of creativity, glowing star. The podcast thrived in the face of uncertainty, a beacon of creativity. And at the center of it all was J.J. Berman, the protagonist, the creator, the storyteller who was fine all along. It was a narrative of growth, of embracing the chaos of existence, and of finding purpose in the act of creation. Narrative of growth, seedling J.J. had grown not despite the chaos but because of it. Embracing chaos, tornado chaos was his canvas, and he painted it with the colors of life. Purpose in creation, artist palette. In creating the World of Jobin, J.J. had found his purpose. And so, the novel about the World of Jobin podcast continued, a testament to the enduring spirit of creativity, the exploration of self, and the eternal truth that the show must go on. In the small but cluttered World of Jobin studio, J.J. Berman sat at his desk, surrounded by stacks of notes, empty coffee cups, and the faint hum of recording equipment. He was still just J.J. Berman, a writer, a creator, and a seeker of something more profound in the chaos of existence. Small studio microphone. The studio was his sanctuary, a place where creativity flowed freely. Surrounded by notes, memo ideas sprawled across the pages, waiting to be woven into stories. Faint thumb, headphone. The recording equipment whispered promises of stories yet to be told. As he continued to procrastinate releasing episodes of the World of Jobin podcast, JJ was engrossed in the act of writing a novel. It was a novel that blurred the boundaries of fiction and reality, a novel about a podcast within a novel within a podcast. Blurred boundaries, globe with meridians. Reality and fiction danced in a mesmerizing tango. Novel within novel, books. The layers of storytelling deepened with each word he typed. Engrossed in writing, open book. The world outside faded as he delved into the world of his creation. The narrative continued because, as he believed, the show must go on. It wasn't about external pressures or expectations, it was about an inner drive to give life to the stories that inhabited his imagination. Inner drive, flexed biceps. It was the engine that powered his creative journey. Life of imagination, Milky Way in his mind, Worlds were born and characters came to life. Stories inhabited, glowing star the characters whispered their tales, and he listened intently. The World of Jobin podcast was never cancelled, it was evolving, morphing, and growing. It was a reflection of J.J.'s own transformation, his willingness to embrace the creative chaos of existence. Never cancelled, Studio Microphone. The podcast thrived in the ever-shifting landscape of storytelling. Embrace the chaos. Tornado chaos was no longer a hindrance but a wellspring of inspiration. Creative transformation. Seedling JJ had grown, and his art had grown with him. And as the words flowed onto the page, as the characters found their voices, and as the stories took shape, J.J. Berman discovered that he was fine all along. It wasn't a midlife crisis, it was a midlife revelation. Midlife revelation, sunrise. He had found purpose, clarity, and an unwavering belief in his creative journey. Fine all along, glowing star. It wasn't about getting his life together, it was about living the life he had imagined. Unwavering belief, raising hands in the chaos of creativity, he had found his anchor. It was still just J.J. Berman in his cluttered studio, but it was a J.J. Berman who had embarked on a profound odyssey of self-discovery and creativity. The world he inhabited was the world he had created, and within its pages, he found meaning and fulfillment. Profound odyssey, rocket. It was a journey into the depths of his own existence. Meaning and fulfillment, rainbow in storytelling, he had found his true north. The world he created, globe showing Europe, Africa. It was a world that celebrated the infinite possibilities of imagination. And so, the novel about the World of Jobin podcast continued, a testament to the enduring spirit of creativity, the exploration of self, and the unwavering belief that the show must go on, not because it had to but because it was a celebration of life itself. In the realm of the World of Jobin studio, where creativity flowed like an unending river, J.J. Berman found himself in the midst of another chapter of his unique journey. Unending river, water wave. Creativity surged, unstoppable and untamed. It had been a tumultuous ride, this exploration of a podcast within a live stream within a novel. The lines between reality and fiction blurred, and J.J. Berman was both the writer and the protagonist of this unfolding narrative. Tumultuous ride, roller coaster. Each twist and turn added depth to the narrative. Lines blurred, cyclone. Reality and fiction danced in a never-ending waltz. Writer and protagonist, fountain pen. He penned his own story even as he lived it. The World of Jobin podcast continued to release 2 episodes per day, each a glimpse into the strange and captivating mindscape of J.J. Berman. It was an exercise in modern storytelling, a fusion of the gritty styles of Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson. Modern storytelling, radio. It was a podcast unlike any other, a peek into J.J.'s unconventional world. Gritty styles, tumbler glass cigarette. It echoed the raw and unfiltered voices of literary legends. Captivating mindscape, Milky Way. Listeners were drawn into the whirlwind of his imagination. Inside the World of Jobin studio, JJ and his creative companions were ever hopeful. Hopeful that their bets on the future, on the power of storytelling, would pay off in a world worth living for. Creative companions, performing arts characters came to life, playing their roles with gusto. Bets on the future, the dice were cast, and they believed in their unique vision. World worth living for. Sunrise. The podcast was a beacon of light in the tumultuous sea of existence. But even as they spun these tales, J.J. Berman remained the procrastinator of releasing new episodes. He was now not only the writer of the World of Jobin podcast but also the author of the novel that encapsulated this creative odyssey. Procrastinator, hourglass not done. The act of releasing was always delayed, overshadowed by the joy of creation. Author of the novel, memo. He was weaving a tapestry of words, each strand a piece of his soul. Creative odyssey, shooting star. It was a journey with no fixed destination, only endless exploration. The World of Jobin podcast existed within the novel, and the novel was an extension of the podcast. They were interconnected, each influencing the other in an intricate dance of storytelling. Interconnected worlds, globe with meridians. The podcast breathed life into the novel, and the novel fueled the podcast. Intricate dance, woman dancing, man dancing, the stories intertwined, creating a complex narrative tapestry. As he looked around the cluttered studio, J.J. Berman knew that the show must go on. It wasn't just a podcast or a novel, it was a testament to the undying spirit of creativity and the resilience of the human soul. Show must go on, microphone. It was a commitment to keep creating, no matter the obstacles. Undying spirit, glowing star. Creativity was a flame that could never be extinguished. Resilience of the soul, flexed biceps in the face of doubt and procrastination, he pressed forward. And so, it remained a novel about the world of Jobin podcast, a podcast that was never cancelled, a midlife crisis that was, in the end, just a phase in the grand tapestry of J.J. Berman's life. Never cancelled, studio microphone. The podcast continued to thrive, vibrant and alive. Just a phase, first quarter moon. The midlife crisis had transformed into a creative awakening. Grand tapestry, thread every moment, every character, every word woven together. In the world of Jobin, it was still just J.J. Berman, a man who had embarked on an extraordinary journey through storytelling, discovering that the show, his show, went on because creativity was the heartbeat of his existence. Extraordinary journey, rocket. Every day was an adventure, every word a revelation. Heartbeat of existence, red heart in creativity, he found his purpose and his peace. His show, studio microphone. It was a reflection of his unique soul, a testament to his enduring spirit. And in the studio, surrounded by the remnants of countless cups of coffee, J.J. Berman continued to write, to procrastinate, to create, and to be fine all along. Continued to write, scroll. The stories flowed from his fingertips, unstoppable. To procrastinate, alarm clock. The act of release was forever delayed but never forgotten. To create, Milky Way. He was the architect of his own worlds, and they were magnificent. Fine all along, rainbow. He was more than fine, he was alive and thriving in the world of Jobin. In the heart of the world of Jobin studio, where the hum of creativity never ceased, J.J. Berman remained the unrelenting protagonist of his own narrative. Unrelenting protagonist, flexed biceps. He was the driving force behind every word, every episode, every story. The World of Jobin podcast continued its relentless pace, releasing 2 episodes per day, each a testament to J.J.'s commitment to his craft. It was a journey through common modern English, yet it carried the distinct flavors of Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson, a literary cocktail that intoxicated its listeners. Relentless pace, studio microphone. The podcast was an ever-flowing river of words, never dammed. Commitment to craft, scroll. J.J. was dedicated to the art of storytelling, no matter the obstacles. Literary cocktail, cocktail glass. The blend of gritty realism and gonzo journalism made it a unique experience. Inside the familiar confines of the world of Jobin studio, the air was charged with creativity. J.J. and his companions were back, ever hopeful, their dreams woven into the very fabric of their stories. Charged with creativity, high voltage. The studio buzzed with ideas, energy, and imagination. Dreams woven in stories, glowing star. The podcast was more than words, it was their collective vision. Ever hopeful, rainbow. The future was an open canvas, waiting to be painted with their narratives. But J.J. Berman, for all his creative fervor, continued to procrastinate releasing new episodes. He was the writer, the creator, and now, the chronicler of his own journey. The book about the world of Jobin podcast was a living, breathing part of his existence. Chronicler of his journey, books. The book was a mirror reflecting the evolution of his art. Living and breathing, Windface. It was not a static tome but a living entity, growing with each word. Part of his existence, Dizzy. The book and the podcast were intertwined, inseparable. The world of Jobin podcast existed within the novel, and the novel within the podcast. They were like parallel universes, each influencing the other in a dance of creativity. Parallel universes, Milky Way, two worlds, separate yet connected, telling the same story in different ways. Dance of creativity, woman dancing, man dancing, the ideas flowed freely, crossing boundaries without hesitation. As he gazed around the cluttered studio, J.J. Berman knew that the show must go on. It was more than just a podcast or a novel, it was a testament to the power of storytelling and the resilience of the human spirit. Show must go on, the microphone awaited, eager to capture the next tale. Power of storytelling, open book, it had the ability to move hearts, change minds, and inspire. Resilience of the human spirit, glowing star, it was a reminder that creativity could overcome any obstacle. And so, it remained a novel about the world of Jobin podcast, a podcast that was never cancelled, and a midlife crisis that was, in retrospect, just a phase in the intricate mosaic of J.J. Berman's life. Never cancelled, studio microphone, the podcast lived on, its episodes like markers in time. Just a phase, sunrise, the midlife crisis had transformed into a lifelong exploration of creativity. Intricate mosaic, puzzle piece, each piece of the puzzle added depth to the overall picture. In the world of Jobin, it was still just J.J. Berman, a man who had embarked on an extraordinary journey through storytelling. He had discovered that the show, his show, went on because creativity was the essence of his being. Extraordinary journey, rocket, every day was an adventure, every word an exploration. Essence of his being, Milky Way, creativity was his North Star, guiding him through the cosmos of imagination. His show, studio microphone, it was an extension of himself, a reflection of his soul. And in that cluttered studio, amidst the remnants of countless cups of coffee, J.J. Berman continued to write, to procrastinate, to create, and to be fine all along. Continued to write, scroll words flowed like a river, meandering through the landscape of his mind. Within the pages of the book chronicling the world of Jobin podcast, the narrative remained steadfast, even as J.J. Berman continued to procrastinate releasing new episodes. Chronicling the world of Jobin, open book, the book was a mirror reflecting the evolution of the podcast. Steadfast narrative, scroll, the story remained unwavering, like a ship sailing through turbulent waters. Procrastination persisted, hourglass not done, J.J. couldn't escape the allure of delaying the inevitable. It was a tale written in the language of common modern English, yet it bore the indelible imprints of Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson. The words flowed like a river, a potent blend of gritty realism and gonzo journalism, creating a literary cocktail that left readers intoxicated with its raw energy. Common modern English, speaking head, the language was accessible, drawing readers into its world. Indelible imprints, fountain pen, the influences of literary giants were woven into the fabric of the narrative. Intoxicated readers, tumbler glass, the words were a potent elixir, stirring the imagination. Inside the world of Jobin studio, the atmosphere remained charged with creativity. The characters, both real and fictional, continued their adventures, their dreams intertwined with the very essence of storytelling. Charged with creativity, high voltage, the studio was a crucible of ideas, forging stories with each passing day. Characters in motion, rocket, they were more than ink and paper, they were living, breathing entities. Essence of storytelling, glowing star, the podcast was more than a series of recordings, it was a living testament to the power of narrative. But J.J. Berman, the relentless creator, still couldn't bring himself to release new episodes. He was the writer, the chronicler, and now, the architect of his own literary odyssey. Relentless creator, memo, his passion for storytelling knew no bounds. Architect of his odyssey, castle, each word he wrote was a brick in the grand design. Literary odyssey, Milky Way, the book was his voyage through the sea of words. The world of Jobin podcast existed within the novel, and the novel within the podcast. They were like parallel universes, reflecting and influencing each other in an intricate dance of creativity. Parallel universes, Milky Way, two worlds, each with its own rules, yet bound together by a common narrative. Intricate dance, woman dancing, man dancing, the lines between fiction and reality blurred, giving rise to new stories. As he gazed at the cluttered studio, J.J. Berman knew that the show must go on. It was more than just a podcast or a novel, it was a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the indomitable human spirit. Show must go on, microphone. The microphone was his stage, and the world his audience. Enduring power of storytelling, open book. It had the ability to shape worlds and touch hearts. Indomitable human spirit, glowing star. It was a reminder that creativity could overcome any obstacle. And so, it remained a novel about the world of Jobin podcast, a podcast that was never cancelled, and a midlife odyssey that was, in retrospect, just a phase in the grand tapestry of J.J. Berman's life. Never cancelled, studio microphone. The podcast lived on, each episode a testament to its resilience. Just a phase, sunrise. The midlife odyssey was a chapter in a larger narrative. Grand tapestry, rainbow. Each thread of the story added richness to the whole. In the world of Jobin, it was still just J.J. Berman, a man who had embarked on a remarkable journey through storytelling. He had discovered that the show, his show, went on because creativity was the essence of his being. Remarkable journey, rocket. Every day was a new chapter, waiting to be written. Essence of his being, Milky Way. Creativity was his guiding star, lighting the way. His show, studio microphone. It was a reflection of his soul, a mirror to his dreams. And in that cluttered studio, amidst the remnants of countless cups of coffee, J.J. Berman continued to write, to procrastinate, to create, and to be fine all along. Continued to write, scroll. Words flowed like a river, carrying the stories of a lifetime. To procrastinate, hourglass not done. The act of releasing was a bridge he'd cross someday. To create, glowing star. He was the weaver of worlds, the conjurer of dreams. Fine all along, rainbow. He was more than fine, he was alive and thriving in the world of Jobin. And the world of Jobin, the journey of J.J. Berman continued to unfold. The book, a chronicle of his podcast, was now an integral part of his creative expression. It was a story within a story, an exploration of the creative process, and a reflection on life itself. Integral part of creativity, books. The book had become a canvas for his thoughts and ideas. Exploration of process, Milky Way. It delved into the intricacies of creation, the highs and lows of the creative journey. Reflection on life, glowing star. Through the podcast and the book, he pondered the meaning of his existence. The world of Jobin podcast still adhered to its unique schedule, releasing 2 episodes per day, an unrelenting torrent of content. In the world of common modern English, this was an anomaly, a testament to J.J. Berman's commitment to his creation. Unique schedule, calendar. 2 episodes per day, a relentless pace in the world of podcasts. Testament to commitment, raising hands. It was evidence of J.J.'s dedication to his craft. But within the narrative, J.J. was still grappling with his reluctance to release new episodes. It was a creative inertia, a paradox where the act of creation itself seemed to hinder the act of sharing. Creative inertia, cyclone. The creative energy flowed, but it was trapped within the confines of his mind. Paradox of creation, puzzle piece. The desire to create clashed with the fear of judgment and exposure. Yet, the writing persisted. Each word was a step deeper into the labyrinth of his thoughts, a journey into the recesses of his creative soul. Writing persisted, memo. It was an unceasing flow, a river of words that carried him forward. Labyrinth of thoughts, shooting star. The pages were a map of his inner world, filled with twists and turns. Journey into soul, dizzy. Each sentence was a reflection of his deepest desires and fears. As the book ventured into the world of Jobin podcast within a novel within a podcast, it became a hall of mirrors, reflecting the complex interplay between reality and fiction. Hall of mirrors, it was a maze where truth and imagination danced in a perpetual waltz. Complex interplay, man juggling the lines between creator and creation blurred, giving rise to new narratives. And the novel continued because the show must go on. It was a testament to the enduring spirit of storytelling, the unyielding belief that words had the power to shape destinies. Show must go on, clapperboard it echoed like a mantra, a reminder that creativity was a force of nature. Enduring spirit, glowing star it was an homage to the storytellers who shaped the world. Power to shape destinies, open book each word had the potential to change the course of a life. Through it all, it was still just J.J. Berman, a man who had embarked on a creative odyssey. He was not undergoing a midlife crisis, he was simply navigating the ever-changing tides of inspiration and expression. Creative odyssey, water wave the journey was an adventure, not a crisis. Ever-changing tides, water wave creativity ebbed and flowed, but it never ceased. Inspiration and expression, Milky Way his life was a canvas, and he painted it with words. And so, in the world of Jobin, it was still just J.J. Berman, the eternal creator, the relentless writer, and the embodiment of creativity. Eternal creator, fountain pen his passion knew no bounds, and it defied the passage of time. Relentless writer, memo each word was a testament to his dedication to the craft. Embodiment of creativity, shooting star he was a living testament to the power of imagination and expression. In the studio, amidst the clutter and the echoes of past recordings, J.J. Berman continued his journey, embracing the uncertainties of creativity and the endless possibilities it offered. Embracing uncertainties, Milky Way the unknown was a canvas waiting to be filled. Endless possibilities, glowing star each story was a universe, waiting to be explored. Journey continued, rocket it was a voyage without end, and he was the captain of his destiny. Inside the world of Jobin's studio, the atmosphere crackled with the anticipation of creativity. J.J. Berman, the enigmatic host and creator of the podcast, stood at the heart of it all, surrounded by microphones, tangled wires, and the unmistakable aura of possibility. World of Jobin Studio, studio microphone. The studio was a place where dreams took shape, where stories found their voice. Anticipation of creativity, glowing star it was as if the very air was charged with the energy of creation. The podcast, The World of Jobin, continued to unfold in the style of literary giants like Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson. It was a unique blend of raw, unfiltered storytelling and fearless self-exploration. Unique blend, scroll it fused the grit of Bukowski with the wild introspection of Thompson. Raw unfiltered storytelling, microphone each episode was an unvarnished glimpse into the human experience. Fearless self-exploration, magnifying glass tilted left it ventured into the uncharted territories of the mind and soul. As J.J. Berman prepared to record another episode, he carried the weight of his past recordings, the echoes of stories told, and the mysteries that had yet to be unraveled. Weight of the past, Milky Way every word added to the legacy of the podcast. Echoes of stories, loudspeaker they reverberated in the studio, a chorus of voices that demanded to be heard. Unraveled mysteries, magnifying glass tilted left the unanswered questions hung in the air like unspoken secrets. But the writer within him, the one who penned not just podcast episodes but also the book that chronicled his creative journey, was still reluctant to release new content. It was a paradox that had become the heart of his narrative. Reluctance to release, card file box it was a creative inertia, a resistance to share his inner world. Paradox of narrative, books the very essence of his story was the struggle between creation and disclosure. The studio, with its walls that had witnessed countless monologues and dialogues, seemed to be both a sanctuary and a prison. It was a place of refuge where J.J. Berman poured out his soul, and yet, it was where he wrestled with his inner demons. Sanctuary and prison, castle the studio had become a place of both solace and torment. Pouring out his soul, studio microphone each word was a catharsis, a release of pent-up emotions. Wrestling with demons, men wrestling the creative process was a battle, fought in the depths of his being. The podcast, The World of Jobin, was more than just a collection of episodes, it was a testament to the human condition. It was a reflection of the ever-oscillating pendulum between hope and despair, creation and stagnation. Testament to human condition, scroll it mirrored the complexities of existence, the highs and lows. Pendulum between hope and despair, mantelpiece clock it swung back and forth, a constant reminder of life's unpredictability. Creation and stagnation, seedling it was a dance of opposites, the struggle to keep moving forward. As the studio lights flickered to life and the microphones hummed with potential, J.J. Berman took a deep breath. It was time to continue the journey, to explore the uncharted territories of the mind and bring the stories within to life. Deep breath, Windface. It was a moment of preparation, a gathering of courage. Time to continue the journey, Rocket. The path ahead was uncertain, but it was his to tread. Uncharted territories, world map. The stories waited, like undiscovered worlds, to be explored. And so, in the world of Jobin, the podcast continued to take shape, each episode a testament to the enduring spirit of creativity, and J.J. Berman remained the enigmatic guide through this ever-evolving narrative. Enduring spirit of creativity, glowing star. It was a force that transcended obstacles and propelled the podcast forward. Enigmatic guide, compass. J.J. Berman led the way through the uncharted terrain of storytelling. Ever-evolving narrative, open book. The story continued to unfold, a tapestry of words and emotions. As the recording began, the studio became a vessel for transformation, where words became stories, and stories became journeys. Vessel for transformation, ship. The studio was a crucible where creativity was forged into art. Words become stories, scroll. They took on a life of their own, moving beyond the confines of the page. Inside the world of Jobin studio, the air hung heavy with anticipation. It was a familiar place, one where the weight of words could be both burdensome and liberating. As I, J.J. Berman, stood amidst the tangle of microphones and cables, I couldn't help but reflect on the journey that had brought me here. Familiar place, house. The studio was like a second home, a realm where I bared my soul. Weight of words, memo. Each word carried the power to shape narratives and touch hearts. Reflect on the journey, railway track. It had been a long and winding road, filled with highs and lows. The world of Jobin podcast had taken on a life of its own. It had become a testament to the human experience, a canvas where I painted stories with brushes dipped in the ink of my soul. Testament to human experience, scroll. It chronicled the joys and sorrows of existence, the triumphs and defeats. Canvas for stories, artist palette. Each episode was a stroke of emotion, a splash of authenticity. Ink of my soul, fountain pen. My own experiences and emotions were woven into every narrative thread. But here I stood, at a crossroads, with a backlog of episodes waiting to be released. It was a creative inertia, a reluctance to share my inner world with the audience. Crossroads, motorway. The path ahead was uncertain, and the choices weighed heavily on me. Backlog of episodes, open file folder. They were like unopened letters, each containing a piece of my heart. Reluctance to share, zipper mouth. Face. It was as if I hesitated to reveal the depths of my soul. The world of Jobin podcast had been my sanctuary, a place where I could explore the uncharted territories of the mind. But it had also been a prison, where I wrestled with my inner demons and the fear of judgment. Sanctuary and prison, castle. The studio had been both refuge and confinement. Uncharted territories, world map. I ventured where few dared to tread, into the depths of human emotion. Wrestling with demons, men wrestling. The creative process was a battle, fought in the shadows of my mind. And yet, the studio lights flickered to life, casting a warm glow over the microphones. It was time to continue the journey, to let the stories flow, to speak my truth. Studio lights, light bulb. They illuminated the path forward, banishing the shadows of doubt. Time to continue the journey, hourglass not done. The narratives awaited, like eager companions on a voyage. Speak my truth, speaking head. It was a call to authenticity, to share the unfiltered essence of my being. As the recording began, I became a vessel for transformation, a conduit through which words flowed like a river. Each episode was a testament to the enduring spirit of creativity and the resilience of the human soul. Vessel for transformation, ship the studio was an alchemical crucible, turning thoughts into art. Words flowing like a river, water wave, they carried the stories forward, with a life of their own. Enduring spirit of creativity, glowing star, it was a force that transcended obstacles and propelled me forward. In the world of Jobin, I was not just a storyteller, I was the story itself, a journey of self-discovery and self-expression. And as the podcast continued to evolve, I remained its enigmatic guide through the intricate tapestry of life. Not just a storyteller, open book, I was the embodiment of the narratives I spun, a reflection of the human experience. Journey of self-discovery, magnifying glass tilted left, it was a path that led deeper into my own soul, a quest for meaning. Enigmatic guide, compass. Through the podcast, I led others on a voyage of introspection and wonder. And so, as I spoke into the microphone, I shared the stories of the world of Jobin, not as a detached narrator but as a fellow traveler on the tumultuous journey of existence. Sharing the stories, loudspeaker, each word was a bridge between my world and the listeners, a connection forged in the realm of storytelling. Fellow traveler, luggage, we were all explorers, navigating the uncharted waters of life together. J.J. Behrman's perspective. Inside the familiar confines of the world of Jobin studio, I couldn't help but feel the weight of both anticipation and hesitation. The recording equipment stood before me, an array of microphones and cables that had become my companions in this strange journey. Weight of anticipation, hourglass not done. Every moment in the studio was a countdown to the release of yet another episode, a piece of my soul set free into the digital wilderness. Hesitation, zipper mouth face, it was as if I held the key to a treasure chest of stories, yet I hesitated to unlock it. The World of Jobin podcast had developed a unique identity over time, one that blended the gritty narratives of Charles Bukowski with the gonzo journalism of Hunter S. Thompson. It was a fusion of raw emotion and unfiltered truth. Unique identity, puzzle piece. The podcast had carved its niche, a place where authenticity reigned supreme. Fusion of styles, books. Bukowski's grit and Thompson's wild prose merged to create something entirely its own. The studio itself was a world within a world, a place where I could explore the depths of human experience and venture into the enigmatic world of Jobin. It was my sanctuary and my canvas. World within a world, globe showing Europe, Africa. Within these walls, I discovered universes of emotion waiting to be explored. Sanctuary and canvas, artist palette. Here, I painted my stories with the vibrant colors of life. But even amidst this creative oasis, I found myself grappling with an existential dilemma. The podcast was my lifeline, yet I procrastinated, hesitating to release the episodes into the world. Existential dilemma, ? The struggle was not just about the podcast but about the essence of my being. Procrastination, alarm clock. The backlog of episodes piled up, like the chapters of an unfinished novel. Hesitation to release, outbox tray. It was as if I feared the judgment that would inevitably accompany my vulnerability. As I gazed at the microphones, I realized that they were not mere instruments of recording, they were portals to different dimensions of the human psyche. Each episode was an exploration, a deep dive into the murky waters of existence. Microphones as portals, studio microphone, they were the gateways through which I communicated my truths. Exploration, magnifying glass tilted left. Every episode was a quest, an attempt to make sense of the chaos within and without. Deep dive into existence, water wave. It was a plunge into the depths of human emotions, a voyage into the unknown. And yet, the studio was more than a recording space, it was a confessional booth where I bared my soul. It was a place of reckoning, where I faced my inner demons and celebrated my triumphs. Confessional booth, Dove. Here, I spoke my unfiltered truth, unburdening my soul with each word. Place of reckoning, balance scale. It was where I confronted the darkness within and embraced the light. Celebration of triumphs, party popper. It was also a place of joy, where victories were celebrated with the same fervor as failures were analyzed. As I stood before the microphones, I knew that the World of Jobin podcast was not just a series of recordings, it was a reflection of my journey through life, a testament to the human spirit's unyielding desire to be heard and understood. Reflection of my journey, sunrise over mountains. Each episode mirrored a phase of my own evolution, a marker on the road of life. Testament to human spirit, it was a declaration that even in the midst of chaos, there was a voice that sought connection. And so, I took a deep breath, and as the recording began, I let the words flow, like a river carving its path through the rugged terrain of existence. It was my way of saying, I am here, and this is my story. Words flowing like a river, water wave, they were the vessels of my truth, flowing freely and unapologetically. Mystery, scroll, it was a narrative of self-discovery, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling. In the world of Jobin, there were no pretenses, no masks. It was just me, the microphones, and the unending quest to explore the enigmatic world that lay both within and outside of me. As I continued to speak into the microphone, I felt a strange sense of liberation. It was as if the weight of my procrastination and self-doubt had momentarily lifted, allowing my words to flow freely like a river rushing through the wilderness. Liberation, butterfly. In that moment, I was unburdened by the chains of hesitation and procrastination. Words flowing, memo, each sentence carried a piece of my soul, and I reveled in the act of sharing my innermost thoughts. The World of Jobin podcast was, in many ways, a reflection of my own journey through life. It was a testament to the power of storytelling and the human need to connect with others through the sharing of experiences. Reflection of my journey, sunrise over mountains. Every episode served as a milestone in my own evolution, a marker of growth and self-discovery. Power of storytelling, open book. It was a reminder that stories held the key to empathy and understanding, bridging the gaps between individuals. As I spoke about the gritty narratives and raw emotions that characterized the podcast, I couldn't help but think about the listeners out there. Those who had connected with the stories, who had found solace or inspiration in the words I had shared. Connection with listeners, handshake. I imagined faces and stories behind the countless downloads, each representing a unique connection. Solace and inspiration, glowing star. The thought that my words could provide solace or inspire someone else was a humbling realization. But, of course, there were moments of doubt and uncertainty. Was I doing justice to the stories I wanted to tell? Were my words resonating with those who tuned in? Doubt and uncertainty, ? The fear of falling short of my own expectations and those of my audience was a constant companion. Resonance of words, musical note. I hope that somewhere out there, someone was nodding in agreement or finding comfort in the tales I spun. I often thought back to the studio's beginnings, when the World of Jobin was just a seed of an idea. It had grown into a tangled web of narratives, a place where the line between reality and fiction blurred. Origins of the studio, seedling. It all began with a simple desire to share stories, to create something authentic and unfiltered. Blurring of reality and fiction, Milky Way. Over time, the boundaries between the stories I told and the life I lived had become porous, each influencing the other. The studio was my refuge, a place where I could explore the depths of human experience without judgment. It was my canvas, and the microphone was my brush, painting the vivid tapestry of existence. Refuge and exploration, National Park. Here, I found solace in the act of storytelling, a therapeutic exercise that allowed me to make sense of my own experiences. Canvas and brush, artist palette. With each word, I added a new stroke to the canvas of life, creating a mosaic of emotions and truths. As I continued to record, I realized that the World of Jobin podcast was not just a collection of episodes. It was an ongoing journey of self-discovery, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Ongoing journey, rocket. Every episode marked a new chapter in my own growth, a reminder that life was an ever-evolving story. Testament to resilience, flexed biceps. It was evidence that even in the face of procrastination and doubt, I had persisted in sharing my voice with the world. And so, I spoke on, embracing the act of creation and connection. In the world of Jobin, I had found my purpose, and through the microphone, I shared that purpose with anyone willing to listen. Embracing creation, glowing star. Each episode was a creation, a testament to the power of artistic expression. Embracing connection, hugging face. It was a bridge between souls, a reminder that in the act of sharing, we discovered our shared humanity. In the world I had built, there were no regrets, only stories waiting to be told and a future worth living for. In the heart of the city, amidst the towering skyscrapers and the perpetual hustle and bustle of urban life, the world of Jobin Studio stood as a sanctuary of storytelling. It was a place where time seemed to stretch, where each word carried weight, and where the boundaries between reality and fiction blurred. As J.J. Berman sat before the microphone, he couldn't help but smile. The familiar hum of the recording equipment and the soft glow of the studio lights filled him with a sense of purpose. It was here, in this small corner of the world, that he felt most alive. The podcast, once a mere concept, had become a force of its own. It had grown beyond his wildest dreams, attracting listeners from every corner of the globe. The stories he shared, in the style of Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson, had found a home in the hearts of those who craved authenticity in a world filled with noise. Today's episode was a special one, a reflection on the journey that had led him to this moment. It was a chance to peel back the layers of his own life and share the raw, unfiltered truth. Welcome, my dear listeners, to another episode of The World of Jobin. JJ began, his voice steady and full of conviction. Today, we embark on a journey of introspection, a deep dive into the heart of storytelling and the human experience. He spoke of his early days, when the studio was a modest space filled with old furniture and mismatched equipment. It was a time of uncertainty, of doubting whether his stories would find an audience. But doubt is a familiar companion on the road to creation, JJ mused. It pushes us to question, to refine our craft, and to persevere. The podcast had evolved over the years, from tales of gritty urban life to explorations of the human psyche. It had taken unexpected turns, delving into the surreal and the absurd, all while maintaining its commitment to authenticity. As storytellers, we are explorers of the human condition, JJ continued. We seek to unravel the complexities of existence, to find meaning in the mundane, and to shed light on the darkest corners of our souls. He shared anecdotes from his own life, moments of triumph and moments of despair. He spoke of the times when procrastination threatened to consume him, when the weight of expectations bore down heavily. But in those moments of doubt, I found solace in the act of creation, JJ admitted. I discovered that stories have a life of their own, and they demand to be told. The episode flowed like a river, carrying J.J.'s listeners on a journey through the highs and lows of his creative process. It was a testament to the power of storytelling, to its ability to transform lives and connect hearts. As the recording came to an end, JJ leaned back in his chair, a sense of fulfillment washing over him. The show had gone on, and it would continue to do so. The World of Jobin was more than a podcast, it was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring power of words. In the quiet of the studio, he knew that he was not alone. His listeners, scattered across the world, were part of this journey. Together, they would explore the depths of existence, one story at a time. In the realm of storytelling, where the borders between fiction and reality blur, the World of Jobin podcast continued its journey. The studio, bathed in soft, ambient light, was once again the stage for a tale that would explore the depths of human experience. J.J. Berman sat before the microphone, contemplating the power of narrative. His thoughts drifted back to the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle, who had explored the concept of catharsis in his seminal work on tragedy. Catharsis, Aristotle believed, was the emotional purification and renewal that audiences experienced when witnessing a tragic story. Dear listeners, JJ began, his voice rich with reflection. Today we delve into the profound concept of catharsis in storytelling. He explained how storytelling, in all its forms, had the remarkable ability to evoke emotions, to transport audiences into the lives of characters, and to ultimately provide a release from the burdens of their own experiences. In the world of Jobin, JJ continued, we have strived to create stories that resonate on a visceral level. We explore the human condition, the struggles, the triumphs, and the complexities that define our existence. He spoke of episodes that had touched the hearts of listeners, where characters faced adversity, grappled with their inner demons, and emerged transformed. The podcast, in its own way, had become a conduit for catharsis, allowing listeners to confront their own fears, hopes, and desires through the lives of fictional characters. Through storytelling, we embark on a shared journey, JJ mused. We confront the darkness within ourselves, and we emerge, like the characters we write, with a renewed sense of purpose. He recounted an episode that had particularly resonated with him, a tale of redemption and forgiveness. It had been inspired by personal experiences, a reflection of the healing power of storytelling in his own life. As storytellers, we bear a profound responsibility, JJ stated. We have the power to inspire change, to foster empathy, and to offer solace to those who seek it. The episode unfolded like a philosophical exploration, drawing parallels between Aristotle's theories and the modern world of podcasting. It was a testament to the enduring relevance of ancient wisdom in the realm of storytelling. As JJ concluded the episode, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The world of Jobin had evolved beyond mere entertainment, it had become a source of catharsis for both creator and audience alike. In the quiet moments that followed, as he gazed out of the studio window at the city below, JJ couldn't help but marvel at the transformative power of storytelling. The show had indeed gone on, and with each episode, it carried its listeners on a journey of catharsis, renewal, and self-discovery. The power of storytelling, it seemed, was timeless, transcending the boundaries of culture and time, just as the world of Jobin podcast continued to do. In the world of podcasting, as in ancient Greece, there existed a profound understanding of the art of storytelling. The world of Jobin podcast had journeyed through various narratives, each episode a chapter in the evolving tapestry of human experience. JJ Berman, the podcast's creator and host, had always been a student of storytelling. He saw in it not just entertainment but a mirror to the human soul, a way to explore the depths of emotions, and a means to connect with an audience far and wide. As JJ sat in his dimly lit studio, he contemplated the structure of their podcast episodes, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Aristotle's concept of drama. There was a beginning, a middle, and an end, each serving a unique purpose in the grand narrative. The beginning, exposition and catharsis. In the opening moments of every episode, the world of Jobin unfolded before the listeners. Characters were introduced, their dilemmas laid bare, and the stage was set for the emotional journey ahead. Much like Aristotle's catharsis, this exposition served to purge the audience of their own emotions, making them receptive to the story's unfolding. Dear listeners, JJ began in his soothing voice, we embark on a journey together, a journey of the heart and mind. This declaration was his modern-day ode to Aristotle's belief in the emotional cleansing that came from witnessing the struggles of others. The middle, conflict and peripeteia. As the episode progressed, conflict emerged. Characters faced challenges, confronted their flaws, and navigated the tumultuous waters of their lives. This was the heart of the narrative, where Aristotle's concept of peripeteia found its home, the moment of reversal, where characters' fortunes changed. In the world of Jobin, this was often the part where listeners found themselves emotionally invested, rooting for characters, and experiencing their triumphs and tribulations as if they were their own. Life, JJ mused, is a series of twists and turns, and it's in these moments that we discover our true selves. The end, resolution and anagnorisis. Finally, the episode reached its resolution. Loose ends were tied, conflicts were resolved, and characters underwent a transformation, Aristotle's anagnorisis. This was the moment of realization, where characters and, by extension, the audience, gained insight into the human condition. JJ concluded an episode with words that resonated far beyond the studio walls. In the world of Jobin, we've explored the depths of human experience, he said. And through these stories, we hope you find not just entertainment but a reflection of your own journey. As the final notes of music faded into the silence of the studio, JJ couldn't help but appreciate the poetics of podcasting. It was a form of art that allowed him to connect with thousands of listeners, to share stories that resonated with their own lives, and to explore the very essence of what it meant to be human. Indeed, he thought, the show must go on, for the stories we tell are a testament to the enduring power of narrative, a gift that transcends time and place. And so it did, in the world of Jobin, where every episode was a journey, every character a reflection, and every listener a fellow traveler in the vast landscape of human emotions. Chapter 10, The Unfinished Symphony. In the heart of the city, amidst the urban chaos and cacophony, lay the studio of the World of Jobin podcast. It was a place where stories came to life, where the voices of characters echoed through microphones, and where J.J. Berman, the enigmatic host, shared the raw, unfiltered tales of life in the modern world. But lately, the studio had been less vibrant, less alive. It had been weeks since a new episode graced the ears of the eager audience. JJ sat behind his desk, surrounded by stacks of handwritten notes and half-filled coffee cups. He stared at his computer screen, where the audio files of countless untold stories lay dormant. The show must go on, he whispered to himself, a phrase that had become both a mantra and a burden. He had always been the master of procrastination, an artist in the act of avoidance. And as he gazed at the blank page before him, he couldn't help but feel the weight of his own creative inertia. The World of Jobin podcast was meant to release 2 episodes per day, a relentless pace that had once energized him. It was written in the style of literary mavericks like Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson, with a rawness and honesty that cut through the noise of the digital age. But now, the studio seemed haunted by the absence of new content. JJ ran his fingers through his disheveled hair, a sign of his inner turmoil. He had a wealth of stories to tell, characters whose lives were waiting to be unfolded in the minds of his listeners. But the act of putting those words into motion, of recording and editing, had become a Sisyphean task. He thought back to his literary heroes, the writers who had faced their own demons and inner conflicts. Bukowski, with his unapologetic portrayal of the gritty underbelly of life, and Thompson, with his fearless immersion into the chaos of the counterculture. They had never shied away from the darkness, and that was what made their work resonate. JJ took a deep breath and looked at the blank screen. He knew that the only way out of this creative quagmire was to confront his own procrastination head-on. The stories were there, waiting to be told, and it was his duty to bring them to life. With newfound determination, he began to type. The keys clicked beneath his fingers, and slowly but surely, the words began to flow. It was a messy process, filled with doubt and self-critique, but it was also a process of creation, of giving voice to the stories that had been trapped within his mind. As the first paragraphs of the new episode took shape on the screen, JJ felt a glimmer of hope. The show would go on, not because it was easy, but because it was necessary. The World of Jobin podcast was a reflection of life itself, messy, uncertain, and at times, stubbornly resistant to progress. But it was also a testament to the human spirit's resilience and the enduring power of storytelling. And so, in the dimly lit studio, J.J. Berman continued to write, to procrastinate a little less, and to remind himself that the unfinished symphony of life was still worth playing, one episode at a time. Chapter 11, The Ethos of Creation. In the dimly lit studio of the World of Jobin podcast, the eternal dance between creation and procrastination continued. J.J. Berman, the enigmatic host, sat at his cluttered desk, surrounded by the remnants of unfinished episodes. The air was thick with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, a constant companion in his creative struggles. As J.J. stared at the blinking cursor on his computer screen, he couldn't help but ponder the nature of his craft. The podcast, World of Jobin, was not just a collection of stories, it was a reflection of the human condition, a mirror held up to the chaos and beauty of modern life. In the style of Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson, J.J. had carved out a unique niche in the world of podcasting. His words were raw, unfiltered, and often uncomfortable. He dared to venture into the dark corners of society, shining a harsh light on the truths that most preferred to ignore. But lately, the podcast had become more than just a creative outlet. It had evolved into a daily ritual, a testament to his commitment, and a relentless challenge. 2 episodes per day, a pace that would have crushed the spirits of many, had become the heartbeat of World of Jobin. J.J. had often wondered what drove him to maintain this punishing schedule. It was more than a desire for fame or fortune, it was a deeper compulsion, an unwavering belief in the power of storytelling. He believed that words had the ability to change lives, to pierce through the numbness of existence and awaken something within the listener. As he contemplated his own creative ethos, J.J. recalled the teachings of Aristotle, the ancient philosopher who had explored the nature of art and expression. Aristotle had spoken of catharsis, the purification of emotions through the experience of art. In his own way, J.J. sought to achieve this catharsis through World of Jobin. But there was a catch. The act of creation was often accompanied by doubt and hesitation. It was easier to procrastinate, to delay the inevitable confrontation with the blank page. And so, the unfinished episodes piled up, a testament to the struggle between creation and inertia. J.J. leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. He knew that the next episode needed to be written, that the stories within him needed to find their voice. The show must go on, not because it was easy, but because it was his calling. With a sense of purpose, he returned his gaze to the screen and began to type. The words flowed, not effortlessly, but with a determination born of conviction. He knew that the stories he told mattered, that they had the power to touch hearts and minds. As he wrote, J.J. felt the weight of procrastination lift, if only for a moment. The podcast was still ongoing, and so was his journey as a storyteller. In the style of Bukowski and Thompson, he would continue to explore the world, one episode at a time, unearthing the raw truths that lay hidden beneath the surface. The ethos of creation, he realized, was not just about the finished product, it was about the act itself, the relentless pursuit of truth, and the unwavering commitment to the art of storytelling. And in that small, cluttered studio, the eternal dance continued, a testament to the enduring power of words. In the dimly lit studio of World of Jobin, a different kind of energy filled the air. J.J. Berman and his team, weary from hours of writing and recording, had decided to take a break from their relentless schedule. They needed a release, a way to escape the confines of their creative world, if only for a moment. The studio had transformed into an impromptu casino, with a makeshift blackjack table set up in the center. The clinking of poker chips and the shuffling of cards punctuated the room's usually quiet atmosphere. Smoke from cigars and cigarettes wafted through the dimly lit space, adding to the ambience of a bygone era. J.J. sat at the blackjack table, a cigar clenched between his teeth. He wore his characteristic fedora, which had become a sort of talisman for him, imbued with the spirit of his creative heroes. He glanced at his cards, a 9 and a 7. The dealer, one of his colleagues, showed a queen. J.J. leaned back in his chair, took a contemplative puff of his cigar, and then signaled for another card. The dealer obligingly slid a card across the felt table. It was a 4, putting J.J. at 20. With a wry smile, J.J. decided to stay. The dealer revealed her whole card, a 10. She had blackjack. J.J. chuckled and tossed a few poker chips onto the table. "The house always wins," he muttered, his voice tinged with amusement. As the others at the table played their hands, JJ couldn't help but draw a parallel between the game and his podcast. In many ways, creating World of Jobin was a gamble, a bet on his ability to captivate his audience, to tell stories that mattered, and to maintain the grueling pace he had set for himself. The podcast was not just a creative endeavor, it was a high-stakes venture into the world of storytelling. JJ had gambled his time, his energy, and his sanity on the belief that his words could make a difference. And like any gambler, he had his moments of doubt. But there was something about the thrill of the gamble that kept him going. It was the uncertainty, the possibility of a big payoff, that fueled his creative fire. Just as in blackjack, where the next card could change everything, JJ believed that the next episode could have a profound impact on his listeners. As the game continued, JJ couldn't help but appreciate the camaraderie of his team. They were all in this together, taking risks, facing uncertainty, and pushing the boundaries of their creativity. The studio was not just a place of work, it was a place of shared dreams and shared struggles. As the night wore on, the blackjack table saw its fair share of wins and losses. But regardless of the outcome, JJ and his team knew that the real gamble was the one they took every day when they sat down to write and record. It was a gamble they were willing to take, for the love of storytelling and the belief that the show must go on. In the digital age, where creativity knows no bounds and the internet is a sprawling canvas, World of Jobin had ventured into uncharted territory: YouTube. The transition from a purely audio podcast to a visual platform was both exciting and daunting. JJ Berman and his team had recognized the need to evolve with the times. YouTube was the next logical step, a place where they could engage their audience on a whole new level. It was a place where words and images combined to create a dynamic storytelling experience. The studio had undergone a makeover to accommodate the new format. Cameras and lights were strategically positioned, capturing every nuance of J.J.'s expressive face as he narrated their stories. The studio's gritty aesthetic remained, a nod to their Bukowski and Thompson influences, but now it was visible to the world. The first YouTube episode was a revelation. JJ sat in his familiar chair, a backdrop of eclectic memorabilia behind him, and began to speak. The words flowed effortlessly, his voice carrying the weight of their stories. But now, viewers could see his passion, his quirks, and his occasional sips from a whiskey tumbler, a nod to his literary idols. The comments section on YouTube buzzed with activity. Viewers shared their thoughts, their interpretations, and their own stories. It was a level of engagement they had never experienced before. The digital realm was a vast, uncharted wilderness, and World of Jobin was an intrepid explorer. But with the new platform came new challenges. JJ and his team grappled with the demands of video production, editing, and the pressure of creating visually compelling content. The pace was relentless. 2 episodes per day on YouTube was an ambitious goal. JJ sat in his studio, staring at the camera, his thoughts a whirlwind of uncertainty. He wondered if they were pushing themselves too hard, if the essence of their podcast was getting lost in the transition to video. The pressure to keep up the pace, to satisfy their audience's insatiable hunger for content, weighed on him. As he continued to record, JJ found solace in the words of his literary idols. Bukowski had faced rejection and adversity, yet he had persevered. Thompson had fearlessly tackled the darkest corners of society. They were his guiding lights in this new frontier. The show must go on. It was a mantra that echoed through the studio, a reminder that their journey was not without its challenges. They were navigating uncharted territory, but they were doing it together, with the spirit of storytelling burning bright. And so, World of Jobin continued its relentless march forward, each episode a step deeper into the digital wilderness. It was a gamble, a creative endeavor of epic proportions, but it was a gamble they were willing to take. For in the end, they believed that storytelling, in all its forms, was worth the risk. In the dimly lit studio, The clock on the wall seemed to taunt J.J. Berman. It was a constant reminder of time slipping away, of deadlines looming on the horizon, yet here he sat, wrestling with his old friend, procrastination. The World of Jobin podcast had made its grand leap onto YouTube, and it was thriving. The decision to embrace the visual medium had paid off, and their subscriber count grew steadily each day. But the writing, the heart and soul of their endeavor, lagged behind. JJ sat at his desk, surrounded by stacks of notes, half-finished scripts, and empty coffee cups. His laptop screen displayed a blank document, mocking him with its emptiness. He had always been a master of words, but today they eluded him like a capricious lover. His team buzzed around the studio, recording, editing, and uploading videos. They were a well-oiled machine, fueled by passion and the desire to share their stories with the world. Yet, JJ remained trapped in a creative quagmire. He leaned back in his chair, running a hand through his unkempt hair. The studio's window offered a view of the bustling city below. It was a world of endless possibilities, of stories waiting to be told, but right now, it felt like a distant dream. JJ had always been a fan of Charles Bukowski's raw, unfiltered writing style. Bukowski had reveled in the grit and grime of everyday life, and it had resonated with JJ. But now, as he stared at the blank screen, he wondered if he could ever capture that essence. In his moments of self-doubt, he found solace in the words of Hunter S. Thompson. Thompson had been a madman, a renegade journalist who had fearlessly plunged into the heart of chaos. JJ admired that fearlessness, that willingness to embrace the unknown. But today, fear held him in its grip. The fear of not living up to the expectations of their audience, the fear of failing his team, and the fear of failing himself. It was a paralyzing force, one that he had to conquer. He glanced at the clock again. Time was running out, and the weight of his procrastination bore down on him like a heavy cloak. He knew he had to write, to put words to the stories that swirled in his mind. But where to begin? The studio's door creaked open, and Sarah, his trusted producer, entered. She offered a sympathetic smile, one that spoke of understanding and shared burdens. "You'll find the words, J.J., she said softly. "You always do." JJ nodded, his determination slowly returning. He knew he couldn't let procrastination win. The World of Jobin podcast had come too far to falter now. With a deep breath, he turned back to the blank screen, fingers poised over the keyboard. The show must go on, and so it would. J.J. Berman was a storyteller, and stories were meant to be told. It was time to embrace the art of procrastination no more and let the words flow like a river, carrying their stories to eager ears around the world. The studio hummed with frenetic energy as the team at the World of Jobin podcast worked tirelessly to keep their YouTube channel alive. The transition to video had brought a fresh wave of subscribers, and the pressure to deliver content was greater than ever. But amidst the chaos, J.J. Berman continued to struggle with his writing. He had immersed himself in the works of Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson, hoping to find inspiration in their unapologetic, gritty narratives. But every time he sat down to write, his mind felt like a tangled web of thoughts, each thread leading to nowhere. JJ had always believed that the best stories were born from chaos, from the messy, unfiltered reality of life. Yet, he found himself paralyzed by the very chaos he sought to embrace. His laptop screen remained blank, a testament to his creative block. In the midst of this turmoil, he received an unexpected email from a fan named Sarah. She shared her own struggles with creativity and how his podcast had been a source of inspiration. Her words struck a chord with JJ, reminding him of the power of storytelling to connect with others. With newfound determination, JJ returned to his desk, determined to break free from the shackles of procrastination. He remembered the lessons of Aristotle, who had believed that art could evoke emotions and lead to catharsis, a purification of the soul. As he began to type, he channeled the chaos of his thoughts onto the screen. He wrote about the late nights in the studio, the camaraderie of his team, and the relentless pursuit of their shared vision. He wrote about the city that never slept, the noise and the silence, the beauty and the grit. The words flowed from him like a dam had burst, and he found himself lost in the act of creation. He wrote about the highs and lows, the laughter and tears, the moments of doubt and the moments of triumph. It was a raw, unfiltered narrative, a reflection of his own journey. Hours turned into days, and JJ didn't stop. He wrote until his fingers ached, until he had poured every ounce of his soul onto the page. And when he finally looked up from his screen, he felt a profound sense of catharsis. The chaos that had once held him captive now felt like a wellspring of inspiration. He had embraced it, channeled it into his writing, and in doing so, had found his voice once more. The stories he had been yearning to tell flowed freely, and he knew that they would resonate with their audience. As he shared his work with the team, they were moved by the honesty and vulnerability in his writing. It was a reminder that creativity was a journey, filled with obstacles and breakthroughs. They had weathered the storm together, and it had only strengthened their resolve. The World of Jobin podcast would continue to release 2 episodes per day, but now, their creator was no longer held hostage by procrastination. He had found catharsis in chaos, and in his stories, others would find a reflection of their own struggles and triumphs. The show must go on, and it did, with J.J. Berman leading the way, unafraid of the chaos that lay ahead. Amid the bustling streets of the city, the World of Jobin team had found their sanctuary, a small, dimly lit coffee shop tucked away in a corner. It was a place where the aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingled with the chatter of patrons and the clinking of cups. Here, J.J. Berman and his crew sought refuge from the chaos of their daily lives and found solace in the simple act of sipping on steaming mugs of caffeine. J.J. sat at their usual corner table, his laptop open before him. Beside him was Sarah, the fan whose email had reignited his creative spark. She had become an integral part of their team, contributing ideas and insights that had breathed new life into their podcast. As they sipped their coffee, JJ couldn't help but smile at the camaraderie that had developed among them. The cafe was their makeshift studio for the day, a place where they could escape the confines of their recording space and let their ideas flow freely. JJ had always believed that inspiration could strike anywhere, and this cozy spot had become a wellspring of creativity. As JJ typed away on his laptop, he reflected on the evolution of their podcast. It had started as a small experiment, a way for him to share his thoughts and observations with the world. But it had grown into something much bigger, a community of like-minded individuals who found solace in the unfiltered narratives of the World of Jobin. He thought back to the early days when they had struggled to find their voice, to the moments of self-doubt when he had questioned whether anyone would care about their stories. But now, they had a dedicated following, people who eagerly awaited each new episode. The style of their podcast, inspired by the likes of Charles Bukowski and Hunter S. Thompson, had resonated with many. It was a departure from the polished, scripted content that dominated the podcasting world. Instead, they embraced the raw and the real, unafraid to tackle topics that were often considered taboo. Sarah leaned in, her eyes fixed on the screen. "I think this episode will really resonate with our audience," she said, her voice filled with enthusiasm. "It's a glimpse into the behind-the-scenes of the World of Jobin, and it's so honest." JJ nodded in agreement, grateful for the support of his team. "It's a reminder that creativity isn't always a smooth process," he said. "Sometimes, it's messy and chaotic, but that's where the magic happens." As they continued to work, the cafe buzzed with life around them. Baristas called out orders, and the hum of conversation provided a soothing backdrop to their writing. It was in these moments, amidst the scent of coffee and the warmth of friendship, that JJ felt a deep sense of gratitude. The World of Jobin podcast may have started as a solo endeavor, but it had grown into a collaborative effort, a testament to the power of storytelling and the connections it forged. And as they sat in that cozy coffee shop, JJ Berman knew that their journey was far from over. The show would go on, fueled by caffeine, camaraderie, and the unwavering belief that their stories were worth sharing with the world. In the ever-evolving world of online content, where trends came and went like fleeting fads, the world of Jobin had carved out its own unique niche. JJ Berman and his team had refused to conform to the formulaic expectations of digital media. Instead, they embraced the unpredictable, the unscripted, and the unapologetically raw. As JJ continued to write about their ongoing podcast, the world outside their YouTube channel carried on. They were not cancelled, nor did they succumb to the pressures of algorithms and clickbait. Their listeners, a dedicated and passionate community, tuned in daily to devour the 2 episodes they released. The secret to their unwavering success was simple: authenticity. In a landscape where polished facades were the norm, JJ and his team had chosen to be themselves, flaws and all. It was a reflection of their real lives, unfiltered and unedited. Every day was a new adventure in the world of Jobin, a world where mundane moments transformed into extraordinary tales. Their listeners had become a part of this journey, eager to explore the uncharted territories of human experience alongside them. And so, the stories continued to flow. JJ wrote about the time they had embarked on a spontaneous road trip, capturing the essence of wanderlust in every mile traveled. He described the late-night conversations that spilled into the early hours of the morning, as they dissected the complexities of existence. The coffee shop had become their sacred space, a place where creativity thrived, and ideas danced on the edges of their consciousness. They were no longer just podcasters, they were storytellers, chronicling the human condition in all its messy glory. Amid the clatter of coffee cups and the murmurs of other patrons, Sarah leaned in once more, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Our listeners want more," she said, her voice filled with conviction. "They crave authenticity, and we're giving it to them. We're not just a podcast, we're a movement." JJ nodded, a fire of determination burning in his eyes. "We're here to break the mold," he declared. "To show the world that you don't need a polished image to connect with people. You just need to be real." As he continued to write, the words flowed effortlessly from his fingertips. It was a testament to their unbreakable bond, the synergy between JJ and his team, and the unwavering support of their listeners. They were not cancelled, and they never would be, for they were forging their own path in the digital wilderness. And as the next episode of The World of Jobin neared completion, JJ Berman couldn't help but smile. The show would go on, and it would do so with an authenticity that would resonate with their audience, one unscripted story at a time. The show must go on, and in a world teetering between uncertainty and unparalleled potential, so it did. He leaned closer to the mic, his voice tinged with sincerity. "Look, I get it. The world's a mess. Climate change, pandemics, social unrest. But here's the thing, we can change it. We can be the architects of a better tomorrow, and it starts today, in 2023. JJ continued, "First, let's talk about empathy. It's easy to get lost in our own problems, but remember, we're all in this together. Reach out, listen, and offer a helping hand. You'd be surprised how far a little kindness can go." He paused, letting the words sink in. You see, Charles Foster Kane had it all: wealth, influence, a massive estate. But in the end, he was searching for something more, something simple. The same can be said for us as a society. We strive for technological advancements, economic growth, but at what cost? JJ leaned back. "Now, I'm not saying we should all go out and find our own rosebud, but maybe we should look for what genuinely fulfills us. And no, I'm not talking about fulfilling in the way that double-stuffed pizza crust does, although, let's be honest, that's a close second." The chat room erupted in laughter, pizza emojis flooding the screen. "But seriously," JJ continued, "as we look toward 2050, let's focus on what really matters. Is it the endless pursuit of material wealth, or is it perhaps the well-being of our planet and the happiness of its inhabitants? He shifted in his seat, and speaking of well-being, can we talk about gluten-free bread for a second? I mean, if I wanted to eat a sponge, I'd go to the ocean, not the bakery. More laughter from the audience, but JJ knew how to bring it back to the heart of the matter. In Citizen Kane, the protagonist realizes too late what truly matters. Let's not make the same mistake. Let's prioritize empathy, sustainability, and genuine happiness as we move toward the future. Because unlike Kane, we still have time to rewrite our story. As the virtual room emptied, JJ felt that today's episode had struck a chord. It was a small step, but each step counted on the road to a better future. The show must go on, he thought, and so must the journey toward a more meaningful existence. J.J. Berman sat in his virtual studio, the background now transformed into a Shakespearean stage, complete with heavy velvet curtains and flickering candlelight. A digital skull sat on a table beside him, a nod to the famous alas, poor Yorick scene from Hamlet. Good morrow, Jobin Nation. Today, we venture into the realm of the bard himself, William Shakespeare. All the world's a stage, he wrote, and indeed, we each play our part. But what part shall we play in the unfolding drama of humanity's future? JJ picked up the digital skull, alas, poor Yorick. He had no say in the future, but we do. To be or not to be sustainable, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune or to take arms against a sea of troubles and, by opposing, end them. The chat room filled with clapping emojis and quotes from various Shakespeare plays. Ah, but let's not forget the lighter side of life, JJ grinned. Why did Hamlet stop going to fast food restaurants? Because he couldn't decide, to eat or not to eat? He paused, letting the weight of the words settle. We have the power to shape our own narrative, to be the heroes in our own epic tale. But unlike the characters in a Shakespearean tragedy, our fate is not sealed. We can rewrite the script, choose a different path. JJ concluded, so, whether you're more of a Romeo or a Juliet, a Macbeth or a Lady Macbeth, remember, the choices we make today echo in the annals of history. Let's make sure it's a story worth telling. He signed off, fare thee well, Jobin Nation. May your days be merry, your nights restful, and your future as bright as a midsummer night's dream. As the virtual room emptied, JJ felt a sense of accomplishment. He had yet to upload this episode, procrastination being his constant companion, but he knew it was a message that needed to be heard. Hey, Jobin Nation. Welcome back. We're still in the Shakespearean universe, but this time, we're taking a stroll through the forest of Arden. You know, where people go to find themselves, fall in love, and speak in clever banter. The chat room buzzed with excitement, emojis of trees and hearts filling the screen. Speaking of love, let's talk about the love we should have for our planet. One touch of nature makes the whole world kin, as the great bard said. So why are we so bad at showing that love? JJ paused for effect, then continued, but first, a joke. Why did Othello stop eating donuts? Because he couldn't trust Yago nuts. Laughter emojis and donut icons flooded the chat. Alright, back to serious matters. If we're going to make it to 2050 and beyond, we need to start acting like the kin Shakespeare talked about. We need to be stewards of the earth, caretakers of our global family. He leaned in closer to the camera. We've got the power to change the narrative, folks. We don't have to be a tragic hero with a fatal flaw that ruins everything. We can be the protagonist who learns, grows, and saves the day. JJ looked at the time. Well, that's it for this episode. I promise to hit that upload button right after we wrap up. No more dilly-dallying. He signed off, until next time, Jobin Nation. May your life be as poetic as a Shakespearean sonnet and your actions as noble as the best of his heroes. As the virtual room emptied, JJ finally clicked the upload button. There, done. The show must go on, and this time, it actually will. JJ Berman sat in his dimly lit room, a half-empty bottle of cheap whiskey on the table, surrounded by crumpled papers. The atmosphere was a blend of Shakespearean drama and Bukowski's gritty realism. The upload button on his computer screen seemed to mock him. "Damn you, upload," he muttered, taking a swig from the bottle. "You're like Lady Macbeth, always nagging." He sighed and looked at his Bukowski-inspired virtual background, a seedy bar with neon lights flickering the words "The World of Jobin." Hey, Jobin Nation. Welcome back. We're in a Bukowski bar today, where the beer flows like the ink of a tortured writer. Speaking of torture, let's talk about the existential dread we all feel about the future. The chat room erupted with skull and beer emojis. But first, a joke. What's Hamlet's favorite fast food? To Burger King, or not to Burger King? The chat room laughed, and burger icons filled the screen. Alright, let's cut the crap. We're all worried about the world, right? Climate change, political chaos, you name it. But sitting in a bar, real or virtual, won't solve anything. We've got to act. JJ leaned forward, his eyes intense. Listen, we're not helpless characters in a tragedy or drifters in a Bukowski novel. We're the damn authors. We can write a better ending, but we've got to start now. He paused, letting the words sink in. I know, I've been putting off uploading these episodes. But procrastination is a luxury we can't afford. Not anymore. JJ grabbed the bottle and took another swig, then slammed it down. So here's the deal. I'm hitting